Chapter 601. After the war ended, the news about the Heavenly Clouds Empire's victory sent a shiver down to all Emperor's spine. They were aware of their rude behavior towards Heavenly Cloud's Emperor on his own coronation day, and now they were afraid Heavenly Cloud's great Emperor would threaten them because of it. 5 Spirit King experts, 2 Dragon Protectors, and 1 old ancestor of Saint King expert were killed by Yi Tianyun. This meant that Yi Tianyun was a Saint King too, at the very least. Furthermore, the World Dragon Empire has collapsed, making Heavenly Cloud's Empire the unofficial ruler of the mortal world. We have to hurry. We must go to the Heavenly Cloud's Empire and establish an alliance. Bring our best treasure as a gift, an emperor said to his ministry as he hurriedly prepared for the departure to Heavenly Cloud's Empire. That was all the emperors of the mortal world could think of, as they were afraid of Heavenly Cloud's Empire's backlash. Previously, they didn't have any reason to support the Heavenly Cloud's Empire, as they knew that the World Dragon Empire was against Heavenly Cloud's Empire's establishment. But now, the World Dragon Empire was destroyed. Nobody knew the old ancestor of World Dragon Empire would use evil cultivation. Furthermore, there were so many bones buried in the World Dragon Imperial City that the city itself looked like it was built on top of human remains. After the exposure of evil cultivation, World Dragon Empire was completely abandoned. No one ever talked about the World Dragon Empire after that anymore. The cultivators of the World Dragon Empire also left without looking back as they felt deceived. Yi Tianyun took over all World Dragon Empire's territory, but no one dared to say anything as they didn't dare to make an enemy out of Yi Tianyun. They knew that Heavenly Cloud's Empire's comprehensive strength was weaker than most empire in mortal world, but Yi Tianyun alone could destroy an empire. Yi Tianyun earned himself a nickname in mortal world, and that was Paragon Yi, a nickname that reflected Yi Tianyun's power. The only way for them to fight against Yi Tianyun was to gather all cultivators in mortal world and attack him all at once, which was ridiculous as there was no way it was viable. Great Emperor. We have many great emperors that come to visit, a guard said as he came to the throne room to report. Yi Tianyun could see that the guard was excited to see that the empire was visited by so many influential people. I am busy. Let them wait outside, Yi Tianyun said to the guard. Yi Tianyun still remembered that the emperor's attitude towards Heavenly Cloud's Empire on the coronation day, and thus he wasn't excited to see them. Yes, great emperor. The guards nodded confusedly and ran outside hurriedly. The guard immediately returned to the imperial city gate, where the great emperors were waiting to see Yi Tianyun. Great Emperor Yi is currently busy. You will have to wait here indefinitely, the guard said indifferently. The guard himself contained his excitement, as he never thought that he could talk like that to a great emperor. The great emperors felt disappointed, but didn't voice their complaint. They couldn't afford to give Yi Tianyun a reason to attack their empire later. After all, the Heavenly Cloud's Empire is the strongest empire in mortal world. The Heavenly Primordial Great Emperor shook his head disappointedly, but he didn't regret his decision on the past. He would choose the World Dragon Empire any day, as they didn't know that the Heavenly Cloud's Empire was this powerful. That Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor, even though he's a great emperor, this is too much. He kept this many great emperors waiting outside of the Imperial City wall. Did it not occur to him that we might form an alliance and attack Heavenly Cloud's Empire in the future? One emperor said as he grumbled annoyedly. Hey, don't drag me with you. I don't care how he treated us. After all, we brought this on ourselves for not supporting him, another emperor said worriedly. One by one, the emperor expressed their agreement to the emperor, who wanted to be recognized by Yi Tianyun. They didn't care if they must wait, as they knew that Yi Tianyun would eventually see them. No, that's not what I mean, the first emperor said, because he felt afraid after all other great emperors didn't want to associate themselves with him. They knew that they didn't have the right to complain, and waiting was appropriate for those without any significant value. Of course, it was completely different from the great emperors, who showed their support for the Heavenly Cloud's Empire from the beginning. The great emperors who supported the Heavenly Cloud's Empire were sitting in the main hall of Heavenly Cloud's palace, sipping the finest wine while talking casually to each other. Their position with the great emperor who waited outside was like heaven and earth. Chapter 602 Heavenly Clouds. Empire has successfully become the #1 empire in mortal world. It was obvious that other empires would want to show their respect to make sure that their empire would have a great relationship with Heavenly Cloud's Empire. On Yi Tianyun's coronation day, the great emperor's attitude towards him was questionable because of the message from World Dragon Empire. Thus, now that they were told to wait outside, they couldn't complain. The Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation was another reason. The empires on the mortal world already knew that World Dragon Empire had some sort of relationship with Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. Netherworld Empire was one of the empires that was directly affiliated with Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. All the empire on mortal world also knew that the faction under Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's influence was destroyed by Yi Tianyun one by one. The mortal world had a rank for the factions. The purpose of this ranking was to give people a rough idea of which faction they could join, since the higher the faction's rank was, the pricier it was to join them. While the great emperors were waiting outside, Yi Tianyun was studying the Sin Shop inside. He was surprised earlier when the Sin Shop reclaimed the evil dragon suit when he purchased the evil god suit. When he opened the Sin Shop again, he could see that Evil Dragon Suit was still available in the Sin Shop, but why would he buy it again? After all, Evil God Suit was much better, and buying the Evil Dragon Suit would be a waste of Sin points. Above the Evil God Suit, Yi Tianyun saw a more powerful suit than Evil God Suit. It was Evil Demon God Suit. Evil Demon God Suit required level 80. Effect can turn into Evil Demon God at any time. Combat power increased 200 times, defense power increased 200 times, speed increased 50 times. After becoming an Evil Demon God, all attacks become ranged attacks with the range of 1000 km and additional burning effect, and crit chances increased by 50%. Consumption, 100,000 crazy points per minute. Price, 50,000 Sin points. The effect was the same as the Evil God Suit, but it was super enhanced. Although the change was not significant, the combat power multiplier was valuable. The price was too much for Yi Tianyun now. Yi Tianyun only had 1,000 Sin points now. There was no way he could get 50 million now. The consumption rate was also too high. 100,000 crazy points per minute was too much for Yi Tianyun now. Yi Tianyun shook his head upon seeing the enormous consumption rate. It wasn't something he could afford right now. Fortunately, the Evil God Suit only cost 10,000 crazy points per minute, which he could afford right now. It will take a while before I can buy that suit. Fortunately, I only use the Evil God Suit for its power spike, not for the transformation, although the transformation is convenient in certain situations. Yi Tianyun said while smiling. Yi Tianyun smiled as he knew that if he used the Evil Demon God Suit in the future, Divine King would be right around the corner. After all, with his current cultivation, he could crush a Saint King expert with his Evil God Suit. Cultivators with higher cultivation levels wouldn't be a problem at all, Yi Tianyun said as he felt satisfied by the Sin Shop item. Then he shifted his attention to the super enhanced roulette that he got after defeating the old ancestor earlier. Yi Tianyun activated his lucky aura and immediately spun the lottery roulette. Soon the pointer stopped at consumables. Yi Tianyun was stunned. He never thought that he would get the worst part of the roulette like this. He thought that he could say goodbye to his bad luck since he had accumulated a lot of prestige points and activated the lucky aura. The box contained consumables immediately dropped from the roulette, and Yi Tianyun immediately opened the box. Teleportation Godstone Rare, Teleportation Godstone, set a coordinate at will and teleport to the said coordinate anytime. Can only set 5 coordinates. This is good stuff, Yi Tianyun said as he slammed the table in front of him with excitement. That item was more valuable than weapons. He needed this type of item to move freely later. He could return to Heavenly Cloud's mansion at will anytime he wanted. It seems that I'm not that unlucky either. This item is equal to Divine Tools, Yi Tianyun said as he felt happy and excited by the item he got. Chapter 623, Godstone was definitely an amazing item. Now Yi Tianyun could set up to 5 teleportation coordinates for him to teleport to, be it the Ghost World, Mortal World, or even the Heaven World. The Godstone would still work its magic. Yi Tianyun quickly checked Godstone's price in the system shop, and he was shocked when he saw that the Godstone price was at 15 million CPs. But Yi Tianyun knew that Godstone was an absolute necessity for him now. After all, it was difficult for him to go back and forth to Ghost World or the Heaven World conservatively. Yi Tianyun shook his head and tried to spin the roulette once more. He now knew that the super enhanced lottery roulette would definitely give him good items. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun still activated his lucky aura as he still wanted to get the rare reward from the roulette. The roulette soon stopped at the accessory category. Yi Tianyun didn't know what he would get from the accessory category and could only hope that it was something that he could use. A box fell from the roulette and Yi Tianyun immediately opened it. Desolate Ancient Necklace, part of the Desolate Ancient Suit, Ancient Rank Treasure. Effect, increase combat power by 15 times, speed by 10 times, defense power by 10 times, can cast Desolate Ancient Void which can turn everything within 500 meters into dust at the cost of 800 CCPs. This is great, Yi Tianyun said as he checked the necklace's information. The ancient level treasure was basically the same rank as the divine tool, but it had some characteristics that a divine tool didn't have. In this case, the Desolate Ancient Necklace was part of a suit. The same could be said to the ancient stone tablet that Yi Tianyun got from Spirit Ray Sanctuary before. It also belonged to ancient rank treasure. As Yi Tianyun read the necklace's detailed information, Yi Tianyun was shocked once more as he noticed that the necklace was part of a 5-piece suit, not a 3-piece suit that usually existed. Yi Tianyun immediately knew that the effect of this Desolate Ancient Necklace would be amazing once he obtained all parts of the suit. But Yi Tianyun frowned as it became harder for him to collect all the pieces. The super enhanced lottery roulette ticket was hard to get. Of course, he could buy it using crazy points, but the price of 10 million crazy points per ticket was too much. Yi Tianyun sighed and equipped the necklace as he still found the effect to be great despite its outdated and primitive look. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun thought that no one would care about it. Yi Tianyun stood up from the throne and ordered the guard to let the Great Emperor in. The guard nodded and immediately scurried out to let the Great Emperor in. Not long after that, the Great Emperor introduced themselves one by one. I am the Great Emperor of Thunderstar Empire, glad to meet the Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor. This time we came to visit in order to build a positive relationship with Heavenly Cloud's Empire, and we hope the Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor could forgive our rude behavior earlier. If you would accept our gift, this is thousand-year blood. We hope it may be of great use for the Great Emperor in the future, Thunderstar Great Emperor said respectfully. The people beside the Thunderstar Great Emperor opened a jade box, and from inside, Yi Tianyun could see a clear bottle full of blood that released a concentrated blood essence into the air. The Great Emperor standing beside the Thunderstar Great Emperor was surprised that Thunderstar Great Emperor would make the extremely rare thousand-year blood a token of friendship like this. I accept your gift, Yi Tianyun said indifferently and ordered one of his men to take the thousand-year blood and placed it on the table. Thunderstar Great Emperor bowed a little and sat on a seat not too far from there, while the rest of the Great Emperors introduced themselves and handed their respective gifts for Yi Tianyun. Finally, it was Heaven's primordial Great Emperor's turn. He didn't use a respectful gesture like other Great Emperor, but his word was still nice, and the smile on his face seemed genuine. Congratulations to Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor for successfully ascending the throne. I brought a Heaven Stargrass for a gift to Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor, as it represents Heavenly Cloud's Empire. I hope that Heavenly Cloud's Empire will prosper in mortal world in the future, Heavenly Primordial Great Emperor said casually, still with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun didn't mind Heavenly Primordial Great Emperor's attitude. Although Heavenly Primordial Great Emperor acted like his empire was at the same standing as Heavenly Cloud's Empire, Yi Tianyun wouldn't make a big deal out of it as long as Heavenly Primordial Great Emperor didn't provoke Heavenly Cloud's Empire. Thank you very much, Heaven Primordial Great Emperor, Yi Tianyun said casually. Heaven Primordial Great Emperor then took a seat, which marked the end of all Great Emperor's introduction. Although all Empire's Great Emperors in mortal world has assembled here, it was a shame that third-grade influences couldn't come here. Chapter 604. Chapter 604. The People on Heavenly Clouds. Empire never thought of something this amazing would happen before their eyes. All the mortal world Empire's great emperors have come here to greet their emperor. They were filled with anticipation that Yi Tianyun would bring them to the top. They know that without Yi Tianyun, they wouldn't be able to achieve something like this. You don't have to be nervous. Although I did destroy the World Dragon Empire, it is simply because they have committed a crime that I couldn't tolerate. If the Empire in the mortal world can maintain peace and leave our Empire alone, there should be nothing to worry about, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The great emperors were relieved as they realized that Yi Tianyun didn't hold what happened last time against them, but Yi Tianyun's next word made them held their breath in nervousness. That being said, I will not forget what the people inside this room had done to me on my coronation day, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Everyone felt the anxiety of waiting for what Yi Tianyun had in mind for them. Surely things are not that simple. I know that as a new great emperor you have to exert your authority as best as you can, Heaven Primordial Great Emperor said casually. That is right, we have gone through the same thing. We knew how bad it was when we chose the wrong side, the old man beside Heaven Primordial Great Emperor said solemnly. It was commonly known that ascending to the throne or succeeding the throne was followed by internal conflict, and choosing the losing candidate came with regret for sure. I hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much for your gift, and I can assure you that I would not bother your empire as long as you don't bother me either, Yi Tianyun said solemnly as he released his aura to intimidate the great emperors. Spirit King stage cultivation? Heaven Primordial Great Emperor said with confusion on his face. He was confused about how a Spirit King stage cultivator was able to destroy the World Dragon Empire, but he knew for sure that his spy had said that Yi Tianyun had the power of the gods. Although he didn't see the scene for himself, he would trust the spy's word that Yi Tianyun had killed the old ancestor of World Dragon Empire with overwhelming strength. I don't know what kind of treasure that he has, but it seems to be the thing that overpowered the World Dragon Empire, Heaven Primordial Great Emperor said solemnly. He didn't dare to ask Yi Tianyun about his feat on destroying the World Dragon Empire in detail, for he didn't know whether Yi Tianyun would consider it rude or not. Of course, we will always be an honest empire. We won't make Heavenly Cloud's empire our enemy, one great emperor said, followed by a nod of all great emperors in the palace expressing their loyalty. They were grateful that Yi Tianyun wouldn't attack their empire, but they were in a dilemma. Although Yi Tianyun was indeed a force to be reckoned with, the same couldn't be said to Heavenly Cloud's empire, leaving them at a loss. This new great emperor is quite interesting. He alone can suppress the mortal world influences. Heaven Primordial Great Emperor nodded with a smile on his face. Well, I don't have anything else to say, so let the banquet start, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. He then clapped his hands, a sign for the dancers and the waiters to make their way in and entertain the great emperors while serving their table one by one with the best food. They were very grateful that Yi Tianyun was a person with a broad mind, otherwise they all would have been dead by now. The banquet was soon over, and the great emperors bid Yi Tianyun farewell as they wanted to return to their own empire. They were worried that Yi Tianyun would change his mind at the end of the day, but it seemed that Yi Tianyun was a genuine person. Heavenly Cloud's Emperor, I congratulate you once again for becoming the #1 empire in mortal world. and I am sorry once again for our rude behavior on your coronation day. We hope that we can build a positive relationship in the future," one of the great emperors said as he recognized Yi Tianyun as the strongest emperor, making sure that they got into Yi Tianyun's good side. Yi Tianyun just nodded and smiled as the great emperors excused themselves one by one. Ding. Successfully completed main quest become the #1 influences. Reward 2W00 XP, 20W000 Mastery Point, 2W000 Am a Great Emperor. Chapter 605, the main quest was finally completed, and all the rewards popped up at once. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to second layer Spirit King stage. Ding. Successfully accepted a new main quest retrieve ch601. Reward on completion 300,000 XP, 100,000 ticket, 5x Super Lottery Roulette ticket. He never thought that his quest would direct him to save ch601 this fast. He has already intended to save ch601 no matter what the main quest would be. After all, he had the Godstone now. He could come back any time in case Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation attacked once more, but he would arrange everything meticulously before he left. Yi Tianyun has thought that his next main quest would be eradicating the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, but that didn't seem to be the case. Yi Tianyun's eyes glittered as he felt satisfied that even the system encouraged him to find his aunt and get her back. For now, he must oversee the management of manpower in all aspects. Although he wouldn't actually do anything himself, as the management was handled by ch601. In order to make sure that no faction on mortal world dared to mess with Heavenly Cloud's empire, he had to stay for a short while. But instead of being idle in the palace, Yi Tianyun decided to look for the treasure left behind by the previous Divine King. Judging from Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's behavior, Yi Tianyun predicted that the treasure was somewhere on Heavenly Border Continent, Heavenly Clouds Continent, and Earthly Border Continent, but he still had no clue as to where it exactly was just yet. "It seems I have to level up the appraisal eye for now," Yi Tianyun said as he immediately opened his status and leveled up appraisal eye as soon as he saw that he had enough crazy points to level it up. Ding. Successfully level up appraisal eye, deducting 10,000. Ding. Successfully leveled up appraisal eye to level 4. Next rank requires 50 to 000 CPs. Ding. Appraisal eye has been upgraded to level 4, greatly enhances the investigation effect and range. The range has extended to 500 miles from the user and collect any useful information in an instant. Capable of obtaining information inside a divine rune shield of creator rank great array and other people's information in detail. The information about the newly upgraded appraisal eye immediately popped up quickly. Yi Tianyun was startled after reading that the investigation range has expanded to 500 miles away, which meant he could gather information much faster. Too bad I can't level up crazy mode. Otherwise, I would be able to defeat anyone that stands against me easily, Yi Tianyun said while frowning at his own luck. He currently had 50 million CPs, which was enough to level up crazy mode, but in order to level it up, he had to reach the 5th layer Spirit King stage first. That was why he must prepare himself, as he knew that he would need a lot of resources at that level. ch601, here are some preparations to make the disciple stronger, Yi Tianyun said as he handed down a storage ring full of martial arts, equipment, and weapons to ch601. This item is of heaven-level martial arts and sacred tools, ch601 said as she couldn't believe her own eyes. She didn't expect Yi Tianyun would give so many treasures like this. Even the World Dragon Empire didn't have that many treasures. Right, I give it to you as I know that you would distribute it to meritorious disciple fairly, Yi Tianyun said while smiling at ch601. You don't need all of these, ch601 asked confusedly. No, why would you think I leave something that I need? Yi Tianyun said while smiling at ch601. I have all that I need, and these items would be better off for our eager disciples than for me, Yi Tianyun said casually. ch601 still felt reluctant to receive that many items from Yi Tianyun as she never received that many high-grade treasures before. She knew that if some strong faction tried to attack Heavenly Cloud's empire while Yi Tianyun wasn't there, that many items could become the downfall of the empire. I will try my best. Are you going to find Palace Lord Shi, Great Emperor? ch601 asked curiously. Yes, I will find her next, but in the meantime, I will stay here until everything has stabilized, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. ch601 nodded and went out to do her duty, and Yi Tianyun immediately flew out to begin his search. Yi Tianyun immediately found out about a cave filled with so many ores, jade spirit stone, and many treasures, but he still couldn't find the hidden treasure just yet. Nonetheless, Yi Tianyun knew where to find resources for Heavenly Cloud's empire's development later. I hope I can find it before the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation does. Otherwise, I would be in trouble, Yi Tianyun said as he knew that Divine King's treasure is a must-have for his own sake. Chapter 606. Yi Tianyun quickly explored the region at a speed of light. He covered almost all Heavenly Cloud's continent in a few hours, but he couldn't find the Divine King treasure anywhere. But Yi Tianyun found a lot of spirit veins which could contribute to Heavenly Cloud's empire later. Yi Tianyun wrote down the coordinates and gave them to ch601 before he resumed his search in another continent. Yi Tianyun believed that Heavenly Cloud's empire would develop steadily in the future after securing that many resource spots. After ch601 made sure that all the spots Yi Tianyun had marked were safe to use, various cultivation spots would be available for Heavenly Cloud's empire's disciples. Furthermore, there were so many Jade Spirit Stone mines that would serve as their resources to secure trading with another faction. With this in mind, Yi Tianyun believed that Heavenly Cloud's empire should be fine without Yi Tianyun for a while, which made him feel somewhat relieved. Now, it is time to go to Heavenly Border Continent, Yi Tianyun said as he flew towards Heavenly Border Continent. Yi Tianyun constantly used his appraisal eye, so he did not miss anything between Heavenly Cloud's continent and Heavenly Border Continent. Yi Tianyun immediately stopped above a remote forest area as he saw old acquaintances. It was Yu Shiqian and Zhou Yu whom he encountered on Devil Cloud's Island a long time ago. They met again later when Yi Tianyun was facing Netherworld Empire, but Yi Tianyun has never seen them again after that. But Yi Tianyun still could vaguely remember that both belonged to White Lotus Mansion. White Lotus Mansion was a good third-grade faction, but because it wasn't a top-notch faction, Yi Tianyun couldn't invite them to the coronation ceremony. But now it seemed like fate. Yi Tianyun realized that Yu Shiqian and Zhou Yu were surrounded by 6 ninth-layer Spirit Core cultivators. They were nowhere near Yi Tianyun's cultivation level, but higher than Yu Shiqian and Zhou Yu's cultivation level. Young Lady Yu, you should obediently go back with us, or we would be forced to use a rougher method. The 9th-layer Spirit Core cultivator said threateningly. His appearance was threatening, and his cultivation was certainly intimidating from a third-grade faction standpoint. Are you here because of young Master Shi's request? We didn't do anything wrong. We never provoke him, Yu Shiqian said as she held a long sword in her hand. Yes, we haven't seen young Master Shi for a while, so why are you blocking our path? Zhou Yu said agitatedly. There is nothing to be concerned about here. It was just a simple invitation for the two of you to become young Master Shi's guest, and we are here to escort you there, the man said with a grin on his face. We can't do that for this moment. We have to return as the Mansion Lord was waiting for us. We will visit him ourselves once we have the time. Yu Shiqian rejected their offer as politely as she could. She knew that there was no way she would escape this situation unscathed. Young Lady Yu, I don't want to say it for the second time. If you don't comply, we would be forced to do something you wouldn't want to experience, the man said coldly. Are you ready to make our White Lotus Mansion your enemy? Heavenly Demon Mansion wouldn't like that, Yu Shiqian said as he kept trying to make her way out of the situation. Enemy, do you think White Lotus Mansion is still the best here? We are close to Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. If young Master Shi wishes for it, your White Lotus Mansion would be destroyed, the man said confidently. Heavenly Cloud's empire? Yu Shiqian's face became pale as she knew that it was the strongest faction in the mortal world right now. There was no cultivator on the mortal world who didn't know about Heavenly Cloud's empire's achievement. Yu Shiqian didn't know whether the man's word was true, but she knows that White Lotus Mansion couldn't afford to go against the Heavenly Cloud's empire. As long as you obey young Master Shi, we will help White Lotus Mansion to get to Heavenly Cloud's empire's good side too. This is a rare opportunity. You two would certainly regret it if you reject the offer, the man said coldly. You are shameless. We already said that we wouldn't go with you, Yu Shiqian said coldly. You choose the hard way. Don't blame us if White Lotus Mansion is destroyed later. Are you that certain White Lotus Mansion can rival Heavenly Cloud's mansion? Yu Shiqian was shaking inside. She knew that if the man's words were true, she wouldn't be able to bear the guilt, but she must stay strong for now. But suddenly, an unexpected encounter happened. Heavenly Demon Mansion? Did you say you have a good relationship with Heavenly Cloud's mansion? Yi Tianyun said as he flew down towards Yu Shiqian. Yi Tianyun was very upset after hearing that Heavenly Demon Mansion used Heavenly Cloud's mansion's name to oppress another faction. Chapter 607 Heavenly Demon Mansion was one of the best third-grade faction in Heavenly Border Continent. It was capable of becoming a fourth-grade faction if they maintained stability. However, it would still take several years for them to achieve that. They still needed a powerful divine rune master to make them eligible to become an empire. That was why usually an empire had an imperial preceptor that acted as the divine rune master of the emperor. Having a great array as protection was a must for an empire. Otherwise, they would be easily attacked, and the well-being of their empire would be constantly threatened. No matter how strong a faction was, without any proper defense, they would be destroyed. From Yi Tianyun's perspective, Heavenly Demon Mansion was sinful for abusing Heavenly Cloud's empire's name. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun didn't even know about this young Master Shi that they were constantly talking about. In fact, this was the first time Yi Tianyun heard about Heavenly Demon Mansion. Who are you? The man hurriedly asked as he saw Yi Tianyun. You, Zhou Yu said as she recognized Yi Tianyun almost immediately. Even Yu Shiqian also recognized Yi Tianyun immediately. They knew that Yi Tianyun was the one responsible for the Netherworld Empire's collapse. All she knew was Yi Tianyun was the Mansion Lord of Heaven's top mansion, who was supposed to die with the rest of the Mansion Lords that supported the Netherworld Empire. But here he was still alive and kicking. Am I not the great emperor that you speak of? Your young master Shi was supposed to have a good relationship with me, wasn't he? Yi Tianyun said challengingly. You are the great emperor? What a shameless claim. Do you dare call yourself the great emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire? I have seen young Master Shi with the great emperor himself. How dare you pretend to be one before me, Yuan Long of Heavenly Demon Mansion? The man said angrily. He was brimming with pride even though he was angry. The man believed that the young master that he served was close with the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. But Yu Shiqian and Zhou Yu were still in shock. I thought you died back then. You are Heaven's Top Mansion's mansion lord, aren't you? Yu Shiqian asked curiously. Yes, I am, but I am not easy to kill, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Now, just go. I will deal with these men, Yi Tianyun said confidently. They are strong. Furthermore, they are from Heavenly Demon Mansion. I don't think Heaven's Top Mansion can deal with them, Yu Shiqian said worriedly. Yi Tianyun realized that they aren't well informed. The news about the Heavenly Cloud's empire surely was big news, but they didn't know that Heaven's Top Mansion was no more, as it has already merged with Heavenly Cloud's mansion. Relax, even if their young master come, they wouldn't pose a threat, Yi Tianyun said confidently. You dare mock our young master? Prepare to die, the man said furiously. Yi Tianyun shook his head and swung his arm casually towards the man, and suddenly, the man was thrown to the tree. It was just a casual attack, and he didn't even put his back into it, yet the man was heavily injured. Everyone was shocked to see Yi Tianyun's absurd power. Even Yu Shiqian couldn't hide her shock as she saw that Yi Tianyun was really powerful. You dare to attack me? I will make sure that young Master Shi put your head on a stake, Yuan Long said as he clutches his chest. The blow from Yi Tianyun was far too powerful for him to handle, but luckily he didn't die. You dare to threaten me? I will let you live now, and I will wait for your heavenly demon scum of a mansion lord to come and find me at White Lotus Mansion. Bring your Heavenly Cloud's empire as you go. I will deal with all of you at the same time, Yi Tianyun said angrily. He felt annoyed that the enemy kept using Heavenly Cloud's mansion's name as they saw fit. You are so dead, you have messed with someone that you shouldn't mess with, Yuan Long said as he moved away from Yi Tianyun. The other cultivators also followed Yuan Long, leaving Yi Tianyun with Yu Shiqian and Zhou Yu. But it didn't end like that. The Spirit Core cultivator tried to kidnap Yu Shiqian. At the same time, Yi Tianyun had enough. He punched the cultivator that came close to Yu Shiqian and killed him in one blow. Ding! Successfully killed Spirit Core stage cultivator. The cultivator was shocked to see that Yi Tianyun's strength was too powerful for them to handle. Yu Shiqian couldn't get her beautiful eyes off Yi Tianyun since she felt awe as she watched Yi Tianyun kill the Spirit Core cultivator with ease. Chapter 608. Yi Tianyun easily killed 6 Spirit Core cultivators, leaving only 2 alive. The remaining 2 cultivators from Heavenly Demon Mansion were shaking on the ground from fear of Yi Tianyun's strength. They immediately ran away toward where Yuan Long previously headed to. Yi Tianyun didn't bother chasing after them as he knew that an arrogant faction like that would bite his bait and come searching for him later. You killed our people. I will make sure that you pay that with your life. Yuan Long still had the time to turn back and threaten Yi Tianyun before running away once again. Don't worry. I will not run away even if all cultivators in your mansion come to kill me. Or better yet, maybe I should visit your mansion myself, Yi Tianyun said coldly. You will die. I will definitely report this to Heavenly Cloud's empire. You and White Lotus Mansion are done for, Yuan Long said as he was still aggravated by Yi Tianyun's words. Yuan Long kept running, but he couldn't run that fast due to his injuries. But after they left, Yu Shiqian and Zhou Yu looked more worried than before. This time, we are done for. You have picked a fight with Heavenly Demon Mansion. We don't even know whether they really ally themselves with Heavenly Cloud's empire. Because of you, White Lotus Mansion is done for, Zhou Yu said nervously. Yu Shiqian shouted embarrassedly. Zhou Yu immediately closed her mouth as she knew that she went too far. I am sorry for Yu's behavior just now. She didn't mean any of it as she was just nervous. I will deal with Heavenly Demon Mansion myself. There is no need for the young master to worry about them. Yu Shiqian said apologetically to Yi Tianyun. You don't believe that I am the real Heavenly Cloud's great emperor? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I didn't. If you really are Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, then I am an empress. Little Yu, we have to leave right now, Zhou Yu said annoyedly. We have to solve this problem swiftly. We can't approach it with this kind of attitude, Yu Shiqian said as she sighed tiredly. Now, calm down and follow me, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. What? Where are we going? Zhou Yu asked confusedly. White Lotus Mansion, obviously. Did you think I am kidding back then? I will wait for Heavenly Demon Mansion on White Lotus Mansion and destroy them all, Yi Tianyun said confidently. That's right, you better take responsibility for your action, Zhou Yu said aggressively. She was happy that Yi Tianyun would deal with Heavenly Demon Mansion on his own. Therefore, the White Lotus Mansion wouldn't have to take the fall. Zhou Yu, we have to deal with this on our own, Yu Shiqian said as she frowned because of Yi Tianyun's word, but she knew that there was nothing she could do to change Yi Tianyun's decision. But still, she also doubted that Yi Tianyun was really the great emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire. Yi Tianyun knew that the girls doubted his claim, but he didn't care as he knew that time would prove everything. They immediately headed to White Lotus Mansion. Yu Shiqian and Zhou Yu rode their flying wagon while Yi Tianyun followed beside them as he flew on his own. Yu Shiqian was surprised to know that Yi Tianyun could follow them with his flying speed, which meant that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was supposed to be quite high. Young Master Yi, are you really related to Heavenly Cloud's empire? Yu Shiqian asked curiously. She was curious about Yi Tianyun's background, as she couldn't see any reason why Yi Tianyun was that fearless when he picked a fight with Heavenly Demon Mansion earlier. What do you mean? Didn't I say that I am Heavenly Cloud's great emperor? Yi Tianyun said casually with a smile on his face. What a jerk. Yeah, keep lying to a girl. Little you, don't listen to him. You will be brainwashed to acknowledge him if you keep listening to his lie, Zhou Yu said annoyedly. Yu Shiqian was embarrassed by Zhou Yu's rude words to someone who just helped them, but she couldn't defend Yi Tianyun as she also didn't have any proof of Yi Tianyun's word. Soon they entered White Lotus Mansion's territory. Yi Tianyun was surprised as he entered White Lotus Mansion's territory. He clearly saw a treasure on the bottom of White Lotus Mansion. His appraisal eye could see that a special treasure was buried deep on the bottom of White Lotus Mansion and sealed with countless divine rune. His appraisal eye failed to see the content of the treasure as it was blocked by the divine rune. Interesting. I never expected the Divine King to leave its treasure under the White Lotus Mansion, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked excitedly. He still needed to know the treasure's status. Either White Lotus Mansion was completely oblivious about the treasure, or they couldn't open it. Chapter 609. I've been looking for it for so long, to think that it was here out of all places, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked by himself. He thought that he would have to keep searching for the treasure indefinitely, but here it was, right under the White Lotus Mansion. What are you doing there? Come on, let's get inside, Zhou Yu said annoyedly. She knew that Yi Tianyun was powerful, but she thought that Yi Tianyun was only a core transformation stage cultivator at best, and he wouldn't be able to defend against the Heavenly Demon Mansion by himself. Young Master Yi would be thinking the same thing. Don't rush things out, Yu Shiqian said with a smile on her face. Well, I don't like staying in the same place for too long. I guess he was just shocked to see the beauty of our White Lotus Mansion. Although our White Lotus Mansion isn't the best third-grade faction, our buildings are undoubtedly beautiful, Zhou Yu said proudly. This proud exposition was a fact. White Lotus Mansion indeed had a magnificent construction. It was safe to say that it had the most beautiful buildings on mortal world. Yi Tianyun could feel that the spiritual power in White Lotus Mansion's territory was refreshing. It actually was one of the best cultivation spots here on Heavenly Border Continent. White Lotus Mansion was also an all-women faction, meaning that the entire mansion only consisted of women, making it the largest all-women faction in mortal world. But they were simply not strong enough compared to a regular faction, no matter how many woman cultivators they had in their rank. Due to this setback, White Lotus Mansion couldn't advance to the next faction grade. They lacked power. Although it was an all-women faction, White Lotus Mansion had various top-notch factions backing them, all thanks to the beauty of the cultivators that couldn't be ignored, allowing them to have many strong Dao companion. The fact that White Lotus Mansion never became an Empire candidate was the reason why Heavenly Demon Mansion dared to provoke them. Furthermore, Heavenly Demon Mansion said that they had a relationship with Heavenly Cloud's Mansion, further upsetting White Lotus Mansion. This is not bad, Yi Tianyun said as he looked around the White Lotus Mansion's landscape. It reminded him of the Phoenix Nest in Ghost World. Zhou Yu shook her head as she didn't want to pay attention to Yi Tianyun any longer. In her opinion, Yi Tianyun was a braggart. There was no need to mind those with empty words. Okay, we will go in with young Master Yi's pace, Yu Shiqian said with a warm smile. But please note that men are not allowed to waltz in casually. You can't go around once we're inside later, Yu Shiqian said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded casually as he would always be polite and follow the host's rules and courtesy. I only need to see your mansion lord, Yi Tianyun said casually to Yu Shiqian. Did you think you can meet the mansion lord at the drop of a hat? Zhou Yu said annoyedly. Suddenly, a beautiful voice interrupted Zhou Yu. Yi Tianyun immediately looked at the owner of the voice and saw that a beautiful woman came out of the palace. What is happening out here? What's with this ruckus? The woman said curiously. Elder Baiyu, we are sorry for interrupting your time, Zhou Yu said as she immediately greeted the beautiful woman. Yi Tianyun used his appraisal eye and immediately discovered that the woman's cultivation wasn't that bad at all. She was at the second layer core transformation stage. That was remarkable as the strongest third-grade faction had Void Spirit Expert as their most powerful cultivator. Well, who is this? Baiyu said as she looked at Yi Tianyun. I am Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. I came after helping White Lotus Mansion's disciple, but eventually I took an interest in White Lotus Mansion, and thus I'm here to offer my help. Now, if only I can meet with the Mansion Lord, it would be great, Yi Tianyun said respectfully. You are the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor? Is it a joke? Why are you guys bringing over a delusional man like this? Baiyu said as she looked at Yu Shiqian and Zhou Yu disappointedly. I know, I realize my mistake, Elder, Zhou Yu said apologetically. I knew it. These two are a big disappointment. They talk like a saint, but they always bring the worst result. Another person came and mocked Yu Shiqian and Zhou Yu for bringing back a delusional man. Nobody would believe that a young man like Yi Tianyun would be the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. Wei Yun, what did you mean by that? This man saved us when Heavenly Demon's Mansion's cultivators almost kidnapped us, Zhou Yu said annoyedly. Heavenly Demon's Mansion? Tell me more about them, Elder Baiyu said curiously. Zhou Yu immediately told about their encounter with Heavenly Demon Mansion's people and Yi Tianyun, who helped them get rid of Heavenly Demon Mansion. But instead of feeling grateful, Elder Baiyu was horrified. You actually killed Heavenly Demon Mansion's people? What an impostor like you have done to us. You have condemned us to an unnecessarily troublesome situation, Baiyu said worriedly. Yeah, men are dogs that can't think with their brains. You are clearly condemning us to something that could easily be stopped from happening, Wei Yu said hatefully. Shut up, Yi Tianyun said as he unleashed his killing intent towards Wei Yun. Yi Tianyun's killing intent successfully made Wei Yun tremble and fell to the ground, losing her will to fight. Chapter 6110. You should be careful of what you are talking about in the future. Do you understand that? Yi Tianyun said nonchalantly. He didn't directly connect with White Lotus Mansion, so he didn't really care about what they did. Although he could solve this trouble with a slap on the face, he still refrained from doing so out of respect to Yu Shiqian. After all, she has been polite for all this time towards him. What a powerful aura, Elder Baiyun said as he was surprised that someone as young as Yi Tianyun could show such power. But it was still too far-fetched to call him Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor. But Wei Yun was shocked. She couldn't say a word as she felt an immense fear from Yi Tianyun. She didn't dare to look at Yi Tianyun anymore as it was too terrifying for her. This young fellow, your cultivation base is definitely not low. This is interesting, Elder Baiyun said as she looked perplexed. I am not very happy that you keep underestimating me despite my young age. I don't have anything else to say, and now, I want to see your mansion lord with or without your permission. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Don't think yourself too high, boy. We are thankful that you help Yu Shiqian, but you have provoked Heavenly Demon Mansion. They have Heavenly Cloud's empire behind them. You have no qualification to meet our mansion lord. Elder Baiyun said angrily. Obviously, Elder Baiyun and Wei Yun were close with each other. Otherwise, he wouldn't get angry like this. What do you mean by that? Did you blame these two because Heavenly Demon Mansion wants them? Yi Tianyun asked annoyedly. Yes, it was a rational choice to go with them instead of coming back with you. Now, they have to make sure that Heavenly Demon Mansion doesn't bring ruin to our White Lotus Mansion, Elder Baiyun said angrily. How can a faction be managed by someone as cold as you? An elder who couldn't even act fairly with their own disciples is disappointing, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head while sighing. What did you know? This is for the benefit of the faction. What good will it be to defend two people if the result is the ruin to the entire faction? Elder Baiyun said solemnly. I am the Emperor, Yi Tianyun said as he released his aura a little bit more. This time, Baiyun couldn't overcome Yi Tianyun's aura and was forced to kneel down. Everyone was startled. They thought that Yi Tianyun was just a core transformation cultivator, but now he could easily overpower Baiyun, who was at the core transformation stage. You make me kneel down, Baiyun shouted, but she couldn't do anything else as he felt an immense weight on her shoulders. Don't worry, even if I kill you right now, with your reasoning earlier, White Lotus Mansion won't dare hold me responsible for it. I suspect that you colluded with Heavenly Demon Mansion. It doesn't have anything to do with me, but now that you have annoyed me, it's a good idea to make an example. Young Master Yi, Yu Shiqian shouted as she felt horrified by just looking at Yi Tianyun. Little Yu, have you returned? Another voice came. Yi Tianyun knew that she was another elder, just like Baiyun. Elder Sufan, Yu Shiqian shouted respectfully. Elder Baiyun, what happened out here? Elder Sufan frowned as she looks at Elder Baiyun kneeling on the ground. Yi Tianyun's aura only affected Baiyun, so the others didn't felt anything. Nothing in particular, I only let her kneel before me, that's all, Yi Tianyun said casually. Elder Sufan, this brat doesn't know who we are. He identified himself as Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor and provoked Heavenly Demon Mansion and bring them to our door. Elder Baiyun said furiously. Pretending to be Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor? Elder Sufan said confusedly. Elder Sufan looked at Yu Shiqian for confirmation, but Yu Shiqian didn't know what to say. Even if he really pretends to be the Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor, he already saved me. If Heavenly Demon Mansion comes to our door, I will sacrifice myself. All of this happened because of me anyway, Yu Shiqian said honestly. Young Master Yi, I am sorry. I know that you were kind enough to help me, but it seems it ends right here, Yu Shiqian said as she looked at Yi Tianyun. Are you really Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor? Elder Sufan asked, ignoring other people's words. Is that a problem? Yi Tianyun said casually. Is it because I didn't exert an imperial power like other Great Emperor? Or is it because I am too young? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. White Lotus Mansion, give that brat and Yu Shiqian to me right now. A loud roar was heard from outside. Yi Tianyun and the others looked up and saw several figures flying in the air. Young Master Shi, Wei Yun said as she saw a young man in the sky. Yu Shiqian, I invited you to visit Heavenly Demon Mansion, but I didn't expect you to kill my men. I am okay with it if you were the one who killed them, but I will not let it slide if another man dared to help you with it. Now, where is he? Young Master Shi shouted furiously. Young Master Shi, that brat was the one who killed our men, Yuan Long said as he pointed his finger to Yi Tianyun. But young Master Shi instantly froze as he looked at Yi Tianyun. You are, young Master Shi said as his face became pale. I heard that you know me and already shared a drink with me. You even call me your brother, right? Yi Tianyun said playfully. Chapter 611. Yi Tianyun stared at young Master Shi faintly. Yi Tianyun knew that the person he looked at right now didn't have any qualifications to stand near him. Young Master Shi, he is posing as Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor. Haven't you already seen Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor in person? He couldn't lie to you now, Yuanlong said as he laughed excitedly. Yes, he is definitely posing as the Great Emperor, Wei Yun said as she sighed. She no longer feared Yi Tianyun as she thought his lie had been unveiled. She thought that young Master Shi would have known if Yi Tianyun really was the Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor. Seeing that the situation became somewhat stale, Yu Shiqian immediately apologized as she thought that Yi Tianyun was actually lying and has impersonated Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor. Young Master Shi, it wasn't young Master Yi's fault if he pretends to be Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor. It was my fault, Yu Shiqian said nervously. Wei Yun grinned as she heard Yu Shiqian apologize to young Master Shi. At the same time, Elder Bai Yun also grinned as Yi Tianyun would be in a pickle against Heavenly Demon Mansion, but at the moment she still couldn't move as Yi Tianyun's aura still affected her. Let me go, brat. I'm an elder here. Mind your manners, Bai Yun said coldly. But everyone was shocked and confused as young Master Shi suddenly slapped Yuan Long and Wei Yun hard. You fools. What qualification did I have to go against Heavenly Clouds? Great Emperor. He is the real one, not a fake like you all thought, young Master Shi said with a trembling body. I am terribly sorry, Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor, young Master Shi said as he prostrated himself on the ground, showing that he was dominated by Yi Tianyun. He knew that he had bragged that he is drunk with Yi Tianyun, but it was far from the truth. Everyone was still dumbfounded as they finally believed that Yi Tianyun was the Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor. They fell silent as they didn't know what to say. They have been disrespecting Yi Tianyun this whole time. Wei Yun stared at Yi Tianyun with disbelief while racking her brain to get out of her predicament as she was rude to Yi Tianyun earlier. I heard that we are already familiar with each other, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. No, it's just a stupid lie. We haven't met each other until now, young Master Shi said nervously. He immediately pulled out his long sword and pointed it at Yuan Long. How dare you use Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor's name for your own benefit, young Master Shi said as he immediately stabbed Yuan Long with it. Yuan Long couldn't believe what just happened. He never expected that he would be dying at the hands of young Master Shi that he has followed for so many years. He felt a great resentment to young Master Shi as all that happened here was because of him. But Yuan Long knew that young Master Shi had to kill him as his way to make amends to Heavenly Demon Mansion. Otherwise, Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor would destroy their mansion. I am very sorry, Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor. It was because of my lack of discipline that my men act this way, young Master Shi said nervously. Yi Tianyun's eyes were cold. He exerted tremendous pressure on young Master Shi, making him kneel to the ground so hard that young Master Shi's knees started to bleed from the pressure. Your words may work to others, but not to me. You used my name to make your own seems more powerful than reality. That is a sin that I can't tolerate, Yi Tianyun said coldly. I was wrong. I beg the Great Emperor to please have mercy on this sinner, young Master Shi said as he was trembling with fear. Everyone who saw the scene felt an immense pressure like no other. They were trembling as they saw what happened to young Master Shi. Zhou Yu was no exception. She was the most vocal person to deny Yi Tianyun's claim as Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor. She was afraid that after Yi Tianyun punished young Master Shi, it would come her turn. She felt like crying as she was so scared of what was going to happen to her after this. Yi Tianyun looked around and noticed that everyone was pale as they didn't know what Yi Tianyun would do to them. Yu Shiqian also turned pale as she didn't know that the revered Great Emperor was now standing in front of her like this. Get up, Yi Tianyun said to Yu Shiqian and Zhou Yu while keeping the rest kneeling down. Great Emperor, I am here to blame for my stupidity, Zhou Yu said shyly. She felt embarrassed by her own words to Yi Tianyun earlier. There is no one to blame here. I don't know what you are guilty of, Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun then turned his attention to Bai Yun. Although I know that some people were to blame here, while I have nothing to do with White Lotus Mansion's affair, collusion with another faction is a no-no, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Elder Bai Yun's complexion changed. She knew that Yi Tianyun has already figured it out, and thus her shameful act will get punished. Chapter 612. No one dared to move as they felt immense pressure from Yi Tianyun. In particular, young Master Shi couldn't move as Yi Tianyun applied the strongest pressure to him among everyone in the room. At this time, all people on White Lotus Mansion has heard the commotion and come over, but they stood still on the side as they didn't know what to do, including the Mansion Lord herself. White Lotus Mansion Lord was a mature woman at her 40, and right now she was looking at Yi Tianyun coldly. Her cultivation was considerably strong at the core transformation stage, but it was extremely weak in front of Yi Tianyun. Elder Bai Yun looked to the side and noticed that her Mansion Lord was watching, but the Mansion Lord didn't move or try to help her. Her word became a reality, and now her own faction was abandoning her. The only thing left for her to do is to beg for Yi Tianyun's mercy. Do you think that I can easily forgive you? Yi Tianyun said as he stared coldly towards Bai Yun. He knew that she would ask for mercy, so he made sure to trample her hope by saying these words. No, I never meant to use the great emperor's name like that, young Master Shi said nervously. Is that so? Now, I will let people ask around about the truth. I will send several people to the Heavenly Demon Mansion to verify the information about what you have done to my name, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He then turned his attention towards Zhou Wei Yun, and Bai Yun. You three would be in charge for any inquiries regarding my name on Heavenly Demon Mansion, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Bai Yun, who felt the pressure from Yi Tianyun disappearing, immediately got up and nodded her head. Wei Yun and Zhou Yu also nodded their head and made their way towards Heavenly Demon Mansion. They didn't complain at all as they knew that they had made a grave mistake. But at the same time, young Master Shi was still groaning. Yi Tianyun's pressure has made his face lost its charming complexion. He never expected to meet with Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor like this. Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor, the White Lotus Mansion would help you investigate this matter. This is the best we can do for our earlier rudeness, White Lotus Mansion Lord said respectfully. Okay, I will honor your trouble, Yi Tianyun said casually. It's no trouble at all, Bai Yulian said hurriedly with a smile on her face. Bai Yulian was praised for her insight as a mansion lord, so she knew that she had to respect and make sure that White Lotus Mansion got on Heavenly Cloud's Empire's good side. She immediately sent out a number of disciples to search for information about young Master Shi. Young Master Shi could only hope that the information that the White Lotus Mansion's cultivators got was less than needed. Otherwise, he would die. But he immediately remembered about what he had done this whole time, and his complexion darkened. Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor, I heard that you were looking for me, Bai Yulian said respectfully while bowing a little to Yi Tianyun. She didn't know why Yi Tianyun was looking for her. All she knew was she had nothing to do with Heavenly Cloud's empire. But she immediately turned her attention to Yu Shiqian at the side. She knew that Yu Shiqian's beauty had captivated so many people, so she thought that Yi Tianyun was there to take Yu Shiqian. If this were true, then Yu Shiqian would be able to make the strongest empire on mortal world their patron. Bai Yulian was ecstatic. Her disciple might become the empress, and if she did, White Lotus Mansion would soar to the sky. I've already met with Miss Yu before, and she was kind enough to help me once before, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Great Emperor, have I helped you before? Yu Shiqian asked confusedly. She thought that she has never met with Yi Tianyun before. Yi Tianyun smiled and turned his body completely towards Yu Shiqian, making it so Yu Shiqian was the only one who could see his face. Now what about this face? Yi Tianyun said as he showed the face that he used back when he hid in Yu Shiqian's room in the Netherworld Empire. Yu Shiqian was shocked to see the face that Yi Tianyun showed and immediately covered her mouth as she couldn't believe her eyes. It's you! Yu Shiqian shouted surprisedly. It was the same face that Yi Tianyun had used while encountering her on Devil Cloud Island a long time ago. Now that you know me, if you ever thought that White Lotus Mansion is not to your liking, I will welcome you to Heavenly Cloud's empire. I will make sure that you will have a good cultivation environment. I will thank you, Great Emperor, Yu Shiqian stuttered since it was too good to be true. Yi Tianyun was not a fool. He knew that Yu Shiqian's beauty was one of a kind, and she also had a good cultivation technique. She was also a kind-hearted young woman. There was no way Yi Tianyun would let Yu Shiqian slide away from him. Yi Tianyun then nodded his head and smiled, then walked towards the White Lotus Mansion with Bai Yulian following behind him. Bai Yulian signed at Yu Shiqian to follow. Although she was a little bit disappointed that Yi Tianyun didn't demand Yu Shiqian become his Dao companion, Yi Tianyun seemed so kind toward her, meaning there was still a chance for Yu Shiqian to become Yi Tianyun's Dao companion. Oh, right, I almost forgot, but you have to wait here until the people searching for your information to return. If you leave, I will chase after you, Yi Tianyun said calmly to young Master Shi. Yes, I will do as you say, young Master Shi said as he bowed to Yi Tianyun. Even if Yi Tianyun didn't say it, he wouldn't dare to leave. Chapter 603, May I ask what honor do we owe that Great Emperor would come personally here? Is there something that you need? Bai Yulian asked respectfully. She was still cautious about what Yi Tianyun would do, as she didn't want any trouble from the Heavenly Cloud's empire. Calm down. I am here to search for a treasure, Yi Tianyun said honestly to Bai Yulian. Treasure? What treasure? What treasure? I don't think we have any treasure in this town that would worth your time, Bai Yulian asked confusedly. Bai Yulian's words were true. The city didn't have any treasure that would take Yi Tianyun's interest. After all, the greatest treasure that they had was a lower-grade sacred tool. Bai Yulian knew that the White Lotus Mansion didn't have any divine tool-grade treasure. No, it is not a treasure that you currently possess. Did you know your own White Lotus Mansion? Did you know the ancestral history of this place? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Ancestral history? Bai Yulian said surprisedly. She felt reluctant to say a word as she didn't know Yi Tianyun's intention. If you don't want to tell the story, I will take it as permission to search for it myself. If I do so, I can't guarantee that White Lotus Mansion would stand. Yi Tianyun wasn't making an empty threat, as it was easy for him to mobilize his empire's forces in order to search for a clue about the treasure. After all, he couldn't let the Divine King's treasure fall into the Divine Nation's hand. Bai Yulian's face paled as she was faced with a dilemma. I didn't mean to keep the story to myself, but I heard it from a divine nation on Ghost World. Some of them came here while telling us that they wanted to find a divine treasure through Netherworld Empire. I already eradicated the Netherworld Empire, but the Ghost World faction still wouldn't give up, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Yi Tianyun wasn't an unreasonable person. He would negotiate with White Lotus Mansion, but he wouldn't force it. His only goal was to halt the Divine Nation's progress. He planned to share the treasure with White Lotus Mansion anyway. After all, White Lotus Mansion has been sitting on top of the treasure for so long. Ghost World faction? I understand. I will tell you everything, Bai Yulian said solemnly. A long time ago, the ancestor said that there is an evil soul trapped at the bottom of the White Jade Peak, and it must not be dug up under any circumstances. Otherwise, there would be a disaster, Bai Yulian said solemnly. In order to suppress the evil soul, a large number of yin spiritual energy have to be used, so that is why White Lotus Mansion only accepted Woman Cultivator for the longest time. Bai Yulian added solemnly. So that is why, Yi Tianyun said while wondering what evil soul it would be. Because of this story, it definitely can't be dug up, Bai Yulian said solemnly. The ancestor has handed down that saying to the Mansion Lord in generations, and only the Mansion Lord knew about it, Bai Yulian said confidently. Yi Tianyun nodded his head in understanding since he knew that the fewer people knew about it, the better. Is there a spot or a cave to look at it? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. No, there is no such thing. I didn't dare to disturb it, and neither does the ancestor before me, Bai Yulian said honestly. If that's the case, then I will be the one to dig it up. You don't have to stop me. I have to see it for myself. If it's a demon that was sealed there, I will leave it alone. After all, if it really were to seal a demon, the seal itself would weaken over time, Yi Tianyun said confidently. I already warned you. If you lose control of the seal, I can't imagine what would happen, Bai Yulian said worriedly. Yi Tianyun nodded his head but remained confident. He didn't have to hesitate, as all he saw with his appraisal eye was the treasure. Yi Tianyun thought that the story passed down from Mansion Lord in generations here in White Lotus Mansion was just a deterrent to keep people away from the treasure. Then, I welcome Heavenly Cloud's great emperor to our humble mansion, Bai Yulian said worriedly. She didn't want Yi Tianyun to disturb the land, but there was nothing she could do. Yi Tianyun's cultivation and status were nothing like anyone else she ever saw. I will make sure that it won't pose any threat to you. Furthermore, if it really was a demon, I will try my best to take it on myself, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Really? I'm thankful for your benevolence, Bai Yulian said excitedly. If Yi Tianyun could really take on the demon, then White Lotus Mansion could finally accept a male cultivator in their ranks. I will go down and check it for myself. Please lead the way, White Lotus Mansion Lord. It may be better if fewer people know about it, Yi Tianyun said confidently. I understand. I will go back to my room. Yu Shiqian said while bowing respectfully as she understood that she shouldn't follow them anymore. No, you will come with us. Your innate ability is great, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Thank you very much, Great Emperor, Yu Shiqian said excitedly. Although she was worried about what would happen next, she knew that as long as Yi Tianyun was there, they would be safe. Chapter 614. When Bai Yulian noticed that Yi Tianyun paid more attention to Yu Shiqian, she became a little more hopeful. If Yi Tianyun took Yu Shiqian as his Dao companion, White Lotus Mansion would receive significant backing. But actually, Yi Tianyun was only giving her a chance to improve herself. He knew that knowledge was the greatest thing that humans could have. For Yi Tianyun, his crazy leveling system was enough to make the best out of his cultivation base. He could become a divine king by merely killing demon beasts if he really wanted to. The realm that seemed to be out of reach from other people's perspectives would be reachable for Yi Tianyun. Great Emperor, it is here, Bai Yulian said as she stopped at White Jade Peak. It had the greatest landscape that people could see in the entire White Lotus Mansion. This White Jade Peak was also the place where White Lotus Mansion's higher-ups lived. The disciples were forbidden to come here unless they were called. Yin spiritual energy is the heaviest here. The surrounding area gathered the yin spiritual energy that makes masculine cultivation more efficient here. This place is really great. At least divine rune grandmasters would be benefited here. White Lotus Mansion seems pretty good, Yi Tianyun said honestly. Yes, that is true, but it inevitably declines over time, Bai Yulian said embarrassedly. A long time ago, White Lotus Mansion was a renowned mansion that, unlike now, it was unfortunate that so many experts in the past couldn't overcome their age, and thus White Lotus Mansion gradually declined. Well, I will start digging here. You have to make sure nobody comes around, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I already told the mansion not to interfere with your search. Rest assured, nobody would come here, Bai Yulian said confidently. She already told the executives of the mansion that White Jade Peak was off-limit earlier. Great, Yi Tianyun said appreciatively, and took out his heavenly netherworld divine sword. A terrifying pressure was immediately released from the sword, giving a cold vibe that was hard to ignore. This is a divine tool, Bai Yulian and Yu Shiqian said as they felt a chilling cold. They were surprised to see a divine tool, but they weren't surprised that Yi Tianyun would have one. But they were shocked to see the scene that enveloped afterward. Yi Tianyun started to use the divine tool to dig the ground with the divine tool. He used a divine tool to dig up the ground? Bai Yulian said dumbfoundedly. She was afraid to offend Yi Tianyun, but this scene was too absurd. No matter how strong he was, a divine tool was supposed to be treated with respect, but Yi Tianyun just used it like any other equipment. Yi Tianyun knew that people would frown upon his action, but he didn't care. All he thought of was getting the treasure as fast as possible. With his amazing speed and power, he quickly made quite progress. Bai Yulian couldn't even keep up with Yi Tianyun's speed. The excavated soil was collected inside Yi Tianyun's storage ring, so there was no need to worry about it later. After digging for quite a while, Yi Tianyun's speed was slowed down due to exhaustion, but Bai Yulian thought differently. She thought that Yi Tianyun almost reached the seal. Yi Tianyun kept digging as he knew the treasure's exact position, so as he got close to it, he started to dig around it. He then cleared up the treasure trove's front and he knocked it to check if there was something. A hole was formed, and a cave was seen. Yi Tianyun led the way and went in. As Bai Yulian followed behind, he saw that hard, profound iron stone was covering the cave wall. Young spiritual energy was so heavy in here, Yi Tianyun said casually. He felt a burning feeling around him, constantly invading his body like fire. But there was no fire in the cave. Instead, there was a huge rock at the end of the cave covered with a dense divine rune seal. Yi Tianyun also saw a chain with countless tiny divine runes engraved on it. "This is the devil's seal?" Bai Yulian said curiously. They looked at the towering rock cautiously. Although there was no light or any kind of light source, the place wasn't dark at all. At the same time, the women felt uncomfortable as young spiritual energy filled the room. As they saw to the top of the rock, Bai Yulian saw a constant stream of yin spiritual energy falling, cooling down the rock, which greatly weakened the rock. "I was right, the seal is starting to loosen," Yi Tianyun said as he looked at everything that constituted the rock and the seal. Chapter 615. Yi Tianyun looked at the rock in front of him and saw nothing else holding it to the ground except for the chains. Yi Tianyun realized that the rock was merely sealed with a high-ranked divine rune. This way, the spiritual connection was weaker, and it would be impossible to detect it from the outside. But over time, if any Spirit King stage expert carefully explored the area above, they would definitely detect the secret hidden in this place. In addition, Yi Tianyun realized that the rock didn't just emit young spiritual energy, but also some unknown energy that Yi Tianyun never sensed before. Yi Tianyun also noticed that Yu Shiqian and Bai Yulian were trembling because of this spiritual energy, but they didn't seem to notice the energy itself. "This is definitely the demon seal. The ancestor didn't lie to us," Bai Yulian said with a trembling voice. Bai Yulian doubted her ancestor at first as she never saw the seal herself, but now that she was right in front of it, her faith in her ancestor became stronger. "This is indeed a seal that successfully prisoned a demon, but unfortunately it also contained a treasure of divine tool rank. As long as we get that treasure, the demon inside is also worth fighting against," Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun was confident that a middle-grade divine tool was inside the rock. A middle-grade divine tool was a rare treasure that even a Saint King saw. It lived up to its name as a divine king's treasure. Heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet middle-grade divine tool can grow or reduce in size according to the will of the user. Weights up to 10 tons and can transform into a giant tablet of the giant, which could instantly suppress the enemy. Conceal a soul inside? The rock itself was the divine tool, and it wasn't a middle-grade divine tool weapon. A middle-grade divine tool treasure was more precious than a weapon. This thought filled Yi Tianyun's mind as he saw the treasure's description with his appraisal eye. If Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation ever found out about this treasure, they surely would covet it as it was absolutely a top-tier treasure. No cultivator would be able to escape the rock's suppression unless they were an exceptional expert, but Yi Tianyun still didn't know the limit of the rock's power. Yi Tianyun knew that this heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet would turn any city into ruins as soon as someone used its power to suppress the entire city. Yi Tianyun noticed that the real treasure was hidden behind a layer of stone that was extremely hard. It was the scorpion stone. Yi Tianyun knew that scorpion stone was a mineral that was only processable with a blacksmith divine tool. Even the chains were not made of something trivial either. It contained the essence of Scrofularia ginseng that was also the material for a divine tool. It can be said that none of them was wasted, including the divine rune on the rock and the chains. It was all a divine rune creator rank. "Great Emperor, can you move it out?" Bai Yulian asked hopefully. She knew that the treasure of a divine king was extremely valuable, but it was useless if they couldn't use it themselves, so the best thing to do right now would be to get rid of it completely so their mansion could grow. "I don't think I can right now. The chain is fixed on the ground and it's firmly nailed. I guess if the chain wasn't continuously provided with yin spiritual energy, it would break, and whatever sealed inside would be set free without a proper control," Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun kept staring at the rock as his appraisal eye continuously provided him new information about the rock and the seal. But he still couldn't grasp the deeper part of the rock as his appraisal eye couldn't get to it just yet. Bai Yulian's hopeful expression changed to a frown as she realized that the seal wasn't something that Yi Tianyun could handle right now. She desperately hoped for White Lotus Mansion's further growth as soon as she could welcome male cultivators into their rank. "What should we do now?" Bai Yulian asked desperately. The only thing that I can do now is to reinforce the seal. It was obviously damaged, and it wouldn't be easy to fix. If I can fix it, the yang spiritual energy on this place would be greatly reduced and thus will lighten your load too. Yi Tianyun said confidently, I will make sure to reinforce it until I got the power to get rid of it. If anyone tries to do anything funny to it, I will immediately know, Yi Tianyun said assuringly. The seal itself was a lot stronger compared to the evil spirit race seal on Phoenix Nest, but it was still within a range that Yi Tianyun could understand. Thanks to the strong yin spiritual energy in White Lotus Mansion, he would have an easier time reinforcing the seal. We are grateful for your help. Bai Yulian bowed respectfully. Her respect for Yi Tianyun deepened as she saw that Yi Tianyun wasn't tempted to destroy the seal right away. Chapter 616. Before such an amazing treasure, Yi Tianyun wasn't tempted to get his hands on it as fast as he could. Even so, it might serve as an excellent weapon for his fight against the heavenly netherworld divine nation. He didn't covet the divine king's treasure at all. Besides, a demon was sealed inside, and he knew that if he broke the seal, the White Lotus Mansion would be in jeopardy. Not only the White Lotus Mansion, but the demon might threaten the entire mortal world. Stay outside for a while, test your cultivation. I believe that the White Lotus Mansion would be able to cultivate more efficiently than before. Yi Tianyun said confidently after reinforcing the seal on the Divine King treasure. Is that so? Bai Yulian said while feeling doubt, but she immediately did what Yi Tianyun has told her to do. She left the cave and immediately meditated. She noticed that her cultivation speed was way faster than before. She also noticed that her energy was more balanced than ever. Wow, this is really something else, Bai Yulian said surprisedly. They never thought that the reason why their cultivation speed was not as fast as it was supposed to be was due to the loosening seal, which leaked out yang energy from inside the seal. Now that Yi Tianyun has reinforced the seal, she felt yin energy accumulated much faster than before. But in fact, Yi Tianyun wasn't done fixing the divine rune that constituted the seal just yet. He just told everyone to get out as he finished the seal. The divine rune here is really complicated. As expected of the creator rank divine rune, I am afraid it's still too much for me now, Yi Tianyun said as he continued to observe the divine rune on the chain, but he still found some Grandmaster rank divine rune and immediately fixed that first. Yi Tianyun immediately activated his heavenly eyes, and the divine rune's lines were instantly seen. Even the divine rune on creator rank was recognizable. That was the power of heavenly eyes. It allowed the user to recognize all divine rune's line. Yi Tianyun repaired the divine rune while observing the creator rank divine rune in order to scan it. Eventually, he managed to fix the creator rank divine rune to some extent, but not completely. It was all thanks to the Dragon Divine Pen and the sacred tool that shopkeeper Yi gave with him after leaving the Phoenix Nest. Fixing the creator rank divine rune wasn't good for him too. It consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and it took him a while to fix even one divine rune. Not to mention the heavenly eyes remained active all the time, accelerating his crazy points consumption rate even further. Ding. Successfully repaired creator rank divine rune. Reward 100 CPS, 500 divine rune mastery points. Nevertheless, the reward was satisfying. Yi Tianyun was satisfied even though he had to stay there for quite some time to fix all of this. He didn't want to use crazy mode to enhance his speed in fixing the divine rune as he didn't want to consume too much crazy mode here. Yi Tianyun didn't have anything to worry about, so he could stay there indefinitely for now. After quite some time, Bai Yulian got up and left Yu Shiqian to meditate on her own. The cultivation speed was good, but she still had other things to do. That included the surrounding security management, as no one may enter that place for the time being. As time passed, Yi Tianyun felt that his spiritual energy was depleted, so he decided to sit and rest for the moment. After resting for a short while, Yi Tianyun then continued to fix the divine rune, and he would repeat this cycle over and over again until all the divine runes there was fixed. Are you fixing the owner's seal? A voice was suddenly heard. Yi Tianyun looked toward where the voice was coming from and saw an old man suddenly appeared from the stone tablet in the middle. Heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet spirit? Yi Tianyun asked confusedly. A spirit dwelling in a divine tool was common, but even so, it was usually a little spirit, but this was an old man, making it very different than the rest. Yes, I am the tool spirit of Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet. Hadn't you fixed the divine rune, I wouldn't plan to show myself either. But you don't seem to be the owner's descendant. How can I help you repair the divine rune seal? The spirit asked politely. I don't know. I am trying to fix it with my own power so far, but can you tell me what's inside the seal? I felt something dangerous wafting out from it, so I reinforced the seal again, Yi Tianyun said politely. Haha, I didn't expect someone was able to see my murderous aura. If you intended to destroy the seal, I would have broken free and killed you right after, the spirit said as he laughed wholeheartedly. Yi Tianyun quickly observed the tool spirit with his appraisal eye and saw that the tool spirit was at the second layer, Saint King stage. He then realized that the Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet must have killed many people before, otherwise the murderous aura wouldn't be that strong. Chapter 617. Chapter 617. The tool spirit's cultivation was so strong that the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet didn't need a master to control its power. The reason why the original owner of the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet built a great array at this place was probably to enable the spirit to attack anyone that tried to destroy the seal. This is usually not possible, as a divine tool didn't have any spiritual power to begin with. However, the great array that the Divine King created also absorbed the spiritual power to power the heavenly rock, suppressing ancient tablet, allowing the tool spirit to continuously exert its power to defend the heavenly rock, suppressing ancient tablet. So, is there anything else besides the treasure sealed inside? Yi Tianyun asked carefully. You're pretty strong as far as I can tell, not to mention you can fix these divine runes. But you are correct to be wary of the seal, as a demon was also sealed inside this heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet. The demon came from another world and started rampaging on mortal world. Eventually, the owner managed to seal it and made me suppress the demon's power forever, the spirit said excitedly. Another world? Did you mean the ghost world and the heaven world? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. No, it doesn't seem to be either of those. The demon broke the space itself and killed anyone he saw. No one really knew what happened and why the demon appeared in the first place, but he swallowed all the spiritual energy like crazy. If it were not for the owner, the mortal world would have been destroyed, the spirit said solemnly. From the sound of it, the spirit was confident that the Divine King wasn't mistaken and the demon came from somewhere else. If it's really a race from another dimension, this is truly peculiar. The owner was supposed to be a Divine King rank, right? Couldn't he kill this creature? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, my master and the owner of this heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet was indeed a Divine King. He was called Heaven-Creating Divine King. Master was so strong, but the demon was stronger. But thanks to this heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet, the owner successfully suppressed the demon and sealed it away. But it was not possible for the master to kill it, the spirit said solemnly. This is truly a disaster. Yi Tianyun realized now that if he ever broke the seal, the world would fall apart. If the demon were that powerful, the evil spirit inside the Phoenix Cave would look like a baby. Heaven-creating Divine King? How can mortal world accommodate such a strong cultivator? Yi Tianyun asked curiously as he felt that the Divine King's circumstances were very strange. The mortal world could only accommodate a cultivator up to Spirit King stage, and the people above that rank wouldn't receive sufficient spiritual energy to break through. No, that is not true. The mortal world used to be able to accommodate experts at any level. But the divine kings of the mortal world agreed to create a divine rule that any cultivator that was strong enough to be forced out of mortal world to heaven world, all because the mortal world was very fragile, the spirit said confidently. Is such a thing even possible? Yi Tianyun said with a surprised look on his face. He never expected the divine king to be so powerful that they could impose a rule for the entire world. In this case, weren't they basically a god? Yes, the divine kings indeed created such a rule for the mortal world, but I don't know how they did it. But after they created the rule, the divine king parted ways to reign in their own world, the spirit said confidently. How many divine kings was there at that time? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. There were 3 divine kings back then. My master, the heaven-creating divine king, was the divine king for the mortal world, one at ghost world and another at heaven world, Tool Spirit said confidently. 3 divine kings? Did you know your master's whereabouts right now? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. All he knew was that the divine kings were gone. At least he was sure that the heavenly creating divine king wasn't on this mortal world. Sadly, I didn't know. I can't sense master's presence right now, Tool Spirit said awkwardly. The spirit knew that the master was either so far away or dead. Yi Tianyun began to ponder as he thought that the divine kings could be in the demon's dimension. He came to this conclusion as there was no record of the divine king found dead. Are you sure that the divine king is not in heaven world or the ghost world? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I don't know for sure, but one thing is certain. The demon suppressed here wouldn't be able to be sealed forever. Even if you completely fixed all the divine rune on this place, it would definitely escape later, the spirit said worriedly. How much time are we talking here? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. If you repair all the divine rune completely, it will take 100 years for the demon to escape, but if you don't fix it completely, at the very least, we got 60 years, the spirit said confidently. The seal could last 100 years if repaired perfectly? Yi Tianyun said surprisedly. But Yi Tianyun realized that with that much time, he got 2 choices to deal with the demon. Either he had to become a divine king himself and kill the demon with his own power, or he must have the ghost world, mortal world, and heaven world banded together to deal with it. But the thing was, he didn't know the situation of either heaven world or the ghost world. So, he couldn't say for sure that he could deal with the demon even if he banded the 3 worlds' power together. But one thing for sure was that Yi Tianyun had no intention of letting any innocent people suffer because some cultivator was greedy and irresponsibly broke the seal. Chapter 618. After learning the bare minimum information, Yi Tianyun finally understood the overall situation, but sadly, not all the details. But knowing the overall situation clearly helped him progress. After all, 100 years was such a long time that he didn't really need to think about it too much. Ding! Successfully took over Ultra Main Quest strikes to kill the demons. Become the savior of the mortal world. Reward on completion, 100 to 000000000, 50 to 0000000000000. Ultra Main Quest. Yi Tianyun was surprised as he never saw such a quest before. He checked the quest once again and read the details about the Ultra Main Quest. Ultra Main Quest. The main quest that wasn't supposed to be stumbled upon just yet, giving abundant rewards while the difficulty remains the same. Yi Tianyun immediately realized that he would eventually receive the quest involving the demon, but it shouldn't happen now. It supposedly appeared as soon as the demon broke the boulder and roamed free for a couple more years. Otherwise, the quest wouldn't give such a tremendous reward like this. I forgot to mention it earlier, but I'm your master's inheritor, Yi Tianyun said as he released his aura. The tool spirit immediately sensed the familiar power that his master used to wield, and his face immediately turned solemn. It really is master's aura, tool spirit said with a sense of familiarity. I attained this qualification in Heaven Ascending Divine Altar on Ghost World. I wonder if you know of this place? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I am not sure, but the aura was very familiar. I am sure that you are Master's inheritor, Tool Spirit said confidently. Yi Tianyun now realized that the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar must be made after the demon's seal. Otherwise, the Tool Spirit would have known about the altar itself. If that's the case, then I will fix all the divine runes. It won't take long. I will tell the Divine King's descendants about this later. Yi Tianyun said respectfully, that would be a great idea. The Divine King's descendants need to know about this. After all, the 3 Divine Kings only managed to seal the demon, the Tool Spirit said excitedly. You said 3 Divine Kings couldn't handle the demon? Yi Tianyun said with a surprised look on his face. He never thought that it was the 3 Divine Kings who suppressed the demon. Now, Yi Tianyun began to wonder just how powerful this demon really was. Don't be stupid. Even if heaven-creating Divine King is here, he wouldn't be able to deal with me. A voice suddenly spoke from inside the rock. You demon, how impudent, Tool Spirit shouted, and the whole rock was covered with a dazzling light, suppressing the demon's power and releasing the power inside the divine rune. You sorry excuse of a Tool Spirit, I will make sure to trample you when I get out of here. Keep on cultivating your power, brat. I could sense that you will serve as a fine meal when I am released from this place, the demon said to Yi Tianyun as its voice was getting less and less audible. Does that demon kill and devour everything on its path? Yi Tianyun asked while frowning after hearing the demon's voice. It sounded like the cultivators on Mortal World was equal to medicinal pills for this demon, but Yi Tianyun knew that humans were no different. Humans use dragon meat and phoenix blood for cultivation since ancient times ago. In the future, you have to make sure the Divine King's descendant knows about the importance of sealing or fighting against this demon. I don't know about the other Divine Kings, but at the very least, the descendant of Heavenly Creating Divine King has to be thoroughly prepared. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and frowned a little as he remembered that the flying divine nation that the Heavenly Creating Divine King established was already gone, leaving White Lotus Mansion as his only legacy. I don't know about this. I need others to handle the demon. I don't think I can do it alone, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. That is a given. If you acquire the owner's inheritance, you will have the power to suppress the demon, but you wouldn't be able to handle it in your current state. You have to join forces with others to suppress it, Tool Spirit said solemnly. I will think about it later. For now, I need to focus on fixing all of these divine runes, Yi Tianyun said confidently. After a week, Yi Tianyun finally managed to seal everything inside and ready to leave as he didn't have anything else to do here. The next time you came back, you will have to either destroy the demon or reseal it. Either way, you have to show a good result. Otherwise, the mortal world would be in peril, the Tool Spirit said confidently. Yes, I will reseal it with all my power. Yi Tianyun nodded. Then you will have my master's aid, Tool Spirit said to Yi Tianyun, and suddenly a ray of light rained down on Yi Tianyun's head. Yi Tianyun immediately noticed that the ray of light was the Divine King's memories. Thank you very much, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. With the memories from the Tool Spirit, Yi Tianyun would be able to advance quicker. Yi Tianyun then left the sealed chamber quickly, and Yu Shiqian immediately stood up from her meditation. Great Emperor, the Heavenly Demon Mansion's Lord has been waiting outside for a while, Yu Shiqian said respectfully. Well, I forgot I told him to wait, Yi Tianyun said apologetically as he didn't remember such a trivial thing. Chapter 619, Yi Tianyun totally forgot about the Heavenly Demon's Mansion Lord. Yi Tianyun's mind was full of the quest that he had to finish that such trivial matters left his mind. But he knew that young Master Shi has been waiting on for 2 weeks. Young Master Shi knew that he couldn't blame Yi Tianyun, but the shame of kneeling on the ground for weeks wouldn't disappear. We had collected the information a few days ago, but as you are still inside that place, we couldn't bring ourselves to bother you, Yu Shiqian said respectfully. The information was collected quickly as the entire disciple of White Lotus Mansion was mobilized for that purpose. They didn't bother Yi Tianyun as their status was so far apart. Besides, they didn't want to offend a great emperor. So, even if Yi Tianyun stayed inside that place for a year, they wouldn't disturb him. As a great emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire, the people in White Lotus Mansion knew that they must be respectful. Well, tell me what you found, Yi Tianyun said casually. In general, the report was brief and clear. Young Master Shi indeed used your name and oppressed other small factions with it. We even found out there are other factions that used your name to oppress other factions, Yu Shiqian said confidently. She paid attention to Yi Tianyun's expression, but she didn't find any change at all. I see, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He already expected something like this to happen. After all, if it already happened once, there was no telling that it wouldn't happen for the second time. An empire's influences couldn't cover that many small factions, so it was impossible for Yi Tianyun to monitor every little thing small factions did. Yi Tianyun then walked outside and saw that young Master Shi was still waiting where Yi Tianyun told him to. Yi Tianyun saw that young Master Shi's face was full of fear. But Yi Tianyun looked to the side and saw an old man who resembled young Master Shi and instantly knew that he was the Mansion Lord of Heavenly Demon Mansion. Long live the great emperor, Shi Wenkai said respectfully. Mansion Lord Shi knew about the situation after White Lotus Mansion came and inquired about the information involving young Master Shi. He immediately took several people and headed to White Lotus Mansion. He was scared. He never thought that a great emperor would set his eyes on Heavenly Demon Mansion because of his foolish son. Great Emperor, I am sorry for my son's rudeness. I will certainly punish him. I know it's brazen of me to ask for your forgiveness, but at the very least, I beg of you not to blame our mansion. Mansion Lord Shi said while taking out a long sword and immediately cut off young Master Shi's legs. Young Master Shi screamed and heartbroken that his own father would go this far. Yu Shiqian, who saw this scene, was shocked as Mansion Lord Shi's act was too brutal. Mansion Lord Shi didn't finish just yet. He then broke young Master Shi's hands, making young Master Shi an utterly useless person. But Yi Tianyun's expression was still the same. He didn't feel anything from such a brutal sight. It's all because of you, father, young Master Shi screamed, but Mansion Lord Shi immediately aimed his sword at young Master Shi's chest to end his life. Suddenly, an intense pressure stopped Mansion Lord Shi on his track. Did I ever ask you to do all this? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I only asked a question, and now you act like a cornered man. Did he know something that you were afraid would come to light right now? Yi Tianyun asked coldly to Mansion Lord Shi. No, I just want to punish this stupid child of mine, Mansion Lord Shi said as he was shaken from fear. His cultivation level was almost at the peak of the core transformation stage, but it didn't help him resist Yi Tianyun's aura. Shut up, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Mansion Lord Shi immediately obeyed as he closed his mouth. Yi Tianyun then waved his hands, and young Master Shi's wound was immediately closed. Now, look at me, Yi Tianyun said as he glared at young Master Shi's eyes. This was the precursor of Eye of Charm. Now tell me all you know, Yi Tianyun said coldly. I just want to use the Heavenly Cloud's Empire's majesty to suppress other factions. In the beginning, I saw my father and his men did it in a bind against Rainforest Mansion. As soon as my father said that he was in alliances with the Heavenly Cloud's Empire, they immediately ran with tails behind their legs. It can't be helped if I'm tempted to do it as well, young Master Shi said indifferently. Mansion Lord Shi was startled as he heard what his son just said. He thought that the great emperor would definitely kill his son, but he wasn't worried as he still has another son. But he was still afraid that the great emperor would blame his faction for this mistake. So, did I heard it wrong? You are the root of this problem. Yi Tianyun said coldly to Mansion Lord Shi, Chapter 620, Great Emperor. Listen to me. That's just a bunch of gibberish. I have never done anything like that, Mansion Lord Shi said nervously. He already heard that Heavenly Cloud's great emperor was an extremely emotional person who would destroy a faction all by himself when he was disrespected. Look at me, Yi Tianyun said coldly while staring at Mansion Lord Shi. Mansion Lord Shi then looked at the great emperor, and suddenly his vision was filled with a bright light, and his body moved on its own. Is your son's word true? Yi Tianyun asked coldly. Yes, I did use the Heavenly Cloud's Empire's prestige to threaten other factions and use it for our own benefit. I already planned that to use Heavenly Cloud's Empire's name on a certain faction next, Mansion Lord Shi said indifferently. Everyone present immediately noticed that the great emperor was using some sort of charm to force the Mansion Lord and young Master Shi to spit out the truth. Everyone became scared of this ruthless power. They know that they couldn't hide anything from the great emperor. Is there anything else you want to say? Yi Tianyun asked Mansion Lord Shi indifferently. Mansion Lord Shi, who has regained his sense back, immediately prostrated himself in front of Yi Tianyun and asked for mercy. Great Emperor, please, I beg your mercy. I will never do any of these in the future. I am just too fascinated by the dignity of the Empire back then. Mansion Lord Shi said nervously. In the end, you have done it several times and used my Empire's name for crime. I will not tolerate a criminal act. Yi Tianyun said as he slammed his palm to Mansion Lord Shi, and Mansion Lord Shi was squished on the ground from the force of Yi Tianyun's aura. In the end, fascination is great when you can control it and use it as motivation, but for crime, it was absolutely intolerable. Because of that, from now on, Heavenly Demon Mansion is dissolved. Whoever dares to rebuild it will become Heavenly Cloud's Empire's enemy. I will order my people to peacefully dissolve it later, and anyone who resists will be killed. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun then hit young Master Shi with the energy from his palm and killed him instantly. After all, Yi Tianyun wouldn't leave young Master Shi alive after missing his limbs because of his own father. The elders of Heavenly Demon Mansion were frightened, but they didn't dare to say anything to Yi Tianyun. After all, their mansion lord was killed with one hit, and they would be no different if they tried to resist. I can't accept this treatment. It was the mansion lord's mistake. It doesn't have anything to do with us, one of Heavenly Demon Elders said confidently. He braced himself and tried to argue with Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun looked at the man lazily and used his force palm to kill the elder. He didn't have anything else to say after his previous explanation. Is there anyone else who wants to voice their disagreement? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. I know that you feel sad, unjust, and disappointed, but this is the price that you have to pay for doing something as disrespectful as dragging another faction's name to the mud. I don't believe that you, as the elder of Heavenly Demon Mansion, was completely oblivious to what your mansion lord did. With that thought in mind, I went out of my way to spare you guys. But if you are really convinced that you are not wrong, you are welcome to voice your concern, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. After Heavenly Demon Mansion is dissolved, you will take all their sites and resources. I will trust it upon White Lotus Mansion to make the land that Heavenly Demon Mansion left behind to develop better than they do, Yi Tianyun said to Bai Yulian. Thank you very much, Great Emperor, Bai Yulian said excitedly. Heavenly Demon Mansion had more resources than White Lotus Mansion, and now that White Lotus Mansion would get all of it, they would be able to develop their cultivation much faster than before. By the way, I want your mansion to help me list all the factions on Mortal World that had the nerve to use my empire's name to justify their wrongdoings. I would wipe them out myself. How dare they sully my empire's name with their crime act? Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Yes, I will get to it, Great Emperor, Bai Yulian said confidently. For now, I would make a statement that Heavenly Cloud's empire wouldn't discriminately pressure a faction that has nothing to do with us. If there's any faction that plans to misuse our name without our concern, I will personally destroy them. Yi Tianyun shouted for everyone to hear. Everyone immediately bowed down as they heard the Great Emperor's voice. They felt that Yi Tianyun's dignity as the Great Emperor was too hard to resist. After the problem was solved, Yi Tianyun returned to the sealed chamber and planned to close it for now. He has already fixed all the divine rune here, so he didn't have anything else to do but to close the chamber so that no one could carelessly enter. Inheritor, I hope that your power would develop and you became much stronger when I see you again next time, Tool Spirit said with a smile on his face before he returned back inside the rock. Yi Tianyun nodded and resealed the chamber and engraved protection divine rune on top of it, so once it was destroyed, Yi Tianyun would be immediately notified. Yi Tianyun also set that place as one of Teleportation Godstone's coordinates, so he could instantly come whenever he needed it. During this time, everything else proceeded according to plan. General Xu Fei of Heavenly Cloud's Empire and others have led an army and destroyed the Heavenly Demon Mansion. There was a little bit of resistance, but it was meaningless. After all, the Heavenly Cloud's Empire was the strongest faction on Mortal World. In addition to that, other factions that used Heavenly Cloud's Empire's name were punished. For a short time, Mortal World was once again in turbulence. But it immediately came to pass as others realized the reason behind Heavenly Cloud's Empire's action. After all, an empire's name and trait had to be kept according to the Emperor's wishes. Yi Tianyun's action to discredit all faction that tried to use Heavenly Cloud's Empire earned a lot of prestige. Heavenly Cloud's Empire's name received so much positive response from the people. Chapter 621, phew, finally done, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the divine rune in front of him. The trip this time didn't pose any danger for Yi Tianyun, and he received a lot of information and other convenient stuff. The most important information was about the demon race, since he'd be in trouble later if he didn't know anything about the demon. After sealing the cave, he covered the entrance with soil once again, burying any proof that a cave even existed. There should be no problem for the time being, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He was worried that Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation would find this place as they wouldn't think twice of releasing the demon for their own benefit. But Yi Tianyun knew that at least a Saint King expert had to come there personally in order to obtain the treasure and open the seal. Fortunately, there was no way for a Saint King expert to come to the mortal world yet. Yi Tianyun knew that the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation wouldn't change their mind even if they knew about the demon. Yi Tianyun had a feeling that the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation would even try to negotiate with the demon to gain the demon's favor. He absolutely had to stop them from getting anywhere close to this place. This place is off-limit. Don't let any disciple get anywhere close, Yi Tianyun said to Bai Yulian, who stood next to him. Of course, I will obey the Great Emperor's command, Bai Yulian said respectfully. In case someone breaks in and their cultivation is too strong, evacuate this mansion as soon as possible, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Bai Yulian was a little bit surprised, but she knew that Yi Tianyun's warning was for a reason, so she didn't ask any question and nodded her head obediently. I will do as the Great Emperor commanded, Bai Yulian said respectfully. Yi Tianyun nodded his head in satisfaction. He didn't explain the situation to Bai Yulian as he thought that the fewer people know about the circumstances, the better. At the same time, Yu Shichen, who was also beside Yi Tianyun, mustered her courage and then said, Great Emperor, can I go with you to Heavenly Cloud's empire? Yu Shiqian said nervously. I see that you have made your mind, Yi Tianyun said while smiling at Yu Shiqian. Her innate ability was pretty good, and thus Yi Tianyun knew that she would be a great addition to Heavenly Cloud's empire in the future. Yes, Great Emperor has given me various opportunities in these past few days. That is the reason that I would trust the Great Emperor's guidance in the future, Yu Shiqian said with an excited flare on her eyes. Then take this token to Heavenly Cloud's imperial city, and you'd be welcomed immediately, Yi Tianyun said while giving a token to Yu Shiqian. The token had his divine sense, so the people in Heavenly Cloud's empire would immediately know that it wasn't a fake. Are you not coming with me, Great Emperor? Yu Shiqian asked curiously as she thought that she would be coming along with Yi Tianyun. I am not coming back just yet. There is something that I have to do first, but there is nothing you should worry about. Your cultivation is high enough to go there on your own, Yi Tianyun said while smiling warmly to Yu Shiqian. Yes, Great Emperor. I understand, Yu Shiqian said while bowing respectfully. She was a little bit disappointed, but she already made up her mind and did what was best for her. She knew that as a great emperor, Yi Tianyun was a busy man. Yi Tianyun then departed from White Lotus Mansion as he planned to continue his quest. Yu Shiqian, who stared at Yi Tianyun's disappearing figure, promised herself that she would work hard and make the great emperors turn her way in the future. After leaving White Lotus Mansion, Yi Tianyun didn't go to Ghost World right away. After receiving the Divine King's memory from the Tool Spirit, Yi Tianyun understood the circumstances involving the three realms and decided to go to the passage to Heaven World. Yi Tianyun knew the route to Heaven World from the Divine King's memories and thought that it would be better for him to go to Heaven World using that route. After a certain period of time, Yi Tianyun reached the area where the passage to Heaven World was located, namely Heaven World Divine River. This area had a spacious river that looked more like a sea rather than a river, but there was a body of water that constantly soared to the sky in the middle of it. It might seem like the water was falling down at first glance, but that wasn't the case. This Heaven World Divine River would take him to Heaven World, but it had the same rules as the Ghost World passage. Yi Tianyun would be tested before he could reach Heaven World safely, but as Yi Tianyun got closer, he saw that the mist was covering the body of water. It wasn't a normal water mist either, as Yi Tianyun noticed that it would be easy for him to get lost inside the mist. It looks like the passage is temporarily closed, Yi Tianyun said disappointedly. Similar to Ghost World Passage, Heaven World Passage also opened several times a year. This time, it seemed that Yi Tianyun was too late. Chapter 622, Chapter 622. So this is Heaven World Divine River. It really is something else, Yi Tianyun said as he observed the river from afar. Not many people knew about this place as it was located at the edge of a continent, the farthest away from civilization. As a comparison, Yi Tianyun flew from White Lotus Mansion as fast as he could, but it still took him 1 full week to get there. If it were some average cultivators of Mortal World, it would probably take them a month at the very least just to get there. Now that the Heaven World Divine River was closed, it wasn't possible to swim upstream. Yi Tianyun already knew this, so he changed his destination to the small village on the edge of Heaven World Divine River. This small village was a fisherman's town, and Yi Tianyun could see several fishing boats drifting near the edge of the land from where it was standing. Although the mist was covering the uprising current in the middle, the other part of the river was fine. Yi Tianyun quickly flew towards the village, and as he got close, he immediately landed and walked inside the village. After looking around, a villager immediately welcomed him. Young master, I have never seen you before. May we know why you grace our village with your presence? The villager asked politely. Yi Tianyun quickly assessed the villager, who stared at him as he entered the village, and Yi Tianyun noticed that barely anyone lived inside this village. I am just passing by. You can watch me if you want, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. We will be happy to do that. The village didn't say anything else and observed everything Yi Tianyun did. Even so, the villager didn't bother Yi Tianyun, and he could move freely inside the village. Yi Tianyun noticed a few run-down houses inside the village and realized that the villager didn't harbor any hostility towards Yi Tianyun. But as the village rarely had visitors, it couldn't be helped if they suspected him. Yi Tianyun then walked towards an old man on the edge of the Heaven World Divine River. He saw that the old man had a fishing net in his hands, and as the old man noticed Yi Tianyun's presence, Yi Tianyun smiled warmly to the old man. Can I help you with anything? The old man asked as he saw Yi Tianyun approaching. You are Heaven World Divine River's guardian. I didn't expect you'd be still here like your promise to heaven-creating Divine King. Yi Tianyun smiled lightly. The old man's expression changed slightly, but he immediately covered it up. I don't know what you're talking about, young master, the old man said while smiling slightly. Don't you have a few drinks at your house? Why don't we have a chat while having a few drinks? Yi Tianyun said while walking towards a house nearby. The old man fell silent and finally decided to follow Yi Tianyun after a while. After entering the old man's house, a young boy greeted him while looking at Yi Tianyun curiously. Are you grandfather's guest? The boy asked. Yi Tianyun smiled and looked at the boy who seemed to be 17 or 18 of age. Yi Tianyun assessed him with his appraisal eye and noticed that the boy was at 8th layer spirit core, which was high for his age. Yi Tianyun never expected to meet someone with such potential in a remote village like this. Xiao Yao, help me out with the net. The old man called out his grandson. Yes, grandfather, Xiao Yao said respectfully, but he was still glancing at Yi Tianyun curiously. Then, as the teenager got out of the house, Yi Tianyun sat down on a chair on the side and poured himself a glass of wine. This is a good wine, Yi Tianyun said as he took a sip. The old man nodded as he surely knew his own wine, but he didn't take a sip himself. You know, with your identity, you would be able to get anything you want, but no, you silently guard the heaven world divine river. Presumably your entire family has been guarding this place for a long time. Your determination is really admirable, Yi Tianyun said while nodding his head excitedly. I really don't know what the young master was saying. A guardian? You jest. We are just a small family here, fishing for a living, the old man said confidently. A Spirit King peak stage cultivator like you were telling me that you are a normal fisherman? At your level, you can even create an empire, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Through the memories of the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet, Yi Tianyun learned both the Ghost World Passage and Heaven World Passage had their respective guardian to maintain the balance within the passage. They were also responsible for stopping those who weren't supposed to enter the passage from forcefully entering the respective realms. These passages were created by the three divine kings themselves, and no one could destroy them. But still, the passage may corrode over time, and that was why the guardians were needed to fix the problem that may occur revolving around the passage. It seems you really come prepared. I don't know who you are, but what are you doing here? What do you want? The old man asked coldly and instantly released his aura to block all the exits of the house. The guardian's identity must not be revealed to the public, and the old man was determined to do just that. There's no need to get all cautious. The heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet was the one that told me about you, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Heavenly rock? You found the heavenly rock? The old man said surprisedly. Although he was amazed that the young man in front of him could find the old treasure that the heaven-creating divine king has sealed, he couldn't trust him yet. Chapter 623. The murderous aura enveloped the whole room. The villagers outside paid no heed to what happened in the room since they had nothing to do with what happened inside. Besides, they couldn't even sense the murderous aura, and they never expected the old man next door was such a powerful man. The old man's family was the only cultivators in the village. The rest were ordinary fishermen. Normally, this place was so safe, largely due to the help of the Guardian. They were able to make this place extremely safe because there was no demon around. Besides, with a Saint King stage expert there was no noticeable problem. Even if it was any storm, it didn't blow over much. With a half-step Saint King stage expert here, what could disturb them? Any natural disaster or storm would be a one-punch thing for a powerful person. Faced with such a terrifying killing intent, Yi Tianyun took a sip of his wine and said expressionlessly, "There is no need to be so nervous." Do you think the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet will give the memories to others that easily? The terrifying killing intent that would freeze anyone in fear didn't mean anything to Yi Tianyun at all. The old man was stunned. After a moment he sat down, and the killing intent subsided. However, he still stared at Yi Tianyun intently and asked, "Could it be that you are related to the Emperor?" He quickly calmed down and knew where the matter lied. Only a handful of people knew about Guardian's existence, even in Flying Divine Nation. Most of them resided in the mortal world, so it couldn't be helped if they weren't that well known. That's right. I am the inheritor of the heaven-creating Divine King. Yi Tianyun reached out and flicked his hand. A familiar aura presented itself before his eyes, which surprised the old man. You are the young master." The old man was so surprised that he immediately stood up from his chair and was about to kneel when a force suddenly prevented him from doing so. "There's no need to kneel. You have done so much behind the scene without anyone knowing for so long. If the Divine King comes, he will praise you for sure." Yi Tianyun didn't let him kneel. He admired the Guardian's loyalty to keep guarding this place for this long. Normal cultivators would have grown sick of this and abandoned their duty. But then again, heaven-creating Divine King obviously selected Guardians because each of them had their own redeeming qualities. My lord has restored our family's honor. If it were not for my lord, our whole family would have been long gone from this world. The old man sighed. As Yi Tianyun nodded, he noticed the Guardian in front of him was at least several hundred to 1,000 years old, which was enough to roughly guess how long the heaven-creating Divine King's absence. Spirit King Stage Cultivator's lifespan was around 1,000 years. Saint King Stage Cultivator's lifespan was around 3,000 to 4,000 years, while the Divine King Stage was estimated to live more than 10,000 years. However, each of their lifespans was different. Later, he learned from the old man that he had a family of 4. His son and daughter-in-law weren't home at the moment, so he was alone with his grandson. His son and daughter-in-law's cultivation level was nothing to sneer at either, with both respectively were at Spirit King Stage and Void Spirit Stage level. It was an amazing family indeed. They'd be able to topple a country easily with 2 Spirit King Stage cultivators. However, they weren't tempted by the worldly desires outside and stuck to their duty as guardian. The heaven-creating Divine King must have taught them a lot of martial arts for them to have such high-level cultivation. It'd be a waste not to teach such talented individuals martial arts after all. There's one thing I have to tell you. It's about the heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet. Yi Tianyun's smile was gone and replaced by a serious expression. Is the seal about to be broken? Ren Di had roughly guessed what was it about. Yes, the seal is indeed about to be broken. Hadn't I repaired the divine rune, it would have been broken in less than 50 years. Yi Tianyun said in a deep voice, since I have repaired the sealed divine rune, it can at least last less for another 100 years, although it's shorter than before. Less than 100 years? Renda's gaze was cold. I can still hold on until then. If the seal is really broken, I will definitely fight. Although he was old, his eyes showed that he hadn't lost his edge. Now that was the first. Secondly, I'm here to ask you to guard my empire. Yi Tianyun said in a deep voice, this, young master, we have long sworn to act as guardians for generations, and thus we cannot leave this place at will. Ren Di seemed conflicted. Yi Tianyun was not surprised and continued to explain. A divine king in the ghost world had his eye on the treasure. I happen to have made an enemy out of them when I stumble across heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet that they've been looking for. The problem is that my empire is relatively weak, so we would be doomed if they launch an all-out assault, and once they get us out of the picture, there's a high chance that they'll break the seal. As a guardian, I suppose you're not only responsible for protecting the passage, but also the safety of the mortal world, right? If you put it that way, Ren Di was silent. Since there was no threat to the passage, for now, he thought it might not hurt to help. After all, he was indeed responsible for protecting the mortal world, so fending off the intruders would indirectly protect the mortal world. All right then, since the young master said so, I'll hold the fort for you. Ren Di agreed shortly after. May I ask which empire young master belongs to? No matter which empire Yi Tianyun belonged to, he would still do as he was told. Heavenly Cloud's empire. I wonder if you have heard of it? Yi Tianyun felt very satisfied with this answer. Heavenly Cloud's empire. Could it be that young master is the great emperor of the Heavenly Cloud's empire? Ren Di was shocked beyond words. The one in front of him, who was not much older than his own grandson, was the great emperor who overthrew the World Dragon Empire, which was really shocking. There were too many rumors, but all saying that the great emperor of the Heavenly Cloud's empire was very young, but there were also rumors that he was an old demon. When Ren Di looked at Yi Tianyun, he immediately thought that he was so young, and he was the successor of the heaven-creating divine king. Yes, it seems you have heard of me. Yi Tianyun laughed. The Heavenly Cloud's empire's base is indeed weak. When my son returns, I will immediately depart to help, Ren Di said in a deep voice. Yi Tianyun smiled. This trip was not in vain after all. He managed to secure the Guardian's aid, which would be a huge help since he planned to leave mortal world for a while. Chapter 624, Chapter 624. After the negotiation, Ren Di called his grandson back and introduced Yi Tianyun to him. This is Great Emperor Tianyun, your future young master. Before Ren Di finished his words, Ren Xiaoyao immediately shouted out of excitement. Are you the Great Emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire? Ren Xiaoyao shouted. You look so young, just like the rumors say. You must be the reincarnation of a strong man. I've heard about your stories. You single-handedly turned the World Dragon Empire upside down and killed 5 great emperors. Hearing your stories give me goosebumps. All the Spirit King stage experts with unattainable cultivation died under your sword. I really admire you. I've always wanted to see you at least once since I heard your stories, and I didn't expect you to be this young. He was so excited when he saw Yi Tianyun. It was clear that he really admired Yi Tianyun as a role model. Xiaoyao, pay attention, Ren Di grunted with a serious face. Only then did Ren Xiaoyao control his excitement. He had so many things he wanted to say, but he had to save it for later since his grandfather told him off. Got it, Grandpa. So, he's the young master, huh? The young master? Does it mean that you are the successor of the heaven-creating divine king? This is crazy. I did not expect this kind of coincidence. This must be some kind of fate. One second he could control his excitement, and the next he went out of control again as if he hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time. Xiaoyao. Ren Di scolded his grandson once again, silencing him for good this time. It's okay. He's still young. I can understand his curiosity. Yi Tianyun said as he chuckled. But Ren Di shook his head helplessly since he considered his grandson's attitude was unbecoming to someone who received the heaven-creating divine king's inheritance. Even Ren Di, who was the oldest in the room, couldn't help but respect Yi Tianyun, especially after Yi Tianyun mentioned that he was the Heavenly Cloud's empire's great emperor. They immediately sorted out the details afterward. Ren Xiaoyao was so excited that he jumped up and down when he learned that they would depart to the Heavenly Cloud's empire. Being in the middle of nowhere for as far as he could remember was really hard for Ren Xiaoyao. He has never been to any city, let alone empire. The word free didn't exist in his life due to his duty as a guardian's family. Now that the young master has ordered Ren Xiaoyao to come with him, he obviously had to comply since Yi Tianyun's order was equivalent to the heaven-creating divine king's order, which meant Yi Tianyun's order overrode the heaven-creating divine king's previous order. Seeing his grandson so happy, Ren Di couldn't help but smile himself. Of course, he wanted his loved ones to go out and see the outside world for themselves. In fact, he never forced his family to stay with him. His family decided to stay with him and guard the passage out of their own will since they considered it an honor to serve the Divine King. Rendi was afraid that the heaven-creating Divine King would punish his family if he came back and he wasn't there. He could still live with it if he was the only one receiving the punishment, but he couldn't bear seeing his family being punished in his place. Besides, heaven-creating Divine King might reward him for his loyalty. Now that Yi Tianyun personally asked him, he could at least breathe a sigh of relief for now. I still have some things to take care of. Take this token to the Heavenly Cloud's Imperial City, and they will welcome you. Yi Tianyun coalesced a token and handed it to them. Okay, young master. Rende respectfully accepted the token. Yi Tianyun immediately made his way to the Ghost World Passage. There was no need to take them to the Heavenly Cloud's Imperial City, since they could go there by themselves. Besides, Rende had to wait for his son's return before they could depart. With 2 guardians on his side, there should be no problem unless Heavenly Cloud's empire was attacked by a Saint King stage expert or above. With Yi Tianyun's speed, it didn't take long for him to arrive at the Ghost World Passage. He noticed that the environment there was as harsh as ever, with barely any change whatsoever. There are still quite a few people who are determined to go to the Ghost World. Yi Tianyun re-entered this side of the Netherworld River. Just like back when he first came here, he saw several cultivators gathering woods and made boats with them. Little brother, do you want to travel to the Ghost World? We happen to be short on manpower. Do you want to come along? At this time, a handsome man approached Yi Tianyun with a smile and invited him to join. Another young man who doesn't know what he's gotten himself into. This is the Netherworld River, as if normal logic applies here. Who cares if that kid goes to the pit and trick people into joining again? I wonder how many people will become cannon fodder. The cultivators in the area shook their heads. They were reluctant to invite a young man into their group since they thought the younger a person was, the lower their cultivation level would be. That was why they preferred to invite a seasoned cultivator. Little brother, I advise you to go back. This place is more dangerous than you imagined. An ordinary-looking woman in her 30s suddenly approached Yi Tianyun and advised him to turn back. You old hag, don't get in my way if you don't want him. The handsome man next to her said sternly, Lu Day, knock it off, will you? Nothing good comes from associating with you. Ding Qing's gaze was cold as she said in a deep voice, You can tell at first glance that his cultivation level is not that high. Are you planning to send him to his death? What's your problem anyway? This doesn't concern you. Lu Day coldly snorted. I just don't like you. You want to go or something? Ding Qing rolled up his sleeves as if picking a fight with Lu De frowned, but Yi Tianyun beat him to it before he could say anything back. Nah, I'm good by myself, but I can give you guys a ride in exchange for your goodwill. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. Even though Ding Qing didn't seem that strong, she was kind enough to warn a stranger about how dangerous Netherworld River was. Give us a ride? What's that supposed to mean? Ding Qing froze. So did the others. I can give you guys a ride to the Ghost World. I just happened to be on my way there. Yi Tianyun said blandly. Everyone who heard those words was silent. Lu Day immediately pointed at him and laughed out loud. Is this kid stupid? Giving us a ride? He thinks he's about to cross a creek or something. You really made my day, kid. The others also laughed, looking at Yi Tianyun as if he was a fool. Even Ding Qing was at a loss for words. She didn't know what to say since she thought that Yi Tianyun was in over his head. Chapter 625, Yi Tianyun just ignored the laugh and ridiculed look directed at him since he was used to this treatment. 9 out of 10 people wouldn't believe that a teen his age had what it took to go to the Ghost World, and the remaining one that believed it would be deemed crazy. Little brother, listen to me. You should come back once your cultivation level is slightly higher if you want to go to Ghost World. Although the Ghost World Passage is not as dangerous as it used to be, you shouldn't risk it. Ding Qing advised Yi Tianyun out of consideration like a caring older sister. However, the cultivators in Ding Qing's group saw Yi Tianyun with an exasperated look. They thought Yi Tianyun was just wasting their time since their leader, Ding Qing, now had to waste her time convincing him to turn back. Yi Tianyun kicked a raft down and jumped onto the raft, then casually said, Come on, there's no need to build a spare raft, one should be enough. Of course, that left everyone speechless. Did he realize what he just said? Ding Qing, this is what happens when you are too nice. Is he acting tough to show how cool he is to you? I fail to see what's so good about you, though. Lu Day laughed his ass off. Shut it. Ding Qing scolded Lu Day, then persuaded Yi Tianyun. This place is unlike any place you've ever been. It's dangerous if we cross this river unprepared. Are you coming or not? I don't have time to waste here, Yi Tianyun said, looking all bored. Ding Qing, just kick this kid down so he can take a good dip in this Netherworld River. Otherwise, he won't even know what this place really is. Lu De sneered from the side. Little brother, you are being irresponsible here, both to yourself and us. Ding Qing was displeased with Yi Tianyun's whimsical act. I am the Heavenly Cloud Empire's great emperor. Do you need other assurance? Yi Tianyun had no choice but to mention his identity to get those people off his case. Hearing those words, instead of kneeling or believing Yi Tianyun, one of them laughed. Haha, if you are the great emperor, I am the great emperor too. Lu De laughed so hard, the others couldn't contain their laughter either. They never expected that there would be someone shameless enough to proclaim himself as a great emperor. Little brother, I know how you feel, but you shouldn't spout such nonsense. If the people of the Heavenly Clouds Empire hear about this, you will be dead for sure. Ding Qing's face turned pale. Yi Tianyun sighed, and the helpless look on his face became more apparent. He realized that his words didn't reach them. Since you're the great emperor, then get your ass down there and take a good dip. Yi Tianyun's gaze was cold as he reached forward and flicked his hand. Lu Dai couldn't even react as he was knocked down by an invisible force and fell into the water. Ah, Lu Dai screamed miserably. He tried to swim back up, but the toxins slowly spread through his body. Kid, I'm going to kill you. Kill me? Yi Tianyun pinned him down in the water and let him resurface after a short while. However, the poisonous river water has already entered his system, and his face was pitch black. Lu Dai panicked and begged for mercy. I was wrong. Let me get out, please. Seeing the scene in front of them, the look on everyone's face suddenly changed. Lu Dai's cultivation was not that high, but he was at the core transformation stage at the very least. That Lu Dai couldn't even overpower Yi Tianyun, meaning the boy's cultivation level was much higher than Lu Dai. This meant that the cultivation of this boy in front of him was much higher than Lu Dai. Are you coming or not? Yi Tianyun looked at them and said, I'll excuse myself if you're not coming. Divine King's rule was absolute. Therefore, Yi Tianyun couldn't fly even if his cultivation level was quite high, and since Ding Qing didn't seem like a bad person, Yi Tianyun didn't mind taking her with him. We're coming. Ding Qing hurriedly turned her head and said to her companions, What are you standing around for? Hurry up. Okay. They hurriedly hopped onto Yi Tianyun's raft after seeing his strength. At first, they thought that Yi Tianyun was just a crazy kid, but that seemed to be a mistake. Is this everyone? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yes. Ding Qing realized she wasn't as assertive as before. She started to believe that the teenager in front of her might actually be the great emperor of the Heavenly Clouds Empire. Let's go. Yi Tianyun waved his hand, and the boat zoomed all of a sudden, disappearing from plain sight. WW, what's with this speed? Don't tell me he really is the great emperor of the Heavenly Cloud Empire. Is this even possible? I did hear rumors that great emperor of the Heavenly Cloud Empire is young and looks like he is still in his early 20s. So we missed the opportunity to get in his good side, huh? Damn, Ding Qing is so lucky. They regretted their behavior toward Yi Tianyun. Meanwhile, Lu Dai, who was badly poisoned, tried to swim back ashore. Whether he could survive or not depended on himself at this point. However, no one dared to help him because this was the punishment that the great emperor of the Heavenly Cloud Empire gave him, and they were afraid that helping Lu Dai would be considered defying the Heavenly Clouds Empire itself. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun couldn't care less about them. Thanks to him, no one had to paddle, and he was dozens of times faster compared to when he first crossed this river. He was so fast that Netherwater Shark was afraid to approach the raft. Ding Qing and her comrades were at a loss for words. All they could do was watch the surrounding that constantly changed. Shortly after, they reached the shore, but before they could disembark, Yi Tianyun said, No need to get off. Yi Tianyun then waved his hand once again, and the raft set sail once again, however this time on the land. Although it was slightly slower than earlier, it was quite fast nonetheless. Needless to say, this scene surprised everyone. Although anyone who saw this scene would undoubtedly be surprised, this kind of phenomenon was indeed possible provided one's cultivation was strong enough. Even though they were passing through a dangerous zone, it was as if they were on sightseeing. Chapter 626, here we are. Ding Qing and her comrades snapped back into their senses when they heard Rosen's words, and they found a mountain was already right in front of their eyes before they realized it. What? Already? They were dumbfounded since barely that much time had passed, yet they already arrived at their destination. They were even prepared to die when they hopped onto Yi Tianyun's raft. You can reach a peak by climbing this path. It shouldn't be that hard, Yi Tianyun said as he stepped down from the boat. There was no other cultivator in the area because Yi Tianyun had already absorbed the black clouds the last time he was there, allowing the cultivators to climb the peak safely. Don't tell me you're actually the great emperor of the Heavenly Cloud Empire? Ding Qing had a hard time processing all the strange things that have happened. Yi Tianyun nodded and left after saying that. He helped them cross the Netherworld River because Ding Qing was a nice person. However, he had no intention to go to the Ghost World with them. Considering his current circumstances, going to the Ghost World would be dangerous, so taking others with him was out of the question. Ding Qing wanted to say something as he watched Yi Tianyun's back that slowly disappeared from her sight, but she refrained from doing so. Sister Ding, we are not dreaming, right? He is the great emperor of the Heavenly Cloud Empire. I heard that he is invisible, often disappeared from the Heavenly Cloud Empire, but I never thought that he would appear before us. Yes, fortunately, I did not say anything rude earlier. Otherwise, I would end up like Lu Dai, thrown into the Netherworld River full of poison. He really is something else. Who would have thought that someone that young is a great emperor? I have to be more careful not to offend anyone by mistake in the future. Every single one of them reflected on their mistakes. They shuddered as the scene when Lu Dai was thrown into Netherworld River kept playing their heads. Ding Qing nodded without saying anything. No one there, not even Ding Qing herself, could comprehend why Yi Tianyun gave her special treatment. For Yi Tianyun, someone as kind as Dingqing was quite rare in this cruel world, hence the special treatment she gave her. Yi Tianyun returned to the misty woods, but this time he took a different route. There was no path leading to his destination, yet he kept going, and not long after, he arrived at another mountain. He climbed up with his bare hands. A monster lurking in the dark watched Yi Tianyun closely, ready to ambush him, but when it sensed Yi Tianyun's intimidating, it changed its mind and decided to lay low for the moment. Shortly after, Yi Tianyun reached the peak, where there was no death mist. He did, however, found an abandoned hut. He walked over and gently pushed open the door, which was covered with dust. Only God knew how long this hut had been abandoned. Seems like the guardian who used to live here has left, Yi Tianyun frowned. That hut was supposed to be where one of the guardians was supposed to live, according to the memory that he obtained from the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet. However, that place was abandoned, and nobody knew where that guardian was. The ghost world had become so dangerous lately, mainly because of the guardian's absence. A lot of divine runes there were out of order due to the long period of time it was left unattended. The guardians were obliged to protect the passage they were left in charge of for as long as they lived. It might sound inhumane, but there was no other restriction as long as they upheld their duty. Yet the passage was nowhere near a good condition now. The transmission array above the Ghost World passage has lost its clarity. At this rate, the passage would disappear in the near future. It would be a different story if the Guardian was already dead, but there was no sign of anyone dying in the hut as far as Yi Tianyun could see, and it seemed like there was more than one person living in the hut. Yi Tianyun tried to look for any clue, and after a while he saw a token with the word Gan Yuan engraved on it. Gan Yuan? Could it be the Heaven Primordial Empire's great emperor? Yi Tianyun's eyes showed a bit of surprise. If that really were the case, it would be a real coincidence. Although he did obtain the heaven-creating divine king's memories from the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet, he didn't know their names, only their whereabouts. After all, the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet was a weapon, not a person, so it didn't provide Yi Tianyun with the details. He was intrigued when he saw the word Gan Yuan. If this were somehow related to Heaven Primordial Empire, it would mean that the Guardian refused to be bounded to his duty and left to create an empire of his own. With their power, creating an empire was not a problem at all. The Heaven-creating Divine King wouldn't mind if they wanted to establish their own empire. However, neglecting his duty to conserve the Ghost World Passage was not acceptable. If the Heaven-creating Divine King returned and saw the Ghost World Passage in this state, he'd be furious for sure. But then again, no one knew whether the Heaven-creating Divine King was still alive or not. The guardian that used to live here must have thought that the heaven-creating divine king would never come back, hence left this place. He was obviously different from Ren Day, who devoted himself to his duty by staying in that small village as a guardian instead of establishing an empire. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Heaven Primordial Empire. He planned to ask the guardian who used to live here to protect his empire, just like Ren Day, even more so to keep an eye on the sealed demon. Now, he had to make a trip to the Heaven Primordial Empire, an empire that was considered relatively low-key. Chapter 627, The Heaven Primordial Empire. Great Emperor, Heavenly Cloud's empire didn't know their place lately. Their power has overshadowed our Heaven Primordial Empire. That's right. Although we've always been called the second best in the past, no one took us lightly. Even the World Dragon Empire respects us to a certain extent in the past. What heritage does the Heavenly Clouds Empire have? The fact they didn't have any heritage whatsoever is more unnerving. They only have a powerful great emperor, and if their great emperor dies, then the Heavenly Clouds Empire will definitely perish. They dared to make our great emperor wait outside last time. This is unacceptable. Each minister of Heaven's primordial empire spoke righteously. All of them felt unnerved and unconvinced as the news about the Heavenly Clouds Empire being the strongest empire on mortal world has already spread like wildfire. Hadn't we kept a low profile, we would be able to crush the World Dragon Empire ourselves. But now that the World Dragon Empire is gone, it's the Heavenly Clouds Empire's turn to look us down. That's true. However, the Heavenly Cloud Great Emperor is indeed powerful. He pushed back the entire World Dragon Empire alone. I think that it would be best for us to calm ourselves down. Bullshit. Our great emperor was hung out to dry for a few hours waiting outside of Heavenly Cloud's empire. I can't calm down knowing that we are being underestimated. But if we provoke the Heavenly Cloud's empire, we, C-O-T-O-T-O-T-O-T-O-T, you coward. Do you think that our Heaven Primordial Empire can't even hold our ground against Heavenly Cloud's empire? Do you think our retired emperor is weak? Our retired emperor alone is much more powerful than the whole World Dragon Empire. The Heaven Primordial Empire's proud ministers kept arguing with each other. Each of them was powerful and proud, but now that their beloved empire was being stepped on by another empire, they couldn't just back down. They felt that they were humiliated to lose their hands against a new empire like this. Great Emperor, Heavenly Cloud's empire is not a threat. Their Great Emperor is the only capable one. If we leave him to the former Great Emperor, we can definitely crush Heavenly Cloud's empire, and the whole mortal world would be kneeling under our feet. The Heaven Primordial's Imperial Preceptor said grimly. We were reluctant to take action against the World Dragon Empire in the past because we don't know who their backing was. Now that we know that the World Dragon Empire doesn't have anyone, we could easily crush the World Dragon Empire. But we couldn't do it now after Heavenly Cloud's great emperor has done it himself. It was obvious that Heaven Primordial Empire's ministers and Imperial Preceptor didn't want to be the second best empire any longer. Furthermore, a new empire like Heavenly Cloud's empire got the jump off them and became the new best. Empire was a hit to their pride. The Heaven Primordial Great Emperor didn't say anything, but deep down, he also felt the same. He didn't understand why a small empire like Heavenly Cloud's empire would think that they were unbeatable when it was just their great emperor alone that was worth mentioning. He felt very humiliated when he had to wait for the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor outside back then. He was worried that the Heavenly Cloud's empire had a divine nation backing. Otherwise, he would have snapped at that time. But now that they know that Heavenly Cloud's empire only had Yi Tianyun and didn't have any backing from neither Heaven World nor the Ghost World, there was nothing that Heaven Primordial Empire needed to worry about. Furthermore, if by some unfortunate event, the Heavenly Cloud's empire did have a backing, could the divine nation from Heaven World or Ghost World even come to Mortal World? Quiet, Heaven Primordial Great Emperor ordered, and the crowds immediately went quiet to hear their Great Emperor's word. I understood everyone's thoughts. In fact, I already spoke to the retired emperor about this matter, and he is willing to help us out. Then he looked up to the sky and stood up and said respectfully, Imperial Father, I welcome you back to the Heaven Primordial Throne Room. A moment later, a pillar of light shot down from the sky, and an old man appeared on the throne, calmly looking at the crowd with a peaceful gaze. Long live the retired emperor. All of the minister and imperial preceptor kneeled down, showing their respect to the retired emperor. The Heaven Primordial Great Emperor himself was also kneeling down to the retired emperor to show his respect. Raise your head. The Heaven Primordial Retired Emperor said with a majestic tone. After retired emperor ordered them to raise their head, they finally managed to look at the retired emperor in the eye, and they saw him as a god just by seeing him briefly. I've heard about your problems, the kid who appeared out of nowhere and has strong cultivation. Being able to kill that old man from the World Dragon Empire means that he was at least at the Spirit King peak stage, and he may have even reached the first layer of the Saint King stage. The Heaven Primordial Retired Emperor said thoughtfully. This kind of strength may sound intimidating to others, but that's not the case for me. The retired emperor is peerless. The retired emperor is invincible. The ministers were all excited. Many of them have witnessed the retired emperor's fights, and that power was still fresh in their memories. I refused to deal with the World Dragon Empire back then because I was on the verge of a breakthrough, but I sure didn't expect that after coming out of seclusion, the entire World Dragon Empire was destroyed. Heaven Primordial Retired Emperor sneered. A trash will be thrown out no matter how much you want to hide it. Cultivating with some garbage technique will be your own demise. No matter what, the #1 imperial power in the mortal world must be ours. Heaven Primordial Retired Emperor stood up, and all the ministers immediately kneeled again and shouted, Retired Emperor is invincible! Retired Emperor is invincible! Heaven Primordial Retired Emperor's eyes were filled with fervor, a hunger for power, a desire for prestige. He loved the feeling of being worshipped as he sat on his throne. I will personally go to the Heavenly Cloud Empire and pay a visit to this great emperor to see what he is capable of. Even if he comes from the Heaven World or Ghost World, he wouldn't be a problem for me, the Heaven Primordial Retired Emperor sneered. I will let him know that no one else besides me can dominate the mortal world. He clenched his fist as if at this moment he was standing at the very peak of the mortal world, and soon everyone in the mortal world would worship him. I would like to see how you intend to dominate me. At this time, a figure slowly walked inside and looked at Heaven Primordial Retired Emperor indifferently. Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor? The ministers and the Heaven Primordial Great Emperor shouted in disbelief when they saw Yi Tianyun. They never expected Yi Tianyun to come personally to Heaven's Primordial Empire's territory. It was clear that it was such an arrogant and rude behavior. That's right, it's me. Yi Tianyun blandly said, Don't you want to welcome me? But it looks like every one of you is very upset with me. Unforgivable. The Heaven Primordial Great Emperor said angrily, You are trespassing into the Imperial Palace. Are you trying to pick a fight with us? With the retired emperor behind him, he showed no fear. Trespassing? Yi Tianyun shook his head and looked at the Heaven Primordial's retired emperor behind the current emperor and said blandly, Heaven Primordial, you have abandoned all your duties as a guardian. The Ghost Passage is a mess now, all because you're drowned in power and forgot all your responsibilities. The Heaven-creating Divine King gave you so many martial arts and many medicinal pill, not so you can create an empire. Did you understand all that? Chapter 628, Who the hell are you? Heaven Primordial Retired Emperor looked at Yi Tianyun in shock. He quickly released his aura that immediately enveloped the entire hall. Many ministers were paralyzed and lost their will to fight as the aura invaded their bodies. These ministers' cultivation was not low. Most of them were at the core transformation stage, but they couldn't stand straight in the face of the retired emperor's aura. Even the Void Spirit stage experts could feel their legs becoming weak, and they knew that the retired emperor wouldn't have any problem killing them if he wanted to. However, the crowd felt puzzled. Why did the retired emperor ask the boy who he was, even though they clearly stated that the boy was Heavenly Cloud's great emperor earlier? Most of them didn't know retired emperor's true identity, so they didn't understand Yi Tianyun's words either. Hadn't the heaven-creating divine king gave the retired emperor martial art and medicinal pills? There was no way the retired emperor could break through to the Saint King stage cultivation. If the rules the heaven-creating divine king enforced was still as powerful as it was in the past, there was no way the retired emperor could stay in mortal world with his current cultivation level, but sadly, the rules itself was getting weaker. As a result, the retired emperor didn't feel the need to go to Ghost World or Heaven World. Heaven Primordial's retired emperor was the guardian. There was no doubt on Yi Tianyun's mind now, but the retired emperor abandoned his duty as a guardian. He went off and established his own empire instead. If it weren't for Heaven creating Divine King's gift, there was no way the retired emperor could cultivate efficiently, but it seemed the retired emperor was an ungrateful person. There was no doubt on Yi Tianyun's mind that Heaven creating Divine King would be extremely furious if he ever found out about Heaven Primordial retired emperor. But then again, Yi Tianyun still wore the unbothered expression on his face despite the overwhelming aura that the retired emperor directed at him. Does it matter who I am? You have forgotten your original mission. The Ghost World passage is about to fall apart, and here you are, establishing your own empire. If the passage collapses, would you take the responsibility? You have clearly misplaced the trust that Heaven-creating Divine King gave to you, Yi Tianyun said coldly. If the Ghost World passage really collapsed, it meant the access between the mortal world and the Ghost World would be severed. Since the mortal world considerably lacked in resources, it would be a great loss for the mortal world. Especially if the cultivator kept becoming stronger, the mortal world would be cramped as there were not enough resources for everyone. Heaven-creating Divine King divided the world was not without reason. He created the Ghost World and Heaven World along with two other Divine Kings to ensure every cultivator would have their own place later on, which was why Ghost World and Heaven World was much more spacious than the mortal world and housed more resources. How did you know that much? Just who the hell are you? Heaven Primordial retired emperor walked step by step towards Yi Tianyun. His gaze was cold as he looked at Yi Tianyun, and all escape routes had long been blocked. Saint King stage-level power was completely out in the open, staggering everyone in its wake. Heaven Primordial Retired Emperor, Saint King Stage Second Layer Cultivation. Martial Art, Divine Wood Body, Boundless Vitality, Divine Wood Secret Art, 10,000 Wood Return to Origin. Weakness, Fire Attribute Attack. Combat Power, 28 billion Anger State. The Retired Emperor's combat power already reached 28 billion even without using his martial arts or weapon. Compared to the old ancestor of the World Dragon Empire, the Retired Emperor was far too powerful. I am the heir of Heaven-creating Divine King. You should call me Young Master from now on, Yi Tianyun said coldly while releasing the Heaven-creating Divine King's power. After hearing Yi Tianyun's word, the Retired Emperor laughed instead of bowed in respect. The Heaven Primordial Great Emperor froze behind the Retired Emperor. He knew the truth about his father since he was the son of the Retired Emperor. He never expected that Yi Tianyun was the heir of the legendary Divine King. There was no wonder the Heavenly Clouds Empire was as strong as they were now. But just like his father, Heaven Primordial Great Emperor didn't show any respect at all. Instead, he saw Yi Tianyun with greed written all over his face. He knew that Yi Tianyun that was in front of him right now was a treasure trove. By capturing Yi Tianyun, he would obtain abundant precious martial art that he inherited from the heaven-creating Divine King. I don't see any error in my action. My king is long gone. How long would I have to wait in order for him to return? Do I have to stay in that dull cabin for the rest of my life? The Retired Emperor said sarcastically. There is no point to do that anymore. I've always dreamt of becoming the true emperor and worshipped by so many people. You are unreasonable. If you want to be an emperor, there is no one stopping you, but that doesn't mean you could abandon your duty to look after the passage. You know that Ghost World passage destruction would affect the mortal world, but you still abandon your duty anyway. Yes, that is true. After it's destroyed, no one would be able to come and go to Heaven World and Ghost World anymore. If the Ghost World passage was closed, the Heaven World passage would also be affected and gradually weaken until it was closed to pertain to the balance of the world. The Divine King created the passage in order to guide other forces onto each world. If the passage were gone, traveling between worlds would be impossible unless another Divine King opened the passage once more. If Ghost World or Heaven World's residents couldn't come to Mortal World, Heaven Primordial Retired Emperor would become the strongest cultivator in Mortal World. In the Ghost World or Heaven World, the Retired Emperor's cultivation level was considered normal. He wouldn't be able to fight against Imperial Preceptor of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation with his current cultivation. For his desire to become an emperor, he did not hesitate to break all the rules left behind by the Divine King, which was really abominable. As I said before, the mortal world is my territory. No one in my territory is allowed to be more powerful than me. I am the mortal world's guardian, and you are nothing. You're the Guardian? If it were not because of you, Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet seal's demon wouldn't be able to break the seal so quickly. Once the seal is broken in 100 years, your dream of becoming the absolute emperor would be destroyed to bits. Yi Tianyun's words were heavy, striking the heaven primordial retired emperor in the heart, leaving him speechless. Chapter 629. Everyone else that was still numb due to the retired emperor's aura was confused. They didn't understand what Yi Tianyun and heaven primordial retired emperor were talking about. They never heard of any guardian before, nor did they hear of heaven creating divine king, but seeing the retired emperor's expression after hearing Yi Tianyun's word was enough for them. Impossible. That demon would never be able to break free. Heaven primordial retired emperor's tone was full of disbelief. He believed that Yi Tianyun's words were impossible to happen. You never cared about it before, so it was understandable that you didn't know about this at all. I was just at the cave where Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet lies earlier. Hadn't I fixed the divine rune there, the demon would break free in about 50 years. When that time comes, did you really think that you are more powerful than the divine kings who only managed to seal it away? After the passage is closed, you could no longer run to Heaven World or the Ghost World anymore. This is all because you are too blinded by power. Yi Tianyun wasn't talking nonsense. What he just said was undoubtedly the truth. The demon was able to weaken the seal all because the divine rune on the seal didn't receive enough spiritual power, and the spiritual power was supposed to come from Heaven World Passage and Ghost World Passage, as the two worlds were the spiritual power source for mortal world. That is impossible. The Heaven Primordial retired emperor was shocked. He believed several points of Yi Tianyun's word, but he had a hard time accepting it. Now, are you still obsessed with this power that you won't be able to keep for that long? I'll give you a chance to carry out your responsibility. If you do, I will not pursue this matter any further, Yi Tianyun said in a cold voice. Although the Heaven Primordial retired emperor had done something excessive, it was a bit of a waste to kill him. Sure, it was his own fault that he chose to abandon the duty entrusted to him, but if he returned to the passage, he would be able to make up for it. The seal was not omnipotent either. Even if the retired emperor returned to Ghost World Passage, the seal would eventually break anyway because Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet was an inanimate object while the demon was a living creature. A living creature could continue getting stronger while the inanimate object will stay the same. Under such conditions, it was impossible to contain forever. No. 100 years is enough for me to enjoy my time here on mortal world. After that, I will escape to Heaven World immediately. I will never return to that forsaken place again, not in this lifetime, the retired emperor said with a disgusted expression. Are you really the heir of Divine King? Now that you are here, you have to hand over all the inheritance to me. If you do so, I will at least kill you painlessly. Unfortunately, the retired emperor had no plan to repent his sin and let his greed got the better of him and threatened Yi Tianyun's life instead. Yi Tianyun began to wonder why heaven-creating Divine King chose this man to become the guardian in the first place. Did he fail to notice the greed in the man's eyes, or did this man change through time? But one thing for sure, this man was clearly different than Rende. The ministers didn't know what was going on, but they were excited as they knew that the retired emperor was about to hit Yi Tianyun. It meant Heavenly Cloud's great emperor would soon lose his life, and Heaven Primordial Empire would become the best faction here on mortal world. It seems that you'll be a slave to your desire until the very end. Then, with the power bestowed to me by the heaven-creating Divine King, I will personally remove the shackle of duty from you, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Do you want to purge me? Let us see if you have the power to do that. Don't you think for a second that you are more powerful than me just because you can kill the old man in World Dragon Empire? The retired emperor immediately clenched his fist, and the ground started to shake. Yi Tianyun immediately inspected the ground and noticed that it was covered with divine rune, and it emitted wood-attributed power constantly. After absorbing this wood-attributed power from the divine rune, the Heaven Primordial retired emperor started to become younger. In a blink of an eye, he became a handsome man in his 30s. That was the power of wood-attributed spiritual energy, which was capable of keeping its user alive for a long time. Paired with the divine wood body that the retired emperor had, his vitality reached the utmost level. A normal Saint King stage cultivator would be able to live for 4,000 to 5,000 years, but a Saint King cultivator with divine wood attribute would be able to live double that amount. In an instant, the entire hall was covered with tree vines that was emitting a green glow. This was life force energy that could rejuvenate everything it touched. The retired emperor is invincible. The retired emperor is invincible, the ministers shouted excitedly. They know that the retired emperor could perform miracles, and this was one of them. Heavenly Clouds. Great Emperor, previously you threw a tantrum and made me wait outside for several hours. Now this will be the end of your arrogance. Heaven Primordial Great Emperor's previous elegance had long disappeared, replaced by a hideous and fierce expression. Everyone in the hall shared the same opinion. They all thought that Yi Tianyun would be killed here, as there was no way Yi Tianyun would be stronger than the retired emperor. Yi Tianyun used his appraisal eye and noticed that with the Great Array's power, the retired emperor's combat power soared to 43 billion. Since Yi Tianyun managed to kill the World Dragon Empire's old ancestor, the retired emperor decided to take the fight seriously. He wanted to subdue Yi Tianyun as fast as possible so that he could get the inheritance of the Divine King from Yi Tianyun later. Bound. Heaven Primordial retired emperor's eyes flickered with a green light. As he put both of his hands together, countless tree vines wrapped around Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun didn't make any move and let the vines wrap around his body. The vines then grew a tiny root that tried to pierce Tianyun's skin so that it could take Tianyun's power. Chapter 630, Heavenly Cloud's Emperor has been dominated. The ministers were ecstatic as they saw that Yi Tianyun was immobilized by the retired emperor's power. They knew that whatever was bound by the retired emperor's power wouldn't be able to break free without the retired emperor's permission. Not to mention, the root from the vines would sap away the victim's strength until they were dry, leaving only a husk of skin and bones would be left behind. But as they thought everything was over, a huge flame suddenly emerged from Yi Tianyun's body, burning every vine on its path. This flame. Retired Emperor's face changed and quickly cut off the tree vine that was binding Yi Tianyun so the flame wouldn't spread to him and other parts of the hall. The vines that wrapped around Yi Tianyun were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The retired emperor knew if he hadn't cut off the vines in time, he would be set on fire. Immediately, a pitch-black body was seen on the spot where Yi Tianyun was supposed to be. The presence was overwhelming as the pitch-black eyes coldly looked straight at the retired emperor. That was the evil god transformation from the evil god suit. Yi Tianyun's combat power soared to 7 billion points easily. This was all thanks to the power of Crazy Mode as it multiplied Yi Tianyun's power with ease. Without both the evil god suit and Crazy Mode, Yi Tianyun wouldn't dare to face against a Saint King level cultivator. Divine Wood Body, you have a rare body. I think the heaven-creating Divine King recognized the potential within you because of this special Divine Wood Body. With the ability to live a long and everlasting life, you can guard the Ghost World Passage as the strongest guardian. It was regrettable that you decided to abandon your responsibility despite all that, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He roughly understood why the heaven-creating Divine King would choose someone like this. It was unfortunate that heaven-creating Divine King didn't analyze his person of choice more. What is that? Is that also the treasure that you inherited from the heaven-creating Divine King? The retired emperor was shocked. This was the first time that he encountered such a dominating flame. Nobody on the hall could withstand Yi Tianyun's overwhelming presence. Everyone except for the retired emperor couldn't even lift their head. They were shocked as they thought that Yi Tianyun would be powerless before the retired emperor, but that didn't seem to be the case at all. Although wood element was weak to fire element, it didn't necessarily mean that all wood could be burned, and this was also the case for the retired emperor's tree vines. But now, Yi Tianyun easily burned it down without any issues. There was no doubt on their mind that the fire that Yi Tianyun unleashed earlier was a sacred fire. They started to think that it may be the phoenix's sacred fire as it had the same divinity as the phoenix. So what if it is heaven-creating Divine King's inheritance? It wouldn't matter to you. But now, let me see the Guardian's power for myself, Yi Tianyun said coldly as well to taunt the retired emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tianyun quickly released a black light that engulfed the entire hall, and the ministers that were too late to respond were swept into the center of the black light while screaming horrifiedly. Those who were swept into the center of the black light were immediately burned to ashes as the real identity of the black light was the evil god's black flames. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the ministers were completely burned to ashes and turned into experience points for Yi Tianyun. Unfortunately, Yi Tianyun couldn't enjoy the amount of XP that the minister gave as it was too small. Suddenly, a shocking scene happened in front of the remaining survivor. They saw Yi Tianyun was clutching the retired emperor's head. No one could see Yi Tianyun move, not even the retired emperor. The current stack of multiplication on Yi Tianyun's speed was too much. Now he has a terrifying speed that no one could keep up with, at least not in the mortal world. Even the Saint King could only bow down in the face of his terrifying speed. What is this? The retired emperor quickly struggled out of Yi Tianyun's clutch, but instead of letting go, Yi Tianyun quickly slammed the retired emperor to the ground. Boom. In the meantime, Heaven Primordial Great Emperor was blown away before he could escape, and because of that, the black flame that was raging throughout the hall began to burn his body. He screamed and rolled around on the ground, hoping that he could put off the fire on his body. Frustrated that he couldn't put off the fire, he started to think of some extreme way. He realized that he must chop off his own arm and leg so that he wasn't burned to death. He steeled his resolve and immediately cut off his arm and leg that was on fire. Fortunately, he could close the wound before he started bleeding. A great emperor has now turned into a cripple. This was a concerning situation for Heaven Primordial Empire, as there was no other cultivator who could replace the emperor except for the retired emperor. But then again, it was their own fault for underestimating Yi Tianyun. They were blinded by greed, and also, it was because none of them actually saw Yi Tianyun's power when he fought against the World Dragon Empire. All they heard from rumors that circled around the mortal world was that Yi Tianyun was barely victorious, hence assumed that he wouldn't win against someone stronger than the world dragon old ancestor. Now it seemed that the rumors were false at the root. The real power Yi Tianyun exerted to crush the World Dragon Empire's old ancestor was much stronger than everyone estimated. Is this the end for our Heaven Primordial Empire? The Heaven Primordial Great Emperor had been weakened and might just faint at any minute now. They finally realized that if they could turn back the time, they would never mess with this demon. Chapter 631 screeches filled the entire hall as their body was burned to ashes by the black flames. This was just a small amount of fire that Yi Tianyun unleashed, and the effect was really outrageous. No matter what the people in the hall did, they couldn't extinguish the fire. A lot of ministers died this time, and those who managed to escape were severely wounded, either losing an arm or a leg. Retired Emperor will not lose. He will win for sure. Heaven Primordial Empire's cultivators still firmly believed that the retired emperor would best Yi Tianyun for sure. They believed that it was just a matter of time. But their belief was in vain, as the retired emperor himself was already severely injured by Yi Tianyun. Losing most of their ministers, their emperor was also reduced to a cripple, and now the retired emperor was in deep trouble. Hadn't they provoked Yi Tianyun, none of this would happen. Now, upon regretting their decision, they didn't know what to do to defend their empire. A green light suddenly radiated, and the retired emperor immediately jumped out of the black flames. The people in the hall were about to cheer for the retired emperor, but sadly, after looking at the retired emperor's condition, they refrained from doing so. The retired emperor was covered with burn marks, and one of his arms was already gone, turned to ash. The only silver lining for the retired emperor now was that he could somehow resist the black flame better, so he didn't have to amputate his arms or leg just to put out the fire. On the other side, Yi Tianyun was still fine. He didn't have a single scratch on his body, and he was covered with the evil god's black flame. Yi Tianyun's presence was really overwhelming that no one dared to even look at him. They knew they were lucky enough that their emperor was crippled instead of dead. There was no way their emperor could resist Yi Tianyun's power. What a powerful flame. My divine wood body can't even hold a candle to this flame. The face of the retired emperor was contorted in anger. He didn't expect Tianyun to have such an amazing power. Furthermore, it was a power that easily countered his power. If it were another attribute, he wouldn't feel any fear, but the fire was a natural enemy for the Heaven Primordial retired emperor. The attribute damage enhancement power is just strong. Yi Tianyun felt very satisfied with this attribute damage enhancement. The damage enhancement that Yi Tianyun talked about was the enhancement that he got if he was restrained or immobilized. The damage of his attributed-based attack would be doubled under such circumstances. Because of that, his combat power almost reached 10 billion points. Yi Tianyun didn't care about the retired emperor's divine wood body, as it was nothing more than a firewood in front of him. Now, didn't you want to take care of me? What are you waiting for? I am still waiting for you to do something, Yi Tianyun said as he walked step by step towards the retired emperor. Retired emperor didn't say anything, but instead he exuded a constant source of life force from his body, and his burned arm grew back. This was the power of divine wood body. A regeneration of that scale was nothing. He could even regrow his heart in a matter of seconds. But it was useless to regenerate them while they were on fire, so the retired emperor had to put off the fire before he could regrow and regenerate his body. Wood divine secret art, 10,000 woods returned to origin. A blinding green light suddenly radiated from the retired emperor's eyes that he pointed to the ground. The green light surged wildly, and in an instant, countless sky-high trees sprang from the ground. The trees themselves had a razor-sharp branch that was all pointed towards Yi Tianyun. The entire continent shook as the divine wood secret art that the retired emperor used affected the earth. Moreover, to sustain the trees, spiritual power from the continent was constantly being absorbed into the ground. This is simply a miracle. The people on the Heaven Primordial Imperial City said when they saw the endless green light from the palace. It was so bright that everyone was left in awe. At the same time, many cultivators noticed that the spiritual power in their surroundings was being drained, preventing them from cultivating in the process. What is happening? Did someone activate a large spirit gathering array somewhere nearby? We can't cultivate in this condition. All of them came out from their cultivation chamber and were shocked to see a blinding green light from afar. It looked like a miracle, and after seeing that the green light was coming from the Imperial Palace, none of the cultivators dared to complain. They didn't know what the Heaven Primordial Great Emperor was doing, but it must have been something outstanding. At the same time, an unusual and amazing turn of events took place at the Ferdi. Big trees sprouted everywhere, and many of them also broke the ceiling on top of the hall and burst out of the Imperial Palace, but at the same time, the black flames started to burn everything at an extreme speed. I will put your fire out. The retired emperor roared, and the green light around his body intensified, trying to extinguish these black flames. However, the retired emperor was concerned about Yi Tianyun, as he knew that Yi Tianyun was still alive somewhere. Boom! Suddenly, a black dragon came out from inside the hall, biting off the trees and killed any cultivator on its path. Another black dragon appeared, and this time it attacked the retired emperor. He was startled that Yi Tianyun still had enough power to unleash an attack of this scale. Boom! The Black Dragon's attack instantly set the retired emperor ablaze, causing the retired emperor to scream miserably. Even though the retired emperor was constantly healed by the green light that was covering his body, it couldn't keep up with the flame. Heaven Primordial Great Emperor in the corner looked over to Yi Tianyun and found that Yi Tianyun had become even bigger. His head has grown 2 horns, making him look more and more like an evil god than before. Father, father, Heaven Primordial Great Emperor cried out in fear. He didn't know what to do as he saw his father was covered in fire. This was a great battle between Saint King stage cultivators, so he couldn't do anything to help his father. He now realized the gap between him and a Saint King expert was too far apart, but seeing at Yi Tianyun, he knew that Yi Tianyun didn't go all out just yet. It was clear that what the horror he saw so far was not all there was to it. Chapter 632. While the flame was still burning, Yi Tianyun reverted to his normal state. His whole body was covered with black armor, not looking as menacing as when he transformed into an evil god, but just as formidable. Yi Tianyun no longer had any intention to kill the retired emperor because he felt it was too easy to deal with him. Even if the retired emperor was a negligent guardian who would even kill heaven-creating divine king's descendant, Yi Tianyun thought that killing him was too nice. After a while, the retired emperor finally completely suppressed the evil god Black Flames, but his body was no different from that of a disabled person. His body was covered with horrible burn marks, especially his hands and legs. His body constantly exuded healing life force, but the recovery speed was much slower than before. Although the retired emperor could cut off his own limbs to regrow a new one, he couldn't do that right now as he needed an alarming amount of spiritual energy to do that. Because of his slow regeneration, the Heaven Primordial Empire's residences on the hall began to lose their morale as they thought that the retired emperor was already in a critical condition. How does it feel? Yi Tianyun said blandly. Stop. I will go back to Ghost World Passage and carry out the Guardian's duty again, the retired emperor said as he surrendered to Yi Tianyun. He now realized just how strong Yi Tianyun was, which he couldn't hope to defeat. There was no way he would make Yi Tianyun his opponent again. Do you think you still have a chance now? Yi Tianyun shook his head. He had no intention of leaving the Guardian position to the retired emperor again, since he couldn't trust him anymore. But the situation was already grave as it was whether the retired emperor assumed his duty as Guardian of the Ghost World Passage or not. The seal was already weakening, and it would be broken in 100 years no matter what they did. Yi Tianyun at first planned to spare the retired emperor out of respect for heaven-creating divine king, but now that he bared his fang to Yi Tianyun, it wouldn't be possible anymore. Yi Tianyun never said that he was a saint as he always dealt with his enemies thoroughly. As long as they were hostile towards him, he wouldn't let them go, even if it was a fragile-looking woman. He would destroy this world if it meant killing his opponent without fail. As long as he never had to deal with his enemies again in the future, he would do anything. Me and Heaven Primordial Empire would swear our allegiances to you. I will even vow to become your slave if you want to, the retired emperor said while his body was constantly regenerating. He frowns when he saw the ministers still stood there doing nothing. Hurry up and kneel. What are you waiting for? The ministers, who were inwardly fearful, immediately came over and kneel. They didn't dare to look at Yi Tianyun in the eyes as they were completely overwhelmed by fear. Their greed from before was completely doused by the fear, and now there was no other choice but to submit themselves to Yi Tianyun. We submit and willingly serve Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor as our Great Emperor. The minister's voice was shaky as the thought of what Yi Tianyun might do to them struck terror within their hearts. They now realized how World Dragon Empire was destroyed as Yi Tianyun's power was really terrifyingly powerful. Yi Tianyun's gaze coldly observed every single one of the Heaven Primordial ministers. Even the Heaven Primordial Great Emperor, who already lost his arm, also kneeled on the ground. He saw that their previously arrogant attitude has long gone. The only emotion that remained in this hall was fear. I apologize for my arrogant words earlier. I should have never said that. Heaven Primordial Great Emperor apologized to Yi Tianyun with a weak voice. He knew that he could no longer become the Great Emperor when he felt extremely scared like this. I accept your submission, Yi Tianyun said blandly. The ministers were delighted. However, when they looked up, they were met with Yi Tianyun's terrifying flame. They didn't even get time to react as Yi Tianyun's flame enveloped and started to burn their body in a matter of seconds. With their scream echoing on the big hall, they all turned into ashes and charcoal. Among them, the Heaven Primordial Great Emperor was also burned to death. We have surrendered ourselves to you. Why would you still do such a cruel thing? The retired emperor asked furiously, as his body was almost completely healed now. You are just stalling for time, am I right? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Just as you're never willing to become the Ghost World Passage Guardian, you would never willingly submit to me. The retired emperor didn't care even though Yi Tianyun totally saw through him. Instead, he slammed his feet, and in an instant, countless flower petals appeared around Yi Tianyun and started to envelope Yi Tianyun layer after layer. Inside layers of flower petals, a shimmering green liquid drenched Yi Tianyun. This was life-condensed venom that would definitely kill anyone who touched it. Ha ha ha. Even if you were on a Saint King stage, the venom would definitely kill you. We will see how long you could last inside that trap, the retired emperor said while laughing out loud. Although he lost his son, he didn't care as long as he could keep his own life. He could always have another child later. I don't know about that. It seems powerful, so I didn't have any intention to test it. Yi Tianyun said from behind the great emperor. You. How could you escape my technique? The retired emperor said with a shocked expression. But Yi Tianyun didn't answer his question, but instead he grabbed the retired emperor's head and slammed it to the ground. He instantly used his immortal fire to burn the retired emperor's entire body. Do you have anything else to say? Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he kept burning the retired emperor's body. This time, I am honestly willing to submit myself to you. I will become your personal slave for life, the retired emperor shouted as he hoped and prayed for Yi Tianyun's mercy. It's too late. Death sentence has already been passed down as soon as you provoke me, Yi Tianyun said emotionlessly. There was no need to give mercy to a backstabber. Then you're coming to hell with me, the retired emperor screamed and tried to reach for Yi Tianyun's arm. No, you will go there yourself, Yi Tianyun said as he slammed down the retired emperor's head very hard this time, and with that, everything ended. Chapter 633, Yi Tianyun crushed the retired emperor's head effortlessly, killing the retired emperor once and for all. Ding. Successfully killed the retired emperor of Heaven Primordial Empire. Reward, 88 billion XP, 15W0 CPs, 10W0 CPs, 5W00 CPs, 5W00C Divine Rune Mastery Point, 10,000 Woods Return to Origin, Divine Wood Armor, Divine Wood Boots, Ghost World Passage Map. Ding! Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward, 300 million XP, 50W0 CPs, 10W0 CPs, 10W0 CS, SS0 Super Enhanced Lottery. Roulette Ticket. Ding! As a result of killing the Guardian of Ghost World Passage, gained all of the Guardian's power and obtained Mortal World Guardian title. Mortal World Guardian couldn't be pressured, gained the ability to travel back and forth between the passage and fly on the passage. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to third layer of Spirit King Stage Cultivation Base. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to fourth layer of Spirit King Stage Cultivation Base. Due to the abundant experience point that Yi Tianyun got from killing the retired emperor, he could level up 2 times in a row. It was all thanks to his crazy mode and the XP cards that he got when he opened the level 60 gift pack from before. He wasn't even that far to break through to the 5th layer Spirit King stage at this point. This is absolutely amazing. I almost level up 3 times in a row. If only I had been more ruthless, I would gain so much more. Yi Tianyun originally wants to buy more XP card from the Crazy Store, but it was too expensive. He decided not to buy any, and now he regretted his decision. If only he bought the XP card from the shop, he could have gained X160 XP easily, which meant that he would gain XP equal to killing 160 Saint King cultivators at the same time. How many Saint King could he found on Mortal World? Even if he searched for one on Ghost World or Heaven World, he might not even be able to find that many Saint King that he could fight. Yi Tianyun shook his head and turned his attention to the withering flower petals in front of him. This doesn't make any sense. It does look dangerous, but I don't really understand it, Yi Tianyun said as he tried to observe the venom that dripped down from the petal. He noticed that even the hard ground beneath the petal was corroded by the venom and instantly created a venomous swamp underneath it. Even a Saint King stage expert would have no chance of breaking free from the petal's clutch. It seemed this technique was the retired emperor's strongest technique. That was the reason why Yi Tianyun teleported behind the retired emperor immediately after he used this technique. Yi Tianyun sensed that the flower petal was dangerous. Yi Tianyun immediately cleaned up the hall and pocketed all the storage ring that he could find on every dead body inside the hall, and he found 2 divine tools on the retired emperor's storage ring. This is great, but it's unfortunate that even someone as strong as the retired emperor only has 2 divine tools on him, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. He didn't find any on the Heaven Primordial Great Emperor's storage ring, meaning the retired emperor really hoarded the best resources for himself instead of for his own empire. But then again, after some investigation, Yi Tianyun realized that the 2 divine tools that he got from the retired emperor was useless. It was tailor-made for the retired emperor's divine wood body. It was clear that the divine tools were created by the heaven-creating divine king. But the retired emperor didn't even bother to return the heaven-creating divine king's kindness and discarded his identity as the Ghost World Passage's guardian. In any case, the treasures there were scavenged cleanly by Yi Tianyun. When he walked out of the hall, the guards outside were all forced to back away. They were dumbfounded as the energy that Yi Tianyun exuded was overwhelming. Who is that man? He is the Heavenly Cloud Emperor. I had seen him before when I went to visit the Heavenly Cloud's Imperial City with Great Emperor. Why would the Heavenly Cloud Emperor come here? Could it be that the battle just now was his doing? While they were speculating, Yi Tianyun looked around and then said in a deep voice, "Because the great emperor of Heaven Primordial Empire has offended the dignity of Heavenly Cloud's empire, I have bestowed divine judgment upon him." From today onwards, the Heaven Primordial Empire is under the control of Heavenly Cloud's Empire, and those who resist will be killed on the spot. Yi Tianyun's blaring voice blared could be heard throughout the entire Heaven Primordial Imperial City. What? The Heaven Primordial Great Emperor is dead? While each one of them was shocked beyond measure by the news that they heard from Yi Tianyun, they didn't have any intention to resist Heavenly Cloud's Emperor's claim. They all kneeled down in front of Yi Tianyun as they felt a surprising pressure from the bottom of their heart that they couldn't resist. Yi Tianyun didn't exude any aura as he felt no need to do so. After all, he had the I am the Great Emperor title that made those weaker than him and the subjects of his empire feel a constant pressure that would make them submit to his greatness. I'm the Great Emperor, cause cultivators with weaker cultivation to submit more easily. At the same time, command point increased by 1 WUZO. This title is amazing, as it would make sure everyone's loyalty would stay the same. Now he was at Spirit King stage cultivation base, which meant everyone below that stage would feel the power of this title. Besides the effect of the title, the fact that their Great Emperor was dead encouraged them to submit to Yi Tianyun without hesitation. Chapter 634. What? Heavenly Clouds? Great Emperor attacked Heaven Primordial Empire? He even massacred the Great Emperor and all their ministers? He even killed the retired Emperor himself? Does that mean he is the strongest in mortal world now? What happened? For what reason did the Heavenly Clouds Great Emperor attack them? Could it be that the Heavenly Clouds Emperor was unpleased with the Heaven Primordial Empire? Or is it possible that he wants to dominate the entire mortal world? Hey, that may be possible. But it was clear that he already dominated the mortal world. He overthrew the World Dragon Empire, and now the Heaven Primordial Empire. He overthrew the Netherworld Empire previously, too. The top three crumbled at his hands. Isn't that scary? But then again, I don't know if we should say that the Netherworld Empire was in top three. The news immediately spread throughout the mortal world. While most people didn't know why Yi Tianyun did all this, they were all shocked by Yi Tianyun's power. Many people started to think that Yi Tianyun was an ambitious person who wanted to conquer the mortal world. These rumors began to cause panic across the empire on the mortal world. They were scared that Yi Tianyun would suddenly knock on their front door and destroy their empire. So, the majority of the empires in mortal world immediately chose to surrender themselves to Heavenly Cloud's empire before Yi Tianyun set his eyes on them. They had no other choice as they knew that they wouldn't stand a chance against Yi Tianyun with their power. They didn't know that Yi Tianyun had no interest in doing what they just speculated. He wouldn't come to their empire for something trivial as to conquer the mortal world. Furthermore, people started to think that Yi Tianyun was a tyrant with fierce power who wouldn't hesitate to mow down anyone provoking him. None of the great emperors from various empires dared to badmouth Yi Tianyun or the Heavenly Clouds Empire in public because of these rumors. At most, they would talk about it in private, where they were confident that no one else would hear them. However, Yi Tianyun just laughed hard as he heard about the rumors. How did he become a tyrant in the people's eyes? If the Heaven Primordial retired emperor had no plan to raise his hand against him, probably he wouldn't attack them either. However, he did not bother to explain that to the public. What they wanted to believe was up to them, and Yi Tianyun didn't have an obligation to correct their way of thinking revolved around. The fact remained that Heaven Primordial Empire was indeed conquered by Yi Tianyun. People had to accept that fact, and they also had to believe that Yi Tianyun would take good care of it. But a new problem arose for Yi Tianyun the moment he conquered the Heaven Primordial Empire, as he would have to dispatch some credible person to be in charge of the conquered empire while Heavenly Cloud's Empire was having a shortage of people who were capable of such a thing. Yi Tianyun didn't want to be a real tyrant like the people rumored, and so he couldn't just dispatch a random person only to oppress the people from the Heaven Primordial Empire in the end. Then again, Yi Tianyun didn't have to worry about this, as it was Ye Qingxuan's concern to manage Heavenly Cloud's Empire's territory. Instead, Yi Tianyun immediately found a spot and used his lucky draw ticket. He realized he got it after killing the retired emperor earlier, and he remembered he still had some ticket from before that as well. He immediately activated his lucky aura and used the lottery. It quickly spun around and finally stopped at accessory category. Great, this is rare, Yi Tianyun shouted as he was excited to see that he would get an accessory from the lottery. He immediately opened the box and saw a ring inside. Desolate Ancient Ring. Desolate Ancient was one of the 3 pieces of Ancient set. Effect, 10x power, 30% crit chance, 2x crit damage. Special effect, Desolate Ancient Frenzy. Use 800 CPs to increase crit chance to 100% and 4x damage. Great, another Desolate Ancient set piece, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. If he got another one, he would have the full set of the Desolate Ancient set. The set would add another bonus to each accessory that was already strong as it was, but he immediately heard a knock on the door, so he immediately calmed himself down and told whoever was knocking on his door to come in. Ye Qingxuan walked in immediately and smiled faintly to Yi Tianyun, Great Emperor. Did you call for me? Ye Tianyun smiled. It's been hard for you this time. I ended up conquering another territory without consideration again. Ye Tianyun shook his head apologetically. That is not a problem, great emperor. Because of your effort, our empire was more glorious than ever. Because of our influences in the mortal world, our spirit race that scattered all over mortal world began to regroup. The spirit race was stronger than ever. Ye Tianyun's beautiful eyes were full of excitement. She didn't feel any exhaustion at all. She always tried to restore the spirit race to their peak power, but now due to Heavenly Cloud's empire status, spirit race was stronger than ever. Particularly, the spirit race was one of the top brass in Heavenly Cloud's managerial position. They managed most things and thus further elevated their power and status. On the other hand, Heavenly Jade Sect had Yi Yue. Because of her charm and quick thinking, Heavenly Jade Sect didn't fall behind Spirit Sect. Great Emperor, did you call us? At this time, Yi Yue and Zhu Lingyun both showed up outside Yi Tianyun's room. The three of them were the top pillar of Heavenly Cloud's empire, just below Yi Tianyun and ch601. No one would expect that these three weak-looking women would be the core power of a great empire like Heavenly Cloud's empire. But the truth was, those three's cultivation was already pretty high. They got many martial arts that suit their cultivation and the high-grade medicinal pills that Yi Tianyun has prepared for them. Now, all three of them were at core transformation stage and would be in void spirit stage in no time. However, Yi Tianyun was a little bit sad as ch601 was not there right now. It's great to have you guys in the Heavenly Clouds Empire, Yi Tianyun said with a smile as he faced the three women inside his room. They were startled by Yi Tianyun's words, as Yi Tianyun noticed their hard work this whole time. Their eyes were red as they were touched by Yi Tianyun's acknowledgement. The exhaustion from their work disappeared when they knew that everything was worth it. If it weren't for him, they would have never accepted their responsibilities now. At first, they only wanted to repay Yi Tianyun's kindness, but eventually, it became their calling and a place to call home. Chapter 635. Yi Tianyun looked at the women in front of him in the eye. How could he not notice their hard work? Managing an empire was not a walk in the park. It was clear that these women have struggled countless times along the way, going through a lot of life and death situations. They had to grit their teeth all the time to preserve their motivation and life. What are you crying for? There's nothing to cry about. Yi Tianyun gently patted each of the women's head, gently wiping away the tears in their eyes. Heavenly Cloud's empire would have to rely on the three of you in the future, so you will always remember to get a good rest each and every day. Great Emperor, we wouldn't rest while we know that you are still working hard for us out there. Yes, we didn't even feel tired at all. We can do so much more than this. They smiled brightly at Yi Tianyun as they knew that they couldn't whine while they were still too far below Yi Tianyun's cultivation level. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun kept fighting for their sake out there and always had a chance of injuring himself. Compared to the three of them who were always sheltered in a safe place, how could they complain about it? Yi Tianyun also realized the situation, and thus he smiled and said nothing more about it. Instead, he changed the topic immediately. This time, I asked you guys to come over to talk about several things. The first thing is relatively simple. I plan to leave the mortal world for a trip to the ghost world to take care of some unfinished business. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Although he didn't say his real purpose, the three women knew what Yi Tianyun's goal was to take care of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. If this problem wasn't resolved, Heavenly Cloud's empire would be in constant danger. The three of them quickly nodded their head as they understood what Yi Tianyun has to deal with. The second thing is that I have to go look for my aunt in Heavenworld, Yi Tianyun said with a heavy tone. After he dealt with Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, he would go straight to Heavenworld to look for ch601. He didn't know what faction took her, but as long as she was in the Heavenworld, he would eventually find her. Yes, we must bring back Palace Lord Shi. She works the hardest among all of us. We have to find her for all her hard work before. She has given us so many things and teaches us a lot of stuff. They felt ashamed when they compared their work to ch601's, since it was nowhere even close. She also chose to go to Heavenworld for the sake of Heavenly Cloud's empire. It wasn't clear whether she was threatened or not, but one thing for sure was that she left for Yi Tianyun's sake. That reason alone has become Yi Tianyun's biggest motivation to get ch601 back. When Yi Tianyun was still a boy, ch601 paved a path for him using Heavenly Jade Palace. Although Yi Tianyun could do a lot of things now, it wasn't comparable to ch601's effort. I know. I will bring her back for sure, Yi Tianyun said as his gaze flickered a little bit. The third thing is nothing important. Yi Tianyun quickly waved his hands, and three divine tools appeared in front of him. Those were the spoils of war that he got earlier. These three divine tools would be yours. Familiarize yourself with them and don't take them out in the open unless you are in a grave danger. Divine tools? The three of them were surprised. Those were the weapons that only the great emperor should wield, but it was now theirs? A sacred tool was already amazing enough for them, but now they would have their own divine tool? We couldn't accept this, Great Emperor. This is too precious. It should only be reserved for the Great Emperor to use. They all nodded their head in unison. They all reached the same conclusion that they didn't deserve such precious tools. You guys are now the top pillars of the Empire. I'll leave these divine tools under your care, and it is your responsibility to use them for the sake of the Empire. But think about it. If I can give these to you, wouldn't I have something much better? Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. Okay, we understand, Great Emperor. The three of them reluctantly accepted the divine tools after hearing Yi Tianyun's words. Heavenly Cloud's empire depends on you three to continue advance forward. I believe that Heavenly Cloud's empire would be even more glorious in the future. Not just in mortal world, but also in heaven world and ghost world, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The girls lit up with excitement. They finally understood that Yi Tianyun also wanted to lead the empire to the greatness that even heaven world and ghost world would recognize. It meant that Yi Tianyun somehow intended to unify the three worlds. The girls immediately excused themselves as they became more motivated to work harder, but ch601 remained in Yi Tianyun's room as she had something to say. Great Emperor, I have something for you, ch601 said hesitantly as she took out the rune, but handed it over to Yi Tianyun nonetheless. World Divine Rune, what are you doing? Why did you make something that would hurt you like this? Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. The power of the World Divine Rune was tremendous, and only the spirit race could carve it. The only drawback was that the carver would injure their body badly. ch601 had carved one and given it to Yi Tianyun before, and it indeed granted Yi Tianyun tremendous power. However, he knew the price that she had to pay to make one, and so he ordered ch601 to never make another. I was able to replenish my blood essence back in time because of the blood jade stone that you gave me back then. I know that you ordered me not to make another one, but I know that you're constantly facing danger out there. This is the least I can do to help you in your battle. You are the Spirit King, our king. You are indispensable. ch601 said with a hint of proudness that Yi Tianyun has never seen before. Yi Tianyun slightly trembled after seeing ch601's determination. He understood that if he was ever defeated in battle, the entire Heavenly Cloud's empire would collapse. Don't worry, I will be fine. But I'll refrain from using this World Divine Rune and keep it as a last resort, Yi Tianyun said as he took the World Divine Rune and put it inside his item bar. It would be for the best. ch601 smiled and then excused herself and left Yi Tianyun's room with a load off her shoulders. Looking at her backs as she left, Yi Tianyun felt that he now bore a greater responsibility, carrying the entire Heavenly Cloud's empire on his shoulders. It's time to take care of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, Yi Tianyun said as he would like to see how strong a divine nation really was. Yi Tianyun's figure disappeared from the room and reappeared outside. He immediately flew towards the Ghost World passage quickly. He killed all the demon beast he could find along the way. He kept flying even though he was already inside the Netherworld passage as the no-flying rules no longer applied to him. As he passed the Netherworld River, the cultivators who were busy making raft were immediately stunned as they saw someone flying through. Am I hallucinating? How can someone fly in here? Yeah, isn't it forbidden to fly in here? Damn, I will try it myself. Shit, I couldn't do it. How on earth did he do it? All of the cultivators looked at Yi Tianyun with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Chapter 636, Ghost World, Heavenly Netherworld, Divine Nation. What's going on? Why are we getting pushed back by a mortal world cultivator? The cultivators we've already sent are plenty strong. They weren't supposed to be defeated by a mortal world cultivator. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's Imperial Preceptor Ji Yang angrily shouted at the ministers kneeling in front of him. They were worried that Ji Yang would punish them for their incompetence. According to the rumor, the Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor has reached Saint King's stage. All the empire that showed even the slightest hint of animosity were getting destroyed one by one. The minister kneeling on the ground trembled while giving the report. They knew that the Imperial Preceptor would kill anyone with little to no mistake at all if that person displeased him in any way. This time, their problem was bigger. If a minister did something wrong, they would get away with a slap as a punishment as long as it was still tolerable. But for a failure of this scale, they know that Ji Yang wouldn't hesitate to kill them. How could a mortal world cultivator reach Saint King's stage? Ji Yang asked, feeling disbelief as he knew that it was almost impossible to achieve. He knew that the spiritual energy on mortal world was so much thinner compared to ghost world. Yes, according to the information we got from a mortal world traveler, that is indeed the truth, another minister reported to the Imperial Preceptor. Bullshit, Ji Yang shouted as he slammed his hands on the table, destroying the table and scaring all the ministers in the hall. The ministers were terrified that Ji Yang would hit them even though they were responsible for collecting information and weren't responsible for the invasion themselves. You are all garbage. You can't even do a simple task properly. I am asking you to investigate that empire, and what did I get? Just a bunch of bullshit, Ji Yang said coldly to all the ministers. We got the World Dragon Empire as our puppet, but they were destroyed. This is not normal, and your job is to investigate the truth regarding that matter. Why can't any of you even do that properly? We are sorry for doing such a terrible job, Imperial Preceptor. Please punish us accordingly, the ministers said in unison. They didn't dare to argue with the minister and decided to accept their fate. They knew that their report was accurate, but no matter how hard they explained, Ji Yang wouldn't believe them. The task itself was hard from the beginning as they couldn't go to the mortal world themselves, plus they didn't have that much time to begin with, making it almost impossible to complete the mission thoroughly. If there really is a Saint King expert on mortal world, that changes everything. I will put this aside for now, and I will personally go to the mortal world when the passage weakens, Ji Young said solemnly. He was determined to kill the rumored Great Emperor since the army he sent was obliterated by this Great Emperor. Imperial Preceptor, are you seriously going to the mortal world personally? The minister said as they were shocked to hear Ji Young's word. Who else should go? No one else would be able to deal with the Saint King expert easily, Ji Young said coldly. The minister immediately stopped talking and bowed their head submissively. I can't go right now, but I certainly have the energy to deal with the Phoenix Nest, so it's better to solve the closest problem to us first, Ji Young said thoughtfully. So, how is the situation at the Temple of Heaven? It is still impossible to capture, Imperial Preceptor. It is protected by a layer of pure spiritual energy. Damn, heaven-creating Divine King's divine rune was that tough, Ji Young said to himself. Are the troops ready to move? Ji Young asked coldly. Yes, sir, the Phoenix Slayer squad is ready to go, the minister at the forefront said confidently. Great. We will move out to exterminate those phoenixes now. We will reap all of their resources and kill all of them, Ji Young said while smirking evilly. Right away, Imperial Preceptor, the minister said in unison. Finally, some excitement around here. As long as we wipe out those phoenixes, we would be able to cultivate a large number of people. I wonder how much stronger our divine nation will be after this, Ji Young said with a smirk on his face. Sir, we are ready to go, a minister reported eagerly. Very good. Now, those of you that aren't included in this Phoenix will go to Mortal World and report back in detail the situation over there. You got that? Ji Young said confidently. Yes, Imperial Preceptor. The minister nodded and hurriedly left the hall to prepare for their own journey. Now, we will advance to Phoenix Nest, Ji Yang said confidently. He couldn't wait to kill a phoenix himself. The situation inside the Phoenix Nest was still the same as usual. They were all cultivating in their own way, unbeknownst the incoming crisis at all. But suddenly, there was a loud, booming sound outside of the Phoenix Nest, which startled them from their meditation. When they were confused and left the cultivation chamber to check out what happened, everything was already too late. Enemy attack, the guards shouted with their last bit of strength. The parasol tree around the nest was already on fire, and as a result, the phoenixes couldn't coordinate their formation. The Phoenix clan sure is kind. They grow a parasol tree around their base to make our job easier, Ji Young said sarcastically as he watched the trees burn. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun was still at Ghost World Passage, repairing the divine rune that the passage needed to stabilize once more. But like a cat in danger, Yi Tianyun felt that something wasn't quite right. Strange, what's with this bad feeling? Yi Tianyun said while contemplating if there was something amiss. Ding, successfully received a quest. Rescue the Phoenix Clan. Reward, 500 million XP, 400 W0 CPs, 10 W0 SPs, 200 Phoenix Clan favorability? Suddenly, the notification from Crazy Leveling System popped up, letting Yi Tianyun know about the crisis that was taking place as he repaired the divine rune. Chapter 637, Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's Imperial Preceptor, Ji Young, brought many powerful cultivators to attack the Phoenix Nest without warning. They successfully startled all of the Phoenix Nest residents without any exception. What is happening? Who is crazy enough to invade our clan? Bai Shuihuang shouted as she emerged from the conference hall with several elders in tow. The Phoenix Nest was currently affected by the Seal Great Array, which created a barrier around it. But the problem now was that no one knew about this invasion until the Seal Great Array was erected. The elders and the Lord would immediately notice that the Great Array was erected, but they didn't have the slightest information about the enemy. But that didn't matter right now. All the elders and Bai Shuihuang herself immediately stopped whatever they were doing and flew towards the enemy as the nest itself was in danger. The only one who didn't come out of their secret room to help was the old immortal, as they were too old now. Even if they could, in their current condition, they would be able to help once at best, so it would be so much better to use it in a very critical situation. Nonetheless, Bai Shuihuang was the one who held the jade pendant that could summon the old immortal. If Bai Shuihuang crushed the pendant, the old immortal would have to help as the pendant would give them a tremendous boost of spiritual energy. That was the fact about the Phoenix clan, as they were not an immortal being. They could still die of natural causes. The only thing that differentiated them from other clans was their longevity. When Bai Shuihuang and the elders arrived at the gate, they finally saw that Ji Young was the one who attacked their place. The fire barrier that the Seal Great Array created was the only thing that stopped Ji Yang in his track. How dare you, Bai Shuihuang shouted coldly. He immediately released a scale-like aura packed with intense anger towards Ji Yang, but Ji Yang only raised his hands gently and parried the attack without any problem. It was undoubtedly no easy feat to parry Bai Shuihuang's attack as she used a divine tool to amplify her power. Phoenix Tail Feather's red flame is such a good divine tool. If it were your old ancestor who attacked me with it just now, I would have been reduced to cinders by now, Ji Yang said as he dusted off a little bit of fire on his hands. Everyone immediately realized that Ji Yang was far above anyone on Phoenix Nest right now in terms of cultivation. Bai Shuihuang, the highest among Phoenix Clan, was at the 9th layer Spirit King stage, while Ji Yang was at the 5th layer Saint King stage. Master Ji Yang, what is all this? Our Phoenix Clan never wronged you before. Bai Shuhuang was anxious to attack Ji Yang once again as the guards who were supposed to guard the gate was captured by Ji Yang's men, and she was afraid that Ji Yang would kill them and extracted their blood essence. "No, you did nothing wrong. This is just my way of doing things," Ji Yang said as he ripped off one of the Phoenix Guard's heart. Bai Shuhuang and the others shouted, hoping that Ji Yang would stop, but it was all for naught. But Bai Shuhuang and the elders immediately realized that they couldn't afford to be captured by the enemy as they would meet the same fate as the guards earlier. Ji Yang immediately ate the still beating heart, like eating a snack, chewing it up slowly while savoring it. "This fragrance is just so wonderful. I can't get enough of this phoenix blood. How long has it been since I ate one, especially in front of the Phoenix clan themselves?" Ji Yang said with a smirk on his face as he was finally done eating the heart. "Ji Yang, I will destroy your heavenly netherworld divine nation soon, you bunch of bastards," Bai Shuhuang shouted coldly as she took out the jade pendant and crushed it. "Now, that is the best decision you ever made. I will be able to clean this place up properly," Ji Yang said as he let Bai Shuhuang crush the jade pendant. "You think your divine nation would win this time? What a pretentious bastard," Bai Shuhuang said coldly. She knew that Ji Yang came with another Saint King expert, so she knew that the jade pendant was her only answer. The other Saint King expert was Great General Ming Shen. He was at the 4th layer Saint King stage, just one layer lower than Ji Yang, but powerful nonetheless. But he was not the only issue. There was a bunch of Spirit King expert behind Ji Yang who could prove to be a problem when the fight broke out, especially the group of cultivators with the light blue dress behind Ji Yang. Their face was hidden, making it harder for Bai Shuhuang to measure their strength. However, she felt a dangerous vibe coming out of that group. It was obvious that Ji Yang came prepared. On the other hand, Bai Shuhuang was at a loss here. She had no information whatsoever about the enemy. Because of that, she didn't have any opportunity to erect a proper defensive mechanism around the territory. "Of course, I'm confident we would win. Why else did you think we're here for? Anyway, we also come to free the evil spirit race that you sealed in the Phoenix Cave. You have hidden that fact for so long. Did you think we are stupid enough to overlook that? But at the end of this day, it wouldn't matter. You will all be dead by then," Ji Yang said indifferently. Ji Yang didn't think much of Bai Shuhuang's words as he came to kill all of the Phoenix clan. There was nothing to talk about as eventually none of the Phoenix clan's possession wouldn't be theirs when he killed all of them. "It seems that you have already admitted that you are the descendants of the evil spirit race," Bai Shuhuang said with a sneer. "So what if I admit it? Do you think you can still turn the tables?" Ji Yang said blandly. "I've already prepared everything I need to destroy the Phoenix clan. Today is the day that Phoenix clan would be wiped off from Ghost World. I will make sure to use all of your blood efficiently," Ji Yang said with a smirk on his face. He reached out for the other guards he captured earlier and, like before, he also ripped off the guard's heart. Bai Shuhuang felt the hate that he never felt before as his eyes were clouded by anger. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun was on his way to the Phoenix clan as fast as he could. A big battle was clear on the horizon, and he hoped that he wouldn't be too late to reach the Phoenix Nest. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation has launched a major attack on the Phoenix clan? Could it be that the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation still has a hidden card that they never showed before? Yi Tianyun began to wonder anxiously, as it was clear that Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation was hiding something. Chapter 638. The Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation and Phoenix Clan were officially at war. All this time, they kept a poker face to each other, but there was no need for that anymore. The prelude to this was the death of 2 Phoenix Nest's guards in the hands of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's Imperial Preceptor. Furthermore, the Imperial Preceptor took so many cultivators in tow to invade the Phoenix Nest. The Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation was Evil Spirit Race's descendants, and because of that, they have been holding a grudge against the Phoenix Clan for what they had done to their ancestor. Likewise, the Phoenix Clan wouldn't forgive the Evil Spirit Race for what they did for the same reason. The Evil Spirit Race has tried to eradicate the Phoenix Clan in the past, and it caused a significant loss to the Phoenix Clan. Phoenix Clan had the principle not to offend anyone unless they were offended first. Buzz. Suddenly, the 2 phoenix tail feathers in Bai Shuhuang's hand turned into the red darts and dashed towards Ji Yang faster than her attack before. Ji Yang was clearly astonished. He quickly defended himself, but this time he used his fan to defend. A loud banging sound was heard, and Ji Yang was pushed backward several meters. Unfortunately for Bai Shuhuang, her attack was perfectly blocked, and Ji Yang was left unscathed. Obviously, the fan that Ji Yang used was a divine tool. Although divine tool was extremely rare, a Saint King was supposed to have one to defend themselves from another Saint King cultivator. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's Imperial Preceptor is still very young. Compared to our cultivator with the same cultivation level in the past, you are stronger. An old man dressed in red floated down from the sky, and the 2 phoenix tail feathers that Bai Shuhuang used earlier fluttered to his hand. Although he looked old, there was not the slightest hint of hesitation in his eyes. His gaze was full of vitality that rivaled the young man. Yes, that is true. Are you here to attack our Phoenix Clan? Do you think we, Phoenix Clan, have gone rusty just because we have laid low in the mountains for so long? Another old man followed behind the first old man, also dressed in red. It seems that we, old immortals, have to prove that our Phoenix Clan was no pushover. Let this become a sign to everyone on Ghost World that we aren't going to take being pushed around. The third old man came with a faint smile on his face. Long live the three old ancestors, the Phoenix clan shouted out respectfully. These three old men were the old ancestors of the Phoenix clan, and they were at Saint King level, while the lowest among them was at the 4th layer Saint King stage, and the highest was at the 7th layer Saint King stage, overpowering all cultivator on Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation side. The three of them were the foundation of the Phoenix clan. They were the strongest Phoenix clan's cultivators at this time. The look of relief was clear on the Phoenix clan's face as they believed that the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation wouldn't be able to defeat their old ancestors. You three were clearly worthy of the Phoenix clan's name. I didn't expect the Phoenix clan to have three old ancestors of this caliber. The Phoenix clan had a longer lifespan than any clan on Ghost World, and so, they could cultivate a lot longer than anyone else. But he wasn't afraid of them as he already predicted and calculated this outcome. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, you, as the descendants of the evil spirit race, actually pretended to befriend us to free your ancestor. Luckily, we've already sniffed that rotting smell that comes out of your dirty intention, but since you already killed our member, we will fight you to the death. Bai Shuihuang said coldly with anger. She suppressed her anger earlier, but now that the guards were killed, they were ready for this war. Is that so? I think you rely too much on your elders, do you not? Ji Yang said with a faint smile. Of course, they are our prideful elders, Bai Shuihuan said coldly. Since you are so confident, then there is nothing else to do but end this farce. Ji Yang smiled weirdly. It seems Ji Yang was confident that he would win too. This is not good, the three old ancestors said at the same time as their face visibly paled. They remembered the evil spirit that was sealed on Phoenix Cave. At the same time, a loud booming sound was heard from the distance, and the ground shook violently. The vibration clearly came from the Phoenix Cave, making the old ancestor even more nervous than before. Someone must have slipped under their radar and took advantage of the fact that they were occupied by Ji Yang to release the evil spirit race's seal. Ha 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 ha, it's too late. Do you think our Heavenly Netherworld Holy King wouldn't come in person to such a glorious event? Moreover, it is time to get his clone back. Ji Yang laughed out loud. His plan to cause a distraction was a success. Who knew that the Phoenix clan would fall for it? Hook, line, and sinker. Clone, today, the Heavenly Netherworld Holy King's clone, which is the suppressed evil spirit in the Phoenix Cave, would merge back with him. The Phoenix clan were terrified, as in the past. The Phoenix clan had to sacrifice 2 of their Saint Kings just to seal the evil spirit. But now that the evil spirit would merge back to his original body, its power would surely be greater. The 3 old ancestor immediately flew towards the Phoenix Cave, ignoring Ji Yang and the rest. After they left, Ji Yang and the others laughed and ordered the cultivators behind him to destroy the great array that halted their advance. The blue-robed cultivators behind Ji Yang immediately took off their clothes and released a cold chi from their bodies. Their faces and bodies were engraved with dark blue divine rune as if they were reinforcing something. After taking off their clothes, they immediately made a seal, and these 12 mysterious cultivators immediately merged into one person. The cold ki that they released earlier became so much stronger that it completely froze anything in its path. The flame barrier that seemed to be difficult to break was easily destroyed from the intense cold that the cold ki emitted. What is this power? The Phoenix clan elders, who kept an eye on the front gate, was shocked by the situation. The overwhelming great array that the Phoenix clan took pride in was easily broken. This is the Heavenly Yin Fire, a powerful flame that was specially made to restrain us, Shopkeeper Yi shouted to everyone. The Phoenix clan cultivator that has seen the fire before was trembling in fear as they know that they couldn't do anything to suppress this freezing fire. In the meantime, Yi Tianyun has made his way to the border of the Phoenix clan territory and killed several Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation cultivators. He noticed that they had more than 1,000 cultivators to invade the Phoenix Nest. All of them clearly have surrounded the Phoenix Nest to make sure that no one could escape. Chapter 639, Bai Shuihuang, who rushed towards the Phoenix Cave, soon saw that the cave was covered with the Heavenly Yin Fire. The previous Heavenly Yin Fire that covered the cave was absorbed by Yi Tianyun, meaning that the Heavenly Yin Fire this time was new. No one here could use immortal fire to contain the Heavenly Yin Fire, so they just stood still in front of the Phoenix Cave, where they could tell that something terrifying was making its way out. The soul of the evil spirit has been liberated. It looks like it was still in the process of fusing together. We still have a chance to stop it from completely fusing with its main body. Old Ancestor Feng Tian, the strongest old ancestor, said as he wanted to attack the Holy King right now while they still had a chance of winning. Although this place was filled with the Heavenly Yin Fire, it wouldn't be too bad for him to break out of it. Besides, others would be severely burned if they tried to help. Yes, let's hurry. We couldn't wait for much longer. Old Ancestor Feng Yun said worriedly. He was the second strongest among them, and he clearly didn't want to see a more powerful version of the evil spirit race. The 3 old ancestors looked at each other and immediately formed a triangle attack towards the Phoenix Cave. Their combined attack was able to suppress the Heavenly Yin Fire and made its way inside the cave uninterrupted. As the Lord of the Phoenix, Bai Shuihuang also attacked at the same time. She herself had immortal fire, and she was clearly not afraid of the Heavenly Yin Fire. Her attack itself followed behind the three old ancestors' attack, so it didn't disrupt their attack. However, no other person could come this close to Heavenly Yin Fire in the Phoenix Nest, so it was up to them to handle the situation here. Moreover, they were facing the Heavenly Netherworld Holy King and the Evil Spirit, so the elders and the rest wouldn't stand a chance against them. After a while, a middle-aged man came out of the cave, seemingly absorbing the black fog from the ground. The middle-aged man himself seemed to become more powerful for every second passed. There was no doubt that this middle-aged man was the Heavenly Netherworld Holy King, the strongest person in the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, and the perpetrator behind this attack. Originally, his cultivation level had reached the Saint King Stage 8 layer, but as he absorbed the black fog into his body, he enhanced his power little by little. Judging from the pace, he knew that he could reach the Saint King Peak stage, or even the Divine King 1 stage at the end of this war. When he reached the level of Divine King, he could basically walk around the three realms. It was unclear whether there was a Divine King on the three realms, as no one has ever seen one. They might be hiding somewhere on the realm, cultivating on their own, or there might be none at all. If there were no Divine King at all, the Heavenly Netherworld Holy King would be able to dominate the three realms by himself. Upon closer inspection, there was a big hole on the side of the cave. It seemed the Holy King himself had a problem breaking through the mouth of the cave as the Divine Rune. There was specially made to prevent the evil spirit from coming in or out of the cave. Nevertheless, Heavenly Netherworld Holy King took advantage of Ji Young's distraction and successfully set his clone free. But fortunately, the fusion wasn't complete just yet. The three old ancestors knew that they couldn't let the Holy King completely fused with his clone. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan wouldn't have any chance to win. "Stop him!" the three old ancestors shouted coldly. The Phoenix fire was discharged from their body, creating a big ball of fire around them. The Heavenly Yin Fire that surged madly from the Heavenly Netherworld Holy King was quickly swallowed by the Phoenix Fire. A blast of heat immediately spread out as soon as the Phoenix Fire absorbed the Heavenly Yin Fire. The entire Phoenix Cave shook and seemed like it was about to collapse from the blast, but the Heavenly Netherworld Saint King was unharmed as the smoke dissipated. A dim ethereal blue light shielded the Holy King from the old ancestors' attack. "Middle-grade divine tool," the old ancestors said with a frown on their face. Middle-grade divine tool was even rarer than the lower-grade divine tool that was usually seen in the ghost world. This divine tool was quite powerful too, considering that it wasn't broken after defending against the three strongest Phoenix clan's old ancestors' attack. "Be a good man and wait for a moment, yeah?" The Heavenly Netherworld Holy King smiled grimly and continued to concentrate on absorbing his clone. If the seal weren't as strong, he would have already absorbed all of it, but unfortunately he couldn't even break the divine rune. "Continue the attack." The three old ancestors did not stop attacking. Even though their attack didn't do anything, they believed that even middle-grade divine tool had its limit. As long as they kept attacking, maybe they could break it eventually. The three old ancestors used up all their strength to attack fiercely. The place was full of smoke and dust that no one could see anything. At the same time, Ji Yang broke through the flame barrier outside and immediately set foot inside the Phoenix Nest. In addition to three Saint King stage experts, Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation also brought so many Spirit King experts with them. Elder Luo and Elder Lei were surrounded by 12 strong cultivators with the Heavenly Yin Fire. They were surrounded as the Heavenly Netherworld Divine King wanted to capture all the Phoenix clan. Ji Yang knew that Phoenix blood essence was precious, so it was a waste to kill all these resources. It was better to make the Phoenix clan a blood farm exclusive for the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. "Don't bother with your futile struggle, just give up." Ji Yang laughed while ordering the Spirit King stage cultivator to capture the children of the Phoenix clan. "How dare you?" Elder Luo roared in anger and instantly burned his blood essence. He had to keep his granddaughter safe no matter what. He was prepared to sacrifice his own life as long as his granddaughter could see the future. "A mere little worm like you dared to stand before me?" Ji Yang said as he rushed in and punched Elder Luo's chest. Elder Luo grunted as he was sent flying. He could barely even stand as he was seriously injured just from one attack from Ji Yang. Ji Yang still planned to capture every Phoenix clan people as they could turn into precious resources for Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. "Grandfather." A silhouette flew over to Elder Luo. A 15-year-old girl was clearly worried about her grandfather's injury. "Come with me, grandfather," she said as she tried to pull Elder Luo towards the trees. "Why did you come out?" Elder Luo was frightened. He had hidden her well before, but now she was here. "I'm worried about you, grandfather," the young girl said with a sad expression on her face. After more than a year missing from the Phoenix Nest, she has grown to a fine young girl. Obviously, her memories have returned, and she already recovered a little of her power. Now, it's too late to leave. Ji Yang said while snickering as he looked at Luo Yan. "She looks quite delicious. Maybe I will taste her first when I get back." Luo Yan's face turned white as she tried to get away while hugging Elder Luo. However, there was no way she could escape Ji Yang, who was faster than her. A bright light suddenly appeared from the sky and attacked Ji Yang, startling him while he desperately dodged the attack. Who gave you the permission to touch my daughter? A familiar voice came like refreshing water in the desert. Chapter 640. Chapter 640. Yi Tianyun's familiar figure walked in from the front gate, which was immediately recognized by the elders who were fighting in the front gate. The timing was so impeccable that the Phoenix clan felt grateful from the bottom of their heart. The two Saint King stage experts and many Spirit King experts that Heavenly Netherworld Divination brought were actually a bit worrying, as the Phoenix clan people doubted that Yi Tianyun would be able to deal with them all. There were simply too many strong enemies, especially some who could use the heavenly yin fire banding together to suppress even the immortal fire. What the hell are you doing here, stupid human? Do you want to get killed? Elder Luo shouted angrily. Elder Luo was angry at Yi Tianyun instead of smiling happily. Of course, he was grateful that Yi Tianyun had saved him from a sticky situation. However, he didn't want to let the heavenly netherworld divine nation caught on that Yi Tianyun was their enemy too. Father. Luo Yan instantly held back her tears as she saw Yi Tianyun. She then remained silent as she didn't want to break Yi Tianyun's concentration. Yi Tianyun ignored Elder Luo's words and continued to approach Ji Young. He looked at Luo Yan and was a little bit surprised that she had already grown to such a young teen in a short amount of time. But Yi Tianyun knew that it was common for phoenixes to grow this fast. A phoenix could metamorph to its adult form in several weeks after they deemed it was necessary to do so. Do you guys think I don't know the identity of this man? He was the one who repaired the divine rune on the Phoenix Cave, right? I already heard that the one who fixed the divine rune in there is a very strong human divine rune master. But I didn't understand why you chose to come here despite the barricade that Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation has built outside. Aren't you aware of the situation you are currently in? Ji Yang said confusedly. But then again, Ji Yang immediately realized that in order to come here, the human must have killed several of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation cultivators who stood guard outside. But before Yi Tianyun could say anything, Elder Luo shouted to him again, "Hurry up and leave. That man is the Imperial Preceptor of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. You wouldn't be able to beat him on your own. Why do you think shouting in front of the said enemy would change the situation? Now that I've seen him myself, there is no way I would let him escape now. But I am impressed. At such a very young age like this, you've already become a Divine Rune Grand Master. Because of that, I will give you a chance to surrender. You will become my direct disciple, and I will promise you glory and prosperity like no others. You can even control the Phoenix clan as you like. Clearly, my proposition is better than dying here." Ji Young could see that Yi Tianyun cared about the little phoenix behind him, so he threw the proposition to control the Phoenix clan as a temptation. He clearly wanted Yi Tianyun's talent, albeit the boy being human, that had nothing to do with the boy's talent. Is that so? Then I want the whole Phoenix clan under my control. Are you willing to give me that? Yi Tianyun said with a cold smile. Ji Yang's face remained unchanged, still maintaining his faint smile, but it was clear that there was a drop in his emotion after realizing that Yi Tianyun has rejected his offer. "Did you really think the Phoenix clan will win this war?" Ji Yang asked indifferently. "Well, the Phoenix clan is just fighting a bunch of trash this time, so why wouldn't we win? Plus, I am here now." "There is no way the Phoenix clan would lose," Yi Tianyun said casually. "Haha, you're very interesting, boy. Don't you think there's a fine line between bravery and stupidity? Are you not afraid of death?" Ji Young said impatiently. "Well, it doesn't matter now. If you choose their side, I am afraid your talent would be wasted today," Ji Young said as he waved his hands for the Spirit King behind him to attack Yi Tianyun. The three Spirit King stage experts rushed in from behind and attacked Yi Tianyun without hesitation. Among those three, the one with the lowest cultivation level was at the 4th layer Spirit King stage, while the highest was at the 6th layer Spirit King stage. They were strong, but not as strong as the 12 mysterious cultivators with the blue robe earlier. "Father!" Luo Yan shouted worriedly at Yi Tianyun as she was afraid to see Yi Tianyun get injured. But the next scene shocked everyone as no one saw Yi Tianyun attacked, but the 3 Spirit King cultivator was pushed back. Yi Tianyun immediately pulled out his heavenly netherworld divine sword as his hands shone with a cold light. The netherworld fire that enveloped the sword instantly ignited the surrounding air. Ji Yang kept staring at the sword as he felt as if he had seen it somewhere, and then he realized that it was their divine tool. But he was confused about how did the sword come into the boy's possession. He then remembered the previous incident involving heaven creating Divine King's inheritance, that a mysterious cultivator crushed all heavenly netherworld divine nation cultivators in that place with ease. "Stop, don't go near him," Ji Yang shouted hurriedly. But it was already too late. A huge shadow appeared behind Yi Tianyun and killed the 3 Spirit King cultivator with a powerful blow. The 3 Spirit King cultivators were chopped in half despite the powerful aura that defended their body. Ding. Successfully killed a 6th layer Spirit King stage experts. Rewards, ding. Successfully, just like he did at Heavenly Creating Divine Altar, Yi Tianyun killed the Spirit King experts with ease. But of course, the truth lied within Yi Tianyun's equipment. He was wearing Desolate Ancient Necklace and Desolate Ring, and with these 2 pieces of equipment alone, he could easily crush anyone at Spirit King stage. He didn't even equip his Evil God suit that would boost his power further just yet. "Do you recognize this sword?" Yi Tianyun smiled blandly at Ji Yang. This sword is not good, so I've never used it before. I guess it's not so bad to have Heavenly Netherworld sword to cut a bunch of Heavenly Netherworld people, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. But before Yi Tianyun could move, a shadow appeared behind him. Luo Yang was about to warn him, but Yi Tianyun's body was already covered with a terrifying dark light before he could. Ji Yang smiled disdainfully as he thought that Yi Tianyun finally kicked the bucket. But suddenly, a shadow appeared again behind Yi Tianyun and blocked the assailant's attack. Yi Tianyun's figure was seen again as the smoke dissipated, but his appearance was completely different. He was covered in a dark-colored suit with a stunning black mane. The assailant was clearly desperate and used all his strength to attack Yi Tianyun once more. His sword once again collided with the Shadow's sword, and a loud blast happened once more, but this time, the assailant's body was covered with deep wounds once the smoke dissipated, while Yi Tianyun was still fine without any injuries. Only then that everyone finally realized that the one attacking Yi Tianyun was none other than Great General Ming Shen. Is it fun to attack me from my blind spot? Yi Tianyun smiled coldly at General Ming Shen. He already knew General Ming Shen's whereabouts and decided to counter his sneak attack instead. With his stack of equipment, General Ming Shen's terrifying speed didn't seem that fast at all. Chapter 641, Chapter 641. The sword pierced Great General Ming Shen's chest, wounding him severely. He was a Saint King stage expert, but a sword easily pierced his body like a normal person. After the crowd saw what happened, they were shocked. Yi Tianyun's attack was too powerful, far beyond their imagination. Now, the famous Great General Ming Shen was almost split in two with one attack. Most people stepped back after witnessing Yi Tianyun's power, as they know that they wouldn't be able to hold a candle against Yi Tianyun. Was it because their evaluation of Yi Tianyun was several months ago? But it wasn't possible to grow this far just in a few months. How is this possible? Ji Young said with a surprised look on his face. Divine Envoy? Elder Luo said in shock, but thankfully he didn't feel any pain from his wound now. Even Luo Yan was shocked to see Yi Tianyun's power. She wasn't with Yi Tianyun for the last couple of months, so she didn't know how much stronger Yi Tianyun was. But she felt proud as it was her father who overwhelmed the Heavenly Netherworld Great General. Come on, I don't have all day. Let's settle this quickly. Yi Tianyun said indifferently as his gaze was directed to the Phoenix Cave in the distant. Yi Tianyun could feel a terrifying power coming from the cave's direction. He was powerful indeed, but even Evil Godsuit wouldn't be able to help much if his opponent was already beyond the cultivation level that he could fight. Just like Ji Yang over here, it was the first time for Yi Tianyun to face a 6-layer Saint King cultivator with 2 to 5 billion combat points, and Ji Yang wasn't even serious yet. However, it would be different if he had to face a Saint King peak stage. Since it was unclear at which cultivation level the evil spirit race would be, he had to kill it immediately. Kill him, Ji Yang shouted as he clutched the fan in his hand. He knew that he had to get the situation under control quickly. If he didn't kill Yi Tianyun here, he could pose a threat to Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation in the future. The look on Ji Yang's eyes suddenly became serious, and the next moment, he released a powerful heavenly yin fire that enveloped the fan in his hands. Almost instantly, a huge void spirit shadow appeared behind him, followed by a howling sound that sent a chill down to everyone's spine. Now, Ji Yang had 6 billion combat power, almost reaching the 7 billion point mark. On the other hand, Great General Ming Shen, who has healed the injury that he received from Yi Tianyun earlier, also released a powerful heavenly yin fire of his own. He then pulled out Heavenly Netherworld God Spear that constantly emanated chilling cries. It's been a long time since I've encountered a worthy opponent. Let me see how strong you really are. The two great Saint King stage experts attacked Yi Tianyun at the same time to finish him off as soon as they could. They didn't even consider what kind of Yi Tianyun ability or bloodline Yi Tianyun possessed, as they thought that all human had a weak innate ability. They wouldn't bother to think of human's bloodline as they would be trash anyway. Father, be careful, Luo Yan shouted from the side as she was worried about the two Saint King's attack that was directed at Yi Tianyun. What a powerful aura. I wonder just what Yi Tianyun did to achieve this kind of power at such a young age. But, can he withstand two Saint King stage experts' attack at the same time? Elder Luo said with worried look on his face. When the great General Ming Shen sneaked in for an attack before, he did not use all his strength, so his power now was clearly on a different level than before. Not only that, but the Phoenix clan was gradually being captured one by the mysterious cultivator with the strong heavenly yin fire, while Yi Tianyun was busy handling two Saint King stage enemies before him. Hey, keep your eyes on the fight. You don't have the time to worry about others, a Spirit King cultivator shouted from the side as they captured yet another Phoenix clan member. It seems like you guys are sincerely trying to make me angry, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Not really, but it was good advice. You have to keep your eyes on us for the time being, Great General Ming Shen said indifferently to Yi Tianyun. He clearly wanted to return favor from the attack that he received from Yi Tianyun just a few moments ago. I don't have that much patience. Evil God Mode. Suddenly, a black flame gushed out of Yi Tianyun's body, and his body also grew rapidly. He turned into an evil god in a flash and quickly swung his divine sword down towards the Spirit King cultivator who tried to grab Luo Yan. The black flame that Yi Tianyun unleashed turned a black divine sword, and Yi Tianyun quickly maneuvered the sword in such a way that he could hit the cultivator without touching Luo Yan. He successfully did so, killing the Spirit King cultivator and saved Luo Yan. At the same time, Great General Ming Shen also aimed his spear at Yi Tianyun's back, but as soon as he attacked, Yi Tianyun reached out for the spear and froze it in place. Great General Ming Shen was horrified, but he didn't show it as he couldn't let the morale of his troop fall now. But he clearly had a hard time seeing that his attack didn't even land on Yi Tianyun, who wasn't focused on him at all. It was an all-out attack, but it still didn't reach Yi Tianyun. "How about you wait just for a little while?" Yi Tianyun said coldly while his body kept on releasing the terrifying black flame. Chapter 642. Chapter 642. Great General Ming Shen was shocked when Yi Tianyun gripped the god spear that he used to attack Yi Tianyun and tried to pull the spear away from Yi Tianyun, but he couldn't. Great General Ming Shen was trying to burn his blood essence to overpower Yi Tianyun when Yi Tianyun suddenly lifted the spear with Great General Ming Shen still tightly gripping it, lifting him to the air along with the spear. Yi Tianyun then swung the spear violently, and as Ji Young attacked Yi Tianyun used Ming Shen's body to block Ji Young's attack. Great General Ming Shen grunted, feeling like his body was about to be sliced open. In fact, his body was indeed sliced open. A huge wound was gaping on his back. Ji Yang's fan clearly overwhelmed Ming Shen's defenses. Great General Ming Shen. Ji Yang's face paled as he quickly pulled away from his weapon. Ji Yang immediately grabbed Ming Shen and tried to pull him away from Yi Tianyun, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. "Did I give you my permission to take him away?" Yi Tianyun said coldly as he swung the spear forcefully again. Ji Yang, who couldn't let Ming Shen, was dragged along. Fortunately, he managed to muster all his strength to get away in time right when Yi Tianyun smashed Ming Shen's body to the ground, crushing Ming Shen's body to a bloody pulp. "There is no way a human can possess this terrifying power. Who are you?" Ji Young shouted as his face paled from fear. The crowd looked at Yi Tianyun with an equal shock on their face. They never thought that Yi Tianyun would be able to block a Saint King expert's attack that easily and inflict severe injury to the said Saint King expert. The huge darkness that covered Yi Tianyun's body was also full of mystery as Yi Tianyun looked bigger. Not to mention, the black flame that was constantly discharged from his body was abnormally powerful. "Get the hell out of my way," Great General Ming Shen said as he stood back up and covered his entire body with heavenly yin fire. The heavenly yin fire spiraled over the spear and reached Yi Tianyun, who was still holding the spear. Elder Luo and the other Phoenix clan members were startled and looked at Yi Tianyun with worry and anxiety on their faces. They almost forgot that the enemy could control the heavenly yin fire, which could trap a cultivator in its cold flame. But, complete to their shock, Yi Tianyun's black flame immediately swallowed the heavenly yin fire and even burned Ming Shen, which led to him screaming painfully, "Get it off of me." The Great General Ming Shen couldn't extinguish the black flame no matter how hard he tried. He eventually screamed painfully while freezing in place under Yi Tianyun's foot. He couldn't move as Yi Tianyun's foot kept him in check. "If you kill him, we will make sure that you will die a painful death. We won't even leave a trace of your body to bury," Ji Young said coldly as he tried to save Ming Shen. Now, Ji Young knew that he couldn't just use violence against Yi Tianyun, as he also had a powerful ability. The Spirit King stage cultivator behind Ji Young couldn't even make any noise, as they were all frozen over their fear of Yi Tianyun's power. Nevertheless, they couldn't let the Phoenix clan escape, as all their plan would go down the drain. Securing the Phoenix blood essence without killing the Phoenixes was their plan all along. "Do you think you're in any position to make a demand?" Yi Tianyun said coldly and stabbed Ming Shen with the god spear viciously. I will kill you," Ming Shen said weakly. It was extremely humiliating for a Saint King cultivator like him to be treated this way. "You have to wait in line for that. But believe me, I've killed everyone who wants to kill me." Yi Tianyun sneered. His black flame burned more intensely, injuring Ming Shen quickly. Even if Ming Shen had experienced hundreds of battles, Yi Tianyun's black flame was extremely unique. "How dare you," Ji Young said angrily. Ming Shen was his companion for a long time now, and it was extremely unpleasant to watch his comrade in arms died like that. "Heavenly Yin Divine Soldiers, come at once, all of you." The Heavenly Yin Divine Soldiers, who were tasked to capture all the Phoenix clan earlier, immediately gathered behind Ji Young as they heard Ji Young's call. "Attack formation," Ji Young shouted, closing the fan in his hands. A great array suddenly appeared under his feet, and the Heavenly Yin Divine Soldier immediately stepped on the great array. A tremendous Heavenly Yin fire appeared and surged towards Yi Tianyun quickly. The Heavenly Yin fire formed a huge dark dragon that looked so powerful that it terrified the Phoenix clan who were watching on the side. Yi Tianyun quickly observed the dark dragon with his appraisal eye and noticed that the dragon had 8 billion combat power. As expected of a dragon indeed. "I didn't want to use this great array on you, but I didn't expect you to end up forcing me to use it," Ji Young said coldly, scattering his killing intent all over the place. Your power isn't bad, but what happened if some of them stop it? Yi Tianyun said when suddenly two Spirit King cultivators froze in place, and their body immediately erupted heavenly yin fire, blocking the dark dragon that was rushing toward Yi Tianyun. What the hell? Ji Yang said surprisedly. The dark dragon immediately went out of control. Run! Ji Yang shouted as the dark dragon exploded in the air, scattering heavenly yin fire to the ground around Ji Yang. Ding! Successfully killed heavenly yin divine soldiers. Reward, 21 billion XP, 30,000 CPs, 500 CS, Heavenly Yin Divine Secret Art, Heavenly Yin Great Array, Heavenly Yin Fire, Heavenly Yin Divine Armor, Heavenly Yin Boots, Ding, successfully killed Heavenly Yin Divine Soldiers. Reward, 23 billion XP, Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised to see that those 6-layer Spirit King stage cultivators gave him that much XP, but it was probably because he used many XP card before coming to Phoenix Nest, and now he had X221 XP card in effect. Chapter 643, Ding. Successfully killed the Heavenly Yin Divine Soldiers. Rewards, 23 billion XP, 32W0 CPS. Ding. Successfully killed. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully broke through to 5th layer Spirit King stage. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully broke through to 6th layer Spirit King stage. Almost killed all the Heavenly Yin Divine Soldiers in one attack. There was no way the Heavenly Yin Divine Soldier could defend against such an attack with their current cultivation level. Those who managed to evade the attack were fine, but they no longer had the will to fight as they knew that they would share the same fate as their fallen comrade if they attacked Yi Tianyun. With the X221 XP card effect, Yi Tianyun was able to level up 2 times. At first, he almost reached the 5th layer Spirit King stage, but after the abundant XP got afterwards, he got to level up again. After receiving the quest to defend the Phoenix clan from the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation invasion, Yi Tianyun realized that he would be fighting against the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation in full force. Therefore, he didn't hold back on buying the XP card from the Crazy Shop. He used them all in one go, hence the X221 XP card effect now. What the hell is going on? Why does his attack suddenly get way stronger than before? Ji Yang shouted and looked at the few remaining Heavenly Yin Divine Soldiers. He couldn't hide his shock and disappointment towards the Heavenly Yin Divine Soldiers, as he had already invested a lot to help them with their cultivation for such a long time. It couldn't be helped if the Heavenly Yin Divine Soldiers lost their will to fight as their enemy was way out of their league. Furthermore, they were still concentrating on maintaining the Great Array, delaying their reaction in the process. As some of them saw Yi Tianyun's attack coming, they immediately abandoned their position, causing the Great Array to stay out of balance. "Didn't you say that you would attack me? I am still waiting," Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Ji Yang's face turned sour as he could no longer control the flow of the battle. The people he brought were killed in such ease that his faith in them completely disappeared. Elder Lei and the other Phoenix elders who witnessed Yi Tianyun's attack couldn't believe their eyes. They thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to deal with so many powerful enemies, but clearly they were wrong. The first thing that they noticed was the weird vibe in Yi Tianyun's eyes that seemed to charm the Heavenly Yin Divine Soldiers he had eye contact with. "How did you pull this off?" Ji Yang shouted furiously, as he couldn't think of the reason how Yi Tianyun could be this powerful. "Wow, does the great Heavenly Netherworld Imperial Preceptor lose faith in his own cultivation because of me? But, well, it doesn't matter, as I will destroy Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation now," Yi Tianyun said coldly to Ji Yang. Yi Tianyun then looked down on the charred body of Great General Ming Shen. "It is time to send this guy to where he belongs. How dare you?" Ji Yang shouted and immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun in attempt to stop him from doing anything to Ming Shen, but he was too slow. Yi Tianyun grabbed the God Spear and immediately cut Ming Shen in two, killing him instantly. Ding. Successfully killed Great General Ming Shen. Reward, 20 billion XP, 50,000 CPs, 20,000 CPs, Heavenly Yin Great Array, Heavenly Yin Divine Secret Art, Heavenly Yin Fire, Evil Spirit Bloodline, Evil Spirit Soul. Ding. Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward, 500 million XP, 10W00 CPs, 10W00000. Ding. CP 00000000, Heavenly X CPs 10W0. For successfully broke through to 7th layer Spirit King stage. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully broke through to 8th layer Spirit King stage. Yi Tianyun was filled with excitement as killing Great General Ming Shen rewarded him with 20 billion ESFT. This stack effect from the EXP card was so overwhelming. The number that he never imagined before appeared in front of him like an illusion. Honestly, Yi Tianyun never expected that he would be able to level up this easily. This is crazy. His power has increased by leaps and bounds. He began to imagine whether he could reach the Spirit King peak stage if he also killed Ji Yang. Ji Yang's cultivation level was higher than Great General Ming Shen's, so the experience value that he got surely would be much higher than Ming Shen's. At the same time, Ji Yang, who was filled with rage, immediately let out all power he got and began to mutate. His body turned pitch black, and countless tentacle-like arms were growing out of his body. Those tentacles soon fused into 2 arms, becoming the 4-armed cultivator. Both Ji Yang's size and strength increased exponentially as he transformed himself into a demon god, holding a divine weapon on each hand. This is the power of the evil spirit race, Divine Envoy. Elder Luo shouted from afar. Yi Tianyun immediately checked Ji Yang's information with his appraisal eye. Ji Yang, evolved to evil spirit race, could strengthen himself for each addition arm. Each arm granted a substantial increase in combat power, defense, and strength. Combat power, 91 billion points. Due to impure bloodline, the user's cultivation level would drop after use. Yi Tianyun was surprised. Ji Yang's combat power soared to a staggering 91 billion points in one go. Bloodline power was a terrifying existence, as it was capable of giving a cultivator a large amount of power. No wonder Ji Yang looked down on human bloodline, as it was nowhere as strong as Ji Yang's power. Even when the bloodline was impure, the side effects were still acceptable, but Yi Tianyun understood why Ji Yang was reluctant on using this ability from the start. But now, Ji Yang knew that he had to use his trump card to crush Yi Tianyun. After all, he couldn't hold a candle against Yi Tianyun in his current state. "I will kill you, just die for me," Ji Yang shouted as he lifted a huge chunk of rock and threw it at Yi Tianyun, causing a massive shockwave as the piece of earth hit the ground. This was the power of the evil spirit race. Even in front of Phoenix Bloodline, they were still capable of showing that they were stronger in many aspects. Chapter 644. Chapter 644. The initially handsome Ji Yang has completely transformed into a demonic being with 4 arms that wielded a divine tools in each arm. Ji Yang then began to show off his speed that was far quicker than before. Even if the old ancestor is here, he wouldn't be able to keep up with Ji Yang's power. Elder Luo and the other Phoenix clan said as they were shocked by Ji Yang's power. They've never seen the outburst of evil spirit race before, and now that they were seeing it firsthand, they were terrified. Even if their old ancestor also used their bloodline, like what Ji Yang did, it would be nowhere near Ji Yang's power now. Although they also knew about the side effects of Ji Yang's abilities, it was nonetheless overwhelming compared to Ci's instant power boost through any other method. However, the one who had to deal with Ji Yang right now was Yi Tianyun, not the Phoenix clan old ancestors. Yi Tianyun's appearance was equally domineering, an evil god with a tall and majestic appearance, with 2 horns on his head and a pair of black wings made of condensed black flames. "Father, be careful," Luo Yan shouted at Yi Tianyun worriedly. "Don't worry, your father is quite strong." Yi Tianyun smiled warmly towards Luo Yan. As Yi Tianyun looked at Ji Yang, he was thankful to be able to level up several times before he had to deal with Ji Yang. Initially, Ji Yang only had 2 billion combat points, but now he had 91 billion points. The power difference was unbelievable, but so Yi Tianyun was no different. Roar! Ji Yang took the initiative as a shockwave attack instantly enveloped Yi Tianyun. It didn't deal any significant damage, but plowed the ground around Yi Tianyun's feet, causing him to slightly lose his footing. Seeing his opportunity, Ji Yang immediately rushed toward Yi Tianyun and attacked him relentlessly with the 4 divine tools that he had in each hand. Each divine tool had a different effect. The first one was a god fan that acted like a short sword, trying to cut Yi Tianyun into pieces. The second was a huge axe that was powerful enough to crush Yi Tianyun and split him in 2. The third was a divine sword enveloped by heavenly yin fire that could engulf Yi Tianyun in its cold flame. The last one was a spear with a considerable length and a sharp edge that provided an advantage in range attack, trying to impale Yi Tianyun's head. The 4 divine tools' effect stacked up with each other, increasing Ji Yang's power substantially. "Massacre the world," Ji Yang said coldly as he slashed Yi Tianyun from 4 directions, limiting Yi Tianyun's escape route. Just to make sure, Ji Yang also summoned countless skeletons from the weapons that further blocked Yi Tianyun's escape route. "You know that relying on divine tools alone is not real strength," Yi Tianyun said as he condensed a terrifying size of black flame in his hands. Yi Tianyun then further increased the black flame's power by integrating the condensed black flame on his wings to strengthen the black flame on his hands. Evil God descends. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed black as he punched Ji Yang on the chest, and suddenly a black light enveloped Ji Yang and Yi Tianyun as it towered to the sky, and suddenly an explosion occurred. Boom. The deafening sound shook the entire Phoenix nest, even stronger than the impact that came from the Phoenix cave. Even those who were standing far away from Yi Tianyun and Ji Yang's battleground were thrown to the ground from the shockwave that the explosion caused. What a terrifying power! The crowds thought in unison, as there was no other word that could describe the power that they just witnessed. Imperial Preceptor would be the one to come out on top, I am sure of it. The cultivator from Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation said in unison as their belief in their Imperial Preceptor was unwavering. They knew that if their Imperial Preceptor lost here, their lives would be over. The opposite also applied to the Phoenix clan side, as they hoped Yi Tianyun to come out on top. If Yi Tianyun died here, the entire Phoenix clan would be doomed. They never considered Yi Tianyun as their divine envoy, as they've already accepted Yi Tianyun as part of their own race. As the cultivators prayed for their respective beacon of hope, the black light suddenly intensified and enveloped a large landmass. Then it gradually started to diminish, slowly presenting Yi Tianyun, who was standing still in the middle of the battlefield with his dignified appearance. There was a trail of ashes with 4 scorched divine tools on the ground in front of him. Imperial Preceptor. The heavenly netherworld cultivators were terrified to see their Imperial Preceptor has been reduced to ash. They knew that the Imperial Preceptor has died, as there was no way the Imperial Preceptor would just drop his 4 divine weapons like that, burned to ashes. He is a Saint King stage expert, and he just burned to ashes. The heavenly netherworld cultivators couldn't believe their eyes. They knew that not even the immortal fire could burn their Imperial Preceptor to ashes. Yet how could Yi Tianyun's black flame do so? Little did they know that Yi Tianyun's black flame was still a form of immortal fire. But the Black Immortal Fire was an enhanced version of the Immortal Fire that was also further strengthened with the Royal Phoenix bloodline. Heavenly Yin Fire wouldn't be able to resist this Black Immortal Fire, as it would burn anything that Yi Tianyun wanted, including Ji Young. Yi Tianyun didn't use the Royal Phoenix bloodline before, but he used it against Ji Young. He knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Ji Yang without using it, since he could use all the time he had to efficiently obtain as much XP as he could get from the 221 stacks of XP card that he used. Ding. Successfully killed Heavenly Netherworld Imperial Preceptor, Ji Young. Reward, 22.4 billion XP, 182,000 CPs, 4200 CP0. Heavenly Yin Divine Secret Art, Netherworld Divine Palm, Netherworld Divine Art, Heavenly Yin Great Array, Evil Spirit Divine Arts, Evil Spirit Divine Sword, Evil Spirit Divine Armor, Evil Spirit Divine Boots, Evil Spirit Bloodline, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit Secret Book. Ding. Successfully killed an elite enemy. Reward, 500 million XP, 100 Derzolzern CPs, 5 Derzolzern XPs, 1x Super Enhanced Lottery Ticket. Yi Tianyun smirked as he finally got a large number of divine tools. At first, he has already given up on thinking of obtaining a divine tool from killing a Saint King stage expert, as he realized that the drop rate was low even with used, the lucky aura used, but he got it now nonetheless. Chapter 645, Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 9th layer Spirit King stage. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to Spirit King peak stage. Yi Tianyun leveled up 2 times in a row. He was now at the peak of Spirit King stage, meaning that he would be able to get into the Saint King stage soon. He now required the full 15 billion XP to reach Saint King stage, and it should be noted that it took only 3 billion XP to reach 2nd layer of Spirit King before. The system's requirement to level up kept increasing the difficulty to level up exponentially. But then again, he could just buy the XP card from the shop again in the future, as he now knew that the XP card worked more efficiently as he stacked the effect like this. But it'd probably be better to wait until he got the discount from the shop later. He got the discount earlier, where he could buy anything in the shop for half the price, but he still had to spend 1 million CPs for each XP card despite the discount. It was a waste not to exploit this XP card, providing the number of cultivators surrounding the Phoenix Nest. The only thing in his mind was to replenish his crazy points, as he used a hefty amount to buy the XP card previously. Ding. X80 XP card expired. Ding. X50 XP card expire. Ding. X. Finally, the effect of Yi Tianyun's XP card wore off one after another. After all, 1 hour was too short of a time to finish all of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, but then again, he already killed most of the cultivators. But it sure would be a lot better if he could kill the Heavenly Netherworld Holy King while he was still under the XP card effect. But seeing his situation right now, it probably would be a lot better if he wiped the rest of the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's cultivators off before he went and fought Heavenly Netherworld Holy King. After all, Yi Tianyun still had a chance to break through to Saint King stage. After killing Ji Young, Yi Tianyun immediately undid his evil god transformation, as it used too much crazy point to maintain. It's over for now, Yi Tianyun said as he swept his eyes around. The Phoenix clan's eyes were filled with shock as they stared at Yi Tianyun for a while. The scene that they just witnessed was too much for them to process right now. Yi Tianyun easily killed the 2 Spirit King stage cultivators and saved all of the Phoenix clan from doom. They didn't even want to imagine what would happen to them now. If Yi Tianyun was late, there was a high chance that the Phoenix clan would have been captured while their strongest warriors died from a futile struggle. All of you should find a place to hide right now. Although it may look safe now, we can't say for sure if they still have a backup on their way here. Yi Tianyun shouted to all the Phoenix clan's residences to hear. The crowd nodded, and they immediately took the injured ones and got to safety. They were all trapped by the Heavenly Yin Fire earlier, but now that the Heavenly Yin Fire has been suppressed, they could escape from the battlefield. Father, Luo Yan shouted weakly. She tried to approach Yi Tianyun but refrained from hugging him as she realized that Yi Tianyun wasn't her real father. What's on your mind now? Yi Tianyun said as he reached out to pet her head. He then realized that because Luo Yan has regained her memories, she wasn't sure how to approach him. Luo Yan, it is good that you finally regained your memories. You can call me Brother Yi from now on if it feels weird to call me father. It has to be weird calling a stranger your father. No, I'll call you Godfather. Luo Yan's beautiful eyes glittered and suddenly grabbed his arm in surprise. Godfather, you're so powerful, they're Saint King experts, and you just killed them easily. What was that transformation you used? I have never seen anything like that before. Godfather? Yi Tianyun said as he sighed and shook his head. He would feel embarrassed if Luo Yan called him like that while there were so many people nearby, but that was probably better than father. Divine Envoy. Thank you very much. If it were not for you, we would probably suffer a fate worse than death, Elder Luo said as his face was pale from anxiety. It's okay. It is just my responsibility to save everyone that believed in me. But now, you all have to hide. After all, their holy king is still alive, Yi Tianyun said dismissively. Luo Yan understood and quickly led the others to safety. The rest of the Phoenix clan nodded their head in respect. The Phoenix clan had a safe hideout not too far from the Phoenix Nest, and they planned to head to that place. As for Yi Tianyun, he didn't stay at the Phoenix Nest for long and quickly headed towards the Phoenix Cave, as he knew that it'd be where his final battle against the heavenly netherworld Holy King be. He could feel the spiritual energy at the Phoenix Cave fluctuating from afar, and realized that the Holy King was probably getting stronger by each passing second. It seems that war has just begun. Yi Tianyun gritted his teeth and immediately rushed towards the Phoenix Cave. Once he got there, he saw 3 Saint King stage cultivators attacking the heavenly netherworld Holy King from a distance. The heavenly netherworld Holy King himself was blocking their attack with one hand while constantly absorbing black spiritual energy from the ground. But Yi Tianyun could see that the absorption was slow, but the Holy King's cultivation kept rising despite that. The Holy King has reached a Saint King peak stage, and he was relying on the divine tool on his hands to fend off the 3 Saint King experts' attack. The 3 Saint King cultivators have used up all their power to attack, and their combination of attack was impeccable. The 3 Saint King cultivators clearly enhanced their power exponentially this way, but the Holy King wasn't affected by their attack. It seemed the divine tools on the heavenly netherworld Holy King's chest created a strong energy wall that easily withstood the 3 Saint King cultivators' attack. Yi Tianyun realized that heavenly netherworld Holy King must have consumed recovery pills constantly to maintain the energy wall, as it consumed so much spiritual energy. Chapter 646, Heavenly Netherworld Holy King, Saint King Peak Stage, close to breaking through to Divine King Stage Cultivation. Equipment, lower grade Divine Tool Armor, middle grade Divine Tool Weapon, pure Evil Spirit Race Bloodline, Martial Arts, Heavenly Yin Divine Secret Art, Heavenly Yin Divine Fire, etc. Weakness, Ultimately Hot and Strong Fire, Initial Combat Power, 14 billion points. Yi Tianyun checked the Holy King's status with his appraisal eye. He was quite relieved to see that the Holy King hasn't broken through to Divine King just yet. Otherwise, his initial combat power would be higher than that. Just like Ji Young earlier, initial combat power was the state where the cultivator hasn't unleashed their full potential. If they used their best weapon and armor, bloodline potential, and martial arts, their combat power would increase exponentially. Right now, the Holy King was fending off 3 old ancestor of Phoenix clan with ease thanks to the divine tools that he used. But the real problem was him absorbing the evil spirit inside the Phoenix cave through the ground. He kept enhancing his own strength by absorbing the evil spirit during battle. Although the 3 old ancestors also used divine tools, they couldn't overcome the difference in power because Holy King was absorbing the evil spirit. I did not expect the heavenly netherworld Holy King was an evil spirit race. The evil spirit's soul was truly magnificent to be able to survive even after separated for a long time, Yi Tianyun said admiringly as he was interested in the evil spirit race's ability. It was clear that the evil spirit race had an extra life, unlike any other race, whereas upon their first death, the evil spirit race would be able to survive through their clones. The soul would be damaged, but it was better off than dying. But Yi Tianyun didn't need to envy the Holy King's abilities, as he might have the same thing after killing Ji Yan earlier. If he killed the Holy King, then Yi Tianyun would get an even better bloodline than the one he got from Ji Young, as the Holy King had the purest evil spirit bloodline. However, killing Heavenly Netherworld Holy King wouldn't be a simple matter. Lord Bai, Yi Tianyun shouted to notify her of his arrival. Bai Shuihuang knew that Yi Tianyun would come, so she immediately glanced towards Yi Tianyun while positioning herself in such a way that left no opening. Divine Envoy, how did you come here? Don't you know we are in a dangerous situation right now? Bai Shuihuang said coldly. But if you are here, then does it mean the flame wall outside the nest has been destroyed? Bai Shuihuang asked curiously. Yes, it has been destroyed. But don't you worry, everyone is safe, and the only Heavenly Netherworld's cultivator left is their Holy King. Yi Tianyun said confidently as he stared right at the Holy King. What? Bai Shui Huang and the three old ancestors said at the same time. The heavenly netherworld divine nation had two Saint Kings earlier, and they know that none of the Phoenix clan could deal with those two. Therefore, the one who dealt with them was clearly none other than Yi Tianyun. But they couldn't believe that such a young man could achieve such a thing. Bai Shui Huang knew that Yi Tianyun's was a considerably strong cultivator, but she never thought he would be this strong. You have a problem, boy. There is no way the Imperial Preceptor would be killed by a little cub like you. Don't you have a better lie to tell these phoenixes? But I admit that you are hilarious. Heavenly Netherworld Holy King said with a smirk, as if he saw through Yi Tianyun's lie. Bai Shui Huang and the three old ancestors also thought that Yi Tianyun was lying to distract the Holy King, but they were indeed confused by Yi Tianyun's plan. The three old ancestors shook their heads as they've already heard about the human divine envoy and how great he was, but now they suddenly thought that they overestimated Yi Tianyun. Well, if you think that I am lying, you are free to see for yourself. I left their corpses as it is on the Phoenix Nest's gate. Yi Tianyun said casually without any emotion on his face. Yi Tianyun then started to walk towards the Holy King without minding the old ancestors' attack. Don't go over there, Bai Shui Huang shouted as the three old ancestors' attack was strong enough to flatten any Spirit King cultivator, but she was too late. Yi Tianyun already stepped into the three old ancestors' attack range, where the three old ancestors already launched their strongest attack towards the Holy King. But everyone was shocked as Yi Tianyun easily blocked the attack without taking any damage. The old ancestor's attack was like a breeze that did nothing to him. I can't let you do as you please any longer. It was clear that your goal was to break through to Divine King stage here. Too bad for you that I am here right now, otherwise you might get away with it, Yi Tianyun said coldly to the Holy King. Do you think you are capable of stopping me? Are you saying that these three old ancestors of the Phoenix clan were far weaker than you? The Holy King said mockingly. He knew that he was at the peak stage of Saint King stage, hence thought that no one would be able to stop him now. Without any further words, Yi Tianyun's eyes suddenly turned pitch black, and his body grew larger. He transformed into the huge evil god right off the start. The terrifying black flame surrounded Yi Tianyun's body and spread out on his back, creating a pair of wings made of black flame. Bai Shui Huang and the three old ancestors immediately sensed the strong, intimidating power raging from Yi Tianyun like nothing they've ever seen before. How did the divine envoy become so powerful? Bai Shui Huang said in shock. She already discouraged Yi Tianyun from going near the old ancestor, but now it was clear that Yi Tianyun was far stronger than the three old ancestors. Bai Shui Huang and the three old ancestors immediately recalled what Yi Tianyun said earlier and began to think that everything he said might be true and that the Holy King was the only one left. Elder Feng, who stood the farthest away from the battlefield, nodded his head to Bai Shui Huang and immediately rushed towards the Phoenix Nest's gate to see for himself. Chapter 647, Yi Tianyun completely transformed into an evil god while holding the heavenly netherworld divine sword in his hands. He then swung his swords towards the Holy King, and the dark wings on his back suddenly disappeared. But the truth was, the concentrated black flame was infused into his sword. I will break you apart, Yi Tianyun shouted as he planted his feet deep in the ground and rushed at an unbelievable speed that only a dark glimmer could be seen towards the Holy King. But the Holy King was prepared. Even though Yi Tianyun's attack power reached 17 billion points thanks to the effect of Crazy Mode and Evil Godsuit, the heavenly netherworld Holy King couldn't be underestimated. The Holy King himself felt the danger of Yi Tianyun's attack, so he released the full potential of the divine tool on his chest. Suddenly, the protective energy barrier that held back the three old ancestors' attack earlier has become a lot stronger. He had a hunch that he would be injured from the attack if he didn't take this seriously. He didn't have the appraisal eye like Yi Tianyun, so he couldn't measure how powerful the attack really was, and therefore he wanted to avoid getting hit by it the best he could. After all, he couldn't leave this place before he completely absorbed all the evil spirit soul in this land. Furthermore, if he left, he surely wouldn't be able to come back, as the Phoenix race's old ancestor would definitely stop him next time. What a powerful defense! I never realized that the enemy was only using half of the divine tool's power earlier, the old ancestor said as they looked at the energy barrier that enveloped the Holy King with a frown on their face. They realized now that heavenly netherworld divine king was looking down on them all this time. Their perfect coordination attack didn't matter to the Holy King, as he was confident that the old ancestor would never break his energy barrier. But as Yi Tianyun's heavenly netherworld divine sword clashed with the energy barrier, the Holy King's complexion suddenly changed. The heavenly netherworld divine sword punctured the energy barrier like paper, easily piercing it while burning the thick energy barrier into ashes. The spiritual energy that constituted the Holy King's energy barrier was like a combustible agent that enhanced Yi Tianyun's black flames. What the hell? How is this happening? Heavenly netherworld Holy King said while looking utterly in shock. He then avoided the trajectory of Yi Tianyun's sword, but couldn't completely dodge Yi Tianyun's attack as the heavenly netherworld divine sword split the Holy King's palm in two. The black flame immediately burned his hand before he was slammed to the cave wall and sent flying. Yi Tianyun's attack was overwhelming, and the black flame definitely could corrode everything it came into contact with. Shit, don't you think for a second that you got this in the bag just because you could control that flame? Heavenly Netherworld Holy King said as he suppressed the black flame with his heavenly yin fire, but it was obvious that his hand was burned to a cinder. The black flame had an attribute that burned even the soul of anything it touched, and therefore, the Holy King couldn't absorb the evil spirit race's soul from the ground while his hands were burned. He immediately knew that he must deal with Yi Tianyun before he could continue his business. Die, bastard, the three old ancestors shouted as they rushed over to the Phoenix Cave and resealed the evil spirit race back to where it belonged. But before they could reach the Phoenix Cave, Yi Tianyun stopped them casually. Relax, I will deal with it myself. Yi Tianyun then threw his black flame inside the Phoenix Cave, which immediately started burning the spiritual energy inside the cave and continuously burning everything else inside. The evil spirit race's voice was soon heard, screaming in pain as the black flame also burned it. God, what a terrifying fire! How did you obtain that power? The three old ancestors said in unison as they were surprised and awed by Yi Tianyun's black flame. They had never seen such a mesmerizing fire before in their life. Furthermore, they never expected the heavens-defying cultivator to come from a human race instead of some unknown divine king's descendant. Divine Envoy, how could you be so strong? What is the secret of your cultivation? Bai Shuihuang said, as she was also shocked to the point where she couldn't avert her eyes from Yi Tianyun. My lord! Elder Feng suddenly rushed towards Bai Shuihuang with a horror-stricken face. All of the heavenly netherworld divine nation's cultivators were already killed. Bai Shuihuang has already guessed what Elder Feng would say, but she was still surprised to hear it was true. That meant Yi Tianyun didn't lie, but it was just hard to believe that a young man like Yi Tianyun could achieve something like that. But apparently, Bai Shuihuang was wrong. Even before Elder Feng came with his report, Bai Shuihuang has already seen Yi Tianyun's explosive power as he swung his sword. There was no way anyone else besides the Heavenly Netherworld Holy King could withstand Yi Tianyun's power right now. Damn you! Heavenly Netherworld Holy Lord shouted furiously as he regenerated his burned arm. It was a fast regeneration where everyone could see that the Holy King cut off his burned arms, and the arms regrew within seconds. It was even faster than the Heaven Primordial Empire's retired Emperor's regeneration, who had the wood attribute Divine Arts that was supposed to be the fastest in terms of regeneration. Having a powerful healing and regenerative power was surely convenient. Well, it was unfortunate of you to have your plan foiled by me, but it also seems that you've already absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun realized it after burning the evil spirit race inside the Phoenix Cave since it didn't reach even half of what it was supposed to be. I have to say that you are the most powerful human that I even encountered. No, I should say, you are the most powerful human in the entire human race history that I ever encountered. I never expected that Phoenix race would have someone like you to help them with their predicament. I was utterly in disbelief. Heavenly Netherworld Holy King said with a gloomy face. He also overheard what Elder Feng said to Bai Shuihuang, meaning that he realized that all the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's cultivators have already been killed by Yi Tianyun. He felt a deep resentment towards Yi Tianyun for foiling his plan and destroying his divine nation that he himself had built from scratch. Chapter 648. Chapter 648. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation relied heavily on their Saint King experts while they only had 3 of them, but now 2 out of 3 was dead. What were the odds to further develop the Divine Nation in the future in such a situation? The Holy King knew that the best he could do now is to occupy the Phoenix Nest since he wouldn't be able to capture all of the Phoenix clan himself. Did you really think that you would be able to achieve your goal now? Yi Tianyun said indifferently while firing the black flames towards the Holy King. Through his black flame, Yi Tianyun could sense that the Holy King was suffering from severe burnt, especially his right side, where intense burn marks covered his body. But the Holy King didn't return Yi Tianyun's attack immediately as he was still wary of the old ancestors. You are strong, but did you really think that you can win against me? You are special, but you will never develop further if you stay on the Phoenix clan. Why don't you take this chance to join my Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation? Under me, you can command more than 10,000 people. Furthermore, I will give you any divine tools and medicinal pills that you want to cultivate further, the Holy King said as he tried to win Yi Tianyun over. Didn't you hear? I already killed every single cultivator that attacked the Phoenix Nest, including 2 of your Saint King experts. Why would I join such a weak divine nation? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun didn't have any worries right now, as he himself was sufficient to face the Holy King. He originally wanted to handle the evil spirit race inside the Phoenix Cave with Bai Shuihuang, but it clearly wasn't needed right now. I heard it, but if they really were dead, then that was all they're worth. What I need is a true expert, not a weak one, the Holy King said arrogantly. The Holy King was releasing his aura to wreak havoc constantly all around him, pressuring the old ancestor and Bai Shuihuang so they couldn't recklessly make any move. Wow, you are truly an understanding Holy King, aren't you? So, it wouldn't matter to you if I destroyed your clone in there, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Since he knew that the Holy King was trying to recruit him, Yi Tianyun kept antagonizing the Holy King instead. The Holy King's enticement wasn't something new for Yi Tianyun. However, everything that the Holy King had to offer was the position things that he'd get his hands on eventually, be it martial arts, divine tools, or even treasure. If he killed the Holy King now, he would get the best martial arts, divine tools, and treasure that the Holy King had to offer anyway. Yi Tianyun has a principle to never become anyone's lackey, as he always saw that a lackey often died miserably. The Phoenix clan never treated him unjustly anyway, so why would he betray the Phoenix clan now? No, that's not the point. As long as you join me, I won't have to kill you. Your innate ability is not bad. You clearly have a chance to become a divine king yourself. Did you realize that becoming a divine king is a very difficult thing to achieve in this world? You would never be able to become one without my help. If you accept my offer, you will become a stronger divine king than the heaven-creating divine king. The Holy King's enticement has become unreasonable. No one in this world dared to guarantee such a thing. Vouching to help someone to reach divine king stage? The Holy King's word was a definitive lie. Only a child would fall for those empty words. But Yi Tianyun understood what the Holy King was saying. It was clear that the Holy King thought that Yi Tianyun almost reached the peak of the Saint King stage. So, by absorbing the evil spirit race left on the Phoenix Cave, albeit a little bit, would surely increase Yi Tianyun's cultivation close to Divine King stage. But the Holy King never knew that Yi Tianyun was still at Spirit King peak stage. The people looked at Yi Tianyun as they knew that the Holy King's enticement was a big one. They didn't know what Yi Tianyun would choose. Would he give up to the temptation and take the Holy King's offer, or would he stand strong with his conviction and defend the Phoenix clan? But they couldn't blame if Yi Tianyun suddenly chose to accept the Holy King's offer considering how tempting it was. The three old ancestors gripped their divine tools tightly as they were preparing themselves if by any chance Yi Tianyun suddenly turned against them. Their palm turned sweaty as they weren't confident enough that they'd be able to stand their ground against the Holy King and Yi Tianyun with their current cultivation. If Yi Tianyun chose the Holy King, the Phoenix clan would be exterminated today. There was no way the Holy King wouldn't capture them all with a strong cultivator like Yi Tianyun was beside him. Now, they waited for Yi Tianyun's decision nervously. They knew that Yi Tianyun didn't have any obligation towards the Phoenix clan as he was only their divine envoy, meaning that he was still an outsider while he may become Phoenix clan's guest at any time. Furthermore, they haven't given anything to Yi Tianyun yet, despite the trouble that they forced upon him. Your offer surely sounds tempting, Yi Tianyun said calmly. The black flame on Yi Tianyun's hand intensified all of a sudden, and Yi Tianyun immediately aimed it towards the ground. The black flame burned wildly, swallowing the remaining evil spirit race on the ground permanently. You have the opportunity to become Divine King, and you just throw it away. This is unexpected. I never thought that you were such a fool. Now, I will kill you painfully, the Holy King said furiously, as the veins on his neck started to pop. He never expected Yi Tianyun would reject his offer like this. An opportunity to become a Divine King? You're clearly way over your head. What makes you ever think for a second that I need your help to reach the Divine King stage? Even without your help, I would definitely become Divine King myself. Yi Tianyun said arrogantly. Chapter 649, Heavenly Netherworld. Holy King was annoyed by Yi Tianyun's remark as his pride couldn't allow the human race to get the better of him. At the same time, Bai Shuihuang was glad that Yi Tianyun hadn't lost the will to fight, despite knowing that the Holy King was much more powerful than him. The others could still see the determination on Yi Tianyun's face. You think you are good just because you killed my clone. I will make sure you regret having that thought, the Holy King said with a sneer. There was no doubt that the Holy King was pissed. Although he wasn't injured, he didn't like the fact that Yi Tianyun still had that confident look on him. So, without holding back, the Holy King unleashed the heavenly yin fire like nothing before, freezing everything on its path. At the same time, his body grew bigger and many arms also grew from many parts of his body. No, he wants to transform into evil spirit himself, the old ancestor shouted as they have seen this transformation in the past. The old ancestor immediately rushed over and attacked the Holy King as they couldn't let the Holy King finish his transformation. They knew that they would have no chance of winning once the Holy King fully transformed. Why are you weaklings trying so hard to annoy me? The Holy King said as he swatted the three old ancestors away. The three old ancestors were frozen from the Holy King's intense heavenly yin fire and slammed the ground hard, cracking various parts on their bodies. The three old ancestors didn't have any chance to resist the Holy King's power now, as their cultivation and combat power were already too far apart. But the three of them served as a decoy, as Yi Tianyun took the opportunity to fire a concentrated black flame towards the Holy King once more. Yi Tianyun's attack was too fast, and the Holy King was late to notice it. Yi Tianyun's attack hit the Holy King's chest and quickly covered his whole body. The black flames circled around the Holy King's body like snakes that tried to consume all the heavenly yin fire covering the Holy King's body. The Holy King himself was forced back a few steps, meaning Yi Tianyun's attack was heavy enough to push him back. Everyone finally noticed that Yi Tianyun not only attacked the Holy King using his black flame alone, but he also mixed the black flame with a sacred tool. The grade is definitely weaker than a divine tool, but it was usable nonetheless. That was also one way to further increase the attack's power, as sacred tools also possessed an enhancing attribute. But for Yi Tianyun, it was a simple gamble, as he would have a better chance of getting a weapon after killing an enemy. After all, the Holy King definitely would have a better weapon than a sacred tool rank. A drop of blood fell to the ground as Yi Tianyun was finally able to injure the Holy King, but then again, even such a strong attack like that only created such an underwhelming wound. Yi Tianyun started to think that maybe a sacred tool weapon could barely injure the Holy King, but it may be because the Holy King has already transformed into the evil spirit himself. His body was covered with thick gold with 4 extra arms growing on his body. With 6 arms, aside from increasing his combat power, he could attack more relentlessly too. Heavenly Netherworld Holy King, Saint King Peak Stage, close to breaking through to Divine King Stage, has a golden luster body and golden god characteristic, making it resistant to all attack. Defense power is heavenly, comparable to lower-grade Divine Tools endurance. Combat power, 23 billion points. The Holy King definitely had more combat power than before, and the gap between him and Yi Tianyun was even farther apart. Yi Tianyun was a little bit amazed at the Holy King's bloodline. Phoenix Clan's bloodline was also amazing in terms of offensive power, but the 3 old ancestors' cultivation was too low for them to fight evenly with the Holy King. This was further proving that the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation was indeed stronger than the Phoenix Clan. But the Heavenly Netherworld Holy King wasn't absolutely invincible either. Yi Tianyun's previous attack was able to injure him, although Yi Tianyun only had 2 to 5 billion combat power right now. Yi Tianyun was aware that his combat power was too low compared to the Holy King. Yi Tianyun was only able to scratch the Holy King's skin right now, so he knew there was no way he would be able to win in his current state. Yi Tianyun finally realized that there were more powerful cultivators out there that crazy mode alone wouldn't be enough to overpower. He realized that he must cultivate faster to be able to hold his own grounds against many powerful enemies to come. The power of bloodline from the Holy King was enough to leave Yi Tianyun in such a desperate situation, and now he had to find a way to overcome it. Chapter 650. Now that's one hell of a defense, Yi Tianyun said as he inspected the Holy King with his appraisal eye. The others were shocked by Yi Tianyun's destructive power, but the fact that the Holy King was able to regenerate from that attack was even more shocking. No wonder the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation dared to attack Phoenix Clan. With their Holy King's absolute power, the Phoenix Clan didn't have any chance to strike back. The Holy King knew that the Phoenix Clan wouldn't stand a chance against him. As proof, they couldn't even deal with the evil spirit race in their Phoenix Cave. If the Phoenix Clan lost this war, they would definitely become a slave to Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. With their Phoenix blood essence being milked every day, the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation would become stronger while they grew weaker. Phoenix blood essence had little to no value for those with ordinary bloodline, but they could always sell it to others who needed it. That one certainly packed quite a punch, but it's not enough to overpower me, the Holy King said as he grabbed his short sword and swung it at Yi Tianyun. Be it power or speed, Holy King coming out on top was undeniable. In the blink of an eye, the Holy King rushed towards Yi Tianyun and attacked him relentlessly. But Yi Tianyun's defense was also commendable. He had the evil god suit and 2 pieces of desolate ancient set with him, further increasing his defensive power high enough to be able to defend himself against the Holy King's attack. It was nothing unusual in the cultivation worlds that someone with a weaker offensive power than their enemy wouldn't necessarily lose against their enemy, as they might have a stronger defensive power. But then again, defensive power was obscured by the offensive power, making it hard to measure the cultivator's defensive capability. You are very powerful indeed, Yi Tianyun said, as he could feel that his hands were a little numb for a while after blocking the Holy King's attack. However, Yi Tianyun's defensive capability was high enough that the Holy King was unable to penetrate his defenses. Everyone gasped as they saw that Yi Tianyun managed to block the Holy King's attack. They finally regained their hope that Yi Tianyun might be able to win. It seems like you have polished your body well. I wonder how long you can withstand my attack, the Holy King said as he stomped his feet on the ground, and suddenly a divine rune was materialized on the ground. The Holy King's body suddenly turned to gold, and a dazzling light immediately covered the Phoenix Cave. Yi Tianyun immediately used his appraisal eye and saw that the Holy King's body itself was turned into a weapon on a lower-grade divine tool level. Great, it's about time I take this seriously as well, Yi Tianyun said as he finally activated the Dragon God's bloodline and the Royal Phoenix bloodline. With both of his bloodline activated, Yi Tianyun's combat power rose up through the roof. His body was covered with thick dragon scale, and he even grew tail along with a pair of phoenix wings on his back. His combat power kept rising until it stopped at 2 to 5 billion points. This kind of power was really divine. Furthermore, the black flame that shrouded Yi Tianyun became wilder as it resonated with Yi Tianyun's power. Therefore, Yi Tianyun quickly used the black flame to create a small meteor and slammed it towards the Holy King. The black flame immediately collided with the Holy King's dazzling golden light and immediately exploded. The explosion almost destroyed everything in its path, including the stone statue. The Phoenix Cave was obliterated and shows the sign that it will soon collapse. Bai Shuihuang and the others immediately evacuated away from the Phoenix Cave as they know that they wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of Yi Tianyun and the Holy King's attack. The three old ancestor could probably withstand it, but they didn't want to risk it. This is madness. Divine envoys too strong, the old ancestor said to each other as horrified looks covered their faces. Yi Tianyun was so powerful that they couldn't help but wish for his victory. But still, they couldn't afford to lose this war as the Phoenix clan would meet their demise at the hands of the heavenly netherworld Holy King's hands. I really hope the divine envoy would win soon. Bai Shuihuang and the others prayed for Yi Tianyun's victory as they couldn't see him and the Holy King from their current location. But their restlessness was finally gone as suddenly a black glow was seen flying out of the Phoenix Cave and floated on the air. A golden glow soon followed, and after a while it was clear that Yi Tianyun took damage from the Holy King as a punch mark was visible from Yi Tianyun's chest. Meanwhile, the Holy King was unscathed. This was the result of the Holy King's tremendous combat power, as he was currently almost 10 times stronger than Yi Tianyun. You're pretty strong indeed, but unfortunately, that won't be enough to overpower me. It was regrettable that you may be potentially the best the human race has to offer. After all, my martial arts and bloodline's power is a lot stronger than you, the Holy King said with disdain. It might sound condescending, but his words were the truth. The Holy King indeed had better martial arts and bloodline than Yi Tianyun. While Yi Tianyun may have a lot of martial arts in his arsenal, he didn't have any martial arts at high-grade heavens level. Therefore, all martial arts that he had right now was ineffective against the Holy King. But Yi Tianyun still couldn't accept that human's bloodline was far worse than others. You keep looking down on human bloodline, but you are wrong. Human race is a very determined race, so we have unlimited possibilities, Yi Tianyun said coldly. From Yi Tianyun's opinion, having a strong determination would create varying reliability. After all, if a cultivator had a strong bloodline and powerful martial arts, they wouldn't be able to develop without any determination. Let me give you an easy example. Heaven-creating Divine King is a human race cultivator. Wasn't he hailed as the best cultivator of his time? He was able to break through to Divine King stage and overpower other Divine Kings at his time. Chapter 651. What did I say wrong? You are the best proof that everything I say was true. Your power is great, but it wasn't enough to fight me. If you have more time to cultivate, you might win next time, but it was unfortunate that there would be no next time. Heavenly Netherworld Holy King said, full of disdain. Although the Holy King's appearance was so divine, his heart was pitch black. He wouldn't hesitate killing people as long as he could minimize his loss. You are correct. There would be no next time because you will be dead here, Yi Tianyun said, but he didn't immediately rush toward the Holy King. Instead, Yi Tianyun opened the store and sold all items, be it weapons, armor, or even accessories below Divine Tools level. He used all his crazy points earlier to buy many XP card. Now he needed to recharge the crazy points back up again. I am dead? What nonsense are you talking about here? You are clearly wasting my time here, but don't you worry. I will kill you slowly, and I will let you experience the true pain of death, the Holy King said with a smirk on his face. Yi Tianyun has destroyed his clone, a part of his soul. There was no way the Holy King would let Yi Tianyun get away after doing such a thing. But seeing the difference in their power, everyone was worried that Yi Tianyun would be overpowered again. 3 of us should use everything we got and burn our blood essence. We have to use our lives to defend the Phoenix clan for the last time. The 3 old ancestors said while watching Yi Tianyun struggled. They are the old ancestors of the Phoenix clan. They had their own pride in defending their clan, and therefore, they shouldn't burden the divine envoy that should be their guest to solve everything for them. Heavenly Netherworld Holy King, you shouldn't underestimate our Phoenix clan, the 3 old ancestors shouted as they burned their blood essence. Their bodies were instantly covered with beautiful feathers, which clearly signified that they completely returned to their ancestor form. At the same time, their combat power rose sharply, stronger than any Phoenix clan that Yi Tianyun has ever seen before. Old ancestors, Bai Shuihuang shouted as she was too late to stop the 3 old ancestors. But she knew that the old ancestors were at their dead end whether they burned their blood essence or not. She somehow could relate to the 3 old ancestors as she understood that it was better to die as a warrior than just watching, and died right after. Now you want to attack me all at once? But maybe this way, you could eventually injure me slightly. But clearly, the Phoenix clan is the trash that only relies on numbers. Don't worry, I will deal with you old coots first. Your death would show that Phoenix clan's struggle was futile, the Holy King said disdainfully. Stop right there, I will be the one who would defeat him, Yi Tianyun shouted to the old ancestors. He knew that the old ancestor was ready to fight to the death, but he also knew that the old ancestor would sustain massive damage after that. The 3 old ancestors were confused as they knew that Yi Tianyun had a hard time keeping up with the Holy King by himself, yet why would he reject their support? Don't worry about me. I haven't shown all my cards just yet, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Wow, you still act tough even in your current state? Are you that naive to ignore the gap between us? The Holy King said as he looked over to Yi Tianyun. But since you want to be the hero here, I will fulfill your wish and let you die painfully as an idiot, the Holy King said with a smirk and immediately sprinted towards Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun smiled confidently and shouted, Level up crazy mode. Ding! Successfully level up crazy mode, deducing 50 million crazy points. Next level requires 500 million crazy points. Ding! Crazy mode effect enhanced to damage x32, XP x32, crafting speed x32, CPS acquisition x5, CS acquisition x5, CS acquisition x5. There is no better sound for Yi Tianyun to hear other than the dinging sound of his Plater's system. Previously, his crazy mode enhanced his power by 16 times, but now it was doubled to 32 times. No, we will help, the three old ancestors shouted despite Yi Tianyun's warning. After all, they could see for themselves that the gap between Yi Tianyun and the Holy King was too far apart. They definitely couldn't let their divine envoy die trying to protect their clan. They would create an opportunity for Yi Tianyun to escape, as they believed that Yi Tianyun would become an even greater and powerful cultivator in the future. You guys are too stubborn. Crazy damage mode, activate, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Suddenly, his power rose up explosively, and the ground where he stood shook as the black flame around him raged wildly. Eventually, his combat power stopped at 39.8 billion points. Yi Tianyun's body was now covered with sharp black flames that looked extremely menacing. The earth around Yi Tianyun was transforming to adapt with Yi Tianyun's power. The wings on his back were also condensed sharply that it turned to black light instead of their usual black flame appearance. At the same time, the Holy King was still sprinting towards Yi Tianyun and realized the sudden change within Yi Tianyun a little too late. The black light that represented Yi Tianyun's wing illuminated him. He tried to block it with his golden arms, but they were burned to cinders instead. The Holy King immediately realized that there was no way he could resist Yi Tianyun's power at his current state. Chapter 652. The intense black light covered everything in the area. Even the gold body that the Holy King was so proud of was no exception either, as it was easily burned to cinders. Even those who were quite far away from Yi Tianyun and the Holy King could feel an unbearable heat from the black light. Yi Tianyun, however, has already controlled this black light beforehand to keep it from spreading unnecessarily, as it could easily destroy the phoenix nest if he set it loose. What is that power? Are you even the same person as you were a moment ago? The Holy King asked incredulously. At the same time, the others were also shocked by Yi Tianyun's power. The three old ancestors who were already determined to help Yi Tianyun earlier now took a step back. They could clearly see that there was no need for them to step in, but they didn't quite understand why Yi Tianyun didn't use such an overwhelming power from the beginning. Little did they know that Yi Tianyun has got that power just now. He didn't have enough CPs to upgrade his crazy mode earlier because he has already used his CPs to buy a bunch of XP card. Only after selling most of his items in his inventory that Yi Tianyun received enough CPs to upgrade his crazy mode. Right now, his crazy point was close to 0, but as long as he could kill Heavenly Netherworld Holy King, everything would be alright. Wow, you sure are tough, Yi Tianyun said as he looked down upon the Holy King. But as he saw where the Holy King was supposed to be, his figure was nowhere to be seen. Apparently, the Holy King was trying to escape, but Yi Tianyun wouldn't let such a thing happen. He immediately used his appraisal eye to search for the Holy King. Yi Tianyun finally found that the Holy King was already at the other end of the cave, trying to escape further underground. What makes you think you can escape me like that? Yi Tianyun said as he immediately dug a hole to the ground. The others were startled by the sudden change of situation and curious to know what was happening, but it clearly wasn't needed. Yi Tianyun flew up from the ground, and on his hand, everyone could see a pitch-black figure, but after a closer look, they realized that it was a soul. But the soul was different from any other soul that they have seen before. This soul clearly was an entity of its own. It could move freely and release used power like a normal cultivator. There was no doubt on their mind that the soul was connected to evil spirit race for sure. The evil spirit race was truly special, as their soul could defend themselves, but doing such a thing clearly came with great risk. In exchange for transforming themselves into a soul, they were forced to use their spiritual energy as lifelines. If they exhausted their spiritual energy, their soul would dissipate, hence equal to death. But due to Yi Tianyun's terrifying black light, the soul couldn't do anything as it was scared stiff. Let me go. Heavenly Netherworld Holy King's voice could be heard from the soul. He clearly feared Yi Tianyun and didn't want anything to do with him anymore. He thought that his previous body wouldn't be easily defeated, but he was wrong. Before Yi Tianyun's overwhelming power, the Holy King's body was just the same as tofu. Why would I let you go? You clearly wouldn't let your opponent go even if they have begged with their life, would you? So, you have to be prepared to receive the same courtesy, Yi Tianyun said coldly. The three old ancestors finally sighed in relief as they saw the Holy King's soul, which meant Yi Tianyun had won the duel, and the Holy King was already reduced to a meek soul. As long as this soul was destroyed, the Holy King would die for sure. As long as you let me go, I will give everything I have to you, the Holy King said desperately. What is it that you want to give me then? Yi Tianyun said curiously. I will give you every martial art I have. You can even have the heavenly netherworld divine nation for yourself. Just please let me go, Holy King said as he begged for Yi Tianyun to spare him. Once again, the old ancestor didn't say anything, as everything was up to Yi Tianyun to decide. Would you want to be my slave? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Of course, I'd do anything you asked of me, Heavenly Netherworld Holy King said without hesitation. But I don't think I want you as my slave, though. You know, with you around, I would never feel safe. Because I know people like you, I know that you will be plotting my demise as soon as I let my guard down. I don't even need anything from you, be it your martial arts, treasure, or even your faction. All of them are garbage. All I want now is your life, Yi Tianyun said coldly. As he said that, Yi Tianyun slowly burned the Holy King's soul with his black flame. The Holy King screamed painfully due to the excruciating pain, but he knew no matter what he said at this point, Yi Tianyun wouldn't let him go. Ha ha ha, you will die soon. Very, very soon. Ha ha ha, the Holy King laughed despite the pain. As of this moment, the Holy King seemed to forget all about his fear as his voice was full of hatred. Yi Tianyun himself understood why Holy King acted like this, as he no longer had anything to lose, so he raved non-stop. Don't worry, it doesn't matter how many people would come after me to avenge you. I will kill them all, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Ha ha ha, ignorant human. You are still too weak to do anything up there, the Holy King said as the soul slowly dissipated to ashes. Ding. Successfully killed Heavenly Netherworld Holy King. Rewards 21.5 billion XP, 52W00 CPs, Heavenly Yin Divine Secret Art, Evil Spirit Divine Art, Evil Spirit Bodily Possession, Evil Spirit Incarnation, Evil Spirit Incarnation, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit Ancient Jade. Ding. Successfully killed an elite enemy. Rewards 500 million XP, 10ing Divine CPCs, 10ing Divine CPCs, 10ing Divine CPCs, 10 to W0 CPCs, 10 to W000. SPs, 1x Super Enhanced Lottery Ticket, ding. Congratulations to the player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 1 state layer Saint King stage. Chapter 653. After killing the Heavenly Netherworld Holy King, Yi Tianyun successfully breakthrough to the Saint King stage. Yi Tianyun was delighted to see his cultivation jumped from the 4th layer Spirit King stage to the 1st layer Saint King stage in one battle. Not to mention, it took only 1 day too. If anyone noticed how fast he was cultivating, they would have lost all their hair from frustration. But it was also because of the might of the EXP card. Without it, there was no way Yi Tianyun would be able to level up this fast. Furthermore, he wouldn't be able to defeat the Holy King too. Usually, getting to Saint King stage was hard, and not everyone from Spirit King stage would be able to break through to Saint King stage. Furthermore, breaking through to Divine King was like finding a needle in a haystack. Yi Tianyun didn't know how strong a Divine King would be, but he believed that it would be totally beyond his imagination. Breaking through to 2nd layer Saint King stage would require 30 billion XP. How would I be able to get that much? Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the amount of XP required to break through again. He wouldn't be able to buy the XP card every time as his crazy points wouldn't be able to sustain it. He even wasted millions of crazy point to increase his power just now, while the strongest enemy so far only gave 100,000 of them. The Heavenly Netherworld Holy King is now dead. You should conquer the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation now. As for the descendant of the evil spirit race, I'll leave their fate in your hands. Yi Tianyun said to Bai Shuihuang as he sat down and used medicinal recovery pills to restore his fatigue. You are the ones who killed the Heavenly Netherworld Holy King, so all of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's property was yours to take. Bai Shuihuang stated the fact. Bai Shuihuang knew that greed would lead her down the wrong path, and therefore she wouldn't take advantage of Yi Tianyun's kindness. Aren't I the Phoenix Clan Divine Envoy? Yes, I defeated the Heavenly Netherworld Holy King, but I do it in the name of Phoenix Clan, so it was natural to give it to Phoenix Clan. If you find something that you deem unnecessary for Phoenix Clan, you can give them to me. I believe you guys would make the right decision. So, did you want to get rid of the evil spirit race's descendant? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He didn't have any interest in the Heavenly Netherworld's treasure, and therefore it would be best if the Phoenix Clan could use it efficiently. Yes, we are very grateful that the Divine Envoy has done his best to save our Phoenix Clan, and of course, Phoenix Clan would not let evil spirit race roam on this world any longer, Bai Shuihuang said confidently. She believed that the Phoenix Clan would be constantly in danger as long the descendant of the evil spirit race still existed, so it was for the best to eradicate them now. Well, sure. I will find a spot to rest in the meanwhile. I will tell you if I find one, Yi Tianyun said as he stands back up. If you don't mind, go to our Phoenix Lake if you want to rest. It has one of the best recovery effects in Ghost World. Old Ancestors Feng Tian said confidently. Phoenix Lake? Isn't that place only for elder rank and above? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He was well aware that his status as a divine envoy wasn't high enough to receive clearance to enter such a place. You've already saved the entire Phoenix clan, so you can use anything as you please, including permission to enter a place like the Phoenix Lake, the 3 old ancestors said in unison. It wasn't a lie that it was partly their reason, but the biggest reason was to refrain from provoking Yi Tianyun. After all, how could they afford Yi Tianyun as an enemy when Yi Tianyun could easily kill the Heavenly Netherworld Holy King that defeated the 3 old ancestors easily? Great, I am grateful for the old ancestors' kindness. Then I will take you up on the offer, Yi Tianyun said as he really felt exhausted after fighting the Holy King. The 3 old ancestors nodded and immediately led Yi Tianyun towards the Phoenix Lake. At the Phoenix Lake, Yi Tianyun was guided into a small cabin beside the lake, and once he entered the cabin, Yi Tianyun could feel that the spiritual energy inside was far richer than the outside. Phoenix Lake was actually a spiritual spring, meaning the lake itself produced untainted spiritual energy for the world, and the Phoenix clan channeled some of that spiritual energy towards this cabin. Yi Tianyun was amazed by this cabin. He finally understood why this place was only accessible for elder rank and above, as those who weren't strong enough would be overwhelmed by this massive spiritual energy. But that was not why Yi Tianyun was amazed. He realized that he would be able to gain a huge amount of XP just by staying there. But before he began his meditation, Yi Tianyun wanted to open the super lottery first. He got 2 tickets from defeating Ji Young and the Holy King, and he was excited to see what else he might get from the lottery. Without further ado, Yi Tianyun activated his lucky aura and started to spin the lottery, and soon the wheel stopped at consumables. Yi Tianyun was a little bit disappointed since consumable was the worst kind of item that he could get on the lottery as far as he knew. But Yi Tianyun tried to stay positive as he knew that he got the teleportation godstone before, and that item was one of the best mobility items that he could ask for. A wooden box soon fell from the lottery, and Yi Tianyun immediately opened it and saw that he got Cooldown Godstone. Cooldown Godstone greatly reduced the cooldown time on one of the user's ability by 1 hour. Can be used up to 10 times. This is great, Yi Tianyun said to himself. With this item, he could abuse more things involving his skills in the future. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, site only. But Yi Tianyun wasn't satisfied just yet and immediately spun the wheel once again as he still had one more ticket. The thing that he wanted the most right now was the last piece of the Desolate Ancient set. Fortunately enough, the wheel soon stopped at the jewelry category. This is it. My luck finally shines on me, Yi Tianyun said as he felt very happy to see that the wheel stopped at the jewelry category. Chapter 654. Chapter 654. Yi Tianyun was excited as he was expecting the last piece of the Desolate Ancient set. He was currently at Saint King stage, and he'd be exponentially stronger if he could complete the Desolate Ancient set. A wooden box fell from the roulette. It looked the same as any other box he has got from the roulette so far, so he couldn't tell the difference just by looking at the box. He quickly opened the box to fully rid himself out of his curiosity, but he was surprised to see that a ring was inside the box. Damn my luck, there goes my chance to get the last piece of the Desolate Ancient. Even if I want to draw one more time, I didn't have enough crazy points left, Yi Tianyun said frustratedly. However, he understood that the system wouldn't make it any easier for him. He just hoped that he would be able to get the last piece of the Desolate Ancient by the next time he used the lottery roulette. He then turned his attention to level 71 package. He hoped that the package would give him a lot of XP card again as he really needed it. He then opened the package expectantly. Ding. Successfully opened level 71 package. Reward, level 81 package, X100 XP card, X20 CP's card, X20 SP's card, X20 proficiency card, X20 proficiency card, 2X ring equipment slot. In addition to getting a huge XP card, Yi Tianyun was surprised to get another slot for his ring. Now, he didn't have to take off any of his rings to equip the new one that he got earlier. Although it wasn't the Desolate Ancient set, it would increase his strength exponentially nonetheless. Now he could equip 4 rings instead of 2, but he wondered whether he could use 1 ring for each finger. He also wondered whether the same slot expansion would also affect any other equipment. For example, since he had 2 arms, he should be able to equip 2 bracelets instead of 1. But Yi Tianyun wasn't complaining. I knew the package would never disappoint me, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. However, he couldn't help but wonder about his eligibility to receive the package since he didn't know the level cap on this world. Now, Yi Tianyun could only think of getting himself a good rest as he knew that Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation was already finished. He believed that the Phoenix clan would be able to handle the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, knowing that all of their Spirit King cultivators and above have been dealt with. He began to meditate and absorb the liquid spiritual energy around him. Even though Yi Tianyun didn't really rely on spiritual energy in his battle, it still affected his body once he depleted the spiritual energy in his core. As time went by, the destruction of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation has spread throughout the worlds. Even though the Heavens World didn't really care about the faction in Ghost World, they still observe what happened in the Ghost World. Since Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation was one of the strongest faction in Ghost World, its destruction shifted the balance of power in Ghost World. Furthermore, almost every faction in Ghost World was shocked once they knew that the Phoenix clan was the faction that rid the remaining Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's crumbling faction, since as far as they knew, the Phoenix clan was a neutral faction, so it couldn't be helped if they didn't believe what they heard. But soon after, they found out that the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation was the one that took the initiative to attack the Phoenix clan, yet fell short once the Phoenix clan retaliated. The Phoenix clan hasn't fallen yet. They are still strong as they were in the past. This is the thought that came to everyone's mind as they heard of the news. They thought that the Phoenix clan has been on the decline over the past couple of years, but now, it didn't seem like it at all. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun was busy absorbing the spiritual energy inside the cottage on the Phoenix Lake. He didn't care about anything that happened out there as it didn't concern him. After he noticed that the spiritual energy was getting thinner, Yi Tianyun stopped his meditation and walked outside, all perked up. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised to see that the lake was almost transparent as he almost absorbed all spiritual energy in it. The three old ancestors who had been waiting outside were a little bit at a loss that Yi Tianyun took so much. While the spiritual energy in the lake might be replenished again, it would take a while to reach its peak state again. Have you finished your cultivation, Divine Envoy? The three old ancestors asked curiously. Although they were a little bit saddened that the lake couldn't be used for a while, they didn't blame Yi Tianyun for it. I am satisfied. Phoenix Lake is the best. Yi Tianyun smiled. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, site only. But is it okay for me to take that much? Yi Tianyun asked with a guilty look on his face. It is okay. It would be replenished over time, the three old ancestors said with a smile on their faces. Now, we've already taken care of the heavenly netherworld divine nation's remnants and collected their treasures. You can take whatever you need, Divine Envoy. Old Ancestor Feng Tian said politely. All right, after that, I'll have to go to Heaven's World next, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded and followed the old ancestors. He has already resolved the issues with the heavenly netherworld divine nation, and now, all he needed to do was retrieve ch601 from the Heaven's World. Chapter 655. Also please comment to encourage us. What? Are you leaving? The three old ancestors asked curiously at the same time. They didn't want Yi Tianyun to abandon them. Furthermore, they were indebted to Yi Tianyun, so they couldn't make any demands for Yi Tianyun to stay either. Yes, I have to go to Heaven's World, Yi Tianyun said honestly. Heaven's World? The passage from Ghost World to Heaven's World was long gone. If you want to go to Heaven's World, you need to go to Mortal Worlds first. But since you are that powerful, I don't think you can go through the Mortal World passage carelessly. How would you plan to pass the passage? Old Ancestors Zheng Tian said curiously. Relax, I've got that covered, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He could use the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, and even if he couldn't, he could return to the mortal world first using the passage that he used earlier before. Since he possessed the Guardian power now, he could use the passage without difficulty. If that's the case, then we hope you a safe travel, the old ancestor said with a nod. They knew that they couldn't stop Yi Tianyun from leaving, but fortunately, the Heaven Netherworld Divine Nation has been destroyed, so they didn't have anything to worry about anymore. After their conversation, Yi Tianyun followed the old ancestors back to the Phoenix Nest and found Bai Shuihuang at the gate. She has already eradicated the rest of the heavenly netherworld divine nation and divided the treasure they got into several storage rings. Divine Envoy, this is the spoil of war that we got from heavenly netherworld divine nation. You can choose whatever you want as you confirm them for yourself, Bai Shuihuang said as she put the storage rings on the table. This was only a small part of the treasure that the Phoenix clan has recovered from heavenly netherworld divine nation. Other things such as cultivation place, vehicles, and many other things that couldn't be put into a storage ring remained untouched. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and took a closer look at the treasures that the Phoenix clan have recovered. He then sorted the treasures and took one small storage ring as he handed the rest back to Bai Shuihuang. He left behind many medicinal pills, weapons, and armor as he knew that the Phoenix clan could put them to good use. But this is too much, Divine Envoy, Bai Shuihuang said worriedly, but Yi Tianyun just shook his head. You guys deserve this much for helping me eradicate the heavenly netherworld divine nation. You earned this, so you don't need to worry about anything. But if you insist, perhaps you can help train Luoyan with these treasures while I am gone. Yi Tianyun said while smiling at Bai Shuihuang. Yi Tianyun's time with Luoyan was short, but it was memorable nonetheless. But since Luoyan has said that Yi Tianyun was her adoptive father, Yi Tianyun would live to that expectation. Suddenly, Luoyan herself walked in and immediately greeted Yi Tianyun. Father, did you want to say something to me? Luoyan asked curiously. Although she has already regained her memories, she hasn't forgotten about Yi Tianyun. After all, Yi Tianyun was the one who protected her when she was in a pickle. Yes, I wanted to tell you that I will be going to Heaven World soon. I hope I can come back soon enough and see for myself your stronger self, Yi Tianyun said while patting her head. Of course, father, when you return, I will be stronger than you, Luoyan said with a cheerful smile. I will be looking forward to when that time comes, Yi Tianyun said as he patted Luoyan's head and let her go afterward. Luoyan then greeted the elder while watching Yi Tianyun left the Phoenix Nest's vicinity. We are fortunate enough to have such a kind divine envoy. We couldn't give anything to him in return even though he has already given us so much, the three old ancestors said while shaking their heads. It was natural. I'm confident in my ability to judge someone's character, that's why I granted him the divine envoy status, but I understand that he was a man that would treat others according to the treatment that he received. Therefore, we must work hard to return the favor that we received today. I just hope that we can help him with something that we can do someday. Bai Shuihuang said confidently. The three old ancestors nodded their heads in unison as they continued to watch Yi Tianyun disappearing towards the horizon. Ding, successfully completed the urgent quest. Rescue the Phoenix Clan. Reward, 500 million XP, first in CPS, 100 CPS, 200 Phoenix Clan favorability. Yi Tianyun finally received the quest reward. Although the XP wasn't enough to level up, it helped nonetheless. As Yi Tianyun headed straight towards Heavenly Ascending Divine Altar, he found many ordinary cultivators were observing the Heaven Ascending Divine ruins from the side. Yi Tianyun realized that a lot of cultivators had been eager to go inside the Heavenly Ascending Divine ruins, but refrained from doing so just because it was inside Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's territory. But now that the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation was gone, they flocked to this place immediately. On the other hand, Phoenix Clan left this place alone as they knew that it was Yi Tianyun's domain. They knew that Yi Tianyun already received the place's inheritance, so they didn't want to lay a hand on this place. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, site only. But still, these cultivators were stopped on their track from entering the Heaven Ascending Divine Ruins, as Yi Tianyun has activated the defense mechanism of this place, which was a divine rune barrier that wouldn't be broken so easily even by Divine Rune Master. But Yi Tianyun clearly saw someone was already inside the Heaven Ascending Ancient Ruin Step, looking confident. Starting today, this place is under Imperial Dragon Divine Nation's control. Everyone should just leave, the cultivator shouted confidently. Yi Tianyun knew this man as Grandmaster Tianqing. He was the man who couldn't open the box in Fortune City earlier, and now he wanted to claim the Heaven Ascending Ancient Ruins for Imperial Dragon Divine Nation? He had to be cracking a joke here. Chapter 656, Claiming an Ownerless Land? Now that's just shameless. This place was Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's property, and after their defeat against Phoenix Clan, this place rightfully belonged to Phoenix Clan, not Imperial Dragon Divine Nation. If Phoenix Clan comes here in the future, what do you think would happen to you? One by one, the cultivators showed their dissatisfaction towards Tianqing as they thought that Tianqing was too greedy. They know that Tianqing must be aiming for the inheritance that Heaven Ascending Divine Ruin has. If the Phoenix Clan comes here, we will return this place to them with an open hand. We simply manage it for now, so this place wouldn't be corrupted, Grandmaster Tianqing said casually. But if you want this place for your own, you will have to fight me, Tianqing said coldly. Grandmaster Tianqing made it sound as if he was doing the Phoenix Clan a favor. The cultivators, however, already knew that Tianqing was not such a selfless person, but none of the cultivators wanted to become Imperial Dragon Divine Nation's enemy, so they remained silent. But suddenly, a small group in the back voiced their opinion. We want to keep trying. We know that we would be able to enter this Divine Rune Wall eventually. Of course, you can do that while paying 1 middle-grade soul tool for 1 try, Grandmaster Tianqing said confidently. What are you talking about? This place doesn't belong to you. How could you ask for payment for something that isn't yours to begin with? The cultivators were all outraged by Tianqing's words. I am doing it for Phoenix Clan's sake. In the end, I would give everything to the Phoenix Clan since that is the right thing to do, Tianqing said with a justified remark. Grandmaster Tianqing knew that the Phoenix Clan wouldn't come there as the place has been empty for quite a while, and so he hoped to get the inheritance and some profit from this place to elevate his own cultivation further. What is this? Who do you think you are to charge anyone from entering my site? Yi Tianyun said from the crowds. You, Grandmaster Tianqing said with disgust as he remembered the humiliation that he got from Tianyun earlier. Yeah, me. What are you doing in my place? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun knew that Imperial Dragon Divine Nation only wanted to take advantage of this place as they realized that Phoenix Clan didn't even try to claim this place. Even if Phoenix Clan did come in the future, they would give the place back without any remorse. You are funny, kid. This place belongs to the Phoenix Clan. There is no way in hell that it would be yours, Tianqing said coldly. Fine. Be my guest. You are free to call the Phoenix Clan and see what they have to say, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun walked to the steps and slapped Grandmaster Tianqing, who still blocked his path. Tianqing rolled down the stairs and fell to the ground with his cheeks swollen from impact. The crowds took a sigh of relief that the teenager was a brave one, but it was clear that the teenager's cultivation base was very high. That brat sure is fearless. Although Imperial Dragon maybe not be as powerful as the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, there was no guarantee that the Phoenix Clan would want to fight them. Yes, Imperial Dragon Divine Nation only wants to show good faith towards the Phoenix Clan. You don't have to throw a punch like this. This brat was far too young to understand any of that. I don't know where he was from, but he didn't seem to realize what he is up against. The crowds began to talk about Yi Tianyun and Tianqing. They thought that Yi Tianyun was too reckless. How dare you hit me? I am the Imperial Dragon Divine Nation's Imperial Preceptor. We have to report this man to the Phoenix Clan. How dare he claim this place to be his own? Tianqing said furiously. Yes, Imperial Preceptor. The Imperial Dragon Divine Nation's cultivators who stood near Tianqing immediately ran toward Yi Tianyun to capture him. I don't understand why the Imperial Dragon Divine Nation would choose you as their Imperial Preceptor, but it clearly bloated your ego, Yi Tianyun said as he slapped the guards who approached him, injuring them severely. The people were shocked as they saw the scene. Although these guards' cultivation wasn't that high, they clearly had a number advantage here, but Yi Tianyun swatted them aside without any trouble. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, site only. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun didn't seem afraid of going against the Imperial Dragon Divine Nation at all. Are you confident enough to go against our Imperial Dragon Divine Nation and Phoenix Clan? Tianqing said with fear in his eyes. I don't care. You blocked my path in the first place after I told you that Heaven Ascending Divine Altar was mine. You can come at me all you want, and I will turn the table every single time, Yi Tianyun said coldly, instilling fear in everyone's eyes. But several people began to realize as Yi Tianyun walked up the stairs that Yi Tianyun was really Phoenix Clan's divine envoy. They knew that the situation would be interesting again in the future. Chapter 6057. The cultivators gathering around the Heaven Ascending Divine Ruins didn't expect that the Phoenix Clan Divine Envoy would come personally. They thought Yi Tianyun would be crushed by the Imperial Dragon Divine Nation and the Phoenix Clan once Tianqing reported back to Imperial Dragon Divine Nation, but they were clearly wrong. Phoenix Clan Divine Envoy, I am very sorry for my rudeness before, Grandmaster Tianqing shouted as he ran and bowed down to Yi Tianyun. It was pitiful indeed how his attitude changed as soon as he learned who Yi Tianyun really was. However, none of the cultivators laughed at him as he was still respected as the Imperial Dragon Divine Nation's Imperial Preceptor. Our Imperial Dragon Divine Nation has just arrived here to help the Phoenix Clan securing this place from other greedy cultivators, Tianqing said with a smile, despite his face still being covered with bruises and swell from Yi Tianyun's earlier attack. He didn't know Yi Tianyun was the divine envoy of the Phoenix Clan, as Yi Tianyun didn't show anything that showed his connection to Phoenix Clan earlier. If it were not because several people recognized Yi Tianyun as the divine envoy, Tianqing wouldn't have given in. Yi Tianyun did have the Ice Phoenix as proof, but it couldn't fly as fast as Yi Tianyun, and therefore he didn't use it. But Yi Tianyun didn't want to see Tianqing groveling near his feet, so Yi Tianyun slapped him once again, sending him flying once again. The surrounding cultivators immediately got away from Tianqing and stepped back from Yi Tianyun as a result. Phoenix Divine Envoy, please, I am just worried about the altar that might be abused by others since the Phoenix Clan still hasn't arrived. I wouldn't do anything else except guard this place until Phoenix Clan arrived, Tianqing shouted nervously. He knew that Imperial Dragon Divine Nation wouldn't help him if he messed around with the Phoenix Clan. There was no doubt that he would lose his position as the Imperial Preceptor immediately. But seeing Yi Tianyun was unresponsive to his explanation, he stepped up and kneeled in front of Yi Tianyun once again. I give my proper respect to Phoenix Clan Divine Envoy, he said as he showed his greatest respect to Yi Tianyun. He knew that Yi Tianyun wasn't someone that he could trifle with. After all, Yi Tianyun saved the entire Phoenix Clan on his own and even destroyed the heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation in the process. At the same time, another person came in. I am also the Phoenix Clan Divine Envoy, bearing a news from the Phoenix Clan, he said as he immediately kneeled in front of Yi Tianyun. From now on, the Phoenix Clan would acknowledge young Master Yi Tianyun as the Foreign Race Great Elder, the Divine Envoy said respectfully. Did I just become the Foreign Race Great Elder? Yi Tianyun said with great interest. He didn't expect that the Phoenix Clan would decide what they would give to Yi Tianyun this fast. Yes, the elders of Phoenix Clan arrived at a unanimous decision that you should become our Foreign Race Great Elder. That way, you will hold the authority equal to the Great Elder rank, Phoenix Clan Divine Envoy said solemnly. Yi Tianyun was clearly surprised as he never heard of Foreign Race Great Elder before. This was the first time that he ever heard of it, but he didn't doubt the Phoenix Clan at all. The cultivators around them were clearly surprised and started to whisper among themselves. But several of them started to smirk as they believed that the Imperial Dragon Divine Nation would receive the same punishment as the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation under Yi Tianyun's power. No wonder he keeps saying that Heaven Ascending Ancient Ruins is his. Clearly, he has the power to back it up, some cultivators said as they were clearly in awe. Similar to the rest of the cultivators, Grandmaster Tianqing was also shocked to hear that Yi Tianyun has become someone with such a high position inside the Phoenix Clan. How is this possible? He was just a brat, and now he is a great elder. He now realized that he must try even harder to make up for his previous mistakes. Okay, I understand. You can go back now and bring that guy with you too. I don't want to see his face around here any longer, Yi Tianyun said to the Phoenix Clan Divine Envoy. He was too lazy to deal with Tianqing as he had another pressing issue at hand. Yes, Elder Yi, the Divine Envoy said respectfully before he turned his attention towards Tianqing. You clearly have a death wish. How dare you trouble our great Elder Yi like that? Imperial Dragon Divine Nation sure is fearless, the Divine Envoy said coldly to Tianqing. Listen to me. I didn't know, please, Tianqing said nervously as he was scared of what Phoenix Clan might do. Yi Tianyun didn't bother with them as he immediately left Tianqing to the Divine Envoy and resumed his initial objective to reach the Heaven World. Everyone immediately knew that Yi Tianyun never lied before as he passed the Divine Rune barrier of the Heaven Ascending Divine Ruin easily. At the same time, Yi Tianyun heard a scream from the other side, but he didn't care and kept walking towards the central area. Immediately after he reached the center, the voice of the little girl immediately heard. Your cultivation has increased significantly. The little girl Phantom Shadow greeted Yi Tianyun. She was a little surprised to see that Yi Tianyun has already reached the Saint King stage, even though not too long ago he was only at the early stage of Spirit King. Yes, can I control the teleportation array towards the heaven world now? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, site only, you can. I thought I have to wait for you for another few decades, but it was a surprise to see you come back so quickly. Have you found the owner's descendant? The little girl asked curiously. Yes, I already found her. I was really lucky if I say it myself. Yi Tianyun smiled as he never expected to learn that the said descendant was none other than Julin Yun. It was clear that his act of kindness wasn't in vain. A saying stated that saving a life would bring many meritorious results than building a skyscraper. Chapter 658 Yi Tianyun has been qualified to operate Heaven Ascending Divine Altar after the little girl's confirmation, so he immediately embarked on the teleportation array to reach the heaven world. The teleportation array was the most remarkable invention inside the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. In order to create this great array, Heaven-creating Divine King had to portray so many divine runes and energy. He did this in case something happened to the normal passage in the human world. But it was also a way to connect the heaven world with the ghost world, as the two worlds didn't have any means of transportation that connected both immediately. This teleportation array was also capable of bringing a group of cultivators to the other side, as long as it was provided with enough spiritual power. But since it only needed to send Yi Tianyun alone this time, the required spiritual wouldn't be that much. I am ready. Send me to the heaven world, Yi Tianyun said to the little girl. Okay, master, the little girl said cheerfully. The entire Heaven Ascending Divine Altar began to vibrate as the great array shone brilliantly. The cultivators outside also saw the bright light, but they didn't know what was going on. What happened? After the foreign race great elder went in, a bright light illuminated the sky. Only God knows what happened. But clearly, whatever happened, the Imperial Dragon Divine Nation wouldn't get any good news. The cultivator sat excitedly outside the gate as they were relieved that they weren't part of Imperial Dragon Divine Nation. As they discussed what would happen to the Imperial Dragon Divine Nation, a bright light shoot out to the sky as if connecting heaven and earth. But the light disappeared as fast as it came. What the hell is that light? Everyone was puzzled by the light pillar, but it didn't seem anything has happened either. At the same time, Yi Tianyun felt like he was torn out to pieces as he was shot out by the bright light. The process took only a few seconds before he entered some strange space. He couldn't see clearly as he was still blinded by the bright light from earlier, but he gradually recovered his eyesight as time passed. The first thing that he saw was that he was standing on a great array in some spacious temple. He observed the divine rune on the great array and found that it was still the same great array as its counterpart on the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. Heaven Ascending Divine Altar's teleportation array was not the same as the passage that the average cultivators used as means to move to another realm. It was much faster and safer than using the passageway, as there was no need to prove oneself. Yi Tianyun was glad that he could use such a strong great array, and clearly he would be able to easily move to another realm in the future. But Yi Tianyun knew the real reason why the heaven-creating Divine King had to create this great array. It was clear that it was used as a way to provide support from another realm if the demon attacked the other realm. Regular crossing from the two passages would have taken too long and therefore wasn't reliable. The passage was easily destroyed too. Yi Tianyun shook his head and began to walk outside. He soon found out that both Ghost World and the Heaven World looked the same. Although the name suggested that both places wouldn't be the same, that didn't seem to be the case. Yi Tianyun still saw the similar mountain range and vegetation that he would find on the Ghost World was also here in the Heaven World. The only noticeable difference that Yi Tianyun could feel was the difference in the spiritual energy type that surrounded the area. The Heaven World was hotter and more masculine, while the Ghost World was cold and feminine. It sure would be great for a fire cultivator to cultivate here in Heaven World. But Yi Tianyun was confused why the Phoenix clan that clearly had a hot and masculine type of spiritual energy chose to live in Ghost World while they were clearly more in sync with the Heaven World. Apart from that difference, Yi Tianyun also found out that Heaven World's Heaven Ascending Divine Altar was also different than its counterpart on Ghost World. Yi Tianyun immediately saw that many cultivators could come and go to the Divine Altar all they want, without any trouble. But it seemed that the Divine Altar's peak was still inaccessible to others. Yi Tianyun immediately teleported out of the Divine Altar as he wanted to find ch601 as fast as possible. He didn't know that his arrival has caused some commotion inside the Divine Altar. Several people immediately came to the Divine Altar's peak to see who has used the Great Array, but they found nobody. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, site only. They saw the blinding light came from the Divine Altar's peak and immediately knew that someone had used the teleportation Great Array in the Ghost World. As they saw that no one was there, they began to doubt that it might be their eyes playing tricks on them since the Great Array hasn't been used in a long time. It must be my imagination. Now we have to go. We have to get ready for the smelting trial in the Heaven Divine Palace. Otherwise, we would have no future, one of the cultivators said to the others worriedly. The others nodded and quickly left the Divine Altar's peak as they immediately focused on another task. Chapter 659. Also please comment to encourage us. There was a lively market with a bunch of cultivators actively doing business in the spacious passage inside the Heaven Divine Palace. This place was a lot bigger than its Ghost World counterpart, but it didn't seem to belong to any faction, which was very strange. If Heaven World has many more powerful factions than the Ghost World, why hasn't anyone monopolized this place? This place is really lively. I wonder if Heaven Creating Divine King was more respected here, which is why no one monopolized this place. Yi Tianyun thought to himself as he roamed around the market. But Yi Tianyun believed that was probably the case. After all, Heaven Creating Divine King always shared anything he could with every cultivator out there. This place, for instance, was in the middle of recovery as it seemed its spiritual energy had been depleted lately, unlike its counterpart in Ghost World that had abundant spiritual energy as it was an exclusive place for Heaven Netherworld Divine Nation earlier. Even though this place was open to the public, it still has some places that were not available to just anybody. For example, the temple's peak that was used for teleportation Great Array earlier wasn't for public use at all. Yi Tianyun also noticed that his inheritor status wouldn't do much here, as there was a separate inheritor for this place too. No matter how great the Heaven-Creating Divine King was, it was only obvious to have a different inheritor for a set of places. The phantom shadow roaming around this place, for instance, was vivid and lifelike, but it was an artificial life nonetheless. The Heaven-Creating Divine King wasn't a god, he can't create a life on his own. However, the Heaven World's Heaven Divine Palace was open to the public, but there was a set of rules for everyone as they couldn't monopolize anything inside this place unless a more powerful cultivator than the Heaven-Creating Divine King came demanding otherwise. Brat, do you want to buy my weapons? It can help you with the smelting trial later. It was only for 500 Ner00 Spirit Stone, a cultivator shouted to Yi Tianyun from the side. Yi Tianyun came over and immediately inspected the short sword that the cultivator sold and smirked to himself while the other merchants just shook their heads as they thought that Yi Tianyun would be roped in. This weapon is only lower-grade soul tool. It would serve me no use, and the price is just not worth it, Yi Tianyun said as he put the dagger back. How come it isn't worth it? The effect is amazing. If you fail the smelting trial later, I don't mind returning your money later, the seller said confidently. Yi Tianyun shook his head as he was confident that he would pass the smelting trial anyway, but it wouldn't be because of this short sword. Rather, it was because of his own strength. But Yi Tianyun thought that it might be great to buy this short sword to obtain some information from this seller. Sneaky types like this would give him good information after acquiring a fair amount of money after all. But suddenly, a young boy stopped Yi Tianyun from buying the short sword. Don't buy it, friend. It doesn't have any effect at all. What are you talking about, you brat? Did your master never teach you anything about respect? The merchant said angrily. That is exactly what my master taught me, not to buy something so useless, the boy said casually. Yi Tianyun smiled at the boy's constitute, but the merchant was brimming with anger. You are asking for it, boy. Do you want to die that badly? The merchant said coldly. The boy was preparing for his escape as he saw the seller was grabbing a sword. The boy was clearly nervous as he was only at the first layer core condensation stage, while the merchant was at the second layer core transformation stage. If the merchant didn't look for trouble, Yi Tianyun might not mind the boy. However, the boy thought that he was doing Yi Tianyun a favor, and therefore Yi Tianyun was obligated to help him. As the seller was about to attack the boy, Yi Tianyun immediately held the seller's arm, stopping his attack altogether. The seller was shocked as he noticed that Yi Tianyun's grip was that strong. Brat, what do you think you were doing? Are you protecting that boy now? The seller asked coldly. But Yi Tianyun's eyes suddenly flashed, and the seller was immediately under his control. Yi Tianyun knew that there were too many people here, and it would do him no good to fight in this place that he didn't know anything about while he had no allies. The boy was startled, and seeing that the seller wasn't moving, he immediately got away, but Yi Tianyun quickly stopped him. I still don't know your name, Yi Tianyun said as he was curious about the boy's origin. He was interested as the boy was kind. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, site only. My name is He Rong-kun, the boy said as he stared at the seller. He was clearly worried that the seller would start attacking him again soon. He Rong-kun, then you should get back for now. I will find you again soon, Yi Tianyun said while giving a sign for the boy to leave. All right, friend, I will believe you and leave. My master is also waiting right now, He Rong-kun said as he disappeared into the crowds. Chapter 660 also, please comment to encourage us, EZE. Yi Tianyun already knew that this salesman was a con man, but he needed information to start off his search. Yi Tianyun never expected that a brave boy would come and tried to help him like that. Apparently, there were still people who were kind enough in such a chaotic world. As Yi Tianyun already controlled the seller, he might as well interrogate him too. Yi Tianyun began to ask the seller various questions to gain as much information about the Heaven World. He knew that an average cultivator wouldn't know about ch601's whereabouts anyway. The information he wanted now was relatively simple. He just wanted to ask about the dynamics here in Heaven World as it would make his time here easier. In addition, ch601 had an ice holy body physique, which meant that she would need an extremely cold place to cultivate. And fortunately for Yi Tianyun, this merchant was quite knowledgeable. Yi Tianyun was quite surprised to hear that the heaven world had 6 or 7 places that were eligible for a cold cultivator to cultivate, which was against heaven world's origin. However, Yi Tianyun knew that it might be just how this world was built, just like how a cold place would exist somewhere while there was a hot place. Yi Tianyun also heard from the merchant that the average cultivation level in Heaven World was at Spirit King stage, which meant that the factions in this Heaven World were at least at a 4th grade faction, which was an empire rank. But Yi Tianyun knew that his search of ch601 would be a headache as there would be too many places to cover. It seems I have to look for this cold place in detail one by one now, otherwise it would take too long to find her, Yi Tianyun said while shaking his head, but he was convinced that he would be able to stumble across better information later. After all, this seller wouldn't know about everything. He immediately remembered that he also had the soul guide system that could help him find his quest objectives, and finding ch601 was also his quest right now. Yi Tianyun was dumbfounded for ever forgetting such a thing. Yi Tianyun immediately opened the shop and searched for the soul guide. Although he knew that the price would be over the roof, he didn't have any other choice. Soon he found the soul guide, and the price was 3 million CPs. Yi Tianyun was annoyed and shocked as he has already used all his CPs to level up his crazy mode earlier. He also didn't have that many items to sell now since he was in a hurry and didn't bother searching for any war spoils in the previous battle. But then again, it would be ineffective to sell that many weapons and martial arts to the shop, as it would be better for Heavenly Cloud's empire to have it. For example, a sacred tool was only worth 10W0 CPs if he sold it in the shop, and he needed 300 pieces to get 3 million CPs. Selling that many sacred tool was a waste. Medium-grade sacred tool was worth 50,000 CPs, and the highest was high-grade one that would sell for 100,000 CPs. 3 million CPs, that is not bad. I would be able to buy it soon, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head again. He might need to hunt for demon beasts to obtain that amount of CP. He knew that it would take time to find ch601, as he would have to either acquire the crazy points that he needed to buy the soul guide or find ch601 manually. Either way, it would take time, but he didn't have to think much of it as he knew that ch601 wasn't in any immediate danger. Yi Tianyun knew that he needed to prepare for a difficult fight, as it was possible that he would fight against a peak Saint King stage or even Divine King stage in the near future. Yi Tianyun then shifted back his attention to the market. He noticed that so many merchants were promoting the smelting trial that would happen soon while selling their wares. The merchant themselves wouldn't take part in the smelting trial, but this was the right time to gain profit, as there would be many cultivators trying their luck on the smelting trial. Heaven World's Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. Smelting trial was restricted by age and cultivation base. It was strictly meant for core transformation cultivators below 30 years old. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, site only. These merchants here were well over 30, thus were not qualified to participate in the smelting trial anymore. The only thing that they could do now was to gain profit from desperate cultivators. Well, I can also sell stuff if I have to later. For now, I need to find a good hunting ground and earn some crazy points, Yi Tianyun said as he set his plan. He still wanted to collect the crazy points needed to buy the soul guide so that he could have an option later on. He also had an option to kill a cultivator to get the CPs from them and sell their equipment, but his morals didn't allow him to simply kill an innocent person for his own gain. Chapter 661. Also please comment to encourage us, yay. Before leaving, Yi Tianyun took all the treasures in the merchant's possession as a punishment for trying to deceive him. That was how Yi Tianyun dealt with a con man. After Yi Tianyun left, the merchant was back to normal, but he was confused as all his wares were gone. Yi Tianyun also erased the merchant's memory from a few minutes back out of consideration for He Rong-kun. Yi Tianyun continued strolling down the street on the Heaven Divine Palace. He noticed that the environment wasn't that much different from Ghost World, which probably meant that even the smelting trial would also be the same. But Yi Tianyun immediately saw a familiar figure of a teenager not too far from him. I heard that you almost get into another trouble, a middle-aged man yelled at He Rong-kun. No, it's not like that. A disciple around my age just come to the town, and he almost fell victim to one of the con men in the market earlier. I have to at least warn him, He Rong-kun said desperately. Didn't I tell you to leave them alone? If you get into trouble with those con men, I am afraid that I might not be able to save you later. Some of them are more powerful than this master of yours, you know, the old man said with a frown on his face. Yi Tianyun immediately realized that the man was He Rong-kun's master. The name was Wei Feizhou, and his cultivation was so-so. He was at the 3rd layer core transformation stage. He undoubtedly was telling the truth. If He Rong-kun caused any trouble, it would be difficult for him to defend. He Rong-kun later as core transformation stage was no big deal in Heaven World. Yi Tianyun smiled as he knew that He Rong-kun and his master were having a tough time. Yi Tianyun was inclined to help them become stronger as he noticed that Wei Feizhou seemed like a genuinely good master. I am sorry, master. I won't do it again next time, He Rong-kun apologized. Next time? Wei Feizhou said as he glared at He Rong-kun. No, I mean, there won't be any next time, He Rong-kun said hurriedly. I am blessed that you are so kind, He Rong-kun, but you have to know that there are a lot of ruthless people out there. Even if you help them out, it doesn't necessarily mean that they would return that favor. Except for someone you love, don't show your kindness so easily, Wei Feizhou said with a sigh. I understand, master, He Rongkun said as he nodded his head eagerly. Now, let's begin your preparation for the smelting trial. Wei Feizhou smiled as he patted He Rongkun's back. I want you to assess your situation seriously when you take the smelting trial later. If you find it impossible to continue, don't force yourself and just climb back down. Don't worry, master, I will, He Rongkun said confidently. But suddenly, Yi Tianyun approached He Rongkun and Wei Feizhou with a smile on his face. Thanks for your consideration earlier, otherwise I would have fallen victim to that man, Yi Tianyun said sincerely. Is this the man that you helped earlier? Wei Feizhou asked curiously. He tried to analyze Yi Tianyun, but he couldn't see anything. Yes, this is the friend that I helped earlier, He Rongkun answered with a smile. This is great. The smelting trial is also on the corner. How's your preparation coming along? No, I won't participate, but I will come and observe the trial, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He was now the owner of Ghost World's Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, and since he already broke through to Saint King's stage, the trial is now off-limit to him. Why? It would be a great experience, no? He Rongkun asked surprisedly. They thought everyone came there only to participate in the smelting trial, cultivate or make some money by becoming a salesman, and it was extremely uncommon to come here just to look around, especially for someone as young as Yi Tianyun. May I know which faction did you belong to, or may I know the name of your master? Aren't you here with your master? Wei Feizhou asked curiously. I am just a rogue cultivator who happens to pass by, Yi Tianyun said politely. A rogue cultivator? Wei Feizhou said with a slight surprise on his tone. At first, he thought Yi Tianyun belonged to some well-known faction, but he seemed to be mistaken. But it wasn't the concern right now. A young man like Yi Tianyun should use this opportunity to enter the smelting trial, as it would be much better that way. But it's a pity if you don't participate. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. My name is He Rongkun, and what should I call you? He Rongkun asked curiously. Yi Tianyun, Yi Tianyun answered casually. Yi Tianyun? Why does it sound familiar? He Rongkun said to himself. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, site only. My name is familiar? Well, there may be someone else with the same name. After all, this world is a big place. Yi Tianyun said casually. Oh yeah, I remember. When I passed Luoyu Mountain with my master, I saw a beautiful girl standing by the edge of the mountain calling for Yi Tianyun. When I went to approach the girl, master dragged me away, saying that it may cause a problem if I stick my nose into someone else's business. He Rongkun said excitedly as he recalled trivial information. After hearing He Rongkun's word, Yi Tianyun knew immediately that the girl in question was none other than ch601. Now he knew the crucial piece of information to start his search. Chapter 662. Chapter 662. Also, please comment to encourage us. Can you tell me about the place you saw that girl in detail? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He didn't expect to stumble upon such significant information this early in his search. Although He Rongkun didn't know the name of the girl, Yi Tianyun was positive that it was ch601. I didn't know the location accurately, but I know that it was in the snowy terrain of Luoyu Mountain. If the girl could stand the temperature of that place for so long, I believe that her cultivation would be considerably high. That is all I know, He Rongkun said as he tried to remember more. Luoyu Mountain, Yi Tianyun said as he tried to memorize the location of the mountain from the seller's story earlier. Yi Tianyun immediately pulled out a piece of paper and a pen and drew ch601's portrait to confirm it to He Rongkun. Is this the girl you saw at that time? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, that's her. Wow, you are good with drawing, brother Yi. But it seems that you actually knew this girl? He Rongkun asked curiously. Yes, I happen to be searching for her right now. Your information is definitely a great help, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. At the same time, Wei Feizhou wasn't a fool. He immediately realized that Yi Tianyun was no ordinary guy, but chose not to say anything as he didn't want to spell trouble for himself later. But he now knew that Yi Tianyun wasn't some rogue cultivator like he said he was. Based on her clothes, I thought that she wasn't part of a faction here since it was my first time seeing such clothes. I can't say that I've already seen all the formal attire of every faction in Heaven World, but I never saw anything like that. Maybe it was some Hidden World family clothes, but the clothes' biggest feature is the pale red plum blossom attached to her clothes. I may say that the Hidden World family is weak, at least not at the Empire level, Wei Feizhou said solemnly. He may not have stared at the people openly like what his disciple had done, but he was observant of his surroundings. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood what Wei Feizhou was trying to say. Yi Tianyun once again confirmed that Wei Feizhou was definitely a good master. He could deduce that he would get into trouble as he looked at the cultivator's clothes, thus act accordingly. Hidden World family? Yi Tianyun himself has already heard about Hidden World family before, but he also didn't have much information about them. As the name suggested, it was a truly hidden faction. But now, he had the information to start his search for this Hidden World family. The plum blossom that Wei Feizhou described was unique. Therefore, he could inquire some well-known faction around the Heaven World about it later. Yi Tianyun knew that Wei Feizhou was only part of a small faction, so he knew that Wei Feizhou faction wouldn't know about such a small faction like the Hidden World family. Hey, it's about time. Rongkun, hurry up. The trial is about to begin, Wei Feizhou said hurriedly. The smelting trial always accepted a lot of participants, so the early birds would be able to secure a better spot. Little brother Yi, are you sure you will not participate in the smelting trial? Rongkun asked once again. No, I didn't come here to participate in the smelting trial, but I will be sure to cheer for you, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He realized that he was fortunate enough to meet He Rongkun, who led him to Wei Feizhou, who provided him with so much useful information about Shi Shuiyun. All right then, I am off now, He Rongkun said as he waved his hand excitedly. He Rongkun immediately tried to squeeze in to get a better spot amidst many cultivators on the smelting trial entrance. He struggled as it was overly crowded, but after a while, He Rongkun felt a surge of power around him that pushed people away from him, allowing him to make his way onward easily. He Rongkun was puzzled by what happened right now, but he accepted it with an open hand as he could reach his destination faster. Let's go in and see how he's doing up close. Judging from your disciple potential, I wonder how far he would able to climb, Yi Tianyun said with a smile towards Wei Feizhou. Yi Tianyun then dragged Wei Feizhou's arm towards a vantage point. Wei Feizhou was confused and puzzled as he noticed that he and Yi Tianyun could easily walk to a good spot despite the crowds. This was the same force that surrounded He Rongkun earlier too. Wei Feizhou was shocked. Although he could also release such a force himself, he wouldn't be able to do it this smoothly. It meant that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was above his, as it was obvious that the young man could control his spiritual energy to such extent. As they began to observe the smelting trial from a vantage point, Yi Tianyun immediately saw He Rongkun seemingly having a quarrel with someone in the front row. Hey brat, that spot is mine, a handsome boy yelled at He Rongkun. I'm here first, and therefore it is mine, He Rongkun said confidently. His spot was in the middle front of the starting place, as it was the best climbing spot in this stage. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, site only, how dare you talk back to me. Believe it or not, I can kick your ass easily, the boy said coldly as two core transformation experts came to the boy's side and looked at He Rongkun coldly. Yi Tianyun could see that He Rongkun was a little bit surprised and didn't know what to do as he knew that he wouldn't be able to fight off two core transformation experts, and so Yi Tianyun immediately paid them a visit to end the quarrel. If you wish to bother this boy, I will kick you out myself, Yi Tianyun said calmly. Chapter 663 also. Please comment to encourage us. This young master belongs to at least a third-grade faction. We shouldn't pick a fight with him, Wei Feizhou said hurriedly. Who are you, brat? How dare you talk to me like that? Jia said coldly to Yi Tianyun. A third-grade trash dares to raise his voice towards me? But since I am a forgiving person, I don't mind overlooking this if you walk away now, Yi Tianyun said coldly. At the same time, Wei Feizhou was pale when he saw what Yi Tianyun was doing. He didn't know that Yi Tianyun was no less arrogant, resulting in him unable to stop Yi Tianyun before it was already too late. You are the arrogant one. How dare you talk to me like that, Jia said coldly. I've already destroyed empires and even divine nation on my own before, and your faction wouldn't be any different, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The cultivators near them burst out laughing when they heard what Yi Tianyun said. They just treated Yi Tianyun like a kid who was bragging, while Wei Feizhou wanted to cry from shame and worry. This brat clearly didn't understand what he was talking about. If he already destroyed a divine nation, he would be as powerful as a divine king. Did you just lie through your teeth thinking we wouldn't know that? A core transformation guard came from Jia side. That is true. He must have thought that everyone here is an idiot. Just throw him out and let's see what he would do next, Jia said arrogantly. Yes, young master, the core transformation guard said immediately. Young master, we are very sorry. Please overlook this. We don't want any trouble right now, Wei Feizhou said as he thought that the situation has gone out of control. Oh, are you his master? Do you think apologizing now would make any difference? Jia said coldly. The two core transformation experts beside Jia immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun, and Wei Feizhou immediately shouted to warn Yi Tianyun. He could only do so much, as he couldn't stop those core transformation experts by himself. But Yi Tianyun just stood still and released his aura that immediately slammed down the two core transformation experts forcefully. The pressure of Yi Tianyun's aura immediately pressed the core transformation experts down to the ground, breaking several of their bones, but Yi Tianyun wasn't that lenient. His aura also pressured Jia that stands on the back, pressing him to the ground with the same amount of pressure as the two core transformation experts who came after Yi Tianyun. Jia clearly couldn't handle the severe pain that Yi Tianyun inflicted as he started to scream loudly. Jia and the other two core transformation experts immediately turned pale as they realized that Yi Tianyun was more powerful than they thought. Do you know who I am? I am the heir of Multi-Dragon Mansion, Jia said coldly, but Yi Tianyun didn't care. He amplified the pressure of his aura and forced the three of them down into the ground, breaking more bones on their body in the process. He knew that nothing good came from letting these people recover. The people around them were shocked as they saw what happened. Wei Feizhou was the most surprised one among these people as he couldn't tell Yi Tianyun's power even now. What are you doing? Everyone has already started. You will be late, Yi Tianyun said as he signaled for He Rongkun to start climbing the smelting trial. You are right. I will go now. Rongkun reacted in a hurry and began to climb the smelting trial. Yi Tianyun then waved He Rongkun goodbye and immediately turned his attention to Wei Feizhou. Let's go. We should watch him from the best spo. Yi Tianyun said to the still surprised Wei Feizhou. Sure, you are right. Wei Feizhou followed Yi Tianyun once he had snapped back from his thought. He realized that Yi Tianyun was far stronger than he thought. It wasn't impossible that Yi Tianyun was a hidden grandmaster. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Sight only then at their spot, Yi Tianyun ordered an alcoholic drink for the both of them and sipped it while observing He Rongkun. Although there is no martial art on the ladder, Yi Tianyun noticed that He Rongkun was trying to understand the ladder as he climbed up. But Yi Tianyun was delighted by Wei Feizhou as he noticed that Wei Feizhou didn't try to escape even though he hated getting in trouble. It was obvious that he was a very responsible man. Yi Tianyun appreciated such a man compared to the men that immediately ran away as soon as the situation got ugly. Chapter 664. Chapter 664. Also please comment to encourage us. The hall where everyone was supposed to be watching the smelting trial was caught off guard by the terrifying scene, while the two men who assaulted the multi-dragon mansion were watching the smelting trial merrily without any worry. Everyone suspected that the two men belonged to an empire or had divine nation's support. I am the young master of Multi-Dragon Mansion. You are a dead meat, Giada screamed as he felt humiliated by what just happened earlier. You are still obsessed with that? It doesn't seem that you are the type of person that would listen to someone else's teaching. Now, when will your people come here? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. As soon as Yi Tianyun finished speaking, a terrifying presence with overwhelming power rushed straight at Yi Tianyun and attacked him out of nowhere. But Yi Tianyun didn't seem to be fazed as he brushed off the attack effortlessly. You are a skilled young man. But you are wrong to think that Multi-Dragon Mansion would stand by after such a humiliation, an old man said as he landed near Yi Tianyun and exerted an intense aura that demanded respect from everyone else. Second Elder, save me. That person tried to kill me, Jiade shouted hurriedly. Kill you? Did you think for a second that you're on my radar? You did nothing but humiliate yourself, Yi Tianyun said coldly. I'd watch my mouth if I were you. Don't think that your skill would be enough to fight against our mansion, the Second Elder said coldly. Second Elder, kill him. Kill him for me, Jiade shouted excitedly. Look at your young master. Even after he lost his arms and feet, he still tries to defy me. Now that he couldn't do anything anymore, he could only rely on you. How pathetic, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Wei Feizhou at the side was trembling in fear as he heard Yi Tianyun didn't seem to be fazed by the Void Spirit expert in front of them. He knew that he couldn't fight against Void Spirit expert at his current level. At the same time, the look on the Second Elder's face immediately changed. He fell silent and immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun with a long sword ready in his hand. He could no longer tolerate what Yi Tianyun said and immediately tried to finish him off, but Yi Tianyun didn't show the slightest interest at all. Suddenly, a phantom shadow appeared behind Yi Tianyun and blocked the Second Elder's attack while also countering it. From the beginning, the Second Elder was already planning to attack Yi Tianyun, but after seeing the phantom shadow, he realized that he made a wrong decision. Even so, if he didn't subdue Yi Tianyun in the name of Multi-Dragon Mansion, his mansion's reputation would be tarnished. At the same time, Wei Feizhou was having a hard time. He knew that he wouldn't be able to defend himself against the Void Spirit experts, but after seeing the phantom shadow that Yi Tianyun summoned, he couldn't help but look at Yi Tianyun with awe. The two other cultivators that came with the Second Elder also rushed towards Yi Tianyun, but they stopped as soon as the pressure around Yi Tianyun became unbearable for them. Not only that, but they were also forcefully pressed against the ground shortly after. The pressure was far more powerful than earlier, resulting in the Second Elder's aides vomiting blood as soon as their bones and innards were crushed by Yi Tianyun's powerful aura. Not even the Second Elder who was in Void Spirit stage could endure Yi Tianyun's pressure as he was also crushed to the ground. The scene was mind-blowing as several skilled people were kneeling and vomiting blood in front of a teenager. After smirking at the Multi-Dragon Mansion's cultivators, Yi Tianyun decided to continue watching He Rongkun once more. Yi Tianyun noticed that He Rongkun had a good innate ability. So far, He Rongkun has already climbed 200 ladders. Although there are several cultivators that climbed at the same pace or a little bit faster than He Rongkun, he showed a greater potential than the others. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Sight only Wei Feizhou, on the other hand, was sweating bullets as he was nervous upon seeing the Void Spirit expert that was currently on the ground. However, he was more worried about Yi Tianyun's real identity since it wasn't some common thing here to have a rogue cultivator who could easily overpower a Void Spirit expert like this. The Second Elder himself began to assume that Yi Tianyun was at Spirit King stage and regretted making an enemy out of him. The same could be said to Jiade. He realized Yi Tianyun's power, and the only one in the mansion that he believed could beat Yi Tianyun for him was his father. Chapter 665. Chapter 665 also. Please comment to encourage us. Everyone began to wonder who Yi Tianyun really was. They all speculated that Yi Tianyun might have been some prized disciple of some divine nation, as it was possible to be one with Yi Tianyun's current power. This time, no one dared to scream and look down at Yi Tianyun. Their first impression of Yi Tianyun instantly changed after seeing the scene. Everyone realized they wouldn't hold a candle against Yi Tianyun now. The thing was, everyone didn't know what Yi Tianyun would do as he was still sipping his glass of wine while observing the smelting trial. Yes, keep it up. The more you stand up, the better the result of this smelting trial. Yi Tianyun said excitedly as he watched He Rongkun. He saw that He Rongkun steadily climbed the ladder while overtaking the other cultivator one by one. Yi Tianyun now believed that He Rongkun should have the great innate ability, as he knew that He Rongkun's cultivation was not that high. The smelting trial demanded balance, and having a good innate ability would surely help here. You are correct, but my ability is limited. I can't provide him enough cultivation pills that easily. Otherwise, he would be able to achieve a greater cultivation level. Wei Feizhou said with a wry smile, to which Yi Tianyun nodded as he realized that Heaven World also had the same problem as the human world and ghost world. Rest assured, I will give him enough medicinal pills for his cultivation. Yi Tianyun said lightly. Wei Feizhou nodded his head. He didn't know Yi Tianyun's identity for now, but he wouldn't reject such a good offer. In the meantime, the Multi-Dragon Mansion's cultivators were still pressed down against the ground with overwhelming pressure, but at the very least, they were still alive. Time passed, and at the end of the day, He Rongkun climbed more than 800 ladders and was currently at the top 5 of the smelting trial. With this result, He Rongkun has secured his position for the second trial, as only 30 of the best participant was allowed to participate. Who are you, and what have you done to my people? A Spirit King middle-aged man made his appearance out of the crowd angrily. He also came with a bunch of Void Spirit experts and some core transformation experts. This middle-aged man was none other than the Mansion Lord of the Multi-Dragon Mansion, Jiayuan. His cultivation level was at the second layer Spirit King stage, so he was confident that he could defeat Yi Tianyun easily. I don't know what they have done to you, but could you spare them this once? Another Spirit King expert came forward. This man was obviously the Great Elder of Multi-Dragon Mansion. Wei Feizhou was pale as he realized who he was dealing with. But after he saw Yi Tianyun was still calm, he didn't know what to do. Well, he comes out of nowhere and tries to sabotage my disciple's smelting trial, so he should have seen this coming. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Whether you're telling the truth or not, you will be dead meat in a minute, Jiayuan said coldly. It couldn't be helped as he now saw that his son was under Yi Tianyun's mercy, but Yi Tianyun was slightly amused that even someone as of a Mansion Lord's caliber still lacked insight. Yi Tianyun then activated his Eye of Charm and immediately controlled Jiayuan completely. Everyone was suddenly shocked as Jiayuan was suddenly stopped attacking in front of Yi Tianyun. The two Spirit King experts who were ready to support Jiayuan were definitely the most surprised as they didn't understand what is happening. God, what am I even seeing here? The Multi-Dragon Mansion Lord couldn't even touch that young man. Just how strong he really is? Did he already become a Saint King? The cultivators nearby said with a surprised look on their faces. None of the cultivators ever saw a Saint King stage expert before, as Saint King was generally aloof and busy cultivating their own power. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, site only. Most Saint King cultivators were also the high-ranking officer of the Divine Nation, so they wouldn't be found around these parts. Although Heaven Ascending Divine Altar was a very good place, it wasn't on any Divine Nation's radar. I believe you wanted me dead earlier, so did you have any say now? Yi Tianyun said to Jiade. Jiade writhed in horror as he finally realized his mistake. Chapter 666. Chapter 666. Also please comment to encourage us, Wida. Jiade immediately realized that he had made the greatest mistake of his life. The entire Multi-Dragon Mansion's experts that came with his father has been killed, and there was nothing he could do about it. He wanted to scream, but he found himself unable to do so as his brain was overcome with fear, causing his body to freeze and tense up uncontrollably. I didn't want to punish you, but it turns out your family was so arrogant that I have to change my mind. If your faction really believes that the weak were only the nutrients for the strong, then allow me to devour your faction, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun wasn't angry at the Multi-Dragon Mansion, but he did consider it as a nuisance, and therefore he was obligated to destroy it. Jiade stuttered as he didn't know what to do, but Yi Tianyun wouldn't give any mercy. I will make it painless, don't worry, Yi Tianyun said indifferently, but as soon as he raised his hands to kill Jiade, Jiayuan and the Great Elder immediately intervened. Jiayuan immediately dragged Jiade out of the place while the Great Elder was trying to buy some time for them. But it didn't work against Yi Tianyun as he quickly killed the Great Elder, Jiayuan, and Jiade in a blink of an eye, surprising everyone. However, no one dared to do anything about it as they knew that it wasn't worth the trouble. Suddenly, a new figure came. I am the patrol dispatched from Zuochu Divine Nation. I am here to sit down and have a drink. I hope you don't mind it if I sit here. a Spirit King expert said politely. Of course, it would be fine to watch with other people as well. Please take a seat, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. As long as the person didn't come for trouble, Yi Tianyun wouldn't do anything to provoke the person either. Thank you very much for your generosity, friend. If I may know about you a little, which faction are you from? The Divine Nation envoy asked with curiosity while pouring a glass of wine for Yi Tianyun. I didn't come from any sect or faction, and I'm also not from Heaven World, Yi Tianyun said lightly. He immediately concluded that Yi Tianyun came from Ghost World because there was no way the mortal world would have such a strong and powerful cultivator. If that's the case, I wonder if the young friend wants to come to our Zuochu Divine Nation as a guest. The Divine Nation envoy asked curiously. He knows that Yi Tianyun would be a great addition to their Divine Nation. But several other Divine Nation envoys immediately showed themselves in front of Yi Tianyun. No, it'd be better if you come to our Rainfall Divine Nation. After soaking yourself inside our waterfall and consuming our Rainfall Divine Pill, you will be satisfied. No, come to our Dream Clouds Divine Nation instead. The Divine Envoy of each Divine Nation started to flock around Yi Tianyun, inviting him to their respective factions. They knew that Yi Tianyun would become a great addition to their faction as they sensed the power inside Yi Tianyun's aura a while ago. There was no way Yi Tianyun was just any average cultivator, as he easily handled a Spirit King cultivator earlier. Wei Feizhou, who sat beside Yi Tianyun, also got stuffed with many medicinal pills and even some weapons. The Divine Envoy of the Divine Nations thought that Wei Feizhou was also a significant figure to rope Yi Tianyun into joining their Divine Nation. Yi Tianyun was a little bit annoyed, but he couldn't blame these Divine Envoys, as they were only doing what was best for their faction. Besides, they all asked Yi Tianyun politely. Well, it is good to receive such a warm invitation like this, but I can't come with you now. If I have the time, I will make sure to visit your faction, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The Divine Envoys smiled after hearing Yi Tianyun's word. Although it was a pity that none of them could rope Yi Tianyun into joining their Divine Nation, they knew that their politeness would be a good investment for the future. Furthermore, their gift didn't cost them much. But Wei Feizhou, who sat beside Yi Tianyun, was dazzled by the amount of treasure that he got from these Divine Envoys. But Yi Tianyun didn't even care about those treasures that Wei Feizhou got, and he already turned his attention towards the smelting trial once again. Not long after that, He Rongkun has already climbed to the top of the ladder in third place. The two other cultivators that came first and second were amazing on their own. Yi Tianyun didn't really care, as he knew that the first and the second position came from Divine Nation. Soon enough, the first stage of the smelting trial was over as the 30th cultivator reached the top, and the rest of the cultivator that didn't make it in time to reach the top in time was forced to return to the surface. Let's go. We have to watch the second stage too, Yi Tianyun said excitedly to Wei Feizhou. But how would we do that? We can't go up there, Wei Feizhou asked curiously, but he was immediately at a loss for words as he saw Yi Tianyun has gone up the ladder without any trouble. You all should come up too. It'd be a good opportunity to scout the cultivator yourself, Yi Tianyun said to the Divine Nation envoys that looked at him in awe. Chapter 667, Chapter 667, also please comment to encourage us. When Yi Tianyun climbed up the ladder without any restriction, everyone was surprised. No one has been able to do that since forever, and everyone began to doubt what they knew. Wei Feizhou shook off the doubt in his heart and followed Yi Tianyun up the ladder instead, but he also found that there was no restriction anymore. Hey, you'd better start climbing. The door will close soon and you wouldn't be able to watch them later, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Okay, wait for us. The group of observers earlier began to climb the ladder to the smelting trial, following Yi Tianyun, but not all of them could climb the ladder. They didn't know why, but only a selected few managed to climb the ladder. The cultivators couldn't complain as they noticed that Yi Tianyun was far more powerful than any cultivator they have ever seen. Therefore, they began to respect Yi Tianyun without even noticing it. But some of them were still reluctant. They are the cultivators from the top Divine Nation, so they still had their pride as the top faction. Therefore, they know that they couldn't lower their head to some unknown cultivator. How can he do all this? Is he the descendant of the Divine King? The cultivators began to wonder about Yi Tianyun's background, but they knew that they would be regretting this moment later. If Yi Tianyun really was the descendant of the Divine King, then they've already missed the opportunity to get on his good side. I am done for. If the Holy King knows that I failed to discern a person of his caliber, he would surely punish me. No, we can't say for sure that brat is a descendant of a Divine King yet. They were trying to deny it, but they sure already felt regret. If they lowered their head and talked with Yi Tianyun earlier, they might have a chance to build a good relationship in the future. Furthermore, from the looks of it, they realized Yi Tianyun might be the inheritor of the heaven-ascending divine altar, which made it even worse. There was no doubt on their mind that Yi Tianyun was at least at Saint King stage, as he easily handled the Spirit King cultivator without any problem. If he is the inheritor of this heavenly ascending divine altar, why would he let so many people participate in this smelting trial? It is possible that he rigged the outcome beforehand and later on used the power of the people that passed the trial. If that was true then, we could say that the entire smelting trial was a ruse. They nodded in agreement, but they couldn't say anything to Yi Tianyun, as they knew that those who stood at the top would be annoyed once you started criticizing them. It was brief, but Yi Tianyun noticed someone was staring at him with a disdainful look behind him. However, he just smirked since he obviously didn't care about those people, and he never really told anyone that he was the Divine Altar's inheritor, so it was only up to their imagination. However, he didn't mind if these cultivators ganged up on him soon. He could use it as an excuse to obliterate their faction and gain some more EXP. If he attacked them first without any reason, it wouldn't be good for Heavenly Cloud's Empire's reputation later. The cultivators that followed Yi Tianyun up the ladder were also surprised as they heard the theory that Yi Tianyun might have been the inheritor of the Divine Altar. They have suspected it themselves but refrained from saying anything as they were afraid of disrespecting Yi Tianyun. But if Yi Tianyun really was the inheritor, then that meant Yi Tianyun was the descendant of heaven-creating Divine King. Wei Feizhou, on the side, realized that Yi Tianyun helped He Rongkun as he saw something in him. "Young Master Yi, I can't accept all these," Wei Feizhou said since he didn't want to be indebted to a person who might take his pupil later. "Just keep it for yourself. I didn't need any of it," Yi Tianyun said as he rejected the offer casually. "Thank you very much, young Master Yi," Wei Feizhou said gratefully. This way, Wei Feizhou knew that he didn't have to pay Yi Tianyun's kindness back in the future. "But excuse me for asking, young Master Yi, are you the descendant of heaven-creating Divine King?" Wei Feizhou asked curiously. "You can put it that way, but I am more of an inheritor than a descendant," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun had no intention to conceal his identity, but of course he wouldn't blab it randomly. At the same time, he, Rongkun, was positioning himself to climb the next ladder. He was surprised to hear that his master and Yi Tianyun could climb the ladder even though they weren't the participant of the smelting trial. After the observer reached the top of the ladder, they realized that they couldn't intervene with the smelting trial itself. But Yi Tianyun was quite good at socialization as he immediately prepared the wine for everyone to enjoy. Chapter 668. Chapter 668 also, please comment to encourage us. Also please comment at unbelievable speed. Even in this second stage of the trial, he was still in the lead like he did before. Although there were two other cultivators who were faster than him, He Rongkun still tried his best. Yi Tianyun initially thought of helping He Rongkun, but as he saw that He Rongkun was actually doing great, he refrained from doing so. After Yi Tianyun noticed that the Divine Altar on Heaven World didn't search for any inheritor like what he experienced in Ghost World, Yi Tianyun thought of slightly altering the difficulty. Funny enough, Yi Tianyun was no longer bugged by the Divine Nation envoy who came along with him. Maybe he was too rash earlier, but it was what he really thought. Yi Tianyun was a man of discipline. Although it was good to have a good relationship with the Divine Nation here on Heaven World, Yi Tianyun had to finish what he came here for first. Yi Tianyun also knew that these divine envoys didn't come here to cheer on their disciple. They simply came here out of expectation that their disciple who participated in the smelting trial would bring along a martial arts or two from the smelting trial. Martial arts from heaven. Creating Divine King was supposed to be impactful and powerful enough to make a big change in the cultivation world, especially if the said cultivator on the smelting trial got their hands on the divine rune memories of heaven creating Divine King. But Yi Tianyun also knew that the divine envoy's attention right now was focused on himself, even though it was unclear whether they just wanted to be rewarded with something extraordinary or simply because they wanted to build a good relationship with him. But some of them finally had something to say. "Young Master Yi, can you teach us some of your martial arts?" "We're not saying for free, of course. We will give you a worthwhile reward in return," the divine envoy said excitedly. The divine envoys began to list their rewards one by one as the rewards got more and more extravagant. Yi Tianyun just sighed as he didn't want to be rude, but the truth was he couldn't teach anyone the heaven-creating Divine King martial arts. "I do have some of the inheritance of heaven-creating Divine King, but think about it. Why would he allow his inheritance to be massively passed down by the future cultivator? Even if I do want to share it with others, I couldn't," Yi Tianyun said casually. The divine envoys looked at each other as they realized that the heaven-creating Divine King had the same inheritance rule as Heaven World. They were quickly discouraged as they knew that it was impossible to obtain the knowledge of heaven-creating Divine King from Yi Tianyun. That's how it is the case for the martial arts, but that doesn't necessarily apply to the divine rune knowledge. I can think of passing it to someone later. Are you interested in that aspect? Heaven-creating Divine King wasn't known for his martial arts, but he was known for his divine rune proficiency. Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun's word was undeniably the truth. Heaven-creating Divine King was known for his powerful divine rune ability that put him head and shoulders above any other Divine King at his time. When it came to martial arts, other Divine Kings had slightly more powerful ones compared to him, in fact. "We want it. We would make sure that it'll be worth your while." The divine envoys were excited once again. They obviously already knew that the heaven-creating Divine King wasn't known for his martial arts, and therefore Yi Tianyun's offer was the best-case scenario for them. They always sent their disciple to participate in the smelting trial to try their luck on obtaining the exact divine rune knowledge that the heaven-creating Divine King left behind, but they never seemed to get it. Nevertheless, the smelting trial still gave good rewards, those being a high-grade Earth-level martial arts at worst, and Heaven-level martial arts if they were lucky. You are in luck. I don't need any rewards for my time. All I need is useful information, Yi Tianyun said casually as he drank the wine in his hand. A useful information? What kind of information did you want? The divine envoys asked curiously. They had been racking their head on what kind of rewards they would offer Yi Tianyun to best the other divine nation, but it seemed that was pointless. Wei Feizhou, beside Yi Tianyun, slightly shivered as he already knew what information that Yi Tianyun really wanted. Yes, I want the information about the Hidden World clan. They wore white clothes embroidered with a light red plum blossom on their chest. The one who gives me the most comprehensive information would receive the divine rune knowledge. I will swear on my own name that I would give the winner a good divine rune knowledge. But if you dare to deceive me, don't you blame me for what happened later? Yi Tianyun said with a dangerous smile. Yi Tianyun's smile caused the divine envoys to shiver. They finally realized that Yi Tianyun didn't rely on heaven-ascending divine altar's inheritance to threaten them, but his own power instead. Yi Tianyun sipped his wine once again as he watched the smelting trial unfolding in front of him. He wanted the information badly right now just because he had the means to get it. But if it turned out that there was no worthwhile information, he could just take his time to collect the amount of crazy points he needed to buy the soul guide from the store later. Yi Tianyun also knew that the best way to gain the information that he needed was to use the divine nation's extensive knowledge about the heaven world. Compared to Yi Tianyun, who has just arrived at the heaven world, these people have been here ever since the day they were born. As for giving them the divine rune knowledge, he didn't care that much. He knew the knowledge itself was useless unless a qualified divine rune cultivator could interpret it. However, Wei Feizhou beside him shook his head on the side. He began to wonder just how important was the woman he saw on the cliff of the mountain that day for a man as powerful as Yi Tianyun to use every means possible to find her. But the divine envoys had a slightly different look on their face. Although they never thought of searching for a hidden world clan, they knew that it was far easier than competing of finding worthwhile rewards for Yi Tianyun against another divine nation. Chapter 669, Chapter 699. Also, please comment to encourage us, a clan with a light red plum blossom as their symbol. Everyone tried to think of the clan with such criteria in Heaven World. They want to get a satisfying answer for Yi Tianyun so that they could return to their divine nation with the divine rune knowledge. But no matter how hard they thought about it, they couldn't come up with any clan with that characteristic. They had no choice but to remain silent for a couple of hours as they couldn't come up with anything. Don't worry, I don't mind waiting until you get the information. I will be staying in this heaven-ascending divine altar, and whoever obtains the information first will get that divine rune knowledge. But remember that I will only wait for half a day. Any information past that point wouldn't be rewarded anymore, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun knew that he couldn't stay there for long and therefore set the time limit, so he didn't have an obligation to wait for them later, and then he could gather the information about ch601 in another place. But as Yi Tianyun looked at Wei Feizhou, he was curious about what he thought about Yi Tianyun's course of action. What did you want to say? Spit it out, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Young master, this is a hidden world clan we are talking about. There is a reason that they want to stay hidden, Wei Feizhou said worriedly. Of course, I already understood that part. You don't need to worry about it, Yi Tianyun said with a light smile. Seeing Yi Tianyun's conviction, Wei Feizhou immediately pulled out a pen and a paper and immediately drew the woman that he saw that day on the hill of a mountain along with the detail of the clothes that she wore. Yi Tianyun was quite impressed by Wei Feizhou's drawing skill as Wei Feizhou perfectly depicted the entire scene, from the woman in detail and the scenery around her. Not bad. I didn't know that you're this good at drawing, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. I am a painter before I am a cultivator, young Master Yi, but I wouldn't say that my painting is good, Wei Feizhou said humbly. Well, it's undoubtedly an excellent painting, Yi Tianyun said with a smile and then turned his attention back to the divine envoys. He then showed the painting to the divine envoys and said, "This is what you are looking for. The better your information, the better your chance to get the divine rune knowledge." Yi Tianyun said solemnly, "Okay, we will definitely come back with the best information to satisfy young Master Yi. Wait for us," the divine envoys said confidently, and then got up and left to obtain the information that Yi Tianyun requested. They didn't bother to wait for the smelting trial to wrap up, as they were sure that Yi Tianyun's reward was far more important than that. But not all divine envoys left, as they knew that their main mission here was to accompany the smelting trial's participant from their divine nation, so they could only send out a message for their respective divine nation, hoping that they would dispatch someone to get the information. Yi Tianyun understood their circumstance, and thus didn't really mind them staying around as he continued watching the smelting trial unfolding while sipping his wine casually. But he didn't forget about Wei Feizhou at all as he suddenly pulled out a lower-grade sacred tool and gave it to him. "This is a reward for your painting," Yi Tianyun said casually. "Young Master Yi, I couldn't possibly accept this." "This is too much," Wei Feizhou said as he trembled from the shock of receiving such a rare sacred tool. He just painted a simple picture from his memories that he believed was nothing special. The divine envoys who were still around were also in shock, as they didn't think that it would be that easy to obtain a sacred tool from Yi Tianyun. That is not the case. If you help me, I would surely reward you handsomely. It doesn't matter if you only draw a picture or even move a mountain. I would still reward you fairly, Yi Tianyun said casually. But this is too much. A simple painting for a sacred tool? It wasn't a fair exchange at all, Wei Feizhou said worriedly. Well, I already gave it to you. If you don't want it, just hand it to your disciple or sell it. Yi Tianyun said casually. He doesn't mind what Wei Feizhou would do to his gift, as it was not his anymore. No, I would cherish it forever. Thank you so much, young Master Yi, Wei Feizhou said with a big smile on his face. He just got a treasure that every cultivator at his level could only dream of. The divine envoy finally understood why their gift earlier didn't impress Yi Tianyun. As it turned out, Yi Tianyun already had much better sacred tools than anything they offered earlier. The divine envoys surely couldn't gift something at sacred tool level or above, as it was considered a treasure. The time passed as Yi Tianyun slowly sipped his wine, and He Rongkun falls behind a little bit as he was at the top 5 instead of the top 3 now. Anyway, he already did a good job of staying at the top, but then again, the final stage of the smelting trial awaited next. Finally, after He Rongkun successfully climbed to the top of the second stage, 8 participants qualified to reach the final stage. The smelting trial itself finally spoke and stated that only 3 participants would be rewarded on the final, while the rest didn't get anything. Yi Tianyun smiled a little bit as he was satisfied by how it turned out. He could give He Rongkun another chance later, but now all he needed to do was wait. Chapter 670. Chapter 670, also please comment to encourage us, mine. The final smelting trial, as Yi Tianyun predicted, was a fighting competition. Yi Tianyun was excited, and so was everyone who followed him, but there were some cultivators who were too proud to follow Yi Tianyun and decided to watch the match from afar. The 8 cultivators on the stage were now the center of the attention. As the tournament began, the atmosphere quickly changed as everyone knew that the winner would be invited to the well-known factions later. At this time, He Rongkun's disadvantages immediately became apparent. The previous stage didn't need any good martial arts. That was why He Rongkun could keep going using his sheer will. But now, it came down to good martial arts and weapons. The other cultivators came from reputable factions, so they were already equipped with some good martial arts and weapons. So, He Rongkun's first match was hard to watch as it might be his last too. You lost this one, friend. I thought you have a high-grade soul tool with you, but who knows that you only have a broken lower-grade soul tool, He Rongkun's enemy said tauntingly. I won't lose, He Rongkun said as he brandished his long sword angrily. Even if the opponent had better equipment than he did, his will was already set. How would you win this tournament? You don't even have a good weapon. Your faction probably went broke just to send you here, He Rongkun's enemy said sarcastically. The enemy was definitely over the moon as he was lucky to fight a poor cultivator. He Rongkun was wronged in this stage. If only he was in a great faction that could give him the best equipment for his cultivation, he would have gone farther in this trial. But, unfortunately, I am the only one he has, Wei Feizhou said sadly. Although getting the 8th place was great enough, Wei Feizhou knew that He Rongkun could achieve much better if he was on an Empire-grade faction or even the Divine Nation. It's not that bad, but he was indeed losing in terms of weapon, and that is why I give him an edge now, Yi Tianyun said casually as he shot a light towards He Rongkun's hand. He Rongkun was surprised at the incoming light and instinctively grabbed it. The light immediately turned into a sparkling weapon, which turned out to be a sacred tool. A sacred tool? The opponent was shocked as he saw the weapon on He Rongkun's hands was glowing radiantly. He Rongkun and Wei Feizhou had seen that sacred tool before and immediately knew that Yi Tianyun had given them another precious item. You said that I am poor earlier, but let's see who would win now, He Rongkun said confidently as his aura was suddenly getting stronger. It was the effect of the sacred tool as it amplified the user's power. Thank you very much for your generosity, young master, Wei Feizhou said heartily as he was thrilled to see the sacred tool on He Rongkun's hands. Don't thank me yet. It's just a cheap item to fill the gap between the participants' power. I just want to see what he can do with his power, Yi Tianyun said casually. If Yi Tianyun really wanted He Rongkun to win here, he would have given He Rongkun a better weapon. No, this is great. Thank you very much, young master, Wei Feizhou said with a smile on his face. He only wanted He Rongkun to be able to fight on this tournament fairly. Yi Tianyun just nodded and continued watching the tournament while everyone else was speechless after seeing the absurd scene. However, everyone realized that Yi Tianyun was the inheritor of this place, and he could do whatever he wanted there. The tournament went smoothly, and He Rongkun successfully entered the top 4. When He Rongkun took his break before fighting his next opponent, Yi Tianyun was waiting for the news from the divine envoys. Meanwhile, Wei Feizhou was captivated by how well his disciple was doing. He thought that He Rongkun would lose in the first stage, but to his surprise, He Rongkun was one of the final 4 cultivators for the smelting trial, and he might just win it. Sure enough, the divine envoys approached Yi Tianyun one by one with an excited face. Several divine envoys that couldn't leave the smelting trial looked envious as they knew that they might have the information that Yi Tianyun needed. Young Master Yi, I am from Zuochu Divine Nation, and I found irrelevant information, a divine envoy said excitedly. You are fast. You are the first one to return, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun then took a piece of paper that the divine envoys presented and read it using his spiritual energy. This paper was a secret parchment that would conceal the content for a certain rank of cultivators, but Yi Tianyun could read it just fine by using his own spiritual energy to unlock it. The paper simply read Heaven Plum God Race. Heavenly Plum God Race was one of the Heaven World hidden clans that lived on Heavenly Plum Mountain Range with no outside portal. A long time ago, the Heavenly Plum God race was one of the 3 most prosperous races in Heaven World, but their decline in power forced them to live in hiding. Now, they were estimated to be a middle or lower grade Divine Nation faction. The other reason for Heavenly Plum God race's downfall was because they lost the Heaven World War. The only way to enter the Heavenly Plum God domain was to receive their invitation, as the forest on the mountain was enchanted with a powerful Trace Confusion Great Array. Chapter 671. Chapter 671. Also please comment to encourage us why. Heavenly Plum God Race? Yi Tianyun said as he read the writing on the paper. Yi Tianyun knew that this Hidden World clan's name has the same amount of power as the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation in Ghost World, although they have gone into hiding now. Fortunately, finding them didn't seem that hard as they resided on Heavenly Plum Mountain Range. Therefore, Yi Tianyun didn't have to search throughout the whole Heaven World for their whereabout. No wonder no one knows about the symbol they use. It appears to be a long-forgotten faction. Yi Tianyun said with a frown, but he encountered another problem as he remembered that Heavenly Plum Mountain Range wasn't included on the list of extremely cold cultivation places. But it may be simply because the Heavenly Plum Mountain Range wasn't accessible from the outside world, and therefore the information about that place was not known to the public. Now, if ch601 is really there and I blindly searched for her at the extremely cold place on the list, I won't be able to find her, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face, but he wasn't that stupid. He originally wanted to hunt for Demon Beast and accumulate his crazy points again to buy the Soul Guide. The information I got from Zuochu Divine Nation is really detailed enough. Yi Tianyun was satisfied with the information. That's a relief. We Zuochu Divine Nation would definitely try our best to satisfy young Master Yi, the Divine Envoy said with a smile on his face. Very good, then come over, Yi Tianyun said as he signaled for the Zuochu Divine Envoy to come closer. Yi Tianyun then pulled a jade pendant and gave it to him. You can confirm it yourself. This is the reward that I promised, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The Divine Envoy immediately verified the jade pendant that Yi Tianyun gave him excitedly, and after a few moments they become much more thrilled. Thank you very much, young Master Yi. This is a real one indeed. Sure, then I would check your information anytime soon, but if I find out that you are lying, don't blame me for what happens later. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Absolutely, young Master Yi. Our Holy King even ordered me to guide you there if you want me to. There would be no problem. We, Zuochu Divine Nation, seem to be relatively close with the Heavenly Plum Clan in the past, the Divine Envoy said confidently. If that's so, well, no wonder you are the fastest to return, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun just nodded his head in agreement as he didn't really care that much about other Divine Nations. As long as it wasn't misleading information, he wouldn't even bat an eye at the Divine Nation later. But the Heavenly Plum Clan might be a problem later, as there was no doubt that they wouldn't let any outsiders just waltz into their territory easily. There must be something that they tried to hide to take their entire clan and lived in seclusion like that. Yes, it was really easy to get the information after I inquire the elders at Zuochu Divine Nation, the Divine Envoy said with no shame. At the same time, the smelting trial also reached its end. He Rong-kun finally lost, taking the 4th position with him. Sadly, only the top 3 were rewarded by the smelting trial, and therefore, He Rong-kun walked out with nothing. He finally lost, Wei Feizhou said with a little hint of sadness. But overall, he was satisfied that He Rong-kun could go that far. Master, I am sorry, I lost, He Rong-kun said as soon as he came down with a frustrated look on his face. He honestly thought that he could achieve the top 3 position, but it was tough. It's fine. You honestly have worked yourself very hard. You exceeded my expectation. Now, if you have a better master that could improve your martial arts, it'd be a totally different story, Wei Feizhou said with a proud look on his face, but there was a hint of remorse too. Wei Feizhou knew that one other reason that He Rong-kun lost the smelting trial was because Wei Feizhou couldn't provide a better martial arts for him. Your innate ability is great. Too bad you are too early, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun then patted He Rong-kun's back several times, and a light appeared on Yi Tianyun's hand. He Rong-kun suddenly saw a memory that was not his own on his mind. Now, this is to improve your martial art. If you learn from that memory I just gave you, no one would ever say that your martial arts is lacking again, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. He Rong-kun closed his eyes immediately, as the memory itself was actually a little bit overwhelming, and thus he couldn't say a proper thanks for Yi Tianyun. Thank you very much once again, young Master Yi. Being able to meet you is really a blessing in my life, Wei Feizhou said as he kneeled in front of Yi Tianyun respectfully. He didn't know what martial arts that Yi Tianyun has given to Hirong-kun, but he knew it was definitely something special. Get up, there's no need for you to kneel. You should have faith in your disciple and take advantage of my gift in the future, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Others began to look at Wei Feizhou in envy, as they also thought it would be nice to receive the same treatment from Yi Tianyun. Young Master Yi, this may sound shameless coming from me after all you've done, but I have some request for you, Wei Feizhou said as he still kneeled in front of Yi Tianyun. Chapter 672, Chapter 672. Also please comment to encourage us, Nyunyun. Yi Tianyun looked at Wei Feizhou inquisitively, but he didn't say anything as he still waits for Wei Feizhou for what he wants. Is it taking your disciple as mine? Yi Tianyun made a guess. Yes, I know, Hirong-kun's innate ability is good, but I am not a master who could help him grow. I want young Master Yi to take him under your wings and maybe consider him as your servant at first. I believe that he will grow as long as he is next to you, Wei Feizhou said confidently. But it was still a big decision for him to let his disciple go like this. Now that Hirong-kun had a great martial art and weapon, in a few years he believed that Hirong-kun would surpass him. At the same time, Yi Tianyun already knew what Wei Feizhou wants. He has already experienced a lot of things and already noticed that Wei Feizhou really wanted the best for Hirong-kun. Why are you willing to do this? Yi Tianyun asked. Hirong-kun was blessed. If he keeps walking by my side, I am afraid he wouldn't improve. If it were with you, young Master Yi, I believe it would be so much different. No matter where I go, I know that there is no way I can get so much resource to provide for him. Wei Feizhou said honestly. Yi Tianyun admired Wei Feizhou as he saw a great man in him. It was clear to Yi Tianyun that Wei Feizhou wasn't a man who wanted treasure and glory for himself. He is surely good, but I am afraid I don't have time to take him back with me now, but just give me an address, and I will come to get him later, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun also knew that Hirong-kun was a good pick. He is like a diamond in the rough that needed to be polished. If someone did it right, he would become a precious diamond later. Thank you very much, young master, Wei Feizhou said excitedly. He finally could give Hirong-kun a promising future, and that made him really happy. But you will also come with me. If you are a rogue cultivator, then there would be no problem at all, Yi Tianyun said casually. Thank you very much, young master, Wei Feizhou said as he felt thrilled that Yi Tianyun would also invite him over. He knew that he had no potential at all. His power would roughly stay the same no matter what he did. Sure, why would I lie? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. No, my apologies, young master. But I am just a weak cultivator, and I am afraid I would be a burden later, Wei Feizhou said worriedly. I never take people for their power. It's what's inside that matters, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Thank you very much for valuing me so highly, young master. I promise I would never betray you, Wei Feizhou said confidently. Sure, now get up. Your disciple will be here shortly. Now, I will give you two options. It is either give me an address for me to find you later, or wait here for me to return, Yi Tianyun said casually. Of course, young master. We will wait here, Wei Feizhou said respectfully, as he knew that waiting in this place would be convenient and safe. They had so many treasures that Yi Tianyun gave them, and therefore Wei Feizhou knew that people were watching. He couldn't risk going out as he knew that people might attack him to take those treasures off his hands later. If that's the case, I will arrange a good cultivation place for you two while you wait for me to return, Yi Tianyun said casually. At the same time, Hirong-kun arrived and was perplexed as he saw Yi Tianyun. Little brother Yi, but before he could say another word, call him young master from now on. In the future, we will be working for him. Wei Feizhou scolded Hirong-kun, so he had to immediately nod before he got in trouble. It is time for me to leave, so stay here for now. Yi Tianyun waved and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was surprised once again as they noticed that the technique Yi Tianyun used just now was none other than teleportation. Furthermore, the divine envoys couldn't believe that Zuochu Divine Nation would be the first to return. On top of that, they also provided the necessary information for Yi Tianyun, but it seemed Yi Tianyun didn't teleport that far as he returned to the market section. People tried to get his attention, but Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay attention to them. Yi Tianyun then made his way outside the city, but not before he attracted a bunch of greedy people in his wake. Some of them started to follow Yi Tianyun sneakily. Yi Tianyun actually noticed them but paid them no mind as he knew that the criminals who followed him were just small fries. At the heaven-ascending Divine Altar's gate, Yi Tianyun prepared to fly towards the Heavenly Plum mountain range. His goal was to find ch601, and there was nothing left to do here. But as soon as he stepped out of heaven-ascending Divine Altar, a bunch of cultivators immediately surrounded him and blocked his path. But they were confused as they saw that Yi Tianyun only smirked at them. I know this stuff would happen, but I am thankful that you all would be my meal today. A meal for my experience and crazy points, Yi Tianyun said with a laugh. Chapter 673, Chapter 673. Also please comment to encourage us. Yi Tianyun was surrounded by many cultivators. Most of them were at Spirit King stage, while the strongest was at 7th layer Spirit King stage. Yi Tianyun noticed the greed in their eyes, but he didn't show any emotion at all. He is, after all, the inheritor of heaven-creating Divine King. We don't ask much, brother. Just give us 50% of heaven-creating Divine King inheritance, and we will let you go. We will also take the divine rune knowledge, too. If you give it to us, we won't need anything else. Well, maybe a martial art called Universe Divine Secret Art would suffice too. Yi Tianyun was smiling deep down as he finally found some free EXP and crazy points. What would you do if I don't give you anything? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. That is simple. We will just take it by force. We will use soul-searching technique on you, one of them said confidently. The cultivators that surrounded Yi Tianyun this time were rogue cultivators, but the divine envoys from Zhuaqiu Divine Nation also happened to be nearby. They neither attacked Yi Tianyun nor had anything malicious in mind, but they just stood there as they didn't want to get dragged into this mess. After all, these rogue cultivators were more powerful than them. Are you the one who will soul search me? A group of weakling really tried their best to get some meat, I see, Yi Tianyun said mockingly. Arrogant brat, do you think you're still under the heaven-ascending divine altar's protection? No, you are on our turf now, brat, one of the Spirit King experts said coldly. Yes, you may be able to control the heaven-ascending divine altar, but here there is nothing you can do. These cultivators all thought that Yi Tianyun would be defenseless once he got out of heaven-ascending divine altar, as Yi Tianyun was still a teenager. You really thought that I'm just a powerless kid? Did you think I am just relying on heaven-ascending divine altar? Yi Tianyun said in mock surprise. Stop wasting our time, brat. Just give it to us, and you will be spared, an expert said annoyedly. But some of them began to sense that something was off. Yi Tianyun was still calm despite facing so many experts. In that case, let me give you a first-hand experience of what I can do. Yi Tianyun said as he immediately pulled out Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword and released the Netherworld flames that instantly sent chill down everyone's spine. Yi Tianyun then swung his swords horizontally, cutting a bunch of cultivators in front of him in two. However, the extreme cold from the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword immediately turned everyone it slashed into an ice sculpture. Ding! Successfully killed a Spirit King expert. Reward. Ding! Successfully killed a spirit. Ding! Successfully killed a spirit. Ding! That many cultivators were killed so easily. No one was able to react at all as Yi Tianyun's movements were too fast, but Yi Tianyun didn't stop there. He walked forward a few steps and kept slashing his swords towards the rest of the expert. He is a demon, the cultivators far in the back shouted horrifiedly. It was clear that their assumption of the boy in front of them was simply relying on the heaven-ascending divine altar's power was wrong. The boy's power was so tremendous that they wouldn't be able to fight back at all no matter how many cultivators they brought with them. The cultivators on the back immediately tried to flee, but some tried to attack Yi Tianyun out of stubbornness. It was clear that the greed in their eyes already turned off the reasoning part of their brain. But no matter what they did, they couldn't even get close to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun, however, still used his Crazy X mode. He didn't need crazy points that much as he now had a clue where to search for ch601, so he wanted to get as much XP as he can from these people. Honestly, I wouldn't mind killing all of you. May you all rest in peace as my nutrients. Yi Tianyun said as he slowly walked forward and swung his sword effortlessly. Escape. We can't win against him. The expert started to shout in horror. Aw, come on, don't leave, Yi Tianyun shouted sarcastically as he started to hunt the cultivator. None of the cultivators could escape from Yi Tianyun as he started to dash forwards to kill the cultivators quicker. Chapter 674, Chapter 674. Also, please comment to encourage us. The air was filled with a thick metallic smell, and the ground was damp and dyed red with blood, followed by screams that amped the dreadful atmosphere. The devil is here, run away, a cultivator shouted in horror. How can he be so powerful? He didn't even use the heaven-ascending divine altar's power. It seems like he's in late Spirit King stage, the cultivators said one after another as they clearly couldn't handle Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun's speed was just on a whole different level as he easily caught up to the fleeing cultivators one by one. We are fortunate to not cross our swords with him, Zhuaqiu Divine Envoy said as he was shocked to see the scene unfolding in front of him. They didn't have any intention to join the battle from the start, as they've already secured the heaven-creating Divine King's divine rune knowledge earlier, and as it turned out, their decision was correct. If they joined the battle here, they would be massacred too. This is too much. Heaven-creating Divine King's successor is a massacre god. The other cultivators who watched the scene from afar commented. At the same time, everyone saw that a Saint King expert finally came as they flew towards the battle. They wanted to fight Yi Tianyun themselves as their greed got better of them. Obviously, they didn't want heaven-creating Divine King's successor to be killed by others. As the Saint King experts landed on the ground, a powerful wave of aura covered the land. That was the aura of the Saint King experts. Even the Spirit King cultivators who were running away to save their life suddenly found another hope. Lu Guang Saint King, save us from that demon, the fleeing cultivators all shouted hopefully. The cultivators who watched the battle from afar were worried about Yi Tianyun now. After all, Saint King experts were much more powerful than Spirit King experts, and now that Yi Tianyun was on those Spirit King experts' radar, they didn't think Yi Tianyun could get out safely. That is the Lu Guang Saint King. He is the fastest cultivator on Saint King's level. I have seen he killed someone in a blink of an eye. This time, the heaven-creating Divine King's successor is finished for sure, the cultivators said as they commented on the battle from the side. They believed that Yi Tianyun wasn't as fast as the Luguang Saint King. Don't get ahead of yourself now, Yi Tianyun said coldly as he flashed on the spot and reappeared behind the Luguang Saint King. Yi Tianyun then slashed the Saint King's neck, cutting his head off clean. Luguang Saint King felt the imminent danger from his back, but he clearly was too late to react. Diang successfully killed Luguang Saint King. Reward, 23 billion XP, 250W000 TPs, 12W00I, Breaking Space Secret Art, Luguang Divine Sword, Luguang Armor, Luguang Divine Talisman. Luguang Saint King was killed in an instant. Everyone thought that Luguang Saint King was faster than Yi Tianyun, but obviously that wasn't the case. Yi Tianyun's speed was terrifyingly fast, as no one even noticed that Luguang Saint King's head has already fallen to the ground. 3 pieces of Desolate Ancient Set boosted Yi Tianyun's power and speed greatly. Because of that, Yi Tianyun didn't even need to use his crazy damage mode, as his power was already far beyond his current cultivation level. Moreover, Luguang Saint King was only at the second layer Saint King stage. At this point, only Saint King peak stage cultivators or above might prove to be a challenge for Yi Tianyun. The people gasped after they saw that Luguang Saint King was killed. The way that Luguang Saint King is killed was shocking to them because it was like Yi Tianyun just killed a body refinement cultivator. Now, who else got the guts to face me? Is there any old ancestor rank who wants to fight me? I will welcome anyone, Yi Tianyun said towards the crowds intensely. The people on the side were all silent as they knew that they couldn't possibly win a fight against Yi Tianyun. They already knew that the cultivators from earlier were all too greedy, and as a result, they threw their life away. At the same time, some people began to remember that Yi Tianyun said that he has already destroyed Empire and Divine Nation by himself, and upon seeing the scene in front of them now, they finally believed it was probably real. Usually, a fight between Saint Kings was intense as they wouldn't be easily killed, but that didn't seem to be the case for Yi Tianyun. Everyone couldn't recover from the shock due to what they just saw. Chapter 675, also please comment to encourage us. Also, after that fiasco, Yi Tianyun flashed towards the remaining cultivators that attacked him earlier. Did I say you may go? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun saw as the rest of them immediately froze on spot. I am a cultivator from Eastern God Divine Nation. If you kill me, our old ancestor will track you down, the cultivator said nervously, but Yi Tianyun didn't even care as he immediately split the cultivator's head in 2. Did you think for a second that I would care about that? I don't think threatening me now will do you any good. As I said, you can call your old ancestor here and I will welcome them myself, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone began to shake in their boots as they didn't know what else to do to save their life. Several of them began to beg for Yi Tianyun's forgiveness as they kneeled in front of Yi Tianyun with various reasons. But Yi Tianyun was merciless. He killed the begging cultivator like any others. I remember all of you coming at me with the intention to kill earlier. I don't think any of you was forced or doing something out of your free will there, and therefore you don't have the right to beg. I have to say that all of you will really have a faulty judgment. If I really rely on Heaven Ascending Divine Altar's power, how do you think I got the inheritor in the first place? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I am wrong, young master. Please. I will give you everything I have in exchange for my life, one cultivator said while crying fearfully. But Yi Tianyun still killed him mercilessly. I don't think anything you give me would make up for it, Yi Tianyun said as he collected the storage ring from the cultivators that he killed. Everyone was frightened even more as they realized that Yi Tianyun would get everything in their possession after he killed them anyway. It was no use begging for mercy with treasures on the line. The bystanders were also speechless as they realized that Yi Tianyun worked with efficiency. Now I will let you contact someone to help you out, but you can only use a communication means from here. I will welcome everyone that helps you, Yi Tianyun said with a taunting smile on his face. He wanted to see how far the cultivators here would go to save their life. He wanted to compare it with the Ghost World cultivators. The cultivators were speechless as they didn't know what Yi Tianyun was thinking. They knew that their life was on the line, but most of them were rogue cultivators, so they didn't have anyone to help them out there. It seems that you don't want to call for anyone. If that's it, then farewell, Yi Tianyun said as he extended his fingers, and a few cultivators in around 10 miles radius were killed instantly. The cultivators who were watching took a step back as they were startled by the murderous aura coming from Yi Tianyun. Some of them even had a horrified expression on their face as they could no longer saw Yi Tianyun as a normal cultivator. Some factions that happened to watch the situation also shook their heads as they realized that Yi Tianyun couldn't be easily defeated. After seeing the Luguang Saint King was easily killed earlier, they knew that Yi Tianyun was at least at the Saint King peak stage. They didn't even know anyone who was at that level right now. As far as they knew, every cultivator at that level were cultivating far away or busy doing their own business. There was no way they would risk their life for a bunch of lowly cultivators like them. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun was the inheritor of Heaven Creating Divine King, Therefore, the Saint King had to make sure the extent of Yi Tianyun's divine rune skill first, otherwise they would just fall to Yi Tianyun's trap foolishly. Looking at everyone's horrified expression, Yi Tianyun just sighed and left the area quickly. He wanted to find ch601 on Heavenly Plum mountain range as quick as possible. Furthermore, he has already killed all cultivators who tried to attack him earlier. On the side, ch601 divine envoys immediately realized that they were also in danger. Seeing that the cultivators couldn't handle Yi Tianyun, ch601 divine envoys who were in possession of the divine rune knowledge from Yi Tianyun would be targeted next. We have to report everything that happened here to the Holy King later, but first we have to hurry back before anyone realizes that we are the next target, the ch601 divine envoy said hastily. It didn't occur to the divine envoys from another divine nation to intercept the ch601 divine envoys, and they hastily returned to their respective divine nation to report about Yi Tianyun instead. One thing for sure, a disrespectful attitude towards Yi Tianyun in the future was bad news. At the same time, Yi Tianyun really missed ch601 after not seeing her for more than a year. He didn't accept the ch601 divine envoy's offer to take him there as he didn't have the patience to wait. He knew that it would be faster if he was alone. The divine rune on Heavenly Plum mountain range was surely hard, but could it beat the divine rune of heaven creating Divine King? Chapter 676. Chapter 676 also please comment to encourage us. The Heavenly Plum mountain range was located at the north of the Pan-Cloud continent and had a relatively cold area temperature. This place wasn't a proper cultivation area as the climate was too harsh but didn't provide a good cold spiritual energy to help the ice cultivators. However, it might be because of the divine rune that the Hidden World clan used to conceal their hideout. After a period of flight, Yi Tianyun finally arrived at the foot of the mountain range. He had to say that Heavenly Plum mountain range was really far from Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. Even with his incredible speed, Yi Tianyun still had to take more than a week to get there. The place itself was really isolated. It was surrounded by mountains and forests with no village in sight. Not even a single demon beast was sighted either. However, there was a lingering fog on the top of the highest mountain that Yi Tianyun couldn't quite perceive what was behind it. But Yi Tianyun was quite confused by the name of the place as he saw no plum blossom growing there despite the name Heavenly Plum Mountain Range. As Yi Tianyun walked around, he finally realized that the thin white fog that covered the place was a maze, and once he walked past the thin fog, he saw the real identity of the mountain range itself. Yi Tianyun finally saw several young boys and ladies who seemed to be preparing some kind of trial. "Hey, can I join the trial?" Yi Tianyun asked politely. He knew that even though this was a Hidden World clan's hideout, they still had to recruit a fresh cultivator for their regeneration. ch601 was the best example of that. They certainly couldn't survive with themselves as they eventually wouldn't have enough successor for the next generation. So, if he can join the smelting trial that the Hidden World clan has prepared, he would be able to sneak in without too much effort, and he would be able to investigate without anyone getting suspicious. For example, he could see what has the faction done to their disciple and how they treated their disciple in all aspects so that he knew whether ch601 has been treated well or not. As he saw no one really minded his presence, Yi Tianyun then followed the group of young men and women. He saw that most of them were at a tender age of 16 or 17, not too old, but definitely not a kid anymore. Their cultivation was at body refinement stage, which in theory was quite bad for their age. Yi Tianyun was quite surprised as he saw the Heavenly Plum race recruited these weak teenagers. "You have to follow me, or you will lose your way in there. If you lose me, you will get lost, and no one can come and save you from your misery," the leader of the group shouted sternly. This leader is a handsome young man at a 6th-layer core condensation stage cultivation. He was qualified enough to become a team leader in Yi Tianyun's standard, but as he saw several impatient faces from the crowds, he knew that the situation wouldn't be under control for much longer. "Hey, why haven't I seen you earlier?" the leader asked as he saw Yi Tianyun looking around. "I suppose you were counting when I took my time for number 2 earlier, so you might have missed me there." Yi Tianyun said indifferently. "No wonder, but please don't stray out of the group, it would be dangerous," the leader said with a smile on his face. They immediately hit it off along the way, as Yi Tianyun generally knew that these smelting trials were made for recruitment from the Heavenly Plum race. It was no wonder either, as both of them were slightly older and had higher cultivation compared to the rest of the recruits. Body refinement stage wasn't that low theoretically, as it was sufficient for a public area. What good was a high cultivation level if you ended up becoming a trader or cleaner? After all, there were endless ways of getting a good income in this world. But there was a case of a wealthy family that helped their children break through, and thus they would end up becoming a cultivator. That was what these teenagers were doing. They clearly didn't have enough resources to break through on their own, and thus trying their luck on the smelting trials that they somehow joined in. The one who talks with Yi Tianyun was called Xiao Wu, a very common name, and he was from a completely average family that you could find anywhere. There was nothing special about him. However, he was honest, and it seemed that he was quite humble despite his cultivation being a bit higher than the rest. But the mood here wasn't that great, as it was clear for Yi Tianyun that not all of these teenagers were trying their best. It seemed that they only want to get a little reward for trying, maybe a martial arts or medicinal pills. They didn't expect anything special, as they didn't think that they could do much on the smelting trial. This is the epitome of the lowest of cultivation world. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head with a sigh. These people were the embarrassment of the cultivation world as they didn't think about their future at all. Chapter 677. Chapter 6777 also, please comment to encourage us, Zhang Hong. You are finally back. What took you so long? A young man suddenly showed up on the road and complained to the leader of the group. I am a little worried some of them would get lost if we move too fast. If you're going to complain, then you should recruit people next time, Zhang Hong said as he felt annoyed by the young man's complaint. No, never mind. I knew it was a pain to recruit people sometimes. But clearly, you're doing a good job, aren't you? 57 people in total? Zhang Yi said as he observed the new recruits. Well, this time, we got quite a lot of people who want to try out their luck to become part of our clan. Zhang Hong said indifferently. Well, it's still a lot of number. Maybe recruiting people is your hidden talent. But I am afraid you have to return them to the nearest village later after the recruitment has finished as we only accepted 15 people this time, Zhang Yi said teasingly. You mean I have to guide them again? Zhang Hong said as he was a little bit surprised. Yes, you are the one who brought them along, so you would be the one to return them safely too. That was the order that I received anyway, Zhang Yi said reluctantly. Damn, you should have told me that sooner so that I wouldn't bring back so many people, Zhang Hong said annoyedly. The recruits who heard the news began to get worried as they also did their best to hike the mountain, only to find out that most of them would have to go back. Don't let that get you down, people. We will compensate you with a good return gift. You don't have to worry about returning empty-handed, Jiang Yi said to the recruits with a smile on his face. However, some people still have an unsatisfied look on their faces. We will take 12 women while we only need 3 men this time, Jiang Yi added. This time, the male recruits' hearts sank as they know that they have to work extra hard just to get the spot. The worst part was they were mostly men in here. Now, there are stones around you. Your first task is to move one of them, Zhang Yi said as he moved the boulder on his side. It wasn't an easy task as one boulder weighed around 500 kgaj. Although the recruits felt so helpless, they had no choice but to obey as they couldn't complain to the people of the faction they wanted to join. Several of them could move the boulder a little bit, but the rest of them couldn't move it at all. Of course, this task wasn't a challenge for Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but think that the smelting trial was too easy. But now he knew that he couldn't wait to see Shui Yun again, as he finally knew that he could give a better surprise to her. Xiao Wu also advanced swimmingly as he had higher cultivation than most of the recruits there. You are definitely better than most people here. I thought you would fail the task there for a sec. It will be a bummer if I have no one else to talk to, Xiao Wu said as he patted Yi Tianyun's shoulder with a smile on his face. Well, is there no one else who wants to talk to you here? Yi Tianyun asked lightly. Well, everyone saw me as intimidating for some reason. I have excess power, but it's not my fault, you know, Xiao Wu said annoyedly. Well, it's better to have a bit more power, I would say, Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. The high cultivation that Yi Tianyun was thanks to the crazy leveling system that he got. If it were not because of that, he would never be able to get the martial arts and bloodlines that he has now. From the looks of it, Yi Tianyun knew that Xiao Wu's ancestor should be a Saint King expert, but clearly the cultivation of his family has declined. Now, for the second task, you have to move one of these boulders next, Zhang Yi said as he pointed to a bigger boulder that would weigh around 900 kgs. This time, the recruits tried to move the boulder one by one, and more people were eliminated as they couldn't move it even one bit. When it was Yi Tianyun's turn, he pretended to have a hard time moving the boulder even though he succeeded in the end. You are good. You're clearly stronger than most people here. I suppose you're at the 7th layer body refinement stage, Zhang Yi said as he looked at Yi Tianyun. Yes, I was, Yi Tianyun said with a smile and moved to the side so that he didn't get in the way of the smelting trial. He can see the jealousy in the recruits' eyes, but he knew that they couldn't do anything about it. And after that, it was finally Xiao Wu's turn. Xiao Wu immediately hugged the huge stone and moved it aside. He tried the best he could as his face clearly flushed from enduring the weight of the boulder. Yi Tianyun clearly saw that Xiao Wu had a good innate power within him that allowed him to move the boulder, and if his hunch was right, it was Strength God bloodline. It was a pretty amazing bloodline, and obviously Zhang Yi also noticed it. Good, you passed, Zhang Yi said as he appreciated Xiao Wu's innate power. Hey, isn't that a little bad? What good would strength be later? Anyone could also have them using the normal method, couldn't they? Zhang Hong said indifferently. He clearly didn't think that Xiao Wu's innate power was anything special. Yi Tianyun started to frown as the people from a faction shouldn't say something like that. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi just shook his head to Zhang Hong's comment. Chapter 678. Chapter 678. Also, please comment to encourage us. Zhang Yi and the others had a feeling that Xiao Wu wouldn't have a bright future, but Yi Tianyun didn't share the same opinion. They surely missed big time if they thought that Xiao Wu didn't have potential at all. In fact, Xiao Wu merely relying on his own power without using his bloodline was the proof that he would go far. Now that Yi Tianyun realized that Xiao Wu had a quite rare bloodline, Yi Tianyun was positive that Xiao Wu could become a great general in the future. After a little training, Xiao Wu can become the commander of the front line. I guess I can't go on like this, Xiao Wu said as he scratched his head shamefully. He already calmed himself down after moving the boulder. No, you have to go on, but maybe not here, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun wanted to invite Xiao Wu to Heavenly Cloud's empire so that he could become the general that Yi Tianyun envisioned. Clearly, Yi Tianyun had the means and resources to further develop Xiao Wu's potential. But Yi Tianyun began to wonder whether he could apply the evil spirit bloodline to Xiao Wu later. Yi Tianyun's idea was based on the fact that Xiao Wu's current power had the same alignment as the evil spirit bloodline. If he could combine the two, Xiao Wu could become the general that could literally destroy anything on his path. Well, Brother Yi is too nice. The people in my village thought that I am only good for plowing and taking care of the cows, Xiao Wu said with a sad smile. That's their loss, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. But it was the truth. Xiao Wu's power was wasted on farming jobs. Although it would make farming easier, it still wasn't the best-case scenario for Xiao Wu. Okay, you two passed the trial, and the rest can go back to their village, Zhang Yi said indifferently. Wait, isn't it supposed to be 3 people? One of the recruits asked dumbfoundedly. Yi Tianyun and Xiao Wu filled 2 slots out of 3, so there was supposed to be 1 more slot for the men. The 2 of them are strong enough to beat several of you at the same time, and the rest of you also didn't pass the final trial, so we don't need you now, Zhang Yi said indifferently. The recruits who failed had no choice but to leave as they didn't know what else to do. But before leaving, Zhang Yi gave them a lot of body refinement pills to speed up their cultivation speed. These pills were actually cheap, but it was still better than nothing. Then again, the recruits came from poor households, so they were happy to get a bunch of body refinement pills that they couldn't afford on their own. You two come with me, and I hope you return faster this time. Zhang Hong, Zhang Yi said teasingly towards Zhang Hong. Okay, Zhang Hong said with an annoyed face. The failed recruits were complaining as they didn't have the chance to rest, but they followed Zhang Hong nonetheless and left while all the female recruits fortunately passed. I didn't expect 2 of us could pass the trial, Xiao Wu said with awe on his face. Well, it is normal considering your cultivation. The trial might seem harsh, but it was necessary for them to do this to root out the weak recruits. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. Now follow me, don't get lost, Zhang Yi said as he made a sign to follow him. As soon as he said that, they immediately walked into a forest. The others were obviously awed to see the sudden change in their surrounding. Their great array formation isn't bad. Clearly, people would have a tough time invading this place. Yi Tianyun said as he looked around the forest layout. Under Zhang Yi's leadership, they got out of the forest in no time, and the first thing Yi Tianyun noticed was the cold air and the strong smell of plum. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Yi Tianyun saw a snow-capped mountain full of blossoming plum blossoms. The plum was in stark contrast to the white snow ground. Furthermore, these plums were different than a normal plum as their color was much brighter pink than normal, which meant that these plum blossoms were actually a large piece of Elixir's material. This is amazing. I have never seen such wonderful scenery before. It's like a miracle. We are in a forest just now, but suddenly we are surrounded by snow, Xiao Wu said with an awestruck face. Yi Tianyun was also very interested in this place, but he was wondering where ch601 was now. Clearly, this place was a good place for Ice Attribute Cultivator. Yi Tianyun smiled to himself as he successfully infiltrated the hidden faction without much effort. It was clearly better than trying to get in with force. Now, he only had to see ch601's condition to assess what his action would be next. When ch601 left the Heavenly Cloud's empire, the one who invited her also left a lot of treasures. That fact alone told Yi Tianyun that the enemy wasn't looking for a fight. That was also the reason why Yi Tianyun infiltrated the place without making a fuss like this. Chapter 679. Chapter 679. Also please comment to encourage us. Zhang Yi then guided them towards a modest building built with wooden planks, which would be their temporary place to stay. The inside was fairly big and warm too, enough to accommodate several people. Xiao Wu was amazed by the accommodation provided as he never expected the hut to be quite warm like this. Yi Tianyun smiled as he knew that the rather simple wooden planks that constituted the house were the wood extracted from Tianmei, which had an absolute insulation effect. In the meantime, Zhang Yi told them the faction's rule in general. The only thing that was a little bit weird for Yi Tianyun was the rule that said they shouldn't walk around the place without permission as they could be driven out or, worse, be punished for it. After reciting the rules, Zhang Yi then left the recruits so that they could rest. After all, they should be tired after hiking up the mountain and taking part at the smelting trial. The men and women were separated accordingly as Xiao Wu and Yi Tianyun got to share one hut while the women were split into several huts. Xiao Wu, stay here and rest. I will walk outside for a bit. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled. Little brother Yi, you will break the rules if you walk out aimlessly, Xiao Wu said with a worried look on his face. Xiao Wu was a very honest person, so he was worried that Yi Tianyun might get into trouble later. It is okay, I may not stay here for long, you should come with me later. After all, this place would be a waste of your potential. Yi Tianyun said confidently. After all, he was already at Saint King level, so he didn't really care what the people there would do. What do you mean by that, little brother Yi? Xiao Wu asked in confusion, but Yi Tianyun has already left, and Xiao Wu could no longer see him around anymore. After leaving, Yi Tianyun went straight into Heavenly Plum Palace, the heart of Heavenly Plum Mountain Range. There were so many towering buildings on the huge snow mountain. Had it not for the great array that protected this place, people would be able to see the building from the foot of the mountain. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun was impressed by the divine rune that constituted this place, as he realized that it might be a divine rune creator rank that made all of this possible. Yi Tianyun kept observing as he was really fascinated by the divine rune, but soon enough he finally sensed ch601's spiritual power at one of the buildings. She really is here, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Aunt, I am coming, Yi Tianyun said as he made himself invisible. As long as it wasn't a Saint King expert, no one would be able to see him. Meanwhile, inside the Heavenly Plum Palace, ch601 was looking out of a window. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sadness, but her aura had gotten much stronger than before as she was now at the third layer Void Spirit cultivation stage. She has truly advanced by leaps and bounds. It took her only a little over a year to break through into this stage. At this rate, she would be able to enter Spirit King stage in no time. Wait for me, Tianyun. I will become strong enough to support you later. But surely I missed you after not seeing you for over a year, ch601 said to herself while sighing at the snowy landscape in front of her. At the same time, there was a knock on the door, and ch601's expression suddenly became cold. Young Master Mei, I already told you that I am tired. I didn't want to meet anyone today, ch601 said indifferently. But the door was still pushed open, and a handsome young man came in with a piece of jewel in his hand. The jewel looked chilly and radiated a faint light. Anyone could see that the jewel was something that could help the cultivation of an ice cultivator. ch601, I brought you a piece of ice divine jade. It would be able to help you cultivate even faster. I know that you are tired, but with this jewel, you will be able to cultivate effortlessly. Young Master Mei said with a smile on his face. His cultivation has already reached the 8th layer Void Spirit stage, which was impressive for someone his age. Thank you very much, young Master Mei. You don't have to call me by my name. Junior sister is fine, ch601 said coldly. ch601, don't be so cold, young Master Mei said as he walked forward to hold ch601's hands, but ch601 immediately backed away. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World, SITE. Only, young Master Mei, please pay attention to yourself now, ch601 said solemnly. ch601, you thought I didn't know what's going on in your head? You kept saying Tianyun your sleep. I don't know who that is, but do you think his status would be higher than me? Young Master Mei said coldly. I am the young master of Heavenly Plum God Clan. With that, I will have the chance to become the Lord of Heavenly Plum God Clan in the future. Our cultivation and element are a match too. Isn't it better for you to become my Tao companion? Young Master Mei said with a smirk on his face. His eyes were full of possessiveness as he looked at ch601 eagerly. ch601 was the most beautiful woman he ever saw, so he wanted ch601 to become his Tao companion badly. Young Master Mei, I am sorry, but I am not interested, ch601 responded coldly. She wouldn't be afraid of rejecting anyone, even if it was a divine king standing in front of her. Chapter 680, Chapter 680. Also, please comment to encourage us. Young Master Mei was truly the young master of the Heavenly Plum God Clan. His cultivation level was high for his age, and undoubtedly he would be the next lord of the clan. It was reasonable to say that young Master Mei might be a good candidate for someone like ch601, but she didn't see the need to accept young Master Mei's offer as she truly had no interest in him. You didn't find me interesting? I don't know who this Yi Tianyun might be, but I will crush him if it means having you for myself. There's no way your Mortal World faction can match our Heavenly Plum God Clan, young Master Mei said coldly. If I send several Spirit King experts to the Mortal World, did you seriously think your faction can handle them? Young Master Mei said coldly. ch601's expression immediately became colder as she looked at young Master Mei in the eye. Her murderous aura couldn't be contained anymore as she didn't take young Master Mei's threat lightly. Don't you dare try to threaten me now, ch601 said with a threatening voice. It seems that you didn't quite understand me here. Don't forget why you can cultivate so fast here. Heavenly Plum God Clan wouldn't let you leave before you marry someone worthy of your status. I know what you were thinking. You wanted to leave after your cultivation is good enough to find your lover, don't you? Young Master Mei said with a smirk on his face. No way, that is impossible. The master told me that wouldn't happen to me, ch601 said with a sad expression. You mean Elder Wan? She can tell you anything, but at the end of the day, the Great Elder's words are the absolute one. And the Great Elder is my mother, and therefore I suggest for your and your faction in Mortal World safety, you should become my Tao companion, young Master Mei said with a smug look on his face. ch601's complexion turned 80 as she was really worried and afraid of what young Master Mei could do, so she just remained silent. What happened here, young Master Mei? What are you doing here? A woman said as she walked in. Master, does the disciple here have to marry someone from Heavenly Plum God Clan? ch601 immediately asked as she saw Elder Wan. ch601, that might be the case now. For the sake of the faction, you might have to marry someone from the faction, regardless of who it is. Elder Wan said with embarrassment clear on her face. That is not what you told me before, Master. I know that I have to repay the faction somehow, but I don't think I want to sacrifice my freedom, ch601 said solemnly. She knew that she had to repay Heavenly Plum God Clan somehow, but she still wanted to be with Yi Tianyun. You are too naive to think that our heavenly plum god race would let you leave anytime you want. It is literally impossible after you've used up so much resource for yourself. Now, do you think I am not worthy of you, or do you think the person you like is more powerful than me? I promise you, if I ever see him, I would crush him to death, young Master Mei said with a smirk on his face. Shui-Yun, your bloodline is best to mingle with our heavenly plum god clan. You should forget about everything you left in the mortal world. The person you miss would surely understand that, Elder Wan persuaded. I've already said from the beginning that I won't give you my freedom if I join this faction. Now, you're all just a big disappointment, Shui-Yun said coldly. Now, think it over again, Shui-Yun. Did you have any other choice here? Just marry me, and I promise you that we would visit your mortal world faction someday. Furthermore, aren't I more handsome than the guy you left there? Young Master Mei said with confidence. No, there's not even a thing better about you than him, Shui-Yun said coldly. It seems that you still don't understand your position here. Maybe you will understand it after I put you in the ice cage so that you can cool your heads down in there, young Master Mei said annoyedly. Elder Wan sighed, but she didn't do anything to help out Shui-Yun. Master, I didn't expect you to plan this from the beginning, Shui-Yun said while shaking her head in disappointment. Being your master is the last resort. I know from the beginning that your physique and innate ability would produce a strong descendant for our heavenly plum god clan. Elder Wan sighed. She was on a mission to improve the quality of the heavenly plum god clan's descendant, as it was steadily declining. They surely couldn't let Shui-Yun go, as she had the best innate ability and physique that Elder Wan has ever seen in a long time. Read latest chapters at wshaworld.site only. It seems there's no other way out other than by force, Shui-Yun said as she pulled a long sword. Fighting me? Do you think you force your way out? You are alone here. How do you think you can escape the palace alone? Furthermore, as long as you are in Heaven World, you wouldn't be able to escape, young Master Mei said with a smirk on his face. Shui-Yun's face was full of conviction. She was prepared to fight her way out no matter what for Yi Tianyun's sake. She hoped that Yi Tianyun was there to save her, but it was impossible. At least that was what she thought. Oh, you dare touch my woman? I will bury you 6 feet under, kid. Yi Tianyun's voice came from the door, and as Shui-Yun looked at the door, she saw a figure that she thought would never see again. Chapter 681, Chapter 681. Also please comment to encourage us. Also please comment to encourage us. Shui-Yun couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Yi Tianyun. She had missed him so much for this past year, and now she started thinking that she was seeing things. Am I seeing things? Shui-Yun was shocked. You aren't, Aunt. I am here for you. Yi Tianyun walked into the room with a smile on his face. Tianyun, Shui-Yun shouted as she immediately plunged herself into Yi Tianyun's embrace. She was excited to feel Yi Tianyun's warmth against her skin again. I thought I would never see you again, Shui-Yun said excitedly. There would never come a time that I would let you go without my permission again, Aunt. I will look for you everywhere, Yi Tianyun said with a warm smile on his face. At the same time, young Master Mei was furious to see that Shui-Yun easily embraced another man in front of him like this. You are Yi Tianyun? How did you sneak in? You are truly tired of living, young Master Mei said coldly. Shui-Yun was startled as she finally realized that young Master Mei and Elder Wan was still inside the room, hence worried about Yi Tianyun's safety. But she was too late as young Master Mei suddenly attacked Yi Tianyun with a palm strike. Step back for a bit, Aunt, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately hugged Shui-Yun and released a cold light that bombarded young Master Mei, pushing him away from Yi Tianyun and Shui-Yun. This is a soul technique, young Master Mei said as he felt that his head was about to be torn apart from his body. Although he didn't receive any physical damage, young Master Mei knew that his soul was damaged from Yi Tianyun's attack. Soul technique is a cultivation technique that specialized in spirit-based attack. It was a rare technique as cultivating it was very hard. Usually, people with good divine rune synergy would be able to learn this technique too. At the same time, Yi Tianyun was holding back as he knew that the Heavenly Plum God Clan had done so much to help Shui-Yun cultivated. Had it not for her, Yi Tianyun would have already killed young Master Mei without any second thought. That was why he was willing to spare the man who wanted to trap Shui-Yun there for the rest of her life and give Heavenly Plum God Clan another chance. Now I know that you are truly capable of sneaking in with that technique of yours. I hate to break it to you, but she won't be able to leave this place. You won't be able to take her away. This place is Heavenly Plum God Clan's place, and she is Heavenly Plum God Clan's disciple. She has to follow our rules to repay us for every help that we had done for her cultivation. Young Master Mei said stubbornly. We've already spent so much resource on her, and that is why she won't be able to leave. And you will die for your sin of breaking into our faction. Young Master Mei confidently as he didn't feel any fear from Yi Tianyun. I don't know where you came from, but it is a big mistake to break into Heavenly Plum God Clan. Elder Wan sighed. Shui-Yun, you better persuade him to leave this place, and I will at least be willing to look the other way this time. Otherwise, don't blame me for what will happen to him. Elder Wan said solemnly. Young Master Mei smiled smugly towards Yi Tianyun as he thought that he had the upper hands. At the same time, Jiang Yi walked in as he wanted to find Elder Wan and was confused as he saw Yi Tianyun inside as well. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you that you are not allowed to walk around without any permission? And how did you get here? Jiang Yi said confusedly. You are with the new recruits? Of course, it all makes sense now. There is no way you can come in without a proper guide. Otherwise, you will be lost inside the maze and died, young Master Mei said with a smug look on his face. You are clever. Mixing in with the new recruit surely wouldn't raise any suspicion. But you choose the wrong faction to break in, Elder Wan said coldly. I will say this one more time, Shuiyun. You better persuade him to leave this place. He is someone that you hold dear, and therefore I am willing to turn a blind eye about this, Elder Wan said solemnly to Shi Shuiyun. Now, is it about resources? I will pay double the amount, so how many resources have you used, Aunt? Yi Tianyun said as he pulled Shi Shuiyun to his embrace once more. You will pay double the amount? Did you think you can afford it? Young Master Mei said as he looked Yi Tianyun from top to bottom with disdain. I am willing to pay double because you didn't hurt Aunt in any way. If she was hurt, Heavenly Plum God Clan would have been gone already, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Shi Shuiyun looked at Yi Tianyun with awe as she was very flattered that Yi Tianyun was so concerned about her. But suddenly, a new voice entered the room that startled Shi Shuiyun quite a bit. You make a big statement there, young man. I didn't really approve of Yiming's pursuit of Lady Shuiyun, but I can't let that provocation of yours slide. How dare you threaten my people in my place? A beautiful woman came into the room with confidence, and immediately young Master Mei's eyes lit up in excitement. Read latest chapters at wu.xiaoworld.site only mother, young Master Mei shouted excitedly. This beautiful woman was young Master Mei's mother, which meant she was the great elder of Heavenly Plum God Clan. She was a strong cultivator with the cultivation at Spirit King stage, and her power was really amazing as it was probably above her cultivation level. Shi Shuiyun herself began to worry as she saw Great Elder coming in. She knew that the Great Elder was not an average cultivator, and she was afraid that Yi Tianyun would be in big trouble because of this. But it certainly was not the case as Yi Tianyun looked at the Great Elder coldly. Are you challenging me right now? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 682, Chapter 682. Also please comment to encourage us. You are just a brat from mortal world. Do you know who you are up against here? Your ignorance would be your downfall, Elder Mei said coldly at Yi Tianyun. But it didn't deter Yi Tianyun at all, as it was Elder Mei who didn't know who she was up against here. You're clearly clueless, so let me fill you in. My son has ice origin body, and thus he was very much in sync with Shuiyun, as she also has one. Thus, their offspring would be born with extraordinary innate ability, as they would no doubt have ice origin body too. But you, it was clear to me that you are nothing special. I will give you a chance now. I will let you return to mortal world with sacred tools, 10 million spirit stones, and 10 fifth-grade medicinal pills, as long as you let Shi Shuiyun becomes my son's Dao companion, Elder Mei said angrily. Hearing her words, Shi Shuiyun had mixed feelings as she thought it would be better for Yi Tianyun to take up her offer. It would definitely help improve the Heavenly Cloud Empire and save Yi Tianyun the trouble of rescuing her from this place. 2 sacred tools, 10 million spirit stones, and 10 fifth-grade medicinal pills? Yi Tianyun asked with a smirk on his face, as that amount was nothing compared to Shi Shuiyun's worth. Is it not enough? I will also add 1 heavens-level martial arts with 1 6th-grade medicinal pill. Now, if you still find it insufficient, I don't know what else to say, Elder Mei said annoyedly. She thought that all cultivators in mortal world were low-level, and they should find her offer hard to resist. Young Master Mei beside her was also grinning happily as he thought that he would finally have Shi Shuiyun for himself. He also thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun would want to pass up these compensations from Heavenly Plum God Clan. I will give you 5 sacred tools, 50 million spirit stones, 50 fifth-grade medicinal pills, and 5 heavens-level martial art for Shi Shuiyun, and you better get out of my sight after that. Your evaluation of Shi Shuiyun is total garbage. It's clear that you're not worthy of her, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Elder Wan stared at Yi Tianyun as she didn't believe what she just heard from Yi Tianyun's mouth. The amount of resources that Yi Tianyun was willing to give up was enormous compared to the amount a divine nation would be willing to give in exchange for a favorable female cultivator for their Dao companion. You are bluffing, you poor brat. Did you have that many treasures on you now? If you can pull out that many treasures now, I will walk away backward like an idiot, young Master Mei said while snickering at Yi Tianyun. Don't you dare go back on your words later, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out 5 sacred tools from his storage ring, which surprised everyone. Yi Tianyun pulled out several weapons at Sacred Tools rank and several armors at Sacred Tool rank, and Yi Tianyun threw them all out like they worth nothing at all. Now walk backward, you damn fool, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Everyone was still surprised that Yi Tianyun had that many treasures on the go, and they were really curious whether Yi Tianyun would also bring other things that he said he would give now. Since Great Elder Mei wanted to humiliate him with wealth, then he would also use wealth to humiliate them in return. After all, 5 sacred tools were just garbage for Yi Tianyun now. This is impossible. Who are you, and where is all this coming from? You definitely stole it, young Master Mei said angrily at Yi Tianyun. You better not go back on your previous word. I hate the people who lied the most on this world. Yi Tianyun said at Elder Wan and Great Elder Mei as they also heard young Master Mei's condescending remark earlier. Elder Wan didn't say anything as she couldn't help young Master Mei hear. I don't know where you got so many sacred tools, but my offer is the only things that stand here. Are you going to take it, or will you die here of your sin? Either way, ch601 must stay here, Great Elder Mei said coldly. Oh, I see that you are too arrogant for your own good. You think your faction can afford that now. Your faction isn't even on top 10 of Heavenworld anymore, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. How dare you, Great Elder Mei said furiously. Elder Wan, on the side, was shocked that Yi Tianyun would provoke Great Elder Mei like this. It was a death sentence, as Elder Wan thought there was no way Yi Tianyun would be stronger than Great Elder Mei. The worst thing an outsider could say was how bad the Heavenly Plum God clan has fallen, and how far they've been from their past glory. Read latest chapters at WU Shy World site only. It seems that you really want to die here. There is a certain word that you shouldn't ever say here, brat, but you said it. Today will be the last day that you walk on this earth. Great Elder Mei's Spirit King aura instantly erupted as she was extremely furious. Her aura immediately put pressure on everyone on the room, except for Yi Tianyun. Tianyun, please stop, ch601 said, but before she could say anything else, the pressure from Great Elder Mei prevented her from doing so. Don't worry, Aunt. I promise that I will always protect you. Yi Tianyun smiled and thus immediately calmed ch601 down a little bit. She knew that even if the world collapsed, Yi Tianyun would always hold on to his words. Yi Tianyun immediately turned his attention towards Great Elder Mei. I will say it one more time here. I am not the most patient kind of man, and you seem so keen on exhausting my patience. I don't want to get ch601 through violence as your clan has treated her kindly, but it was clear to me that you all have a bad intention for her. You want to marry your ugly son with her? He doesn't even match ch601's potential. Did you really want to push me over my limit here? Yi Tianyun said coldly. His tone was full of disgust, and it was clear from the seeping killing intent he let loose that Yi Tianyun was serious. Chapter 683? Chapter 683? Also please comment to encourage us. Yi Tianyun wasn't afraid of Great Elder Mei's power, but clearly ch601 was worried about Yi Tianyun's safety. She thought that Great Elder Mei was stronger than Yi Tianyun. After all, she didn't know how strong Yi Tianyun had become. However, after looking at how confident Yi Tianyun seemed, ch601 tried to calm down a little bit. All of you, help me defeat this man, young Master Mei said while still hiding behind his mother with a smirk on his face. He was embarrassed and angry at Yi Tianyun for knocking him down earlier, and now that his mother was here, he was slightly overconfident. He was excited upon the thought that ch601 would be his woman soon enough. You all are full of ignorance, Yi Tianyun said as he fired an energy blast from his palm. The projectile wasn't fast, and it seemed too dull to be a powerful technique. But once it reached young Master Mei that Yi Tianyun targeted, young Master Mei was immediately slammed backward. Young Master Mei screamed as he was sent flying into a thick wall and then into the open snowfield behind the wall. The snowfield was immediately covered by thick red stain as young Master Mei lied unmoving above it. An 8th-layer Void Spirit expert was dealt with in one shot. Great Elder Mei screamed as she called out her son's name and quickly flew towards her son's unmoving body. She immediately checked his condition, which was grave. She noticed that all Mei Yiming's bones were broken, and his bleeding was severe that it was hard to heal. She realized that even a Cure Divine pill wouldn't be able to help her son now. Yi Tianyun stared at them with an impassive look on his face. He didn't care about these people, and he already warned them, but they were too stubborn and prideful. Yi Tianyun wouldn't show any mercy to those that he considered an enemy, so he didn't feel any emotion as he killed young Master Mei. I already said that you shouldn't block my path before, and now I'll warn you again. Yi Tianyun said as he walked away while holding ch601's hand and passed by Great Elder Mei on the snowfield indifferently. ch601 was shocked by what she just saw. She now realized that she didn't have to worry about Yi Tianyun since he might be at least at late-stage Spirit King stage. You actually killed my son. I will kill you myself. Great Elder Mei screamed like a madman and rushed towards Yi Tianyun. She released her full aura, creating a blizzard around her as she ran. She pulled out a giant sword that was a sacred tool that concentrated the cold around her. She immediately struck down Yi Tianyun as she was close enough, releasing all the cold aura that the giant sword has stored. She had an amazing Ice Origin body herself, and it was to the point that it could be called Ice Holy Body. She clearly had an advantage as she fought on a snowy field. It was expected as she was the Great Elder of Heavenly Plum God Clan, with a long history of Ice Spiritual Energy user. But even that much power was still meaningless in front of Yi Tianyun. Get away from me, Yi Tianyun said as he activated the effect of his desolate ancient equipment, which immediately boosted his power beyond what Great Elder Mei could handle. The huge giant sword on Great Elder Mei's hand was broken and turned into ice debris as it hit Yi Tianyun's attack. Great Elder Mei herself was blown away from the impact and took another attack from Yi Tianyun midair, ended up with her falling into the snowy field with a thud. Are you dead yet? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. He didn't even release his full power yet, but he knew that a mere Spirit King cultivator wouldn't be able to stand against his power now. But after seeing that Great Elder Mei was still moving, he was slightly surprised. Great Elder Mei tried to stand back up once again. She looked so fragile now as a dim light tried to cover her entire body. Yi Tianyun realized that Great Elder Mei had a protective layer around her body, mitigating the damage from Yi Tianyun's attack. How could you be so strong? Great Elder Mei asked stutteringly as she finally felt fear towards Yi Tianyun. She was a Spirit King expert, but Yi Tianyun took her down effortlessly, so she was certain that Yi Tianyun was much stronger than she ever anticipated. Elder Wan, on the side, was also shocked to see the scene unfolding before her. Her cultivation wasn't too far below Great Elder Mei, so she realized that Yi Tianyun wasn't someone they should piss off. She trembled slightly as she thought it could be her lying there instead of Great Elder Mei, as she was also guilty of lying to ch601. Tianyun, you have gotten stronger yet again, ch601 said with shock clear on her face. Although she had expected that Yi Tianyun has powered up before coming to Heaven World, she didn't expect he'd be this powerful. She was caught in a dilemma as she wanted to catch up with Yi Tianyun, but she realized that it was probably impossible. I already said that I would protect you with my life before, Aunt. I am a man who would keep his word, so believe in me, Yi Tianyun said with a boyish charm. ch601 blushed as she felt warm and fuzzy after hearing Yi Tianyun's words. She then realized that the most important thing in her life right now was to stay by Yi Tianyun's side, but soon enough, the elders of Heavenly Plum God Clan flew towards the scene as they sensed the fluctuating spiritual energy on the place. What happened here? The elders asked confusedly. He is an intruder who tried to tear Heavenly Plum God Clan apart. Great Elder Mei shouted weakly as she tried to use the entire faction to be her avenger. If she told the truth, there is no doubt on her mind that she would be ridiculed and demoted from the faction's leaderboard. Chapter 684. Chapter 684 also, please comment to encourage us wise. What? An intruder? The elders of Heavenly Plum God Clan was confused with Great Elder Mei's situation, but they immediately stared at Yi Tianyun and sensed the murderous aura that was coming out of Yi Tianyun. Everyone could see Zhang Yi and Elder Wan's scared face, but they couldn't really tell how an intruder could enter the Heavenly Plum God Clan palace. Did Zhang Yi bring him in? They knew that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was really high. After all, even the Great Elder couldn't even deal with him. Yes, he is the intruder. He even killed my son, Great Elder Mei said as she held young Master Mei's body in her arms. The elders observed the young Master Mei's body, and they really couldn't sense any trace of aura coming out of his body. It was unfortunate that he didn't have the same protection as his mother. Otherwise, he might have survived Yi Tianyun's attack. Wow, you aren't just an ordinary vengeful woman, but also a liar. I already told you that if you didn't block my path, you wouldn't receive this much damage, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He then turned his attention towards Elder Wan. You may want to persuade them to back off. Otherwise, your Heavenly Plum God Clan would lose so many elders at one time here. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Although Yi Tianyun didn't mind killing these people, he didn't want to do it without warning. Young Master Mei was an exception as he really pushed Yi Tianyun's patience. Elders, he is an intruder, but he didn't come here for our treasure, so please calm down for a moment. Elder Wan said as she was scared of what Yi Tianyun could do. She knew that Yi Tianyun could kill everyone here with ease, and thus the only one that would suffer a significant loss here was just Heavenly Plum God Clan in the end. Elder Wan, are you seriously trying to defend the criminal? Are you betraying us for this man? Or maybe you're the one who brought him in here in the first place, Great Elder Mei said irrationally. She was so desperate to pit everyone against Yi Tianyun as she didn't care about what happened to everyone after that any longer. She even branded Elder Wan as the traitor as she didn't want her plans to be stopped. You have to kill the intruder. Ignore this traitor, Great Elder Mei said maniacally. At the same time, more elders and deacons arrived the scene, and because Great Elder Mei's status was way higher than Elder Wan, people start to ignore her. What happened here? A middle-aged man flew over and saw young Master Mei on his mother's arm. His face suddenly turned pale. Who killed him? He asked coldly. He killed our child, Elder Mei cried on the man's arm. You, who are you? How dare you kill my child on my ground? Mei Qingyuan said coldly as he released a chilling killing intent. I didn't do it out of contempt. I just want to bring back my aunt, but he insisted on getting in my way. I already warned you guys beforehand, so it's not my fault if you decide not to heed my warning. Your son and woman were stupid enough to cross my path, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He didn't really care about this man, as this world was better off without people like his son and wife over there. How dare you, Mei Qingyuan shouted as he immediately signaled for everyone to assume their battle stance. He could order everyone right now because he was the temporary lord of Heavenly Plum God Clan. The real lord has retired, and the Heavenly Plum God Clan still couldn't find any respectful lord right now. I don't care what you're here for, but the thing that matters now is that you killed my son. You will be executed here for breaking our sacred boundaries and killed one of us. I will not let any of you leave, Mei Qingyuan said coldly. In an instant, the elders were moving in formation, and some of them were flying in the air, surrounding Yi Tianyun from all directions. The Heavenly Plum began to light up at the same time. The little plum blossomed on the top, started to blossom, and releasing a rose fragrance all over the place. It was the great array that was covered with a strong divine rune and protected this place. The entire Heavenly Plum God Clan's palace was covered with an energy barrier in an instant, preventing anyone from leaving this place. The Great Array wasn't made only to keep people out, but also to prevent people from leaving. The plum blossom tree lighted up as a response, brightening the entire Heavenly Plum God clan. But Yi Tianyun's expression was still indifferent as he wasn't afraid of something like this. Heavenly Plum God technique? Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he observed everything with his appraisal eye. Heavenly Plum God Array, a great array that was built on countless Tianmei, it had the effect of blocking attacks and preventing the enemy from escaping. With the place became all bright from the lights of Heavenly Plum Tree, no one could hide. Heavenly Plum Tree could also attack with a formidable ice attack, mobilizing the nearby ice spiritual energy. Read latest chapters at ch601.site only, Tianyun. This great array power is truly strong. Not even Saint King Expert can escape from it, ch601 said worriedly. Well, let us see what happened after I tried withstanding it for the first time, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. He wasn't afraid at all as he already knew about this great array from the start. He already expected this great array would be activated to prevent him from leaving with ch601. But the problem here wasn't this great array. The people of the Heavenly Plum God clan were so obsessed to capture him that they even trapped themselves here with him. It was clear that these people couldn't think clearly about what they were doing. Chapter 685. Chapter 685 also please comment to encourage us. I advise you to surrender. Even if you are a Saint King expert, you will not be able to escape this place, Mei Qingyuan said threateningly. He knew that ch601 was his guest, but now that he has lost his son, he didn't care about her anymore, especially after seeing that she was holding Yi Tianyun's hand. What will you do to us if we surrender? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. I will sacrifice your blood and flesh to the demons so that my son's spirit can rest, Mei Qingyuan said coldly. At the same time, the elders were exhausted as their spiritual power was constantly consumed to activate the Great Array, but they wouldn't give in as they were confident that they would be able to subdue the intruder. The area began to get cold beyond measure as the Great Array kept getting colder with each passing second. It was like being burned by the heavenly yin fire, which was freezing. But that was the purpose of this Great Array, as the enemy was supposed to be frozen and they would easily capture them afterward. Mei Qingyuan and the elders watched ch601 and Yi Tianyun expectantly as the surroundings became freezing. There's nothing I can do. They won't lend an ear to my words, but I hope that you can forgive us, Elder Wan said. She knew that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be affected by the Great Array, so she at least hoped that Yi Tianyun wouldn't obliterate the Heavenly Plum God clan. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura cut through the cold like nothing as the bright red light covered the place. The bright red light was burning the Tianmei trees, quickly turning them into ashes. It all happened too fast that the elders didn't have the time to react. The elders tried to move away, but it was too late. The bright red light also devoured and burned them down to ashes. Ding. Successfully killed Heavenly Plum God clan's elder. Reward. Ding. Successfully killed Heavenly. Ning. Tianyun killed the Spirit King stage elders with just one swing of his sword. Not just that, but he also destroyed many of the Tianmei trees in the vicinity. But even so, the Great Array's effect was still active, as destroying several trees wasn't the answer to deactivating the Great Array. But so many elders were killed, and their spiritual power was the foundation of the Great Array. With that information in hand, Yi Tianyun knew that the Great Array wouldn't last long. You wish to capture me with that cheap trick of yours? Yi Tianyun said as he held the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword in his hand. It was a divine tool with a terrifying aura. Everyone immediately noticed the menacing aura that the sword emitted from afar almost instantly. Mei Qingyuan was shocked to see the scene unfolding right in front of his eyes right now. Yi Tianyun just killed so many elders in one fell swoop. Great Elder Mei was also stunned as she was convinced that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to do anything, but now, it was clearly wasn't the case. Tianmei trees was supposed to be hard to damage, but Yi Tianyun easily burned it down to ashes. It was definitely not a scene they could see any day, which obviously frightened them. This man is not to be messed with. Is this really the man you love, ch601? Elder Wan asked with a shocked expression on her face. This is immortal fire. Who are you? Mei Qingyuan asked with fear etched on his face. He finally realized that the man in front of him wasn't someone he should provoke despite his young age. What is it to you? You won't need it once I am done with you, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Activates crazy mode, Yi Tianyun muttered, raising his combat power. Everyone could feel that the earth was shaking beneath their feet as Yi Tianyun seemed to release his aura. This was the effect of activating the crazy mode as his combat power was multiplied by 32 times. ch601 was the only one who wasn't terrified by Yi Tianyun's aura as she was already accustomed to it. The Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword on his hands shone as it consumed the immortal fire that Yi Tianyun discharged. The Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword didn't need the Netherworld fire to activate despite its name. In fact, it could absorb any fire to amplify its power. Yi Tianyun's immortal fire was definitely superior to the Heavenly Plum Great Array as the heat from the immortal fire gradually melted the snow and ice that covered the place in a quick pace. We have to stop him quickly, Mei Qingyuan shouted horrifiedly, but everyone was too scared to even get close. Although their cultivation wasn't low, in front of Yi Tianyun's power, they felt powerless. I hope this power isn't too much, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face as the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword on his hands kept on absorbing the immortal fire. He then swung the sword towards the ground while releasing all the immortal fire that the heavenly netherworld divine sword absorbed. A terrifying explosion occurred, and countless sword aura exploded everywhere, cutting everything like a piece of paper. It even cut through the shield that the Great Array erected around the place. Read latest chapters at ch601.site only. This was because Yi Tianyun cut the Great Array's core in the center of the palace. With the core gone, the Great Array lost its integrity and couldn't hold its power anymore. That was how Yi Tianyun could easily cut the barrier that kept everyone in this area. The mist that allowed Heavenly Plum God Clan to remain hidden also slowly diminished, revealing the Heavenly Plum God Clan to the outside world. If there was someone out there who tried to look up the mountain, they would be able to see the buildings that belonged to the Heavenly Plum God Clan. Without the Great Array protecting them, there was no way Heavenly Plum God Clan could withstand the incoming attack from the outside if they were invaded. But in general, there would be little to no people who wanted to go there as Heavenly Plum God Clan didn't have that many treasures. But clearly, they were in danger of extinction as they successfully angered Yi Tianyun. Chapter 686. Chapter 686. Also, please comment to encourage us. My sword easily cut through your Great Array. Did you still think you can capture me now? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. He swung his sword one more time, and this time a huge flame was concentrated once more, and this time slightly more powerful than the previous one. Mei Qingyuan was horrified by what he saw, while Great Elder Mei on his side was having a panic attack as she saw that there was no way Heavenly Plum God Clan could win this battle. She thought that Yi Tianyun's cultivation would be at Spirit King Peak stage at most, but now she realized that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was far higher than that. Stop, Mei Qingyuan shouted pleadingly. He knew that their cultivation was like heaven and earth, so he wanted to preserve what was left of his faction at the very least. He knew that the Heavenly Plum God Clan was powerless before Yi Tianyun, so he wanted to stop the battle as soon as possible. This sword dance was the end of this battle, Yi Tianyun said as he slammed down his sword to the ground once more, and the snow on top of the mountain instantly melted and turned the ground into wasteland. The beautiful place that was once covered with white snow and many tianmei trees growing above it were nowhere to be seen. Yi Tianyun still considered himself forgiving enough to Heavenly Plum God Clan, as he didn't annihilate them completely and just killed some of the elders while destroying their palace and several other buildings. He let most of the elders escape as he thought it was pointless going after them. He wanted to kill Mei Qingyuan too, but Yi Tianyun thought that there would be no fun in finishing off his enemy so soon, so he let Mei Qingyuan witness his power a little bit more. Did you think your son is good enough to marry my woman now? Yi Tianyun said as the fire on the ground intensified once more, this time completely decimating the Great Array and destroying several other buildings in the vicinity. If this kept up, the entire mountain would be inhabitable soon. The cultivators who were escaping watched the scene unfolding in front of them in horror, especially the raging sea of fire that was continuously burning the ground. The cold spiritual energy in this place couldn't even stop the fire from spreading, let alone them. Please stop, Mei Qingyuan shouted once more as he felt his heart broken upon seeing more and more Heavenly Plum God Clan's territory turning into a wasteland. He was powerless to save his son, and now he was powerless to save his faction. He could only watch as he saw his beloved faction was being burned to the ground. Meanwhile, Great Elder Mei was feeling remorse for what she had done. She has just provoked someone that was not on Heavenly Plum God Clan's league. Well, I am not done yet. Regret what you have done in the next life. Yi Tianyun said coldly as he increased the intensity of the immortal fire that came out of his heavenly netherworld divine sword. Mei Qingyuan started crying as he felt really hopeless now, but then someone came and sprinkled rain on the area, slowly extinguishing the immortal fire. That is enough, friend, an old man said as he slowly descended to the ground. Lord, the elders shouted as they saw the old man. The old man's footstep created a bloom of plum flower in the air. Mei Wenshu, 3rd layer Saint King cultivation expert. Has Heavenly Plum God race bloodline, releasing the power of tianmei and cold that can freeze anything? Even though the old man had a powerful bloodline, his 3rd layer Saint King cultivation base was irrelevant before Yi Tianyun's eyes. Lord, please help us. He is an intruder. He came in and destroyed our Heavenly Plum Palace and the rest of our Great Array. My lord, I beg of you to avenge us. He killed my son. Great Elder Mei cried out to Mei Wengshu. She thought that the Lord would be able to deal with Yi Tianyun somehow and took a gamble that Mei Wengshu could avenge her son. Shut the fuck up, Mei Wengshu screamed coldly, slapping Great Elder Mei and Mei Qingyuan hard on their face. Both of them were stunned by what just happened, and the elders were no different as they didn't understand why their lord scolded the two people who tried their best to drive out the intruder instead of fighting that intruder. Friend, I am sorry on behalf of my faction. It was truly our mistake this time. Please forgive them for their ignorance, Mei Weishu said to Yi Tianyun while bowing his head. The elders stared wide-eyed at what their lord had done. Yi Tianyun has killed so many cultivators on their side, but he was the one who apologized instead. They started to wonder what was going on right now, as they were really confused by their lord's behavior. Read latest chapters at WECA site only. Finally, a reasonable man. Had you arrived earlier, this pointless battle wouldn't happen, you know. You have a group of ignorants there who thought that they are the best in this world, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. But, well, I understand that everyone had their orders. Therefore, I will forgive your faction, but I will never let that two people go. Everyone has to pay the price of what they had done. That's the principle I've been holding on to. Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he looks at Mei Qingyuan and Great Elder Mei. Although the Lord of Heavenly Plum God clan has come, Yi Tianyun wouldn't let Mei Qingyuan and Great Elder Mei escape after pushing his patience like that. Now, the Lord of Heavenly Plum God clan had to choose whether he would defend those two with the risk of leading the entire faction to doom or to let them die in exchange for saving the faction. Chapter 687. Chapter 687. Also please comment to encourage us also. Yi Tianyun's word was a little bit much as he already killed many elders yet still wanted to claim the life of Mei Qingyuan, who would likely become the next lord along with his wife Great Elder Mei. Everyone was shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's blatant words, but they were more curious about Mei Wenshu's response. You may do as you please, Mei Wenshu said as he agreed to give Yi Tianyun's terms. Mei Qingyuan and Great Elder Mei were both appalled by Mei Wenshu's words. Both of them have contributed a lot to the Heavenly Plum God clan, but they were abandoned quickly without any consideration. My lord, won't you consider it a little bit more? Are we that worthless for you? Mei Qingyuan said while begging for his life to Mei Wenshu. Don't you know who you provoke, brother? Mei Wenshu said coldly. He spent so much effort on extinguishing the immortal fire earlier, so he knew that the man in front of him right now wasn't some ordinary cultivator. Plus, the sword aura he saw from afar earlier would definitely cut him down if he ever considered going against this man. I am sorry, Great Elder Mei said as she cried out remorsefully. But everything was already too late, and she couldn't take back what she had done. The fact that the Lord came and willing to compromise despite the fact that the man in front of them was an intruder told Great Elder Mei that their faction wouldn't have any chance of defeating this man. Furthermore, even a fool knew how to choose between this option. It was better to sacrifice two people instead of letting the entire faction burns. I want an audience with the old ancestor, Mei Qingyuan said with a gritted tooth. You don't have that right, and this is also old ancestor's decision, Mei Wenshu said indifferently. That is impossible. The old ancestor is my father. He wouldn't let me die like this, Mei Qingyuan shouted desperately at Mei Wenshu. He knew that Mei Wenshu, his brother, wouldn't lie about such a thing, but it was hard to accept that his father and brother have abandoned him like this. Enough. What you have done in the past is now showing their heads. I have long averted my eyes from what you have done, but you never change, especially you. Mei Wenshu shouted coldly while glancing towards Great Elder Mei. Qingyuan, you have spoiled your wife and son that they become arrogant. Did they really think that they are invincible just because they are the heir of the Heavenly Plum God clan? Who do you think caused all this? Mei Wenshu said coldly. Great Elder Mei's face paled as she regretted everything, but everything was too late. She has already caused unimaginable damage to the Heavenly Plum God Palace and caused a lot of suffering to her fellow clan member. On the other hand, Mei Wenshu didn't exactly know what happened earlier, but he has already seen Yi Tianyun with ch601, and that fact alone explained many things. Originally, ch601 was just their guest, who would help Heavenly Plum God clan grow in exchange for allowing her to cultivate faster here. But then he heard that Great Elder Mei supported her son's decision to marry ch601 and even planned to force her into it. He already knew all this yet didn't say anything about it, but who knew that it was a terrible mistake on his part, as no one would know that she was with a terrifying expert like this. He also realized that Yi Tianyun wouldn't do something without reason, and thus concluded that someone must have provoked Yi Tianyun for things to get this bad. It is all my fault. But please spare me, Great Elder Mei cried out as she begged for her life. But it was too late as Yi Tianyun didn't have any intention to let them go. Yi Tianyun took his step with ch601 step by step towards Great Elder Mei and Mei Qingyuan. I already warned you that I want to solve it peacefully, but you make me very disappointed of Heavenly Plum God clan. I want to end it so badly as staying here and seeing your face makes me want to puke. Yi Tianyun said as he grasped Great Elder Mei's neck and raised her up. There was no chance to struggle as she didn't have any strength left on her body. May you unable to reborn again in the next life. I will turn into a ghost to haunt you so that my curse would be permanent. Great Elder Mei said through her teeth. You curse me to never reborn again and will haunt me forever to make the curse permanent? You are not the first person to do that, and I would say that you are not the last either. But people on their ends meet would always do something so boring like this. Yi Tianyun said as his eyes glowed white and made a pulling motion with his other hands. In a short while, Great Elder Mei's soul was dragged out. This is the evil spirit race's secret technique, which could force someone's soul out of their body so they could possess their body more easily. However, this technique was rather difficult, and the difference between their cultivation base was vital for this technique. However, it was obvious that Yi Tianyun was so far ahead compared to Great Elder Mei that this technique was rather easy to pull off. Read latest chapters at WU Shire World, cite only you, what you have done. Great Elder Mei screamed in her soul form as she felt more sensitive than before. I don't want you to turn into a ghost to haunt me later, so I will strip you off from your soul now. You clearly had no intention to repent and instead curse me and even threatens me. But now, with this technique, none of it will come true, Yi Tianyun said with a cold smile on his face. But rest assured, I will give Heavenly Plum God Clan another chance as they treated my aunt with respect until recently, but I hope this would never happen again in the future. Yi Tianyun said towards Mei Wenshu while igniting the immortal fire on his hands, burning Great Elder Mei's soul. She screamed violently, chilling people to their bones as the scream was so horror-inducing. But Yi Tianyun's expression was still indifferent as he was ruthless towards his enemy. Chapter 688. Chapter 688. Also please comment to encourage us. The screams could be heard throughout the area, which obviously terrified everyone. They've never seen anything like this before. The bright flame burned down Great Elder Mei's soul slowly like a lit-up well-made candle. Please, make it painless, Mei Qingyuan begged Yi Tianyun as he saw that Yi Tianyun was basically torturing his wife. Would you make it painless too if you do it to me? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Mei Qingyuan closed his eyes as he couldn't say anything else. Everyone knew that he would also torture Yi Tianyun if that were the case, especially seeing that Yi Tianyun has killed his son earlier. At least you know your place, so I guess I will grant you a good way to die, Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hand, and Mei Qingyuan was instantly caught on fire and started burning. Yi Tianyun's method was very simple. He would just burn people to death as it was the easiest way. The people from Heavenly Plum God Clan couldn't do anything besides watching the two who were once their leader being burned to death. Although Mei Qingyuan was sacrificed to save the entire faction, and even though people understood that the fault lied within Great Elder Mei, it was a little bit sad to see someone they once knew being burned like this nonetheless. Mei Wenshu himself could only sigh as he knew that there was nothing he could do. Okay, since you gave me your word, I will keep mine too, Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hands, and the rest of the immortal fire that was burning the Heavenly Plum God Clan's building returned towards Yi Tianyun. But the marks were still there. The place was scorched badly. Some even left a trace of magma as the metal and rocks melted under the intense heat. Yi Tianyun alone made it look like a whole different place altogether. Although the situation was under control now, half of the place was razed down. If Mei Wenshu come any later, the entire place might have been already burned to the ground. Mei Wenshu knew that the Heavenly Plum would be rebuilt once more, but it would take so much resource. Yi Tianyun himself didn't mind the resistance that the Great Elder Mei showed at the beginning, as every enemy would only turn into a good experience boost for Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun turned his attention towards Elder Wan, who already collapsed on the ground from her fear of Yi Tianyun. You don't have to punish her. She still took care of me despite her final betrayal. I don't really want her to be killed now, ch601 said as he persuaded Yi Tianyun to stop. She didn't plan to call Elder Wan her master anymore, but her conscience couldn't allow her to let Elder Wan die now. Although ch601 was still a little bit worried that Yi Tianyun would start killing everyone at Heavenly Plum God Clan, she still had faith that Yi Tianyun wouldn't do something so barbaric without any solid reason. When she was still at Heavenly Cloud Palace, she had long been dubbed the title of Slaughter Palace's master. All right, I will listen to your word, Aunt, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at ch601. If it were ch601's wish, Yi Tianyun would surely try to make it happen. One thing before I leave. I originally come here to find someone, and it may sound weird coming from me, seeing that the situation has turned out for the worse. But I know that you aren't the one who caused all this, but you still complied with your elders and tried to trap ch601 here, so I hope you realize that your life had been spared thanks to ch601's kindness. Yi Tianyun said coldly towards Elder Wan. Yi Tianyun wasn't just being arrogant right now, he simply wanted Elder Wan to think about her mistakes in the past and moved on for the better. She, without any doubt, has helped ch601 become much stronger than her original cultivation level. Mei Wenshu didn't say anything to this, as he was disappointed by what his people had done. Had they treated her carefully, maybe Heavenly Plum God Clan could build a good relationship with this man. Tianyun, let's leave. I don't want to see them any longer, ch601 said, as the look of sadness overcame her face. She originally intended to return the favor for everything that Heavenly Plum God Clan had done for her, but now that she understood that it was all a ruse, she didn't want anything to do with them anymore. Her cultivation level had breakthrough a lot during her stay in the Heavenly Plum God Clan, and she still cultivated a lot more on her own. She knew that her cultivation technique and spiritual body were very suitable for the Heavenly Plum God Clan. The Heavenly Plum God Clan was certain that ch601 could help them develop further generations. However, it was unfortunate as they found ch601, as ch601 is Yi Tianyun's woman. Well, now that the place has lost its charm, I also don't want to stay here any longer. Let's go. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face and stretched out his hand for ch601 to take. Yi Tianyun then summoned the Blue Phoenix and helped ch601 climb into its back. After making sure that ch601 was comfortable on top of the Phoenix, Yi Tianyun and the Phoenix flew off from Heavenly Plum God Clan's area, leaving everyone behind. Read latest chapters at wushiworld.site only. After Yi Tianyun was no longer seen from everyone's peripheral vision, Great Elder Mei's soul and Mei Qingyuan's body immediately burst out in flames faster than before, swallowing them completely. It was because ch601 said that she wanted Yi Tianyun to end everything faster. It could be said that she has freed both of them from torture. Had it not for ch601's word, they would still be engulfed in flames for days before they would turn to ashes. Especially Great Elder May's soul that burned like a burning candle. Who knew how long it would take for her soul to vanish completely if ch601 didn't say that she wanted to leave quickly? Nonetheless, the chill from witnessing Yi Tianyun's power was still fresh on everyone else's mind. Everyone was traumatized by the chilling scream that they heard earlier. Chapter 689. Chapter 689. Also, please comment to encourage us. After Yi Tianyun and ch601 left, Heavenly Plum God Clan finally could rest a little bit easier, but they still had these mixed feelings as they were humiliated to the worst degree. So many Elder Rank cultivators were killed, and the palace itself was destroyed beyond recognition. I didn't expect to face this problem immediately after my retirement. Mei Wenshu sighed heavily as he watched the place crumble. Never he thought that the faction he loved so much would be destroyed after picking a fight with a terrifying cultivator like this. Mei Wenshu felt utterly disappointed as there was no right and wrong on this matter. Even if what they had done was right, their opponent would still crush them to the ground. Heavenly Plum God Clan was not as powerful as it was in the past, and now Mei Wenshu finally understood how powerful other faction was. It seems that I have to make sure that everyone on this faction composes themselves some more. Everyone is too arrogant for their own good. Don't any of you realize that there are so many frighteningly powerful factions out there? Mei Wenshu said coldly to the rest of the cultivators who managed to survive Yi Tianyun's attack. From today onward, Heavenly Plum God Clan would be closed for 100 years. No one was allowed to get out, and everyone has to start repairing the palace and the Great Array, Mei Wenshu said bitterly, but there was nothing else he could do. Heavenly Plum God Clan was now very susceptible to any attack from the outside. Lord, aren't we supposed to have our revenge? One of the deacons said angrily. He wanted to kill the intruder earlier, but as Mei Wenshu stopped them, he could only stand aside. Do you think I didn't want to do that? Old Ancestor said that he could feel that the intruder has an unusually high power that was beyond our control. His sword that he used earlier could cut us down all at once, Mei Wenshu said while shaking his head. One sword could destroy us like that? Isn't our old ancestor a formidable expert who survived the Battle of Heavenworld? The cultivators were shocked to hear Mei Wenshu's word. If it were true, then not even their old ancestor could defeat the intruder. It's exactly because he once survived the Battle of Heavenworld that he could sense how strong the intruder was. It was clear that the man was above St. King Peak stage at this point. This is why I honestly ask you to mind your attitude in the future. I don't want another idiot randomly provoking another terrifyingly strong person like this, Mei Wenshu said with a sad face. Seeing that our clan had lost 5 sacred tools with the death of my brother, his wife, and their son, we are weakened beyond measures. I will have to ask several of you to build a good connection outside to increase our power in the future, Mei Wenshu said with a deep sigh. I know that you may hate the state we're in now, but if you really want revenge on the intruder earlier, cultivate more vigorously, reach the cultivation level that is beyond him so that you would be able to win the fight. I will look forward to the day you can accomplish that, Mei Wenshu said charismatically. But if none of you could reach such cultivation, I don't want to hear or see anything like this again, Mei Wenshu said solemnly. He was saddened by what happened to the faction, but there was nothing he could do. Moreover, he didn't want the news of what happened to their faction spreading out to other factions. Invasion was the least thing he wanted right now. While the Heavenly Plum God Clan was repairing the palace, Yi Tianyun took ch601 to the Heavenly Plum God Clan's cabin earlier. A group of newcomers stared at Yi Tianyun as he flew down from the sky with a beautiful phoenix. They were shocked that they could see some mythical creatures like the phoenix with their own eyes here on the Heavenly Plum God Clan. Furthermore, the young man that was with them earlier was the one who brought the phoenix. Little brother Yi, what happened? Xiao Wu said as he ran out of the wooden cabin where they were supposed to wait. But he didn't dare to come close to the phoenix as he was surprised himself. Nothing big happened. I am here to take you with me, but I have to ask you first, do you want to come with me? I will make sure that all your need is taken care of, but in exchange, you will work for me. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. If I come with you, can you help out my family so they could live a better life? Xiao Wu asked honestly. No problem. I will also take care of your family as long as you accept my offer. Yi Tianyun said with a bright smile on his face. If that's the case, then I will come along with you, but I am just a weakling. I hope little brother Yi won't get bored with me, Xiao Wu said while laughing lightly. Don't worry, you will become stronger soon. With the martial arts and cultivation technique that I will pass on to you, your power would increase greatly. Yi Tianyun said as he reached out and passed down the martial arts and cultivation technique that he had chosen beforehand directly into Xiao Wu's head. He then summoned a core transformation stage demon beast to take Xiao Wu to heaven, ascending divine altar. I see you still didn't forget to recruit people even here on Heaven World. Do you think he has a great innate ability? ch601 asked as they were on their way towards Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. Read latest chapters at wushiworld.site only. You will know soon enough, Yi Tianyun said with a light smile. Well, you sure make me curious, ch601 said sarcastically. Don't be annoyed, Aunt. You are the most beautiful when you smile, Yi Tianyun said as he kissed ch601 affectionately. ch601 was at a loss for words, and her face immediately flushed bright red. The Blue Phoenix immediately squawked jealously as she realized what Yi Tianyun was doing on top of her, but as Yi Tianyun patted her head to calm her down, they continued to fly towards heaven-ascending divine altar without any more problem. At this moment, Yi Tianyun only wanted to hold ch601 dearly and never let her go again. Chapter 690. ch601's face flushed red as she didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be so bold. Her expression was like a girl who was finally able to speak with her crush. "Aunt, did you know how worried I am after knowing that you were not there when I came back?" Yi Tianyun said as he held ch601's hand and kissed the back of her hand. He missed ch601 so much that he really wanted to cherish her for eternity. ch601 was his rock that would anchor him down to earth. When Heavenly Plum God Clan invited me over, I was hesitant, but I thought if I accepted their offer, I would be able to get stronger. Plus, I might be able to find your parent here in the Heaven World. Aside from those two reasons, I didn't have any other reason to come to Heaven World, ch601 said with a smile on her face. All right, but don't leave me without saying anything in the future, okay? Yi Tianyun whispered warmly. Well, I never want to leave you from the very beginning, ch601 said as she stroked Yi Tianyun's face dearly. Aunt, let's get married after we get back, Yi Tianyun said as his smoldering gaze made ch601 blush even more. ch601 was startled by Yi Tianyun's bold word, but she slowly leaned to his shoulder. Tianyun, don't you think that our age is too far apart? ch601 said with worry in her eyes. Isn't it just 7 or 8 years old? So many cultivators even had 100 years age gap, so why couldn't we do the same? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. All the women that you brought back in the past are all younger than you, ch601 said with a sad expression. Yi Tianyun was startled as he didn't think ch601 would be insecure about the girls in the Heavenly Cloud Empire. Aunt, I never thought of them that way. They have promising potential, so I was inclined to secure them for the sake of our faction, that's all, Yi Tianyun said honestly. Well, I am sorry that I think that you might like the younger ones, but if that really is the case, then I would like to marry you, ch601 said as she chuckled. Yi Tianyun smiled gently, and as he stared at ch601's beautiful eyes, he kissed her once again. Yi Tianyun held ch601 tightly, as he didn't know when he would be separated from her once again. ch601 could calm his heart, and everything felt natural when she was next to him like this. Yi Tianyun has decided from a long time ago that he would protect ch601 and do anything to make her happy. Looking back at the past, he sure has walked quite a thorny path. When the system hasn't activated yet, he was constantly bullied and unable to do anything to help himself. But regardless of how the people around them felt, ch601 still helped him and gave him medicinal pills to supplement his blood essence. It would be hard to activate the crazy leveling system without her help. The Dragon Blood Divine Pill was a rare medicinal pill in Mortal World, specifically in the Earthly Border continent. Despite getting her hand on the rare medicinal pills, she still gave it to a weakling like Yi Tianyun at that time. Still, even with a harsh reality at that time, Yi Tianyun still persisted and tried hard to cultivate. Yi Tianyun didn't give up. He believed that one day he would have the chance to protect ch601, and that day has come now. He promised himself that he would always protect ch601 from anything. I don't know how older sister is doing right now, ch601 said as she looked up to the sky as she tried to remember Tianyun's mother. Yi Tianyun's expression changed as he knew that he had another problem that he didn't want to solve, and that was his parent. But he knew that he couldn't delay this any longer. Aunt, did you find any information about my parent? Yi Tianyun asked. I didn't find anything since I couldn't leave Heavenly Plum God Clan's palace. I did want to cultivate so that I could be of help to you in the future, and then I would like to go out to find the information regarding your parent, but I never expected the situation would end up like that. Now, would you like to go and explore the Heaven World with me? ch601 asked with a smile on her face. Aunt, I am afraid to say that I didn't really care about them, Yi Tianyun said with a light smile on his face. He knew that it was inevitable that he had to find his parent later, but now he really didn't have any interest to find them. He didn't have any memories of them since he was a child, so he didn't really have any emotional attachment to them. Even if he met them in the future, how would he feel? Would he feel the emotional bond that people often described? Would they be surprised at how far he had come? It was all unlikely, as he didn't have a shred of respect for the both of them. After all, they left him behind without any second thought and never even left a message for him to know that both of them were still thinking of him. From the lack of contact, Yi Tianyun had thought that both of them were already dead. After all, what parent would abandon their child for that long? I know that you didn't have any good memories about your parent, but they are still your parent. The most important thing here is that you get to meet them. I am also curious about what older sister had become. She was desperate to leave everything behind and go with your father. I want to see whether her choice was the right one or not, but if she made a big mistake, I want to drag her back to the mortal world, ch601 said honestly. I also want to know about your father more. I am at least responsible for knowing about who he really was, ch601 said determinedly. It has been almost 20 years since Yi Tianyun was born, and his parent left him in the Heavenly Jade sect. Although it was a long time to forget about somebody, it was still on her mind the entire time. Well, if you insist, I would like to accompany you. I don't know what faction that recruited them in the first place. I don't even know their name, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. As long as ch601 knew their name and what faction they came to, it would be easy to find them. If they were in some kind of hidden faction, it was still easy to find them as long as Yi Tianyun could secure 3 million CPs. Chapter 691, Chapter 691, Ding. Successfully complete main quest retrieve ch601 reward, 300 million XP, 100,000 CPs, X5 Super Lottery Roulette ticket. Ding. Receive new main quest, find the parent. Reward on completion, 500 million XP, 100,000 CPs, X2 Super Lottery Roulette ticket. The new quest popped out, and it was a quest to find his parent. It seemed that even the system wanted to find his parent now, so it was inevitable for him to complete it now. He couldn't ignore the main quest, as it was a good amount of XP for him to level up. I remember that she wants to join a divine nation, but I didn't know which divine nation it was, ch601 said as she tried to recall the memory in the past. That is a good start, Aunt. Yi Tianyun nodded, as it wasn't something unexpected that his mother wanted to join a divine nation. After all, there was no divine nation in Mortal World. But the thing that Yi Tianyun worried about was that his mother wouldn't be granted a decent position in there, as she was only a palace lord in Mortal World. Wait, I remember the name now. It was the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. I remembered reading about it when I was in the Heavenly Plum God clan. Apparently, it was Divine Nation that had a divine king, ch601 said brightly as she finally remembered the vital information. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, Yi Tianyun said as he was a bit startled by that revelation. He knew that name when he resealed the demon in Mortal World earlier. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was one of the first divine nations here in Heaven World, and their cultivators were said to be an extreme expert, who was among the toughest on Heaven World. Yi Tianyun didn't expect that his mother would be involved with such a legendary divine nation, even though it was unfortunate that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has already fallen in ranking. Now, Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was ranked 8th among other divine nations in the Heaven World instead of number 1 like it used to. It was a clear fact that ranking was the pride for Divine Nation, as it wasn't so easy to climb up in the rank. The difference between rank 1 and rank 2 was like night and day, not to mention anyone else beneath that. The Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was a faction that had a divine king among their ranks. Therefore, it was considered one of the strongest factions in the past. But now the Divine King might have been in seclusion or even died, so it couldn't be helped that the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation fell in ranks. Yes, I am sure that it was Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. It was a terrifying existence. I remember now that your father was Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's rising genius. But even so, he chose the elder sister to be his Tao companion. It wasn't a smooth sail, as the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation considered the elder sister to be unqualified to be with him, ch601 said with a frown on his face. It was expected, as the genius of Mortal World and the genius from Heaven World could be said worlds apart. Most geniuses from Mortal World wouldn't be able to hold their ground against an average Heaven World cultivator. The cultivators in Mortal World could only reach core transformation stage at most during their teenage years. But in Heaven World, it wasn't something new to see someone was already at Spirit Core stage during their teenage years. Nonetheless, it was a little bit commendable that Yi Tianyun's mother was still able to go to Heaven World with his father, who was considered a genius from Sealing Heaven Divine World. But there were still some questions left for Yi Tianyun that he was really curious about. If his father really was a genius in cultivation, and his mother was one of the best cultivators in Mortal World, how come his blood essence was nowhere even close to either of theirs? His innate ability was good, but without the help of blood essence in the early stage of his life, he couldn't do anything to advance his cultivation. When I saw your father for the first time, I knew that he was truly a genius who could get any woman he wants. Elder sister was infatuated with him. Even though she knew that they would have to walk a thorny path if she's with him, she still followed him to Heaven World, ch601 said with a sad expression on her face. So, what did you expect to find, Aunt? Did you just want to check her current situation, or do you want to know about something else? Nevertheless, I believe that she should be doing just fine, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun knew that his mother was doing well, otherwise she would at least try to escape to Mortal World, but the fact was he never heard of his mother for nearly 20 years of his life. I want to see her condition, and I want to drag her back to Mortal World. She's my elder sister. I've already considered her my own mother in the past. I am afraid that something might happen to me later and regretted it later if I never saw her again, ch601 said sadly. Don't worry, Aunt, we will find her again. Yi Tianyun smiled and immediately flew towards Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. He knew the route that he should take to go to Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, but he didn't really know how long it would take to get there. On the way there, he remembered that he got several unused lottery tickets, so he decided to use them now, hopefully finding new items. If he successfully drew the Desert Ancient suit, he didn't have to worry about Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's retaliation later. Activate the lottery roulette, Yi Tianyun muttered. At the same time, a huge roulette appeared in the sky, but ch601, who leaned to Yi Tianyun's shoulder, clearly couldn't see it. Although ch601 was calm right now, she knew that this was exactly the calm before the storm. She knew that their time at Sealing Heaven Divine Nation wouldn't go as easy as they planned. After all, Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has changed in the past 20 years. Chapter 692, Activate Lucky Aura. Yi Tianyun muttered as he spun the lottery roulette. He obviously wished to get the best item he could get, and he didn't trust his own luck because he would get trash items anyway without the lucky aura. The first draw stopped at the accessories part of the roulette. Yi Tianyun was excited as he might get another piece of Desolate Ancient set. When the wooden box fell from the roulette, Yi Tianyun immediately opened the box excitedly. In the box, there was a piece of jewelry, but it was not the Desolate Ancient set. It was Longevity Necklace. Longevity Necklace, a piece of Longevity set. Amplify healing effectiveness by 10 times and increase defense power by 30 times. Consume 10 W0 CPs to activate Violent Longevities and overwrite the healing amplification to 50 times. This is not bad, Yi Tianyun said while nodding his head. Although it was not a Desolate Ancient set, it was definitely a solid regeneration set. Yi Tianyun immediately used another roulette ticket as he wanted to get even better items, preferably something that leaned to the offensive types. The arrow stopped at Cultivation Technique, and he knew that Cultivation Technique was good, but he didn't know whether he would need one right now. He was satisfied enough with his current Cultivation Technique, so it wasn't needed right then if the effect contradicted each other. He opened the box that the roulette gave and inspected the Cultivation Technique that he got. It was Shaking Heaven Body Secret Art. Yi Tianyun looked at it with his appraisal eye to find more information about it. Shaking Heaven Body Secret Art, lower grade heaven level martial art that can enhance the weight of the user. The higher the cultivation level, the higher the maximum weight can be increased, can increase the user weight up to 100 million pounds. Next level requires 5 million CPs. This is pretty good. 100 million pounds is basically a small mountain, Yi Tianyun said as he was a little bit surprised by the cultivation technique. With that cultivation technique, he could destroy anything with just one step of his foot. This is definitely usable in the fight later, Yi Tianyun said with a satisfied grin on his face. With that cultivation technique, he didn't have to waste his crazy points as he could just dominate the fight easily with his weight amplified. Spin once more, Yi Tianyun said quietly to continue drawing the next prize. This time, the arrow stopped at consumables. Well, I can check it later, start drawing again, Yi Tianyun said to himself, and once again, the arrow stopped at jewelry. Nice. Please, a complete set, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. He slowly reached out for the box and immediately opened it. It was the last piece of Desolate Ancient set, Desolate Ancient Bracelet. This is awesome, Yi Tianyun shouted excitedly, surprising ch601, who was just resting her head on Yi Tianyun's shoulder. What? What happened? ch601 asked curiously. No, it's nothing, Aunt. I just think that you are awesome, Yi Tianyun said immediately. Obviously, he couldn't say the reason as he knew that he couldn't tell anyone about crazy leveling system. Besides, no one would believe him anyway as it was too absurd. Sure, ch601 said as her face flushed once more. Yi Tianyun then immediately observed the new bracelets that he got with his appraisal eye to make sure that it was the one that he was searching for. Desolate Ancient Bracelet, one of Desolate Ancient set pieces. Increase critical strike chance, x30, critical strike damage, x3. Equip, Yi Tianyun murmured. He was so excited that his Desolate Ancient set that provided an overwhelming offense stat was finally completed. Ding! Successfully equipped Desolate Ancient set. Set effect, x50 combat power, x10 defense power, x5 speed, 30% critical strike chance, and any attack can cause a corruption effect, eroding enemies' equipment and anything in between. This is great, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. The set that he was waiting for so long wasn't a disappointment. The effect was absolutely amazing as the value of each item was optimized even further. With the combination of the set effect and each of the piece's own effect, his combat power was amplified 100 times and both speed and defense power by 20 times. He even got to increase his critical rate by more than 50%. Coupled with Evil God's suit, his power has reached a terrifying level. I have a feeling that even the Saint King expert with a special bloodline would easily be subjugated by my power, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Evil Spirit Race bloodline was powerful, but it wasn't the strongest. It wasn't even the top 5 strongest bloodline in both Ghost World and Heaven World. In fact, the most powerful bloodline was the Divine King's bloodline. The first generation of Divine King possessed the most powerful bloodline. Its power was unimaginable, and their offspring that inherited it would definitely receive such power. Chapter 693. After collecting all pieces of the Ancient Desolate set, Yi Tianyun felt that his strength grows sharply. One piece of equipment from the Ancient Desolate set was powerful, but the effect of a complete set was out of this world. I finally own all of them. I will get the longevity set next, Yi Tianyun said as he set his mind on a new goal. Although the longevity set wasn't a good combat set, it was a very amazing defensive equipment. He could instantly recover any damage he received. He could just switch the two sets during combat to maximize his power. After that, he opened the wooden box that he got from the consumables earlier and got an 80x XP card. Judging from the current situation, this XP boost card isn't so bad. Great, I can't wait to face a Divine King later, Yi Tianyun said as he smirked. He opened another box that contained another consumable and got another 80x XP card, which meant he got 2 of them. But even so, Yi Tianyun didn't really appreciate the second XP boost card as he wanted something else instead. This is not good, another XP card? It seems the lucky aura failed to impress me this time. Should I level it up again? Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head disappointedly. He thought he could get some other stuff that might benefit him in the future, but he only got another XP card. Calm down. It is still another XP card, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he shook his head. He kept it in the back of his mind to level up the lucky aura later. He didn't level it up earlier as he didn't see the need to, but now he realized that it was essential for his bad luck. Now that he got lottery roulette out of the way, he has arrived at the Sealing Heaven Divine Nations area. The journey was smooth as no one blocked his path. It was probably because the sight of a phoenix alone terrified most people. Besides, most people wouldn't be able to catch up with the phoenix. Yi Tianyun decided to fly directly towards the Sealing Heaven Divine Nations capital, which was located inside the Sealing Heaven continent. Since ch601 said that his father was the genius of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, he thought that his father had to be inside the capital. Besides, even if he didn't find his father in the capital, he could inquire about his father's information easily inside the capital. It seemed the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation had made a regulation about flying in their territory because once he entered the Sealing Heavens continent, he noticed that it was harder to fly. They could do this as they had a Divine King as their leader. The blue phoenix squawked and landed on the ground as it couldn't overcome the pressure on the air. They are still quite far away from the capital, but Yi Tianyun knew that he couldn't impose the phoenix any further. It was no wonder that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation wasn't destroyed by any stronger faction just yet, as it had the flying regulation around their continent. Other factions' power would be cut in half if they tried to invade this area. Furthermore, they couldn't invade quick enough to catch Sealing Heaven Divine Nation off guard as it was much slower to walk than to fly. We have to walk from here on out, Aunt, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He had the information that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's leader was God King Sealing Heaven, and he was also the one who imposed this regulation. Considering even Yi Tianyun, who was as strong as a Divine King himself, couldn't force his way out of the regulation, God King Sealing Heaven must be a powerful individual. Is this the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation that Elder Sister went to? ch601 said curiously. She could see the magnificent landscape around her and a pillar of light from the capital shining throughout the area. This was the site of a Divine King, so it went without saying that it had such a majestic atmosphere. It seems the Divine King inheritance continues to persist, but I didn't feel any Divine King aura from the Imperial City. Yi Tianyun shook his head disappointedly. It was either the Divine King was hiding while cultivating somewhere, or they were already dead. Nevertheless, the Divine Nation itself wouldn't be easily destroyed as long as the Divine King's inheritance was still in effect. As Yi Tianyun and ch601 walked towards the capital, Yi Tianyun noticed that there was no pressure at all. Apparently, the regulation didn't prevent any stranger from entering and simply preventing them from flying. Yi Tianyun also saw many Divine King altars on their way towards the capital, along with some cultivators coming in to worship the Divine King. God King Sealing Heaven's name was well known throughout the heaven world, and he was admired by everyone. In fact, Yi Tianyun knew that he couldn't just nonchalantly talk about God King Sealing Heaven in public, but the one thing that Yi Tianyun was curious about was his own lineage. If his father were the descendant of God King Sealing Heaven, that meant he had the same direct lineage with the Divine King. If this were true, he hoped that he could learn the soul cultivation, which was the God King Sealing Heaven's signature technique. But for now, Yi Tianyun didn't see any special trait that may be caused by the Sealing Heaven lineage. It was strange indeed, considering that Sealing Heaven lineage was one of the most powerful lineages out there, so there was no way he didn't get anything from it. Am I really the descendant of God King Sealing Heaven, or has my lineage been deteriorated so bad that I didn't get the attributes inheritances? Yi Tianyun laughed at himself. Chapter 694. Chapter 694, Sealing Heaven Divine King might be his ancestor, but Yi Tianyun didn't feel anything at all. He never felt connected emotionally to Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, so he didn't care whether it was his ancestors' land or not. Plus, now that his cultivation base was already impressive for someone his age, he didn't need Sealing Heaven Divine Nation at all. Therefore, getting the inheritance of Sealing Heaven Divine King didn't mean much for him. However, he still respected the Sealing Heaven Divine King as he was one of the main 3 Divine Kings that contributed significantly to creating the 3 realms. But Yi Tianyun couldn't deny the fact that the Imperial City of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation really had this formidable atmosphere to it. Even the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar wasn't as magnificent as this city. This Imperial City also had a state-of-the-art defensive mechanism. No one would be able to break through unless they destroy the divine runes that constituted almost all of the defensive mechanisms there, and that alone was almost impossible to do too. At the top of the city gate, Yi Tianyun saw a huge plaque that had sealed heaven written on it. Normal people would bow as they saw it, but that didn't apply to Yi Tianyun. People were actually surprised that a random stranger could look at the plaque for so long without even bowing their head down to the ground. The energy that the plaque discharged was enough to sting people's eyes, but it seemed Yi Tianyun didn't feel anything. This is Sealing Heaven Divine King's divine tool. The plaque discharges a strong divine king's power that forced people to bow down unless they wanted to risk their eyes, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head as he didn't like the idea of the plaque at all. That plaque is a divine tool, ch601 said as she was shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's word. She didn't expect something so casually displayed like that to be a divine tool. Yes, in fact, I think the entire city gate is a divine tool. Although it's not particularly high grade, it's a divine tool nonetheless, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head once again. He wanted to forge his own divine tool, but he was still a blacksmith master right now. It was a long way before he could become a blacksmith divine master. Let's get inside, Yi Tianyun said as he walked in with ch601. The guards neither stopped nor asked them any questions at all. Entering the city was also free of charge. It seemed relatively peaceful unless you were there to cause trouble. After coming in, the scene was no different than other imperial cities, bustling streets of people minding their own business. The cultivator's level wasn't low either. Occasionally, Yi Tianyun could see a Spirit King stage cultivation strolling on the street. However, that was not what impressed Yi Tianyun. The thing that caught Yi Tianyun's attention was the Tianshan Mountains behind the imperial city. The towering 5 mountains were majestic, in addition to a pile of houses there. Yi Tianyun knew that the mountains were the real main hall for Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, which was probably above the imperial palace in the city. Yi Tianyun noticed that the mountain was covered with fairy fog. It was mainly used to lock the spiritual energy inside the site to enhance the cultivation speed inside. Yi Tianyun could also see that the mountain was full of spirit grass. It was safe to say that the real Sealing Heaven Divine Nation territory was the 5 mountains, but as they grew in number, their territory also expanded from the mountain. I don't think anyone could live there without a high enough status, Yi Tianyun said to ch601 as he pointed his finger towards the mountain. Yes, elder sister was probably there too, ch601 said as she felt excited to see her respectful sister once more. Without further ado, they went straight ahead towards the mountain. The closer they got, the more guards were patrolling around the foot of the mountain. These were Void Spirit Stage expert guards checking the surrounding, preventing anyone from entering without the proper procedure. Who are you, and what are the two of you doing here? A guard asked as Yi Tianyun and ch601 approached the gate. It was obvious that the guards were vigilant as the place that Yi Tianyun and ch601 were about to enter was considered sacred for Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. We are here to visit Yi Xingchen, but I didn't know where he is. May I know if he is inside? ch601 asked politely. Yi Xingchen is Yi Tianyun's birth father's name. Yi Xingchen? I've never heard of that name, the guard said while shaking his head. You've never heard of him? How about Zhao Linga? ch601 asked once more. Zhao Linga was Yi Tianyun's mother, so if the guard didn't know about Yi Tianyun's father, she wanted to know if the guard knew his mother. I've never heard of that name either. Please stay away from this place. You can't go in without a token or being dragged in with a handcuff, the guard said impatiently as he motioned for Yi Tianyun and ch601 to walk away. ch601 frowned as she was confused. The guard didn't know about the name she mentioned. She felt that something was off here. She came here excitedly, but no one knew anything about her sister. You really don't know either of that name? Yi Xingchen is supposed to be Sealing Heaven Divine Nation #1 genius, ch601 said frustratedly. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's #1 genius isn't Yi Xingchen. His name is Yi Xingchen. I think you were looking at the wrong place here. This is Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's Imperial City. Stop wasting our time and walk away. Don't blame us if we have to take extreme measures against you two, the guard said coldly. ch601 looked a little bit sad, but she nodded anyway and walked away from the guards. She knew that there was no point in asking another question to those guards. Chapter 695. ch601 was surprised that she couldn't meet with her elder sister even after coming all the way to Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. The guard didn't seem to be lying, and there was no reason for them to lie either. Either the guard actually didn't know about her elder sister, or the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation deliberately kept the public in the dark regarding her existence. But one thing that Yi Tianyun knew was all of this smelled like trouble. ch601's face was full of disappointment as her reason to come to Heaven World was to find Zhao Linghe. Now that her only lead proved to be useless, she didn't know what else to do. If Yi Tianyun didn't come, she wouldn't know about this devastating news because she planned to find Zhao Linghe once she reached Spirit King stage. Don't worry, Aunt. Maybe they just concealed their real name from other people. We can't know for sure, Yi Tianyun said as he tried to cheer ch601. There were indeed many possibilities of what happened here, but Yi Tianyun now realized that his parent was still alive. They may be held in custody or trapped somewhere. Well, I will trust you on this, ch601 said as she nodded her head with a smile on her face, although it seemed kind of forced. Yi Tianyun then observed the area with the appraisal eye as he knew that it could even see through a concealed area. It was probably hard for normal people to look into the distance, but for Yi Tianyun, it was really easy. It seems that we have to go in and see it for ourselves, Yi Tianyun said as he noticed that there were still so many areas that he couldn't see as the mountain range was vast. But how do we get in? Ch601 asked curiously. There were so many guards around, and she knew that it was unwise to cause a commotion here. Don't worry. I will take care of it, Yi Tianyun said as he held her arm and took her to a dead-end corner where the guard couldn't see them very well. What are we doing here? Ch601 asked worriedly. Well, we have to conceal ourselves first, Aunt. Can you suppress your aura first? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Ch601 was puzzled by Yi Tianyun's demand, but she did as she was told. Suddenly, their surrounding changed, and once Ch601 looked around, she realized that she was inside one of the mountains. Are we already in? Ch601 asked with a shock on her face. She has never experienced a teleport like this before. She has always stayed in the palace for Yi Tianyun's sake. Because of that, she didn't know very much about what Yi Tianyun was capable of. Yes, we are already in. That is why I asked you to suppress your aura. That way, we can look around safely. Yi Tianyun smiled calmly at Ch601. Ch601 nodded her head and followed Yi Tianyun as he started moving. The two of them observed the surrounding, and the view wasn't bad. The place was littered with so many spirit flower grass. Although it may not be a high-level spirit grass, it was still outstanding. The five mountains were connected together and formed a strong defensive great array. The spiritual energy would be really strong once it was activated, Yi Tianyun said as he slowly looked around. At the same time, he knew that the Great Array was a superweapon. He knew that not even a Saint King expert could withstand the power of this Great Array. But that was not what Yi Tianyun was concerned about now. All he wanted now was to find his parent, so he kept observing both people and houses. Some places looked majestic. He wanted to check out what was inside those houses, but he knew that it would just waste his time. Besides, he didn't want to alarm anyone right now. Soon, Yi Tianyun circled around and found something interesting. There are a lot of experts in there. It seems this place is a cultivation place, Yi Tianyun said interestedly. Yi Tianyun noticed that the cultivator inside was fairly strong compared to Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. Unless Heaven World's power was far more powerful than Ghost World, these experts had to be high-ranking officers. But Yi Tianyun still couldn't find any useful information about Yi Xingchen and Zhao Linghe. We have to find someone to ask, Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. He knew that it was really hard to find his parent if he just wandered around aimlessly. Who would we ask? Ch601 wondered. Yi Tianyun didn't say anything and held Ch601's arms instead and teleported into a forest where somebody was meditating. The person in front of them was at the 4th layer Spirit King stage, and he seemed to be surprised to see them too. Who are you? The Spirit King expert said cautiously. Obey me, Yi Tianyun said as he fixed his gaze towards the Spirit King expert's eye. The Spirit King expert suddenly stiffened and kneeled down like a dog. Yes, master, the expert said indifferently. Ch601 was shocked by what happened. This was a Spirit King expert they were talking to, but he was easily dominated by Yi Tianyun. Chapter 696, Yi Tianyun used his Eye of Charm on the Spirit King expert and immediately asked him a bunch of questions. Yi Tianyun thought that the Spirit King expert was somewhere around the Elder rank, so he should have known more things than an average person. Do you know anyone called Yi Xingchen and Zhao Linghe? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. I know them. Yi Xingchen violated Second Elder's order and ran with Zhao Linghe, the Spirit King expert said emotionlessly. Did you know where they go? Yi Tianyun asked again as he saw a glimmer of hope. It would be truly pathetic if he left Zhao Linghe, but it seemed that he at least kept her with him. I don't know. Second Elder has ordered several groups to find him, but ended up finding nothing. The Spirit King expert said while shaking his head. How long has it been since they left? Yi Tianyun asked again. It was already over a decade now, because this is an embarrassment for sealing Heaven Divine Nation, so the Lord has told everyone to keep their mouth shut. Yi Xingchen was also banished and disowned from the Second Elder's family. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as he has understood the situation now. Yi Xingchen has refused to obey his family's order, leading to him being banished along with Zhao Linghe and thus forgotten across the year. Well, it seems my father is someone who would never abandon his woman. Yi Tianyun sounded a little proud when he said that. Well, your mother isn't any ordinary woman. She is beautiful and strong. There is no way he would look for another woman, Ch601 said confidently. Yi Tianyun nodded his head, but now he had to search for a place that his father might possibly seclude himself at, and he didn't really have a clue where to start. Thus, Yi Tianyun asked the Spirit King expert a few more questions about the sealing Heaven Divine Nation as he wanted to meet the Second Elder, his grandfather, for more information. It seems that we still couldn't find an accurate information about Elder Sister's whereabout. Ch601 sighed with a frown on her face. Don't worry, Aunt. There is no one I couldn't find, Yi Tianyun said while smiling reassuringly towards Ch601. Ch601 was a little bit surprised by Yi Tianyun's confidence as she didn't know what else Yi Tianyun could do. At the same time, Yi Tianyun has already had enough and planned to buy the Soul Guide to find them for sure, but the price was a little bit pricey. Then again, he didn't really have any other option if he wanted to save time. So, he immediately bought the Soul Guide, and once again his crazy points vanished into thin air. He didn't have much crazy points when he came to Heaven World, and now, although he has already completed one main quest, he still didn't have that many crazy points due to buying the Soul Guide. Activate Soul Guide, Yi Tianyun murmured. The Soul Guide was attached to the main quest automatically, so he didn't have to say any specific order, and once he activates it, the Soul Guide immediately pointed towards a certain direction. Come on, Aunt, let's go, Yi Tianyun said as he took ch601's hands and teleported outside the city. The Spirit King expert then regained his senses and couldn't seem to remember what had happened. At the same time, Yi Tianyun walked towards a certain direction once they were out of Imperial City. Do you know where we are going? ch601 asked curiously. Somewhat. I didn't really know where we are going, but I have a little clue where to start, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. But how? We didn't ask something that specific earlier, ch601 asked confusedly. Don't worry, Aunt. Everything will fall into places, Yi Tianyun said awkwardly as he couldn't explain his power to ch601. She just nodded her head and followed Yi Tianyun, but she was confused nonetheless. After a while, the flying regulation was no longer an issue, and Yi Tianyun summoned the Ice Phoenix once again to reach his destination faster. The farther they went, Yi Tianyun realized that the place was getting more remote and completely shrouded with wilderness. This place was likely to be a dangerous area. Mortal World had so many dangerous area, and Heaven World had even more than that. Some dangerous area in Heaven World even posed a threat to Saint King experts. The area that Yi Tianyun was visiting now was one of those places too. It was Desolate Bone Forest, and as the name suggested, Yi Tianyun could see a pile of bones at the gate of the dangerous area. The spiritual energy inside this place was gloomy. This is Desolate Bone Forest. Why would he choose here out of all other places? Yi Tianyun frowned as he stopped before the gate. Did his father hide here to elude his pursuer? But the elder earlier has stated that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was no longer after him now. Yi Tianyun frowned once again as he smelled trouble in the air. Chapter 697, Desolate Bone Forest, one of the most dangerous zones in Heaven World where anyone that entered the place without a proper guidance would surely be killed. As its name suggested, this place was covered in bones. Several of them even come from a rare race such as the dragons, phoenixes, or even giants. If any cultivators found such bones, they could sell it for a large sum of gold or even absorbed it for themselves to gain the power. But this place also had many demon beasts that were strong enough to fight Saint King Expert or even kill them. Therefore, one couldn't just carelessly enter this place. The reason this place had so many bones in the first place was the result of a war that involved every race in the past, and thus this place was created as a result of the casualties of that war. Besides getting some spirit medicine in the bones itself, there was nothing else to this place. Because of the blood that seeped into the ground, this place also produced many tree demons. Unlike the Ghost World Passage, this tree demon was more aggressive and stronger. The best course of action if anyone encountered them was to escape, as they couldn't move that fast. Otherwise, the tree demons would attack relentlessly. Tianyun, what do we do now? This is Desolate Bone Forest, ch601 said, as she knew this place after reading about it when she was at Heavenly Plum God Clan. She knew Desolate Bone Forest's characteristic and the fact that this place was also one that shouldn't be visited. But they are here, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Soul Guide couldn't be wrong. If it were wrong, his crazy points would go down the drain. They are here? No way. Why would they come into a dangerous place like this? ch601 said as she was worried of her elder sister's safety. I too didn't know the answer to that question, Aunt. But I know for sure that they are here somewhere. Maybe they decided to come here after they were chased by the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, Yi Tianyun said, while wondering about his parents' reasons too. But suddenly, 3 Spirit King experts surrounded Yi Tianyun and ch601 with greedy eyes. I don't know why there's a brat with a beautiful woman and a phoenix in a place like this, but I sure don't mind. It seems this young brat comes from a rich family. I really envy you. Hey, we are really in luck today. The 3 of them snickered, definitely planning on robbing Yi Tianyun and probably even kidnap them. It is a dangerous zone, but this is too easy, Yi Tianyun said disinterestedly. Yi Tianyun, we have to find elder sister quickly. They're definitely in danger, ch601 said as she didn't really care about the bandit. Hey boss, it seems that they are ignoring us, one of the bandits said as he smirked at ch601. A young boy who comes from a rich family would definitely be arrogant, but this is fine. We have to kill the boy first, and then we get to have fun with the woman, the boss of the bandit said with a smirk on his face. Be gone. A cold light appeared and impaled the boss of the bandit directly to the ground. Then suddenly a fierce immortal fire immediately swallowed his body, burning him to ashes before he could even scream. Ding. Successfully killed a 3rd layer Spirit King stage expert. Reward, 250 million XP, 25W000, CPs, 15W00, CP000, CP00 Palm, Sacred Soul, Poisonous Dragon Armor, Poisonous Dragon Boots, Poisonous Dragon Pill, 1 million XP well. Yi Tianyun could kill Spirit King Expert with ease now. He didn't have to use any weapon as he could just use the Immortal Fire to deal with them. This was the reason why he didn't really want to upgrade his blacksmithing technique as he rarely used any weapon in the first place. Boss, the bandits said as they couldn't comprehend what just happened when they saw their boss was killed in one fell swoop. The attack was ridiculous as none of them could even react to it. But Yi Tianyun wasn't done just yet. He immediately impaled the rest of the bandits to the ground and the tree and also ignited them with the immortal fire, leaving nothing behind. But this was no doubt thanks to the full set of desolate ancient suit that he got earlier. It further amplified his power and even caused almost all of his attack to be a critical hit. It seems that I have to let the Blue Phoenix in charge. This is way too easy, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head towards the Blue Phoenix. He just wanted to find his parent, but it seemed this place was also a bandit den too. ch601 nodded as she was still surprised by Yi Tianyun's power. She realized that Yi Tianyun was more powerful than what she saw previously. She wondered just how much Yi Tianyun could grow in such a little amount of time. Well, let's go in, Yi Tianyun said as he held ch601's hands and marched in with the Phoenix in tow. Flying wasn't safe here, and thus he resorted to walking as he could detect danger more efficiently that way. At the same time, ch601 didn't have a fear in her heart as she knew that as long as she was with Yi Tianyun, she wouldn't be in any danger. Wait for me, elder sister, ch601 said determinedly. She hoped that Zhao Lingyun was really there so that she could see her elder sister again. She didn't know how Yi Tianyun could know that his parent was there, but she decided to trust Yi Tianyun and not question his method. Chapter 698. Yi Tianyun now knew that the most dangerous part of this desolate bone forest was the bandit. They would cause more harm than the demon beasts, as demon beasts weren't exactly intelligent creatures. These bandits would definitely target lone cultivators or small groups as they had the advantage in number. Furthermore, their cultivation level wasn't that bad either. It was fortunate for Yi Tianyun that he could easily kill these bandits without so much effort. It was no good showing mercy to any of these bandits as they would just attack again the next chance they got. The yin spiritual energy in here is strong. Any ordinary cultivator would be poisoned in no time for sure, Yi Tianyun said as he observed his surroundings. The place was covered with the fog of yin spiritual energy that could be lethal for any ordinary cultivator. The best case to avoid this fog was by flying, but anyone below the core transformation stage didn't have that ability, meaning that they would die if they came there. As Yi Tianyun and ch601 delved deeper into the forest, the environment gradually got even more hazardous. It was still daytime, but the surrounding was so dark due to the black fog covering the sky, making the ambiance very gloomy. Fall back, Yi Tianyun said as he noticed countless vines traversed on the ground and covered the exits. Yi Tianyun immediately burned them with immortal fire as he was very annoyed by the sudden attack. As always, the immortal fire easily burned the creeping vines to ashes. The vines let out a scream-like sound, which was very chilling as it was just a tree demon. These tree demons are above the void spirit stage. This place is really dangerous, Yi Tianyun said as he watched the tree demon burn. He had no doubt that desolate bone forest was really a dangerous place. There was no doubt that any cultivator below void spirit stage would be killed there, as they would become a plaything for these monsters. Not only that, but Yi Tianyun also noticed many other demon beasts in his surroundings stalking him, waiting for a chance to ambush. But as they saw the fire that burned brightly, they decided not to reveal themselves. The other demon beasts were no pushover either, as the lowest was at the core transformation stage, and the strongest was at void spirit peak stage. It is dangerous here. I hope that elder sister is safe, ch601 said with a frown on her face as she was getting worried. Hadn't she come here with Yi Tianyun, she would have been trapped here and unable to escape. She also noticed that there was no point in asking the cultivators in the area as well. Don't worry. I feel like we are almost there, so let's pick up the pace, Yi Tianyun said as he lifted ch601 up and picked up the pace. At the same time, in a dismal mountain forest in the distance, a beautiful woman hid on the edge while staring at the abyss in the distance. She didn't know how long exactly she has been there, but she had a feeling that she has been there for a really long time, suppressing her aura so that no one could notice her presence. Why hasn't it come out yet? It's been 2 weeks, the woman said with a sharp glare. But suddenly, a blood-red light flashed in front of her, and at the same time, blood-red grasses moved on the ground. The woman's expression lit up, as this was what she has been waiting for. Nevertheless, she knew that she must stay patient, so she waited. The blood-red grasses began to absorb the yin spiritual energy from its surrounding, drawing more and more yin spiritual fog towards it. The woman has spent her entire time in this place absorbing the yin spiritual energy so that she could become stronger over time. So, after the blood-red grass finished absorbing the yin spiritual energy, the woman trapped it inside a blood-red cage. These grasses could move, and the woman obviously didn't want to let them get away as she needed them for her cultivation. The grass struggled to break free from the cage. It even discharged some of its yin spiritual energy to corrode the cage, but it was all a wasted effort. The woman immediately snatched all the grass, bundling them into one before tying them up firmly. The grass stopped struggling at once as they couldn't move anymore. The woman smiled as she was pleased by the amount of blood-red grass that she managed to get her hands on. She immediately pulled a jade box and put all the blood-red grasses inside it before sealing the box. I got a bunch of blood-drinking grass this time. That should save me years of hard work, the woman said excitedly as she was prepared to indulge in her profits. But as she started to walk away from the scene, 4 beams of light burst out from the ground and formed a cage that trapped her inside. Zhao Lingyi, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for catching those blood-drinking grasses for us. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to catch it so easily. We didn't have the knowledge to build the necessary great array to capture it, a man said as he landed on the ground with 3 others. They were all Spirit King stage experts, and they all smirked at the beautiful woman in front of them. The beautiful woman is Zhao Lingge, Yi Tianyun's mother. Chapter 699. I was wondering who would do such a thing to me. Turns out it was just the Blood 4 bandits, Zhao Linghe said challengingly. She was racking her brain, searching for a way to escape despite her calm demeanor. She knew that she couldn't run up the mountain as she would be slowed down by gravity and eventually be captured again. Furthermore, these 4 bandits were no pushovers. The strongest of them was at the 7th layer Spirit King stage, while the weakest was at the 4th layer Spirit King stage. Their names are Heaven Fiend, Heaven Water, Heaven Imperial, and Heaven Splendor. Although it was more like a title than a name, that was how they were addressed, and no one really knew their real name. Don't bother trying to escape. Do you think you can escape us now? You have slipped under our grasp so many times, but this time, you won't be so lucky, Heaven Fiend said with a smirk on his face. Yeah, do you think you can escape our technique now? We trapped 9th layer Spirit King Cultivator just the other day, and he is still helpless right now. But damn, look at that body. I never knew I really longed for a woman's body before I met you, Heaven Water said as he looked at Zhao Lingge's body from top to bottom. Stop it, old water. You are disgusting the woman in front of us, Heaven Imperial said as he snickered at Zhao Lingge, but then again he knew that Heaven Water's favorite meal was a human body. Well, in any case, this woman will satisfy us all, Heaven Splendor said as he licked his lips greedily. They all knew that Zhao Linghe wasn't a normal woman as soon as they first met her, and now that she has fallen under their grasp, they wouldn't let her escape again. Wow, I never expected that you all would desire me this much. But what else can you do besides robbery anyway? Zhao Linghe said tauntingly. Well, you just have to wait to see what we will do besides robbery to you later, Heaven Splendor said while snickering once again. You all have no shame. Now, I am willing to give up these blood-drinking grasses, but you'll have to let me go, Zhao Linghe said coldly. Wow, now you are willing to compromise? Why wouldn't you do it before? Heaven Imperial said teasingly. They were confident in their ability to prevent Zhao Linghe from escaping. At the same time, they knew that Zhao Linghe must be desperate right now as she couldn't escape on her own. Here, I will give up the blood-drinking grass. Just let me go, Zhao Lingge said coldly once more. Hey, you just said that earlier. See it from our perspective, little chick. In other words, your life in those blood-drinking grasses is ours, Heaven Fiend said coldly. Little beauty, I am going to eat you today. Why would I let you go now? Furthermore, we know that if we let you go now, you will just come back to haunt us later. You think we didn't know that you are also called the Vengeful Lady? Heaven Water said with an evil grin on his face. The Vengeful Lady was Zhao Linghe's title, which sounded cold but completely matched her style. She had stories of her cornering people into their demise before. We already heard of what you can do before, and none of it was good. But the look of resentment on your face is totally flavorful. I don't mind seeing it every day, Heaven Splendor said coldly. It turns out you really didn't want me to leave. If that's the case, I will destroy these blood-drinking grasses and commit suicide. Let us see who is faster. You or my blade? Zhao Lingge said as she pointed her swords to her neck. The bandits' expression immediately changed. They could care less about Zhao Lingge's life, but the blood-drinking grasses were far too precious. Blood-drinking grass was a 6th grade spirit medicine. It was priceless for these 4 bandits as it could improve one's blood essence to last over decades to hundreds of years. You want to destroy the blood-drinking grass? You won't be able to do that quickly, and we will still be able to collect the shards. Even though the effect is greatly reduced, we can still absorb it, Heaven Fiend said coldly. He began to attack Zhao Linghe by sending a powerful spiritual energy to the chain that was holding Zhao Linghe down. The other 3 followed suit as they saw that their boss was attacking. At the same time, Zhao Ling quickly threw the jade box in her hands towards the bandit and shot it with her spiritual arrow. Heaven Water then grabbed it as he was startled by the box thrown at him all of a sudden. The sudden move weakened the chain that captured Zhao Linghui, providing her enough time window to escape. Heavenly Water immediately opened the box and saw that inside the box were radishes, not the blood-drinking grass. She swapped the content. Heaven Water shouted at his comrades. They immediately sent a powerful spiritual energy to their chains as it could move faster than them. Zhao Linghe, at the time, was trying her best to get away by flying, but before she could get away to safety, the chains captured her once again. What is this? How could you recover so fast? Zhao Linghe said in surprise. Well, we know you wouldn't sit back without attempting to escape. Therefore, we let our boss stay behind in case we need his help to capture you faster once you attempt your escape. There are 5 of us, not 4. Heaven Blood is our boss, Heaven Fiend said with an evil grin on his face. Well, that is a pity on my part, but I know when I am defeated. I never thought that the day that I have to say goodbye to this world would come this fast. In any case, goodbye world. And goodbye to Tianyun too, even though I never saw you growing up. I've always thought about you, Zhao Ling said, shedding her tears as she thought about Yi Tianyun one last time as she was prepared to take her own life. That is the best course of action for her, as she didn't have any means left to get away from those bandits. It was way better than letting herself get captured by these bandits. Elder sister? A voice she never expected was heard from above. She looked up and saw a familiar face that she never thought would see ever again. Chapter 700. The word sisters reminded Zhaolinga of the good old times when she was still in the mortal world. Only one person in this world called him sister, but the girl was still very young at that time. What she saw now is not a little girl anymore, but a beautiful woman. Nonetheless, Zhao Linghe was still quite familiar with that face. Shuiyun? Zhao Linghe asked for confirmation, as she wasn't quite sure. More than 10 years had passed. In that amount of time, many things could happen, and that made her a little bit unsure. Yes, it is me, Shuiyun shouted excitedly. But when she saw that Zhao Linghe was getting captured, she felt a little worried. Tianyun, save her, she said to Yi Tianyun with a frown on her face. Yi Tianyun nodded and flew over to Zhao Linghe. He stared at her for a while, as she was the mother that he didn't have any memories of. However, judging from her appearance, there was a slight resemblance to Yi Tianyun. Are you really Tianyun? Zhao Ling asked while trembling as she got all emotional. This was the baby that she left behind in mortal world. She could definitely feel the connection to him, as she was confident that the man in front of her was really her child. Don't come near me. Just run, Zhao Ling shouted, as she didn't think Yi Tianyun would be able to help her. After all, the 4 bandits wouldn't care even if there were 2 more enemies in their way. They would just kill anyone that tried to block their path, especially when the blood-drinking grass was on the line. But her warning was too late. The 4 bandits appeared behind her, snickering as they successfully captured Zhao Linghe once more. Wow, I never expected she has an acquaintance here. If you want to save her, why don't you stay here and give us all the treasure in your possession? Just make sure those treasures don't disappoint me. Heavenblood said while looking at Yi Tianyun from top to bottom. Hey boss, that girl is definitely a virgin. She would definitely be a great snack later, Heavenwater said excitedly as he was eager to taste the flesh of a virgin girl. You brat. Can you think of other things besides your stomach every once in a while? Heaven Fiend said while slapping the back of Heavenwater's head before he smirked greedily. Even if you want her, I have to taste her first, he said evilly. Did you suddenly become the boss of this group? I am the boss, and I have to be the first, Heavenblood said coldly. After hearing Heavenblood's word, Heavenwater and Heaven Fiend just nodded and took a step back. They know that they couldn't argue with Heavenblood, so they just smiled and gave up. All of them laughed their hearts out as they know that they had something to look forward to tonight. On the other hand, Zhao Ling's eyes were filled with sadness and despair. She didn't expect to meet her son again under these circumstances, but now she had to die while knowing that her son wouldn't be far behind. She wanted the struggle from the chain that captured her, but she couldn't do anything. Why did God treat me like this? Zhao Linga cried as she was really desperate. It wasn't 4 bandits anymore, it was 5 as their leader joined the fray. Everything was beyond her expectation and thus led to her demise. Little beauty, don't be so sad. We all will get along, and you aren't alone. Heavenblood said to Zhao Linghe with an evil smirk on his face. Capture the girl, kill the man, he ordered his lackeys. They wanted to keep the girl as she was a virgin, but there was no reason for them to keep the man too. And so, Yi Tianyun was faced against 3 powerful Spirit King experts that immediately surrounded him. Even so, he wasn't scared at all. In fact, he felt nothing but disgust towards them. He would kill people like them just for the sake of getting rid of filth in this world. It no longer mattered whether they picked a fight against him or not. Boy, you have fierce eyes. I'm looking forward to poking it out later, Heavenwater said as he smirked at Yi Tianyun. He then immediately rushed over towards Yi Tianyun without hesitation while letting his 5th-layer Spirit King aura free. His aura immediately created water out of thin air, and he immediately pounced on Yi Tianyun like a fish out of water. He was a water cultivator, so he had a set of water-manipulating techniques. In other words, his techniques were stronger when he fought near water. No, stop it, Zhao Ling shouted at the side as she begged them to stop. But clearly, Heavenwater didn't care about it. Zhao Linghe was already trapped, so he didn't need to be concerned about her anymore. In fact, all of them enjoyed seeing their prey begged, struggling to break free, and finally lost all hopes when they were about to be killed. Zhao Linghe looked up at Shuiyun as she thought that Shuiyun might help Yi Tianyun, but she was confused when she saw that Shuiyun was completely calm and didn't bother to help Yi Tianyun at all. But as Heavenwater came close to Yi Tianyun, a spiritual hand suddenly appeared, trapping Heavenwater in its grasp. You are trash. It is a waste of spiritual energy to leave you alive in this world, Yi Tianyun said coldly as he pressed his hands against each other, and the spiritual hand immediately copied. Heavenwater was squeezed to death and exploded into a bloody mist. The blood slowly dripped into the ground, staining it for a small amount of time before it was completely absorbed to the ground. That was the characteristic of Desolate Bone Forest. Anyone who walked on the ground had a chance to die from blood loss as the ground would drain their blood dry. The bandits were shocked to see what Yi Tianyun was capable of. Although Heavenwater wasn't the strongest, he was in the middle in terms of power in their group, but it was clear that the boy didn't show any effort to kill him. A slight sense of fear began to creep out on their minds as they thought that they might have made a mistake. Zhao Linghe was also surprised as she never expected her son to be this powerful. Chapter 701, Heaven Water. Heaven Fiend shouted, but it was already too late. The rest of the bandits immediately surrounded Yi Tianyun with the chain on their hand. These chains weren't any regular chains. It was a high-grade sacred tool made specially to restrict others' movement. It would require an immense power to break from its grasp. They immediately hurled the chains towards Yi Tianyun, and at the same time a dazzling light shone, creating many light nets that were ready to capture Yi Tianyun. These light nets were spiritual energy that was weaved together, forming a sturdy net to capture anything. "Get away from that net," Zhaoling shouted, as she knew that the light net was difficult to break. However, she didn't have to remind Yi Tianyun of the power of the net, as Yi Tianyun already realized it himself. Yi Tianyun immediately pulled out the heavenly netherworld divine sword and swung it towards the incoming net. A yellow wave of light immediately cut through the light nets, destroying them in the process. The yellow wave of light even cut the bandits in two with ease. The two of them being Heaven Imperial and Heaven Splendor. They couldn't block the yellow wave as they didn't have enough strength to do so. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword, plus the power from Desolate Ancient Set, simply had immense destructive power. Unless Yi Tianyun's opponent was using a divine tool, it was impossible to block his attack. The additional effect of Desolate Ancient Set also corroded the two's bodies, making it impossible for them to regenerate or stick themselves up together again. "Boss, save us," Heaven Splendor asked Heaven Blood for help, as the fear of dying was clearly seen in his eyes. However, it was already too late, as his body was starting to corrode and turn into sands because of Desolate Ancient Set's effect. Heaven Splendor and Heaven Imperial completely turned into sand, falling all over the ground, but now the ground didn't absorb them as there was no blood left behind. The rest of the bandits wanted to save Heaven Splendor and Heaven Imperial, but they couldn't, as they were driven away by Yi Tianyun's attack themselves. Furthermore, they didn't know how to stop Heaven Splendor and Heaven Imperial's body from corroding into sands. Furthermore, their body also showed the effect of corroding as they tried to block Yi Tianyun's yellow wave earlier. It was clearly a bad move, as they were now at the risk of becoming sand themselves. They released all of their auri to resist the corroding effect as their body slowly turned yellow from the corroding effect. "It seems that you can still resist my power somehow," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He didn't need to try excessively to defeat these bandits, as they were far weaker than what he was capable of. He didn't even need to use any technique, as Desolate Ancient Set's passive effect was enough to overpower these bandits. No matter what they did, they would never be able to win against Yi Tianyun. "This boy's power is too terrifying," Heaven Blood said as he trembled on the spot, as he was at his limit from just resisting the corrosion effect. He now realized how naive his thought was. He didn't have any chance to kill Yi Tianyun from the beginning. "Boss, we have to run away," Heavenly Fiend shouted while pulling out a jade pendant. Heavenly Blood nodded and did the same thing as he destroyed the jade pendant. Suddenly, a ray of light illuminated their body, and they immediately flew away with an enhanced speed. It was Escaping Heavenly God Talisman, and it had the capability to enhance the user's speed by several times to escape the battle. But sadly, it wasn't enough to get away from Yi Tianyun. He flashed in front of the two of them and immediately kicked them to the ground. Blood spurted from their mouth as they hit the ground hard, but that was not the end of it. Yi Tianyun quickly descended and let himself fall on top of Heaven Blood's chest, dealing tremendous damage to his battered body. "What is this power? Who are you?" Heavenly Fiend asked with a terrified expression. He never expected a teenager would be able to defeat them all like this, but that wasn't all. The teenager completely overpowered them without any effort. "What good would that be to a dying person like you?" Yi Tianyun said as he flew towards Zhao Linghe and freed her from the chain. "Elder sister, are you okay?" ch601 said as she flew towards Zhao Linghe worriedly. "I am fine, but are you really ch601? Zhao Linghe said unsurely. She hadn't seen ch601 for a very long time, so she wasn't quite sure as ch601 has grown. "Yeah, I am ch601, ch601 said excitedly as she could meet her elder sister once again. She has always respected her, and that feeling hasn't changed, although she has already left for a long time. "Is he?" Zhao Linghe said doubtfully as she looked over to Yi Tianyun. "Yes, he is your son, Yi Tianyun," ch601 said with a smile on his face. "Really? He is really Yi Tianyun?" Zhao Linghe said as the look of amazement could be seen on her face. Seeing his mother's face was full of wonder and amazement, Yi Tianyun sighed. He didn't feel the emotion that a normal person would feel once they saw their mother after a long time, and that was also the reason he didn't understand why people would fall into tears in this kind of situation. However, he had a new problem that he needed to figure out. He didn't know how to react to his own parent, considering he never had one to begin with. Chapter 702. Tianyun. Zhao Linghe walked towards Yi Tianyun with a slight hesitation, but she eventually came around and held him firmly in her arms. She was a crying mess right now, as she never expected to see her son again. Yi Tianyun himself was embarrassed by this turn of events, but he couldn't say that he wasn't touched by the motherly affection he received. But then again, he didn't really feel anything, as he didn't have a strong emotional connection with his mother. A moment later, Zhao Linghe let go of Yi Tianyun, and her expression wasn't as stiff as it was earlier. She wanted to shout because of how happy she was as she could see her son again, but she refrained from doing so as she realized that this wasn't the time. She also knew that Yi Tianyun wasn't ready for her yet. "Tianyun, she is your mother," ch601 said carefully as she saw Yi Tianyun barely showed any reaction. She was anxious that Yi Tianyun would break Zhao Linge's heart by rejecting her or suddenly get mad as he was abandoned in his childhood. "I understand if you found our encounter awkward. We haven't really met each other before. It would be too much for you," Zhao Linge said as she sighed disappointedly. She knew that Yi Tianyun never met her before, so she realized that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to feel the emotional connection like her. Immediately, Zhao Linghe turned her attention towards Heaven Fiend, who was struggling helplessly on the ground. It was clear that the end was close for this man as his body started to fall apart into sands. "You still want me dead even after getting your hands on my blood-drinking grasses?" Zhao Linghe said coldly. Heaven Fiend just stared at her with despair in his eyes. He never expected their situation would be reversed like this. "Just kill me and get it over with," Heaven Fiend said indifferently as he wouldn't ask for mercy. He was prepared to die every day, so he wasn't afraid of dying. He knew that he wouldn't show mercy to anyone, so he wouldn't expect anyone to show mercy to him either. "Don't worry, I will, but it wouldn't be fast." Zhao Linghe took out the blood-drinking grass and let a small drop of blood drip into her hand. Heaven Fiend and Heaven Blood immediately trembled as they smelled the strong metallic smells from the blood. "What the hell are you trying to do?" Heaven Fiend shouted as he looked terrified. "Why would you want to know?" Zhao Linghe said coldly before placing a drop of blood on Heaven Fiend's chest. A root suddenly emerged from the ground and punctured Heaven Fiend's body before slowly draining his blood. Zhao Linghe also did the same thing to Heaven Blood before they screamed in pain. But it wasn't long before they were sucked dry. Yi Tianyun didn't say anything as this was the characteristic of blood-drinking grass. It had to absorb blood before it could grow, and it didn't matter whose blood it was. After a while, a blood-drinking grass grew from the speck of blood that Zhao Linghe dropped on their body, and their blood essence was completely dried up, but they weren't dead just yet. Although they have run out of gas, it would take a while for them to finally succumb to their fate. Zhao Linghe immediately plucked the blood-drinking grass from their chest and sealed them before they could absorb anyone else's blood. "Let's go. We don't have anything else to do here," Zhao Linghe said to Yi Tianyun and ch601, who nodded immediately and left with Zhao Linghe. "Elder sister, why would you come to a dangerous place like this? Is it for those blood-drinking grasses?" ch601 asked curiously. "Does it have something to do with Yi Xingchen?" ch601 asked further. "Just come with me for now. You will find out eventually," Zhao Linghe said as she glanced at Yi Tianyun before flying forward. ch601 nodded and remained silent as Yi Tianyun never talked from the beginning. He kept thinking about what was on his mother's mind. Soon, they went from the forest to a somewhat safe location. Zhao Linghe directed them to a cave, and once Zhao Linghe removed the hidden great array that protected the place, they all got in. Inside the cave, they all saw a water crystal coffin, and inside lied a handsome man that surprised ch601 immediately. "Is that Yi Xingchen?" ch601 asked surprisedly. Yi Tianyun was surprised after hearing ch601's question. He didn't expect to see his own father inside a coffin like this. Furthermore, this man was supposed to be Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's #1 genius, so what was with this sorry state he was in? He immediately felt the aura around the coffin and realized that his father wasn't dead, but it was obvious that his blood essence has been drained. Why would his blood essence dry up like this? "What happened?" Yi Tianyun asked Zhao Linghe as he observed Yi Xingchen's condition. "I don't really know who sent those people, but your father and I were attacked. We successfully got away, but we found out that your father was poisoned not long after. It was bloodthirsty poison that will drain the target's blood essence, causing them to fall into a long deprived sleep. I can only supplement him with a blood essence medicinal pill. I've been preserving his condition for more than 10 years now. It happened just before we wanted to go back to Mortal World to find you, but as you can see, the situation doesn't allow us to do that," Zhao Linghe said with a saddened look on her face. "You have to know that it wasn't our intention to abandon you." "The situation never allowed us to do that," Zhao Ling said as she shed her tears as she looked over to Yi Tianyun. She couldn't drag her husband to Mortal World in this condition as the blood-drinking grass only grew properly around there, and no medicine could help Yi Xingchen in the long run on Mortal World. "I never expected the situation to turn out like this. Do you have any idea who the perpetrator might be? You may have suffered, but so am I," Yi Tianyun said coldly. He could guess who had done such a thing, but he hoped that wasn't the case. Chapter 703, Yi Xingchen was in a deep sleep, but he was clearly uncomfortable judging from his expression. "I can relate to this as I also have a blood essence deficit in my early years," Yi Tianyun said as he frowned while looking at his unconscious father. "When you were little, you also have a blood essence problem?" Zhao Linghe was surprised to hear what Yi Tianyun said, and thus looked over to ch601 to further confirm Yi Tianyun's word. Yeah, Yi Tianyun's blood essence was in a bad state in the past. "It was very difficult for me to provide him the necessary blood medicine to help him recover. It wasn't until an expert come and helped him sort it out that he began to grow strongly," ch601 said with a little bit of guilt on her face. "A help from an expert?" Zhao Linghe asked curiously. Yes, isn't elder sister the one who sent the expert? Ch601 asked, as she always thought that Zhao Linghe was the one who sent help for Yi Tianyun in the past. Why would you think I am the one who sent help? After I handed Yi Tianyun to you that day, I immediately left for Heaven World. Although we didn't want to stay at Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, we couldn't come back to Mortal World as the path has been blocked, Zhao Linga said confusedly. When we know that Yi Xingchen had been poisoned, I couldn't find any solution to detoxify him, so I put him in this state to give me time to find a solution. We really want to go to Mortal World to get you, but we didn't have such a time in our hands. So, who is this expert? Was it one of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's experts? She began to wonder. Yi Tianyun felt awkward by the current situation as he basically lied to Ch601 about the expert that helped him. He did it to prevent Ch601 from asking further questions regarding why he could become so strong in such a short amount of time. I don't really know who he is, but he really unraveled everything. I felt like a completely different person after that, Yi Tianyun said awkwardly. But from the looks of it, it may be the same poison, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. You were born in Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, but you weren't born under their influences. After you were born, a maid took you to clean you up while I was resting. Could it happen at that time? Zhao Linghe began to wonder while her complexion started to change. If that was the case, who would do such a thing? Is it Sealing Heaven Divine Nation? Yi Tianyun said coldly. It is possible. The first elder of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation rejected me completely. He wasn't willing to let Yi Xingchen marry me by saying that I might dilute his bloodline or something. He is your grandfather, actually, but I didn't expect him to be that cold. He was the one who told me to leave you in Mortal World as he disliked your presence too. Over the year, I have been looking for a variety of spirit medicine to supplement Yi Xingchen's blood essence, but it was tough to get one. Zhao Lingshi said with a saddened look on her face. She looked at Yi Xingchen, who was lying on the crystal coffin, and her eyes became teary with sadness. However, she could find strength as he looked at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun walked towards Yi Xingchen and began to observe him closely. This was his father, and he had to say that his father was a handsome man, but now his hair was completely white, and his face was also pale, as if he didn't have any blood circulating around his body anymore. Yi Tianyun immediately used his appraisal eye to check Yi Xingchen's situation. Did you ever think of asking Sealing Heaven Divine Nation for help, elder sister? His father wouldn't want this kind of fate to befall his son, wouldn't he? Ch601 asked curiously, as everything was so strange for her right now. Yi Xingchen said that he'd rather die than going back there. So, I want to respect his wishes and dared not to return there. His father was worried about him when Yi Xingchen told him that he would be marrying me, but he was mad at the fact that Yi Xingchen wouldn't listen to what he said. It was all because of their bloodline, so I don't want to go back there either. Zhao Lingshe said solemnly. Bloodline was extremely important, and some bloodlines could only give birth to the same bloodline on the firstborn, while the secondborn wouldn't inherit it completely. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation definitely didn't want to lose their bloodline, so it wasn't like she didn't understand the first elder's anger. It was hard to get the person that was suitable to pass on the bloodline, and he didn't want Yi Xingchen to lose his opportunity. Not everyone was suited to pass on the bloodline. Otherwise, the bloodline would be everywhere. For the greater good of the family, they wanted Yi Xingchen to leave Jiao Linghe. But they didn't expect Yi Xingchen to be stubborn as he ignored them completely and left with Jiao Linghe. Is blood-drinking grass one of the herbs you used in the remedy? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, blood-drinking grass is one of them, but it was very difficult to find it. Fortunately, after some time, I found a clue to find it, and that makes it a little bit easier to find it, Zhao Linghe said as her eyes were full of hope. Well, now you don't have to search for it anymore. Let's take a look at Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. They may have the cure, Yi Tianyun said confidently. It won't work. They wouldn't want anything to do with us, Zhao Linghe said worriedly. Well, that would be the case, but I suspect that the poison is made by Sealing Heaven Divine Nation from the beginning. I don't know whether my guess is right or not. For father's sake and myself, if they were really the one who poisoned us both, I will drag their lord in front of their nation and shove the same poison into his throat so that he could feel what I feel in my childhood, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Zhao Linghe saw the terrifying look on her son's expression and looked over to Ch601, but she noticed that Ch601 didn't seem to be bothered at all. But it is still Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. They are formidable, and you might get killed, Zhao Linghe said worriedly. Don't worry, they won't be able to do anything to me. But if I found out they were really the ones behind it all, I will eradicate them all. I don't care who they are, as I always destroy my enemies to their root, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Zhao Linghe stared at her son with a slight worry, but she knew that the baby he left back then was already a man with a lot of responsibility on his shoulder. Chapter 704. Yi Tianyun has already made up his mind, leaving Zhao Linghe speechless. At the end of the day, they were up against Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Even though Yi Tianyun demonstrated an exceptional strength earlier, she didn't think he could fight them all off. They would have a number of Divine King experts, which was on a whole different level compared to the 4 bandits that Yi Tianyun fought earlier. If you want to go there, I will come with you, Zhao Linghe said confidently. Fine by me. Yi Tianyun nodded. He didn't mind his mother coming with him as he could make sure that she is safe. It was better than staying here. Zhao Linghe then used Ring of Living Creatures so she could bring the sleeping Yi Xingchen along safely. She really hoped Yi Xingchen could be saved and wake up to see his own son has become a strong man. Yi Tianyun then summoned the Blue Phoenix and quickly flew towards Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Ding. Successfully completed the main quest, Find the Parent. Reward, 500 million XP, 10,000 roulette ticket, 2x Super Lottery roulette ticket. Ding. Successfully take a new main quest, Cure Father's Illness. Reward on completion, 500 million X, 100,000 roulette ticket. The soul guidance immediately disappeared, but it was worth it even though he had to lose 3 million CPs in exchange. Hadn't he rushed to Zhaolinga's aid, she would have been dead? Now that he got another main quest, and he was already on his way to complete it without the guidance of the quest, Yi Tianyun couldn't help but think that everything was already in order. At the same time, Zhaolinga was shocked once again as she saw that her son had summoned a strikingly beautiful blue phoenix. Her mind kept thinking that her son has already achieved so much that even surpassed both his parent. She wanted to ask Yi Tianyun how he got all this power, but she didn't know where to start. She knew that she owed Yi Tianyun so much for abandoning him on mortal world. ch601, who sat next to her on the phoenix, sensed her frustration and immediately held her hands. Sister, what are you thinking right now? Do you want to know what Yi Tianyun has been doing over these years? ch601 asked curiously. Yi Tianyun heard what ch601 was saying and felt a little bit awkward as he couldn't help it if his mother was still unsure how to approach him. Nevertheless, he wouldn't say anything for now, and thus ch601 began talking about what she knew about Yi Tianyun. She told Zhaolinghe about the feat that Yi Tianyun accomplished in mortal world that shocked Zhaolinghe once more. She didn't know that Heavenly Jade Palace has changed so much that it even become an empire now. My son has established his own empire? Zhaolinghe asked surprisedly. She was crying out of relief when she heard that her son wasn't struggling hard these days, nor did he have to beg for others' help to live his life. Yes, Yi Tianyun is very powerful. He is talented indeed, just like you, ch601 said with a smile on her face. Zhaolinghe wiped the tears from her eyes before she looked towards her son. My son, you have worked hard over the years, Zhaolinghe with a proud look on her face. She didn't care about the enemy that Yi Tianyun had to destroy to build his own empire, but she knew that it wouldn't be easy. It was all right. I have Aunt with me at all times. Yi Tianyun said with a big smile on his face as he looked over to ch601. ch601 was flustered slightly, but she didn't break away from Yi Tianyun's contact. She didn't know if it meant that they were officially together, but it was surely a big leap, seeing that her sister could become her in-laws in a near time. Seeing the exchange between ch601 and Yi Tianyun, Zhaolinga couldn't help but giggle happily. From the very beginning, I've already wanted my son to marry someone like you in the future, but I don't really think that it would become the truth, Zhaolinghe said with a happy smile on her face as she looked at ch601. Sister, did you really think it that way at the time? ch601 asked surprisedly. Yi Tianyun was also curious as his parent already tried to find him a wife even though he was just born. Yes, you're talented, kind, and have a sense of responsibility. Otherwise, I wouldn't trust you to guard Yi Tianyun. I already know that you will take good care of him, Zhaolinghe said with a warm smile on her face. ch601 was stunned that Zhaolinghe already thought that far ahead. She thought that Zhaolinghe might not want her son to pick someone older than him, but it turned out that Zhaolinghe was supporting their relationship. However, she knew that age wasn't a real problem. After all, a cultivator could live for 1,000 years as long as they could cultivate their power and technique to a certain degree. Since you are together, just know that I support it to the fullest. I don't have anything I can gift to you right now, but maybe this necklace would suffice for now, Zhaolinghe said as she handed over a necklace to ch601. It wasn't an ordinary necklace at all, it would be around mid-grade sacred tools level. Son, I hope you would take care of ch601 from now on. Protect her from any danger through thick and thin, Zhaolinghe said solemnly with a warm smile on her face. Thank you, mother, I will. Yi Tianyun smiled as he really appreciates his mother's support. Son, we owe you a lot, and we know that you don't really need our skill now, but I hope we can make it up for you in the future, Zhaolinghe said hopefully. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as he was lost for words. He couldn't describe the feeling that he felt right now, but he was really grateful that he could get along with his parent. Chapter 705. With ch601's help mending the bridge between Yi Tianyun and Zhaolinghe, the atmosphere wasn't as awkward as before. Zhaolinghe really loved Yi Tianyun as her son, and she was also proud of him, who has become such a dependable man. Although Yi Tianyun didn't quite love his mother just yet, he respected her for being loyal to her husband, or should he say, his father for this matter. We are almost at Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, Yi Tianyun said casually. Tianyun, when we got there, don't act impulsively. We will see grandfather first. We should be able to see him if he knows I'm coming, Zhaolinghe said worriedly. I will do what I can, but I will do it my own way if they do something insincere. If anyone acts rudely to me, or we found out that the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was really the one behind the poisoning, I will not hold back. Zhaolinghe nodded her head as she knew how annoying it would be when they found out that the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was really the one behind all this misery. You don't have to worry about it. If they were really the ones behind all this, I would join you as well. People referred to me as the Vengeful Lady, and I will prove what it means towards my enemy, Zhao Linghe said with a smile on her face. But even though Zhao Linghe acted confident like this, she was still worried and nervous inside, as Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was a powerful faction. Yi Tianyun smiled, as he didn't have any emotional attachment to his ancestors' land either. Mother, do you have any idea who would do this to us in the first place? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, I have a faint idea who it was, but I'm not quite sure just yet, Zhao Linghe said unsurely. Who would it be? Yi Tianyun asked once again. It is the third elder. Even if the great elder doesn't want anything to do with me, he won't do such a cruel thing to his own son, but the third elder has been against me from the very beginning. He even tried to attack your father and me when I told the great elder that I was pregnant at that time, Zhao Linghe said worriedly. I was afraid at that time that they would take you away from me. That was the reason that I immediately escaped from Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's imperial city and gave birth to you in a small town nearby, Zhao Linghe said with a sad expression. But, the great elder, your grandfather was the one who let me and your father escape in the first place. I don't know if he had anything to do with anything that happened to us, but I hope he didn't, Zhao Linghe said with a frown on her face. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood what Zhao Linghe was trying to say. After all, the great elder was still the father of her husband and the grandfather of her son. Even though we know that the great elder would still accept us at Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, your father didn't want to return as he was really sick of hearing people telling him to pass on a strong bloodline for the sake of the faction. They wouldn't want me alive. If they saw you, they wouldn't want you alive either, as they would think that you would affect their power struggle later. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yes, it was one of the possibilities. When you were born, we measured your bloodline, but it was faint. You have a little to none. Heaven Divine King's bloodline in you, but it was enough to create chaos as the third elder's grandson was in the same position as you, since both of you were the rightful candidate for the next lord, Zhao Ling, he said solemnly. I knew it. In the end, the reason was a power struggle. Yi Tianyun shook his head as he already suspected as much. But it was regrettable that Yi Xingchen, who was said to be the genius of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, ended up being targeted as well. I also have a rough idea who poisoned you earlier. It was the maid who bathed you right after you were born. Besides her, no one else came close to you without me knowing what they were doing. Well, she might be under someone else's intimidation. After all, a normal person wouldn't stand a chance against an expert, Yi Tianyun said casually. Even if that's the case, we couldn't accuse anyone just yet. We don't have any evidence to begin with. It was all just a speculation without a body, Zhao Linghe said with a frown on her face. That's all right, we are bound to get the evidence later, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He had various ways to collect evidence later. For example, he could use the Eye of Charm's power to get it from someone with lower cultivation than himself later. We have finally arrived, Yi Tianyun said as he landed outside of the city wall. The guard immediately stopped them as they started to walk towards the gate. You two again? What do you want this time? The guard asked curiously. We are Yi family, Zhao Linghe said as she pulled out a token that emitted unique energy. Second Elder's token, please walk inside, the guard said immediately. Zhao Linghe nodded and started to walk inside again before she was stopped once again. Zhao Ling? An old man's voice was heard from the side. She recognized that voice and immediately turned her attention towards the old man with a frown on her face. I didn't expect you to come back here. Where is Yi Xingchen? Did he finally cast you aside? Deacon Xiao said with a smirk on his face. I don't have time to hear your gibberish, Deacon Xiao. I have an urgent matter to attend to, Zhao Lingshe said coldly. Urgent matter? Our Sealing Heaven #1 genius ran away with you. How dare you return here after what you've done? Did you want to ask for more resources now that you've been cast aside by your husband? Did you finally become a beggar who wants some pocket change here? Deacon Xiao said condescendingly. Yi Tianyun sighed, flashed forward, and slapped Deacon Xiao's mouth. Deacon Xiao was thrown to the side, and his lips were bleeding. Zhao Linghe was smiling, but she couldn't help but think how powerful her son was. Pay attention to your word. If she was a beggar, then you are a trash that's not even worth a dime, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun couldn't just brush it off when someone humiliated his loved ones like this. Chapter 706, Zhao Linghe. To think that you dare to step foot in this place again just to attack me? This is a rebellion. Deacon Xiao stood up angrily while caressing his face. Yi Tianyun sighed as he was kind enough to let the man live, but he was starting to regret it now. You still have the guts to say that? Now I give you two choices. Either you take us to Second Elder, or I will slap you once again, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Deacon Xiao was furious after hearing Yi Tianyun's words. Huh, you wish. If you want me to take you to the Second Elder, apologize to me now, Deacon Xiao said with a smirk on his face, but he made a wrong decision here. Yi Tianyun slapped him in the face once again, and it was so fast that Deacon Xiao didn't have the time to react. What did you just say? Go on, spit those words once again, Yi Tianyun said coldly while Deacon Xiao was lying on the ground with blood dripping from his mouth and broken teeth. But the look on Deacon Xiao's face was still furious as his pride was getting trampled. I will not take you there, he said between his broken teeth. Yi Tianyun slapped him once again, further injuring Deacon Xiao's face. Are you sure you wanted this? Yi Tianyun said calmly. Zhao Linga and Shi Shuiyun silently watched the scene from the side as they thought that Yi Tianyun was ruthless, but the deacon was to blame as well. I will bring you there, Deacon Xiao said weakly as he couldn't stand the pain anymore. Thus, Yi Tianyun stopped and dragged Deacon Xiao to stand back up and pushed him to start walking. The deacon immediately walked towards the second elder's place with a bitter look in his eyes. Many disciples of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation who saw Deacon Xiao were confused when they saw Deacon Xiao's swollen face. However, they couldn't bring themselves to ask as Deacon Xiao seemed to be with a guest. Most people there didn't know Zhao Linga unless they'd been staying there for a long time like Deacon Xiao. With Deacon Xiao's guidance, they walked deeper into the mountain. This mountain was called Fengtian Mountain, and it was guarded by two Spirit King experts as it was the most important sacred mountain for Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. If anyone wanted to hike up the mountain, they had to show a secret order or notify the elders to enter. And thus, after Deacon Xiao was close enough to the guards, he immediately ran over and shouted nonsense. These people are trying to break into Fengtian Mountain. They even hurt me and threatened me to get their way. Deacon Xiao shouted as he ran to the guards. Yi Tianyun sighed and immediately rushed over and slapped Deacon Xiao once more. This time, Deacon Xiao was left unconscious from the attack, but Yi Tianyun still didn't kill him. The expression of the guards quickly changed. When they noticed Zhao Linghe in the midst of strangers who came with Deacon Xiao, they immediately realized that Deacon Xiao was making a false accusation. But still, they didn't approve of Zhao Linga coming back after running away with their young master in the past. I want to see the second elder, Zhao Linga said solemnly. The two guards looked at each other and closed their eyes as they found the situation bothersome. All right, I will report this situation to the elders and ask if they allow you to enter Fengtian Mountain. In the meantime, you all stay here, one of the guards said with a solemn face. The guard immediately left towards the mountain to report, leaving the other guards to treat Deacon Xiao's injuries. But after a while, a new voice boomed from the side, startling Zhao Linghe and the guards. You again, the old man shouted. Long time no see, third elder, Zhao Linghe greeted coldly. She didn't show any respect for the old man as she looked at him disinterestedly. The third elder was surprised by Zhao Linghe's attitude, but when he saw the young man beside her, he finally noticed that the face was familiar. Is that young man Yi Xingchen's son? The third elder said solemnly. Yes, I want him to meet the second elder. But what is it to you? Zhao Linghe said calmly. Capture them, the third elder said calmly as he pointed his finger towards Zhao Ling and Yi Tianyun. The disciples who came with the third elder immediately surrounded them as they followed the third elder's order. What is the meaning of this, third elder? We just wanted to see the second elder, and you want to capture us? Did you want to kill me now? Zhao Ling said coldly. Yi Xingchen has betrayed the family to be with you. It was a give that I'd capture and interrogate you regarding that matter. It was a shame for Sealing Heaven Divine Kingdom to lose Yi Xingchen, but we have to uphold the law, the third elder said calmly. Really? I wonder if you have anything to do with us being hunted down on the past, Zhao Ling he said calmly. The third elder's expression changed a little bit, but it didn't show much for others. What are you saying? You didn't even bother keeping contact with us for so long, and now you accuse me of hunting you down? We are searching for you, but we didn't want to kill you, the third elder said calmly. The third elder was back to his poker face after that, but Yi Tianyun knew better. The slight change of expression in the third elder's expression earlier showed that he knew something about the hunt for Zhao Linghe and Yi Xingchen. Chapter 707, Zhao Linghe wasn't that innocent to think that these people never traced his mother's whereabouts. They clearly knew something about what happened. She knew that there was no evidence to prove her accusation, but she was confident about her own judgment. The third elder also showed his best poker face. His expression didn't change despite Zhao Linghe accusing him of a crime. But it was a given, as why would a high-ranking elder admit to such a thing anyway? Mother, you don't have to say anything else. I have my own little way to make them talk, Yi Tianyun said casually. He was too bored to hear this back and forth between his mother and the third elder as no one would relent. He has his eye of charm, and once he controlled someone with it, there would be no secret left unturned. What is your solution? Zhao Linghe asked curiously. Meanwhile, Shi Shuiyun just smiled but didn't say anything else. Just watch, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face without explaining anything. He used his eyes of charm on the third elder. The third elder, who was setting his gaze on the boy, felt cold suddenly, and his eyes lighted up a little bit. I advise you to be obedient. Otherwise, don't blame us if something bad happened, the third elder said as he started to rush towards Yi Tianyun. The rest of the disciples beside him followed suit and rushed towards Shi Shuiyun and Zhao Linghe. Yi Tianyun just smiled and let the third elder get closer. The third elder was about to attack, but Yi Tianyun quickly grabbed his hands. They were in a stalemate, was locked as none of them could attack at this position. Are you really sure about this? I wouldn't mind destroying your hands, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun didn't show any sign of fear as he didn't feel like he was in danger at all. You are quite arrogant, kid. It's starting to get annoying, the third elder said coldly. But he felt someone coming from behind, and when he looked up, he froze after seeing that an old man was coming down towards them. Zhao Linghe, you are back, the old man said with an indescribable tone on his voice. This old man was the second elder, Yi Yuanlong, Yi Tianyun's grandfather. Yi Yuanlong shifted his gaze to the boy in front of the third elder and trembled as he realized who it is. Yi Tianyun had an uncanny resemblance to his son, Yi Xingchen, with a touch of Zhao Linghei's beauty, making him a more handsome and delicate version of his father. Second elder, you are here. I am trying to capture these people by myself. You don't have to come here, the third elder said with a smile on his face before he let go of Yi Tianyun's hands and walked towards the second elder. This is my problem. You should have stayed away, Yi Yuanlong said solemnly. Second elder, this is no longer your own business. This is shaming our sealing heaven divine nation. This scandal already involved all of us. I think even the great elder would be glad to deal with this matter too, the third elder said solemnly. The third elder wasn't convinced that the second elder would deal with Zhao Linga on his own. After all, she was his daughter-in-law, and now even his grandson was here. Well, deal with them then, Yi Yuanlong said indifferently. He knew that it was the problem for sealing heaven divine nation as a whole, and he couldn't say no to that. If that's the case, we will bring them to the main hall and let everyone witness when we judge them of their sin. The third elder said to Yi Yuanlong before he turned his attention to Yi Tianyun once again. I hope you will not play any tricks here, boy, he said coldly. Wow, why would I have to do any of that when we also want to come in? Are you stupid or something? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. You're really pushing it, aren't you? The third elder said coldly. All right, that's it. Start moving, Yi Yuanlong said urgently. He wanted to help Yi Tianyun as he looks over to Yi Tianyun with a kind eye, but he must stop the third elder from attacking anyone before that. The third elder clicked his tongue and walked up the mountain. He knew that he couldn't do anything while the second elder was there, so he had to wait for the trial and let the other elders judge them first. Where is Yi Xingchen? Yi Yuanlong asked Zhao Linghei. It was a long story. You will know about him later, Zhao Linghei said with a sigh. Yi Yuanlong frowned a little as he knew that the news that he would hear from Zhao Linga later wouldn't be good, but he was also curious about the boy in front of them. Is that your son with Yi Xingchen? He asked Zhao Linga once again. Yes. Zhao Linga replied shortly as she didn't have to hide anything. He's already that big, Yi Yuanlong said as he sighed deeply. His serious expression earlier was appeased as he looked at Yi Tianyun. They soon arrived at the main hall, where there were already deacons and elders waiting for them. Their eyes were immediately fixed on Zhao Linghei and Yi Tianyun as they recognized their face. They blamed Zhao Linghei for dragging Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's reputation into the mud in the past. Although it was such a long time ago, they clearly couldn't forget about it. Wow, she is back! One of the elders was shocked as he saw Zhao Linghei. Nobody expected Zhao Linghei to come back again. After all, she wouldn't get anything here other than imprisonment for embarrassing the faction. I didn't expect a fox like you dared to come showing your face again, an old man said coldly as he looked at Zhao Linga, but he was surprised to see the boy who came beside Zhao Linga because that face seemed so familiar. What did you say? Say it again, I dare you, Yi Tianyun said coldly as his killing intent raged intensely. You are quite arrogant, boy. Do you know who you are talking to? The old man said with a smirk on his face. He was the great elder, the person with a rank just below the Holy King. His cultivation level was high too, at Spirit King stage peak, ready to step into Saint King level. I don't care who you are, you should apologize for what you just said, Yi Tianyun said confidently without any shred of fear. Chapter 708, Yi Tianyun wasn't too arrogant, but when you have power, you wouldn't want your pride to be trampled on by others. Even if he didn't have any power, it was a given to fight for one's family and friend. The most important thing for the cultivator should be the well-being of their loved ones. Tianyun, Zhao Linghei called worriedly. She was trying to tell Yi Tianyun that he should keep his calm as they were in an away game here. Yi Tianyun looked at Zhao Linghei and said nothing. Since his mother told him to stay calm, he would abide by it for now. You are definitely the son of Yi Xingchen. You have the same stubbornness, but this is a pickle. Is that the reason your mother couldn't teach you anything? The great elder said coldly. What is it to you? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. How dare you? Great elder said furiously as he had enough of Yi Tianyun's rudeness. That is enough, Yi Yuanlong shouted boomingly. So, why are you here, Linghei? You have been hiding for years. Why did you show up again today of all times? Yi Yuanlong asked coldly. Yi Yuanlong didn't think much for now, but as he didn't see his son anywhere, he didn't care much about Zhao Linghei. I demand justification for my situation, Zhao Linghei said as she pulled out the water crystal coffin from her ring, and everyone was shocked as they saw Yi Xingchen lying inside. My son, Yi Yuanlong shouted as he rushed towards the water crystal coffin. He hadn't seen his son for so long, but he never expected it would be this bad. He saw that his son was pale and sensed that his blood essence was diminishing. Great Elder and Third Elder looked at each other with a smirk on their face, but it was so fast that no one realized it. The others were in shock as they never expected Yi Xingchen to be in such a condition. How can this happen? What happened? Yi Yuanlong shouted in anger towards Zhao Linga. She immediately explained what happened in the past and reached the conclusion that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation had something to do with it. What good thing is it for us to do such thing to you and Yi Xingchen? He was once the genius of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation and will become the Holy King in the future. Why would we send people to kill such a man? The Great Elder said angrily. That is true. It has to be your own doing that something like this happened to Yi Xingchen. You are probably making enemies left and right without you realizing it, the third elder said coldly. It was such a waste that he had to spend his days inside Water Crystal Coffin like this after he escaped with you, but to entertain you of such idea, what is your evidence accusing us? The third elder said coldly. The people started to nod their head as they agreed with the third elder. It was common sense to show evidence first before accusing someone. They were clearly disappointed to see Yi Xingchen in this state. They knew that Yi Xingchen was a genius and could easily become the next Holy King in the future, but it was just a dream now as Yi Xingchen has already weakened to the state of needing the Water Crystal Coffin to survive. Enough, Yi Yuanlong whispered sadly. The most important thing is to save him. He couldn't stand seeing his son lying inside the coffin like this, so he wanted to save him quickly. This is a very strong, bloodthirsty poison. Who is vicious enough to poison someone with it? Yi Yuanlong shouted angrily. I have blood-drinking grass, royal phoenix blood essence, and heavenly fragrant god grass with me. It was all the ingredient needed to make the potion, but I couldn't create the potion on my own. Zhaoling, he said to Yi Yuanlong, no wonder you choose to return. It is just to trouble us with something you have caused. Now we will help you, but I want to see you gone once we're done, the third elder said coldly. To tell you the truth, we don't need your help. You clearly misunderstand something here. We are not here to ask for your help, but we are here to ask for compensation for the damage that the poison has done to us. I am convinced that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was the one behind all this, Yi Tianyun said confidently. One proof that I have is your son there. His bloodline is average, his cultivation base is average. Everything about him screamed mediocre. In order to compete for power to become the next Holy King, he had to take out my father from the picture. Does my theory hit the mark? Yi Tianyun said coldly towards the third elder. Yi Tianyun knew that it was taboo to discuss the power struggle on the faction, but he didn't care. Damn you. Why would we ruin the entire Sealing Heaven Divine Nation over our own lust for power? Yi Xingchen is the strongest genius of his era. He would definitely become the best Holy King for our faction, so why would we do something that would harm our faction? Don't you ever doubt our loyalty again, kid, the Great Elder said coldly. What the Great Elder said was the best answer to rally everyone behind him. Yes, our son is indeed mediocre, but that is all right compared to you. Your bloodline is clearly worse, and what is better than that fox behind you? She is all looks and no content. She was only a normal human from mortal world, no more. You told us you don't need our help now? You are delusional, the third elder said with a sneer. They were clearly winning the statement, as it was enough reason not to harm Yi Xingchen, but there was no real proof of what Yi Tianyun accused. They sneered at Yi Tianyun's face without any fear because they knew that there was no trace to their deeds in the past. Chapter 709. The faction's stand was clear. They already said that they would never hurt Yi Xingchen and would be willing to help him as long as Zhao Lingye left him alone. Everyone was convinced that the two elders' words were true, so they didn't really question anything else despite the issues Yi Tianyun brought to light. Yi Yuanlong stood still with a gloomy face. Give me the royal phoenix blood essence and heavenly fragrant god grass. Name your price, he said solemnly. His expression was complicated as no one really knew what he was really thinking. Second elder, I know that you are hasty to save Yi Xingchen, but think about it for a second. Heavenly fragrant god grass will be difficult to obtain, but royal phoenix blood essence is impossible unless you go to the ghost world, the third elder said worriedly. Then we have to go to the ghost world, Yi Yuanlong said solemnly. You are being unreasonable right now, second elder. It's not that easy to go to the ghost world. The channel between heaven world and ghost world has long been disconnected. The only way now is to go through the mortal world, and it was no easy task, the third elder said carefully. The third elder's word was correct, but even if they could go to the ghost world, the Phoenix clan would demand a sky-high price for royal phoenix blood essence as it was such a rare resource. Furthermore, it was hard to trust any Spirit King cultivator as the royal phoenix blood essence was really that powerful. So you are saying that it was impossible to save my son? Yi Yuanlong glared at the third elder coldly. I am saying we should look for another alternative. We have a lot of things to consider in order to solve this problem, the third elder said worriedly. Now, listen to my word. You don't have to think of the ingredient right now. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. We don't need to listen to you. You are here just to cause trouble, and even your accusation is baseless. You don't even have the qualification to talk with me, the third elder said coldly as he was furious at Yi Tianyun's attitude. Shut up! How dare you talk like that to my son? Zhaoling shouted angrily. You sly fox, the third elder shouted, but he couldn't say another word as he was slapped by the second elder. Third elder, I warn you to stop causing commotion. Now, let me find a way to get the royal phoenix blood essence and the heavenly fragrant god grass, Yi Yuanlong said solemnly. Okay, you have gone too far, second elder. Do you think I didn't know what you have done in the past? Yi Xingchen could leave the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation because of your own doing. He was originally a bird in a cage because of his talent. But you let him go, and now you reap what you sow. You keep saying that you care about sealing Heaven Divine Nation's future, but in reality, you are just a selfish old man, the third elder shouted furiously. This was the truth. Yi Xingchen was prohibited from leaving the faction because sealing Heaven Divine Nation was afraid of losing him. It was impossible for him to leave on his own accord unless someone higher-ups let him go. Second elder, you are asking for too much right now. You even helped the outsider. Isn't she the one who seduced Yi Xingchen in the first place? If it weren't for her, we would have many descendants from Yi Xingchen, powerful descendants, the great elder said, backing up the third elder's argument. So you are saying that you aren't willing to help my son? Yi Yuanlong said in anger. It's not that we don't want to save him, but he had made a big mistake. We can save him, but his blood essence already deteriorated. He wouldn't have a great future ahead of him anyway. The great elder said calmly. We understand that you don't want to give up your son, but it's not worth the resource. You have to get them on your own if you insist, the third elder said indifferently. Okay, I understand that the third elder wants my divine tool. I have known it for a long time now, Yi Yuanlong said coldly. It's not my desire, but you can't just use that many resources for nothing. It is impossible to give that just to get nothing in return. You know damn well that it would be a waste to use it on your son now, the third elder said casually. Third elder is right. It was a rule of the faction to use resources efficiently. You are the one who imposes that rule yourselves, aren't you? Great elder said solemnly. Great, I understand now. I will trade my divine tool for those royal phoenix blood essence and heavenly fragrant godgrass, Yi Yuanlong said coldly. No, you have misunderstood our point, second elder. The resources are worth equal to a divine tool. Therefore, if you want both of them, you have to give us 2 divine tools. The third elder smirked mischievously. That is enough, Yi Tianyun shouted with a booming voice, attracting everyone's attention. How dare you interrupt our talk, you ungrateful brat, the third elder said furiously. But the next moment, he noticed a light coming out of Yi Tianyun's eyes, and he gradually lost control over his own body. The others were surprised as they saw that the third elder suddenly shut up and didn't move from his spot. It is time to end this stupid facade. It is utter nonsense, prancing around while the objective was clearly extortion. Now, let us all see the truth, Yi Tianyun said coldly to the third elder as he controlled him with his eyes of charm. Chapter 710 Yi Tianyun already noticed that the third elder was a scum who tried to fool the entire faction. He wasn't afraid of him as he had an unusually low cultivation base despite being an elder. But surely it was on the highest bar of Eye of Charms criteria at 5th layer Spirit King stage. If he had a higher cultivation level, Yi Tianyun would have no other way to prove his point, but luckily that wasn't the case. Hadn't Zhao Ling told him to stand down, he would have humiliated the third elder effortlessly. Are you the one who sent someone to ambush my parent in the past? Yi Tianyun asked coldly to the third elder. Yes, it was me and the great elder's order. I sent a few more experts to assist at that time, the third elder said with a dull look on his face. Everyone was shocked to hear the third elder's confession. None of them could say anything as everything happened so fast. So, why did you want to kill my parents? Yi Tianyun asked again. Because Yi Xingchen is a threat to our position and our power in the future. The power of Holy King will escape our grasp, and thus we sought to eliminate Yi Xingchen and his child. The third elder said, still expressionlessly. Third elder, what are you talking about? Snap out of it, great elder said furiously as he rushed towards the third elder. However, Yi Yuanlong stopped him before he could reach the third elder. Let him finish what he wants to say first, Yi Yuanlong said coldly. His eyes were full of killing intent, but he was not surprised. Yi Yuanlong didn't seem to be surprised by what the third elder said. It seemed he had suspected that was the case for a long time, but he couldn't prove it, so he had no choice but to stay quiet. He knew that it was impossible for Zhao Linga to make enemies at that time, as she only arrived at the Heaven World shortly. If it were indeed Zhao Linga's enemies who chase after them, it would be in Mortal World, not the Heaven World. As for Yi Xingchen, he had quite a lot of enemy, but no one dared to attack him as he was under the protection of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Attacking him meant declaring war with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. However, what would happen if the one who attacked him were from the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation itself? No one would be able to declare war with anyone as the truth could be buried easily. The Great Elder was still furious, but now it was clear that he was anxious too. He wanted to stop the third elder from spilling the beans any further, but he couldn't go through Yi Yuanlong. They were more or less evenly matched, and if he chose to attack Yi Yuanlong, everyone would be suspicious, and the truth might be uncovered faster. Now, tell everyone what happened in the past, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. The third elder then started to speak out. He explained the detailed story of what happened in the past and what he and the Great Elder had planned. On the other side, Zhao Linghe was losing her patience as she heard the truth coming out of the third elder's mouth. But even so, she was still confused why the third elder would tell the truth. She realized that the third elder only responded to what Yi Tianyun asked and ignored everyone else. She now knew that her son had something to do with all this. She recalled that Yi Tianyun already told her not to worry about anything. Not long after that, the third elder finished his story, and everyone was speechless after hearing the truth behind what happened in the past. It was clear how they felt from the disgust on everyone's face. As Yi Tianyun snapped his fingers, the third elder was startled immediately and looked around with a horrified expression. What did you do to me? The third elder shouted to Yi Tianyun. Everything that I said earlier is all lie. This man has put me under his spell to tell everyone anything that he wants, the third elder shouted to make sure that everyone wouldn't take what he just said to heart. The third elder started screaming to defend himself. Everyone turned their attention to Yi Tianyun. Was the third elder telling the truth? Or Yi Tianyun did manipulate the third elder to say everything? Do you think I'm making it up? In that case, why don't we use soul search on the third elder to confirm the truth? If it truly was misleading information, I am willing to give my life here and be punished in any means necessary. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Soul search? Why would someone be willing to accept that kind of thing? The Grand Elder said worriedly. Well, I agree with my son. Soul search could find any piece of memories that happened in the past. If Sealing Heaven Divine Nation really wants to find out the truth, I suggest that we have to soul search the third elder's memories, Zhaolinga said adamantly. Great Elder and the third elder were pale because they knew that everything would be uncovered if someone used soul search on him. What did you say, you whore? Soul searching? Everything happened because of you, and now you want to damage my soul too? You are a stinking, greedy whore, the third elder shouted furiously at Zhao Linghe. He would do anything to eliminate the soul search option here. Well, you have another option if you want, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out the evil spirit divine sword on the ground. The black energy surged from the sword to the ground, and everyone could see that it was a divine tool that could damage the soul. A divine tool, the third elder shouted as he realized that Yi Tianyun would beat him to death to uncover the truth. Chapter 711, having a divine tool was really something else. Divine Nation had a lot of divine tools, but only some people had the privilege to wield them. Even if they were a high-ranking elder, they wouldn't instantly have this privilege. A divine tool? Yi Yuanlong said with surprise evident on his face. He didn't expect his grandson to have a divine tool. Zhao Linghe herself was surprised too, but she chose to stay silent for the moment. The third elder's eyes shone as he knew that he would get that divine tool if he agreed to the soul search, but it wasn't worth it as everyone would know what he had done in the past. Is one divine tool not enough? Yi Tianyun sarcastically asked before he pulled out the evil spirit armor, which was another divine tool. Everyone was baffled, not because Yi Tianyun has another divine tool, but because it was an armor divine tool. Armor divine tools were rare as the materials to forge one was way more valuable than the materials to forge a weapon. Everyone realized that the third elder had to accept the deal. 2 divine tools for a little damage after the soul search was worth it. But the third elder was still silent, and the look of uncertainty covered his face. Is that still not enough? Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face before he pulled out Evil Spirit Boots, another divine tool. With these boots, it was a complete set of Evil Spirit Divine Tool. A full set of divine tools were extremely rare. It was a whole divine nation's worth of gold just to buy it on the auction. The look of greed filled the room. It was clear everyone wanted to have it for themselves. No one knew that it was worthless for Yi Tianyun, as he often got a full set of equipment from his enemies thanks to his lucky aura. The Evil Spirit set was the divine tools that he got after killing the Imperial Preceptor of Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. He didn't have any use for this set, as it had an extremely evil aura, and most people wouldn't be able to control it. Of course, Yi Tianyun wouldn't have any problem wielding the set, but the Evil God Suit was much more powerful than the effect he got from the Evil Spirit set. Everyone was brimming with anticipation as they knew that the third elder might become the strongest elder if he accepted the deal. Who in their right mind would refuse a whole set of divine tool in exchange for some knowledge in their possession and slight damage from the soul search? No one said anything as they were waiting for the third elder to make his own decision. Everyone began to think that maybe the third elder deliberately remained silent to tip the negotiation to his favor even more. Surely the third elder wouldn't be that dumb. But everyone began to grow impatient as the third elder stayed quiet for too long. Third elder, you are clearly making a profit here. It is a divine tool set. It's worth the little damage you will receive. One of the elders shouted as he grew impatient, waiting for the third elder's answer. Yeah, this is my first time seeing a set of divine tools myself. It's too good to be true, but here we are, another elder shouted, pressuring the third elder to accept. It is truly a sight for sore eyes, but it's also confusing at the same time. If he has this amount of divine tools, wouldn't he be able to cure Yi Xingchen by himself? Why didn't he save them then? Another elder said with a confused expression. His confusion was to be expected, as it was incredible to see a young teenager of Yi Tianyun's age having such amount of divine tools. Where did you get that many divine tools? Third elder asked solemnly. Why does that even matter? As long as you agreed to the soul search and your memories match what you said earlier, it would be yours, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. ch601 was holding her smile on the side. Although it was a little bit surprising that Yi Tianyun would give that much, it was a given for Yi Tianyun to have that much. After all, Yi Tianyun was a man that brought about miracles. You didn't steal these divine tools from someone else, did you? I don't want someone coming here searching for those divine tools later, the third elder said solemnly. Stolen items? Then the one I steal it from deserved it. How can someone with these divine tools be stupid enough to let it got stolen? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Everyone nodded as what Yi Tianyun said did make sense. After all, there was no way anyone would part with such a divine tool easily. Either they died or sold the divine tools themselves for such a thing to be possible. This set was probably an inheritance or something else entirely. No, I wouldn't accept such questionable equipment. I refuse your offer. I have always hated something with zero credibility, the third elder said righteously. He knew that he wouldn't look bad with this excuse, but Yi Tianyun knew that he was just scared everyone would find out the cruel thing he had done in the past. Unfortunately, everyone else thought that the third elder was a righteous person, and thus the look of admiration was clear on everyone else's face. Can I take this set of equipment instead? An old man came from the inside door. He looked very old, like he could just drop dead at any second. However, he still walked in with confidence instead of walking in feebly as he was supposed to based on his age. His eyes still reflected confidence that wasn't inferior to the youngsters. Family Lord, the third elder shouted respectfully. Although they were a divine nation, their leader wasn't the Holy King, but a family lord instead. This was because Sealing Heaven Divine Nation derived from a faction created inside a family. Thus they maintain the title even though they've already become a divine nation. Yi Tianyun observed the current lord from top to bottom and was quite surprised that the lord only achieved 7th layer Saint King stage cultivation base. Although it was a strong cultivation level, it was a little bit too weak for someone his age. Did his cultivation regress due to his old age? Yi Tianyun didn't know for certain, but it was clear that the old man didn't have many years left to live. Chapter 712, Chapter 712, 712, Chapter 712. The current lord came with his cane in one hand. The people in the room immediately showed their respect to the utmost limit, but the lord was already old. It was due time for him to retire from the faction duty. The 3 highest-ranking elders were the candidates for the next lord. The requirement to be a candidate was to have personal prestige, talented children, and of course their own strength. I didn't expect Yi Xingchen's child turns out to be such an amazing cultivator. It really is quite a sight to see such a great cultivation base and foundation at such a young age. Suo Kaifeng, the lord, said with a smile on his face. He realized that Yi Tianyun was much stronger than himself, and with the Sealing Heaven Divine King's pure bloodline flowing in his body, he knew that Yi Tianyun would become much stronger in the future. He didn't have the appraisal eye, so there was no way he knew that Yi Tianyun was currently equipping the Desolate Ancient set and had the crazy mode with him, but that was not the issue. Thank you very much for your compliment, Lord, Yi Tianyun said respectfully. Although the third elder and the great elder gave him a bad impression, it didn't mean that he should behave rudely to the Lord, who didn't seem to do him any harm earlier. What are you saying, my lord? The third elder said nervously. The family lord said that he would take this set of divine tools instead of the third elder, meaning that he would be fine if the soul search was used on him. I will help you get this set of equipment is what I'm saying here. It's such amazing divine tools, and the generation to come would be greatly benefited from it in the future. You don't have to worry about the source. Since you said that you are innocent, there is nothing you should worry about, Suo Kaifeng said indifferently. Rest assured, as I will be conducting your soul search myself. As long as you don't resist, your soul wouldn't be damaged, Suo Kaifeng said confidently, which was the truth as he was already an old man, and the third elder's martial arts memories wouldn't do him any good, so he didn't have any reason to steal it. Cultivators could live for a long time, but they couldn't live forever. Suo Kaifeng has lived his life for a long time, meaning that he had sufficient strength and good people around him, making it possible to live out his life. Yes, you are right, my lord, but the third elder was nervous. He seemed to be racking his brain to find a plausible excuse to refuse the family lord's order, but he knew that he couldn't do that. If he refused, he would be rebelling against the family lord, and it would be equal to rebellion against the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation itself. The great elder frowned, and his expression turned sour. He knew that if the family lord insisted, his action in the past would be exposed. I don't know what else are you waiting for. I don't know what makes you so reluctant to accept this offer, but if you keep this up, I can't help but think that you're not telling the truth, Suo Kaifeng said coldly. No, that is not the case, the third elder said with a pale complexion as he couldn't come up with another excuse to refuse the family lord. Then let's conduct soul search on you immediately. You want me to do it, or do you have any other preferences? Suo Kaifeng said coldly. I am so sorry, family lord. What I did was wrong. I shouldn't have done any of it, please. I beg you to have mercy. The third elder relented under pressure and kneeled down in front of the family lord, begging for mercy. He couldn't find any other excuses, and he didn't want to be soul-searched as it was just going to make him lose even more after everyone knew that he was really the one behind all of it. Everyone was angered after the third elder confessed. He had the audacity to blame it all on Yi Tianyun earlier, but now he admitted that he was really the one behind it all. I don't expect third elder and the grand elder to be the one to cause such havoc. They insisted that they weren't the one behind it at first, but it all turns out to be one big lie. An elder said with a disgusted expression, Does it mean we are blaming the wrong person this entire time? Another elder said with a guilty expression, This is too much. They really did everything for power. What a disgusting creature they have become. another elder said with a bewildered and disgusted expression. They knew that Yi Xingchen was their future hope, but now the elders that they've been looking up to destroyed that hope. Now, the future of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation looked bleak. They were really disgusted by what the third elder and the great elder had done. Family Lord, we are at wrong. We are fascinated by the possibility of attaining more power than what we already have. We have made a huge mistake, but give us another chance. We will never make another mistake in the future. Great Elder kneeled down beside the third elder as he knew that everything was already exposed. He knew that it was no longer possible to deny anything at this moment. How dare you? Yi Yuanlong angrily shouted before he kicked the third elder with all his might, sending the third elder flying while vomiting blood from the attack. He then glared at the great elder. I had a feeling that you have something to do with my son's disappearance, but I didn't expect you to go to such a length. We are from the same family, and I never expected you to be this cruel. Does everything has a meaning for you? Did you see anything was worth it now? Yi Yuanlong said coldly. My son has become a victim of your search for power. What did you get from becoming the family lord anyway? More resources and power? Is it really worth it to destroy my son for it? Yi Yuanlong furiously shouted as he pulled out his sword, but he knew that he couldn't kill these two as it was the family lord's decision to deal with their punishment. Great Elder remained silent as he had no intention to justify any of his deeds. It wouldn't matter anyway, as everyone knew that what he did was something terrible. Well, it seems I don't have to give up any of my divine tool this time. Yi Tianyun said indifferently on the side. The truth was already out, so there's no need for him to give up any of his divine tool as compensation. Chapter 713, Chapter 713, You attacked us when all we want is to leave? How dare you, you coward! Zhao He furiously shouted as she knew that she would be living happily with Yi Xingchen in mortal world had it not for these two elders. She couldn't contain her anger as she was the victim of the elders' heinous act. I'm shocked. I never expected that you would try to kill your family over this position. You thought what you did was beneficial for you. Did you know what happened to a faction if no one is actually qualified to run the faction? This Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would fall apart overnight, Suo Kaifeng said coldly. You are pathetic. All you want is to cultivate a stronger secret art, and what? Did you think you could attain more power than any master out there? Suo Kaifeng coldly said as he let loose his aura, pressuring everyone in the room. At this moment, no one thought that Suo Kaifeng was just an ordinary old man as the pressure was intense. Everyone began to tremble from Suo Kaifeng's aura. The great elder and the third elder were nervous and worried as they knew that the family lord's wrath wasn't something they were keen to see. What would you do if neither of you becomes the family lord? Did you know that you can still cultivate like the family lord if you want? Suo Kaifeng shouted furiously. What? The great elder and the third elder stared wide-eyed at the family lord as they were surprised by his word. They wanted to become the family lord to covet the cultivation technique and martial arts that the family lord would have. However, if they could still get them without becoming the family lord, that meant everything they've done in the past was a waste. It has always been okay in Sealing Heaven Divine Nation to use whatever cultivation technique and martial arts that the faction had as long as you have contributed enough and have compatibility with said technique. You know why I never mentioned cultivation using any of the more advanced techniques that our faction had to you two? It is because you weren't compatible to use any of them, Suo Kaifeng said coldly. Family Lord, we were in the wrong. We are obsessed with the more advanced technique, and we even harm Yi Xingchen for it. We swear that we will find the cure no matter what, the great elder said nervously. It is true, Family Lord. We don't want to be abolished of our cultivation base. We don't want to die, the third elder said nervously. It was clear to everyone that these two were scared beyond their wits. If the family lord decided to abolish their cultivation, they would have nothing left. Their sons were useless and therefore wouldn't be able to take care of them. There is no reason left for you to beg. You have harmed your family, and therefore the only punishment left is to abolish your cultivation base or lay you to rest forever. There would be no mercy as you have to pay for what you have done, Suo Kaifeng said coldly. No, please, Family Lord. You should consider that Yi Xingchen would have run away no matter what. It was equal to betraying the family. We punish those who betrayed us just as we did to others, so he should expect this much, Great Elder argued worriedly. Everyone sort of sympathized with the Great Elder this time. Yi Xingchen did elope with Zhao Linga, so he essentially has betrayed the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation and would be eradicated on sight anyway. Suo Kaifeng was also silenced as the Great Elder's words were truly sound. Did you think he would never come back? If you didn't pressure him in the first place, he would never leave. If you think he is a traitor for Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, then I will avenge him myself, Yi Yuanlong said coldly. But we are family. If you harm us, that means you violate the faction rules and laws. Whatever his reason may be, Yi Xingchen is a traitor. There is no question about it. The third elder said with a smirk on his face. It was unfortunate for Yi Yuanlong and Zhao Linga, but the great elder and the third elder have found a loophole that even the family lord couldn't argue against. Yi Yuanlong's complexion changed as he knew that he couldn't touch the great elder and the third elder to avenge his son anymore. This is the rule set by Sealing Heaven Divine King himself. No one could violate it, not even the family lord. Great Elder and the Third Elder stood up again as they were pleased by the turn of events. It was common practice to punish the deserter even in mortal world. Everyone was dumbfounded as they never thought that the Great Elder and the Third Elder could escape capital punishment. Well, if that was the case, then I will be the one to avenge my father, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He reached out to Evil Spirit Divine Sword, and his body was immediately covered with the evil aura coming out of the sword. I am not the member of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, therefore I won't be punished if I harm or even kill you, Yi Tianyun said with a slight smirk on his face. You are a joke. Even if you aren't part of our Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, you will become the enemy of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation if you attack us. Can you afford to become our enemy? The Third Elder said coldly to Yi Tianyun. Honestly, I am not sure even Sealing Heaven Divine King himself would be able to stop me. Compared to him, the current Sealing Heaven Divine Nation is a walk in the park, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone was shocked by Yi Tianyun's words. No one expected a young man would have the guts to belittle Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in front of the family lord. Zhao Linghe herself was stunned hearing her son's word. She knew that Yi Tianyun was impulsive, but he was not suicidal. But whatever happened, she would always stand beside her son. But hear me out, I don't want to involve the entire Sealing Heaven Divine Nation as my father was originated from here. On top of that, my grandfather is also here, so I could show a little self-restraint with all that as consideration. With that said, I propose a duel. If you two win against me, all of these divine tools would be yours, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Chapter 714, a death duel. Most people couldn't believe what they were hearing. There was no way Yi Tianyun, who was practically a child, could win against the Great Elder and the Third Elder. Absolutely not, Yi Yuanlong shouted as he didn't want this duel to happen. Yi Tianyun was his grandson, the remnant of what was left of his son, and he would never forgive himself if he lost him. Great. Make sure you don't go back on your word, you arrogant brat, let alone both of us. You will never win against me alone. The Third Elder said while laughing maniacally. Well, I meant every word. I am taking you both down at the same time. No need to go line up, Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Everyone was still surprised as Yi Tianyun's words were truly delusional. Both elders were at high Spirit King rank cultivation base. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun was still in his teens. There was no way he could best two Spirit King experts. Zhao Linghe also shared the same opinion. She might believe that Yi Tianyun could take them one by one, but not two at the same time. Son, that is not wise. Those two's cultivation base is among the best at Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, Zhao Linghe said as he tried to change his mind. Mother, it is fine. I already decided what I want to do, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Elder sister, I think it would be the best to leave it to Yi Tianyun, Shi Shuiyun said as she walked towards Zhao Linghe and tried to comfort her. She never doubted Yi Tianyun, and she knew that he wouldn't have any problem defeating the elders if he put his mind to it. But this is two high-ranking elders, Zhao Linghe said as she was still worried about Yi Tianyun's safety, but she also felt a little bit guilty that she couldn't bring herself to trust her son a little more. But these two elders had divine king martial arts in their arsenal, meaning they would be stronger than most cultivators with the same level of cultivation as them out there. As a comparison, the Great Elder was at the Spirit King Peak stage cultivation base, and with his Divine King martial arts, he could overpower up to a third-layer Saint King stage expert. Then, what if the Great Elder had the Third Elder's help? There was no question that their power would be much higher than that. Kid, don't let anger control you. I know that you are angry about what happened to your father, but it's not wise to propose a death duel like this. If you insist, I will accompany you in this duel, just so that you have a better chance of survival. Even if I'm punished for sinning against the faction, I will take that chance over losing my descendant yet again, Yi Yuanlong said frustratedly. In the end, Yi Yuanlong went against the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation to punish these two elders. Don't worry, grandfather, I can deal with them on my own, you just have to trust me, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Yuanlong looked at his grandson's unwavering gaze and immediately backed out from the duel. After all, he didn't believe in Zhao Linghe back then, so he didn't have the right to lecture his grandson this time. Family Lord, do you approve this death duel? Yi Tianyun asked solemnly. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation doesn't prohibit death duel. Therefore, if everyone agrees to this duel, I shall be the witness, Suo Kaifeng said after a moment of silence. Thank you very much, Family Lord. Yi Tianyun nodded respectfully. He never wished to involve himself with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in the first place, but he knew that his father wouldn't be so happy knowing his faction was razed to the ground when he woke up. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake here, brat? If we win, all of those divine tools is ours, right? Regardless of you are alive or not, the Third Elder said with a greedy look on his face. He continued to ask Yi Tianyun for more questions regarding the divine tool, as if it was a given that he would win the duel. Your questions annoy me. Yes, it would all be yours if you can win against me. I will only be using the divine sword, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Great, then we agree to death duel, Great Elder and the Third Elder said at the same time. It was clear to everyone that these two elders were already blinded by greed. The divine tools that Yi Tianyun showed were too precious for them to pass on. So, where will the duel take place? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Here, there is no need to change venue. If you can break this hall, that makes you an amazing cultivator, Suo Kaifeng said sullenly. Well, I don't mind, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. We don't mind as well. Although this brat has already given up his life, I will deal with you alone. There is no need to gang up on a single brat, the third elder said with a smirk on his face. You are free to do anything you want. You will die anyway, Yi Tianyun said with a light shrug. At the same time, everyone has cleared up some space for the duel as they didn't want to get caught in the crossfire between the attack. Your arrogance has no bounds, brat. I will teach you in your final moment that you need to respect your elder. The third elder said as he pulled out a long stick. It was a divine tool rank weapon, which meant that he had a weapon that rivaled Yi Tianyun's. Although it was a death duel, they didn't feel the suspense as everyone thought the third elder would win no matter what. Chapter 7.5. Chapter 7.5. Yi Tianyun had a divine tool, and that was indeed amazing for his age, but the third elder also had one. Some people thought that Yi Tianyun was delusional enough to propose a duel against the third elder and the great elder, and they thought it was foolish not to use all his divine tools. This kid might think that the third elder didn't have any divine tool with him, an elder said with a frown on his face. Yeah, that is one of the possibilities. He may be too confident, and it's not necessarily a good thing, another elder commented. Well, if it were me, I would regret proposing the duel as I wouldn't only lose my life, but also a divine tool set. Everyone began to talk about Yi Tianyun's impulsive behavior as they thought it was an unwise move. Yi Yuanlong looked at the third elder coldly. He made up his mind that he would interfere with the duel as soon as he deemed that Yi Tianyun was in danger. Let's go already. Stop wasting everyone's time, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He stood with the evil spirit divine sword still stuck on the floor. His action was so reckless that everyone began to sigh that it would be a short fight. I don't know which part of you resembles Yi Xingchen. You are too arrogant for your own good, the third elder said coldly. He then released his fifth layer Spirit King stage aura and immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun. He used all his power at once as he was annoyed by Yi Tianyun's arrogance. In an instant, the third elder was already in front of Yi Tianyun, and he immediately attacked Yi Tianyun with a terrifying power. His power augmented a divine thunder, causing his attack to be lightning fast. Everyone was sure that once the third elder's attack landed, the kid would die instantly. Yi Yuanlong was ready to cover Yi Tianyun, but he was too late. He didn't expect the third elder would go all out right from the start, thus he was caught off guard and couldn't reach Yi Tianyun in time. Get away from there, Yi Yuanlong shouted nervously, but Yi Tianyun was unfazed. One wave from the evil spirit divine sword caused a horde of spirits to roar and surround the third elder in an instant. Diving evil spirit, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The third elder's thunder and lightning were instantly swallowed by the evil spirit. Even his whole body was covered by the evil spirit. The third elder couldn't see anything in his vicinity due to the sheer amount of evil spirits covering his whole body. The evil spirit also bit his body and soul as the third elder couldn't defend himself against the evil spirit. He screamed in pain as the damage to his soul and the damage on his body was excruciating. He couldn't attack due to the evil spirit's attack and fell to the ground. He tried to cover his head needlessly as blood started to drip from his ears, eyes, and nose. The third elder obviously couldn't defend against the evil spirit from Yi Tianyun's attack. Everyone was shocked by this scene, as it was clear that the third elder was easily overpowered without Yi Tianyun really doing anything. It was surprising, especially since the third elder had the power of thunder on his side. You will fall under the evil spirit that will keep devouring your soul until it's all gone, Yi Tianyun said coldly to the third elder before turning his attention towards the great elder. You can start whenever, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The third elder has already lost. There was no way he could turn around the tide after taking serious damage to his soul like that. Everyone sighed in relief because they truly thought that what they did in the past was abominable. Yi Yuanlong, who initially wanted to help Yi Tianyun, was dumbfounded as he didn't even lift a hand. It was clear that his grandson was more powerful than the third elder and the great elder. Yi Tianyun overpowered the third elder with just one move. He even let him suffer as long as he could without finishing off the third elder. Like I told you, grandfather, just trust me, Yi Tianyun said with a light smile on his face. All right, I will calm down now, Yi Yuanlong said as he felt excited to see his grandson was this strong. Everyone has told him that his grandson would be weak due to Yi Xingchen marrying some outsider, but clearly everyone was wrong. Yi Tianyun was still young, but he easily overpowered the third elder like it was nothing. Elder sister, I told you not to worry about him, ch601 said with a smile on her face. This is surprising. The third elder was supposed to be more powerful than the bandits from the forest, Zhao Linga said with surprise clear on her face. Even so, she wasn't completely relieved either, as she knew that Yi Tianyun still had to fight against the great elder, and he was supposed to be much stronger than the third elder. Suo Kaifeng's eyes lit up with excitement. He didn't care about the third elder who was lying on the ground as his eyes were focused on Yi Tianyun. He had lived a long life, but he has never seen anything like this. He never saw a genius with a cultivation at this level despite his young age. He was reluctant to agree with the death duel at the start, as he knew that it was such a waste to lose such a young man, but he couldn't do anything about it as Yi Tianyun himself was the one who proposed the duel. Although the third elder and the great elder was his faction member, he couldn't say he agreed with the way they think. It was clear that the third elder and the great elder were blinded by power. He knew that it would affect the faction significantly if he lost two elders at the same time, but as he saw Yi Tianyun's power, he didn't care that much anymore. It was clear that Yi Tianyun was worth more than the two elders combined. I have to admit that you're not bad at all. No wonder you were that confident earlier, provided your cultivation level. Too bad for you it wouldn't work on me. I have the Divine King bloodline on me. All your effort is futile, the Great Elder said with a smirk on his face. Chapter 716. Chapter 716. When the Great Elder saw Yi Tianyun's power, he wasn't really impressed. He thought that it was normal for someone that has so many divine tools to be this capable. He pulled out a giant axe and activated his defense, Divine Rune, on the axe. Everyone could feel boundless energy from the axe that they could barely move due to the pressure. That is the Star Divine Axe. The Great Elder is finally going to use his ultimate weapon. He has killed so many well-known cultivators with that axe, an elder said excitedly. Yeah, I haven't seen the Great Elder use that axe for a long time. He could definitely change the whole venue with that axe's power, another elder said with the same excitement. The kid is indeed strong, but the Great Elder is definitely stronger. There is no way the Great Elder of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would lose against a little boy. What would Sealing Heaven Divine Nation be if we can't even defeat that teenager? Another elder said with a frown on his face. All the elders seemed to be intrigued by the Great Elder Star's divine axe, and no one bothered to look at Yi Tianyun's weapon anymore. They knew that it was a divine tool, but based on their divine tool's appearance, they were convinced that Great Elder's divine tool must be more powerful than Yi Tianyun's. Yi Tianyun was also aware that the Great Elder's weapon was more powerful than his. However, Yi Tianyun wasn't afraid. He knew that he was far more powerful than the Great Elder, and there was no way he would lose the fight. Didn't you say that you have the Divine King bloodline in you? Why don't you show it to me and let me know how strong the Divine King bloodline you respected really is? Yi Tianyun said indifferently, but in fact he was curious of this Divine King bloodline's power. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was extremely cautious of their bloodline transfer. They understood that their descendant would have to inherit the bloodline to some extent, even though they know that the bloodline would be diluted at a later generation. Therefore, they had to slow down the dilution to find a potential partner to have a child with. Kid, don't let him release his bloodline's power. Yi Yuanlong shouted on the side to remind Yi Tianyun. Grandfather, relax. As long as it wasn't the Sealing Heaven Divine King himself, I wouldn't lose. I just want to know how powerful this bloodline that you respected really is. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He sounded arrogant right now, and everyone judged him for it. This brat is too arrogant for his own good. He thought it would be easy to defeat the Great Elder after defeating the Third Elder? I would be willing to bet the kid would regret it later, another elder said with an annoyed expression. It's probably because he is still too young to understand what is happening in front of him right now, another elder said with a frown on his face. The elder immediately acted neutral. They knew that the Great Elder had done something terrible, but seeing that Yi Tianyun was too arrogant, they didn't want to cheer him on as they did earlier. You are really arrogant, kid. I know that you would be powerful in the future, but you won't be able to deal with me in your current state. I will do you a favor and cut your life short, Great Elder said as he immediately released his bloodline power. His aura immediately shone brightly while his axe emitting a similar bright light. It was like seeing a star in the night sky, terrifyingly bright. Star's energy. The Great Elder shouted as his aura was immediately enhanced, raising his power significantly. This is the power of the Divine King bloodline. It was connected to the power of the star, and once it was used, the user's power would be significantly enhanced. The Evil Spirit bloodline's power came from within, while the Divine King bloodline's power came from the star above. The name Sealing Heaven Divine King wasn't just to intimidate the enemy, but because it was truly connected to the source of power that he used. The Sealing Heaven Divine King used the power of the star for his cultivation, which made him one of the strongest cultivators in the past. Due to this surging star energy, the Great Elder's combat power rose to 4 billion. That combat power was far beyond the Spirit King Peak Stage Cultivator. It was something that the 4th layer Saint King Cultivator should have. Clearly, Yi Tianyun wasn't expecting something like this either. The Great Elder's combat power after using the Divine King bloodline rose beyond his expectation. Interesting, no wonder you respected the Divine King bloodline that much. This bloodline would be able to control the world if used properly, Yi Tianyun said with a nod as he was impressed by the Great Elder's power. But even so, the Great Elder's power is still too weak compared to Yi Tianyun's power. Even so, Yi Tianyun knew if the opponent had a purer bloodline, they could cultivate so much easier as they would undeniably be able to use a stronger star energy. It's over, Yi Yuanlong said with a sad expression as he thought that the Great Elder would definitely win. Even he couldn't stop the Great Elder once he used the Divine King bloodline's power. Zhao Longhe also felt the same thing, but ch601 kept comforting her, as she knew that Zhao Linghe would found it hard to accept the truth that Yi Tianyun really was a powerful cultivator. Believe in Tianyun, ch601 said with a smile on her face. Zhao Linga just nodded his head as she knew it was the best she could do at the moment. I wonder if you can withstand the Great Elder's power now, kid, Suo Kaifeng said to Yi Tianyun expectantly. He was looking forward to Yi Tianyun's victory than the Great Elder's victory because Yi Tianyun would have a great potential to surpass the Great Elder in the future. But Yi Tianyun's expression was somewhat bored. The Great Elder's power was too weak for Yi Tianyun that he walked towards the Great Elder and whispered, "Can you raise your power even further?" Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The Great Elder was shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's word. Everyone was also dumbfounded after they heard what Yi Tianyun was saying. Was Yi Tianyun really stronger than the Great Elder, or was he just stupid all along? Chapter 717. Chapter 717. You are merely a cat in front of a tiger. I admire your bravery, but that's it. Those divine tools will be mine, the Great Elder said coldly. He then aimed his axe at Yi Tianyun and swung it with all his might. A line of dazzling starlight manifested, heading towards Yi Tianyun's direction at an extreme speed. It was clear to everyone that the Great Elder was serious and no longer wanted to waste his time on Yi Tianyun. Everyone knew that was just the Great Elder's attitude towards his enemy. He always got serious right off the start so that the enemy didn't have any chance of surviving. The earth shook due to the Great Elder's powerful attack, but fortunately, the room was already coated with divine rune, so the Great Elder's attack didn't damage the palace. Star God, the Great Elder shouted as he swung his great axe once more. A god? Let me teach you the meaning of God here, Yi Tianyun coldly said as he slammed the evil spirit divine sword to the ground. Suddenly, the Great Elder was surrounded by the evil spirits, and Yi Tianyun began to smirk as the effect he was waiting for finally occurred. Ding. Successfully triggers the critical attack, all damage amplified 3 times. The Great Elder was torn apart by the evil spirit that Yi Tianyun summoned. Even the dazzling light that came from the Great Elder's axe was swallowed without a trace. Everyone could sense the terrifying evil aura that came from Yi Tianyun's attack. But fortunately, they immediately stepped back before they got swallowed by the evil spirit too. Everyone was clearly shocked by the power behind Yi Tianyun's attack. The evil spirit that Yi Tianyun has summoned could cover the entire palace with ease. This was the most terrifying attack they have ever seen. It was clearly above the Great Elder's league. Get off of me, the Great Elder screamed as he struggled to get away from the evil spirit. He swung his Star's divine axe repeatedly, but the attack was immediately swallowed by the endless darkness that came in the form of evil spirit. The Great Elder even bombarded the evil spirit with the strongest attack that he could muster, but it just opened a little path from the evil spirit that surrounded him, and it quickly surrounded him again. In the meantime, Yi Tianyun's attack has even swallowed the entire room and even began to shroud the sky above them as if the evil spirit was trying to swallow the earth itself. Good lord. Even the sky was being swallowed, the Elder shouted, full of surprise as they evacuated themselves from the room. They were dazzled by the Great Elder's power just a moment ago, but now they were cowering from Yi Tianyun's power. However, Yi Tianyun's attack didn't last long as the evil spirits were absorbed back to Evil Spirit Divine Sword. The light returned to the hall, and everything seems normal, as if nothing happened in the hall to begin with. Only the Great Elder seemed different as he slumped on the ground with his face pale after taking on Yi Tianyun's attack. He was still alive, but it was clear to everyone that he could no longer fight as the Great Elder groaned in pain, just like the third Elder on the side. People kept thinking that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to defeat the Great Elder even though he might be stronger than the third Elder. But that wasn't the case at all. Yi Tianyun's attack just now was clearly more powerful than the attack he launched toward the third Elder. It was too much different than the last attack. But the thing that left the entire hall speechless was the fact that the Great Elder was defeated so easily. The Great Elder and Yi Tianyun attacked at the same time, but the Great Elder's attack never reached Yi Tianyun at all. It was clear that Yi Tianyun's attack was much stronger than the Great Elder's attack. But even so, everyone knew that Yi Tianyun didn't attack the Great Elder with the intention to kill, as the Great Elder should be dead if Yi Tianyun wanted him to. Your so-called star power is good, but it wasn't enough to reach me. You too would be swallowed by the evil spirit slowly, and your soul would be corroded over time. I hope you would repent your sin in your next life, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He then put away the evil spirit divine sword and looked at everyone else indifferently. He wasn't just arrogant as he had the power to back it up. Everyone realized that Yi Tianyun never considered any of them as a threat as he was just toying with them in the first place. Yi Tianyun easily defeated the Great Elder. Did that mean he was stronger than the Great Elder? If that was the case, then does it mean that Yi Tianyun already reached the Saint King stage? If that was also true, then that meant Yi Xingchen had a son who already reached the Saint King stage at such a young age. Everyone was dumbfounded by these facts alone, and Zhao Linghe was no exception. Yi Yuanlong was even more dumbfounded by the fact that his grandson was even stronger than himself. It was clear that both Yi Yuanlong and Zhao Linghe didn't trust Yi Tianyun enough in the first place. But everyone's attention shifted back to the third Elder and the Great Elder, who kept on screaming horrifiedly, unable to withstand the pain from having their soul devoured by the evil spirit. The evil spirit took its time devouring their soul. Clearly, Yi Tianyun controlled the evil spirit to do so, as everyone knew that the evil spirit could just devour their soul in one go. "Family Lord, save us!" the third elder shouted as he struggled to get up as his face was already petrified from the pain. Cold sweat already covered the floor below him as he kept trying to defend his soul from the evil spirit. He tried to crawl towards Suo Kai-feng as he couldn't withstand the pain any longer. Earlier, he only would do anything to stay alive, but now, even death would be a mercy. "You agreed to a death duel. Thus I have no authority to decide what happens to you," Suo Kai-feng indifferently said as he concealed his emotion to the third elder. From the moment that the truth was out, Suo Kai-feng no longer cared about the third elder and the great elder, as what they have done in the past was really abhorrent. Surely, if Yi Yuanlong attacked these two, Yi Yuanlong would have to be punished as he attacked his own family. But as Yi Tianyun wasn't part of the faction, he could ask for a death duel to pursue justice. Yi Tianyun looked at Suo Kai-feng and nodded at him. If Suo Kai-feng wanted these two to be killed instantly, Yi Tianyun would have done so, but as he realized Suo Kai-feng didn't care, Yi Tianyun wanted to torture these two a little more. Yi Tianyun wasn't a dreadful person, but for these two who justified poisoning a man and even that man's child, Yi Tianyun didn't want to show any mercy. Chapter 788. Chapter 718, Suo Kai-feng's indifference startled everyone else as it was questionable for the family lord to let his two best elders die. But then again, it was done in a fair death match. At the same time, people began to wonder whether the sealing heaven divine nation would take another hit now that two of their strongest elders were in this state. The great elder had the potential to break through into the Saint King stage, and now that he couldn't do that anymore, the sealing heaven divine nation would have to wait for a long time to have someone with the same potential. "Family Lord, please save my father." The son of the great elder rushed towards Suo Kai-feng as he couldn't stand to watch his father anymore. "Family Lord, please save the great elder. We are willing to pay the price for that." Numerous people from the great elder's family stepped forward to ask for mercy to the great elder. They kneeled in front of the family lord to beg for his mercy. "It's not for me to decide if you seriously want to ask for mercy for the great elder. Ask Yi Xingchen's son," Suo Kai-feng said with a frown on his face. He was not a fool. He knew that Yi Tianyun wasn't even serious yet. Thus, he knew that he wouldn't be able to survive the confrontation either. The best he could do was show his utmost respect to Yi Tianyun, so that the sealing heaven divine nation didn't become the teenager's enemy. The death match has been approved by both sides. Thus, everything that happened in the battle was up to the winning side to decide. Thus, the great elder's family was surprised once again by the family lord's decision and immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun and bowed their head for Yi Tianyun to spare the great elder. "I wonder what they were thinking when they poisoned my father and me." They knew full well what kind of poison it was, and they had it in them to proceed with their wicked scheme. "Thankfully, my father is strong enough to withstand the effect of the poison for this long. As for me, I was lucky that I managed to cure the poisoning. Now, if I poison the great elder, would you give me mercy?" Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. The great elder's family was startled by Yi Tianyun's words, as they knew that it meant the great elder wouldn't be given any mercy. The weight of the great elder's sin towards Yi Tianyun's family didn't earn him Yi Tianyun's mercy today. "Please, have it in you to let the great elder go. We will be forever indebted to you, and we will give you all of our family treasures too. You can even make us your subordinate for the rest of our life." The people from the great elder's family kept pleading for Yi Tianyun's mercy despite what Yi Tianyun has said earlier. But for Yi Tianyun, their pleading means nothing. "It was such a shame. I didn't have any intention to make any of you my subordinates. Maybe it was too late, but I never said that I was a good person either." Ever since their misdeed was out of the bag, they had no intention to repent for their sin. Worse, they tried to scam my grandfather for the resources to heal my father back to health. People like them are a waste of space, and thus better to rid them from this world. I am doing the world a favor by doing this, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun turned his attention back to the two elders who were writhing on the floor, screaming in pain as the evil spirit kept gnawing on their soul. Their plead was too boring for Yi Tianyun to hear, and he didn't want to listen to any of them any longer. The same could be said to Zhao Linghe and Yi Yuanlong. They had no intention to persuade Yi Tianyun to show mercy for these two elders, as they knew that what these two elders did in the past was unforgivable. It was a normal occurrence in this world to reap what you sow. Thus, if the others were kind enough to bring a gift, it was a courtesy to repay them somehow. But if the others gave you hatred, it was a great fulfillment to exact your revenge against them. Now, I will give you two a chance to kill yourself if you couldn't endure any longer. That way, you will be able to preserve your last dignity and also gave the sealing heaven divine nation a little bit of respect that it needed. Yi Tianyun said indifferently to Great Elder and the Third Elder. They thought Yi Tianyun would be giving them mercy, but it turned out that he just offered them to commit suicide. It was either that or suffered until death by having their soul gnawed by the evil spirit. "You are a cruel and wicked monster. May you never be reborn in this world," the Great Elder said as he gritted his teeth and stood up. He pulled out a sword and ready to take his own life, but Yi Tianyun got to him before he could do it. "There are too many people who already cursed me and died before they could see it happen. I wanted to let you die in dignity, but it seems even that was too good for you. I despise people like you," Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed the Great Elder's soul and pulled it out of the Great Elder's body before he burned the soul with the immortal fire. The Great Elder screamed horrifiedly as the pain intensified countless times than when his soul was gnawed by the evil spirit. The great elder screamed and tried to curse Yi Tianyun even more, but he couldn't say anything but gibberish as he couldn't withstand the pain. The scene was terrifying as burning one's soul meant that the person wouldn't be able to enter the soul cycle. In other words, they would never be reborn again. The third elder, who wanted to do the same thing as the great elder, was discouraged. He immediately pulled out a long sword and stabbed himself right on the heart, killing himself immediately. The third elder's aura disappeared from the hall as his body slumped on the ground, unmoving. Suicide was terrifying, but it was better for him as the pain from having his soul gnawed by the evil spirit was unbearable. Yi Tianyun himself didn't care at all, as the look of indifference was still evident on his face. It was his principle to kill all of his enemies, especially those who took his life. Chapter 719. Chapter 719. The third elder's suicide pained many people, but they couldn't voice their complaint. The third elder has agreed to a death match, so his death was justified. They saw Yi Tianyun as an outsider whose life didn't matter for sealing Heaven Divine Nation, but the third elder has done so much for them in the past, so they couldn't help but felt a little discontent. Yi Tianyun didn't care about any of these people's feelings, as it was normal to feel anger towards someone who killed their loved ones. If they wanted to take revenge towards Yi Tianyun, he would welcome them any time. If you want to take revenge on what took place here, I will always welcome you any time. But if you took this revenge towards my family, it wouldn't end well for your entire faction. If you want to see what will happen to you in collective masses, try me, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Although he showed no interest in the sealing heaven and his tone was indifferent, it still sent chill down people's spine. I beg you, please give our master a rest, several disciples said as they bowed their head in front of Yi Tianyun as the great elder was still burning painfully on the side. They knew that they wouldn't be able to change the outcome of their master, but they couldn't want to see their master tortured like this. Give your master a rest? Didn't I already give him the opportunity to do so earlier? Not only did he reject the offer, he even had the audacity to curse me. Well, now he can freely curse me while I am standing here, listening. Yi Tianyun then walked towards Zhao Linghe and ch601 with a smile on his face. Mother, aunt, did I disappoint you with my choice? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Why did you still call me aunt? ch601 said with a frown on her face. Oh yeah, it was a force of habit. I will pronounce you as my woman properly later, Yi Tianyun said with a warm smile on his face. Please, stop embarrassing me, ch601 said as her face became bright red. Zhao Linghe on the side was smiling as she looked at her son. His power really surprised her. Still, she could see her own and Yi Xingchen's reflection on Yi Tianyun's personality. She was worried when Yi Tianyun had to fight against the Great Elder earlier, but it was just a false alarm as Yi Tianyun defeated the Great Elder with ease. There was no doubt on her mind that Yi Tianyun was at least at Saint King stage cultivation level. The elders and disciples of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation couldn't help but feel anger and embarrassment at the same time as their great elder was still tortured while the one responsible for such a thing was talking and laughing with his family. But their emotion was meaningless as they knew that they couldn't beat Yi Tianyun even if they all ganged up on him. Yi Yuanlong sighed and approached Yi Tianyun. Child, let the great elder rest now. It is enough, he said with a sad smile on his face. He was still part of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, so he knew that everyone wouldn't like it to see the Great Elder being tortured like this. Since Grandfather was the one who asked, I will do as you say, Yi Tianyun said as he snapped his fingers, and the Great Elder was instantly burned, leaving no trace. The entire hall became quiet as soon as the Great Elder died. The Great Elder's body also started to burn and only left a pile of ashes after a while. His soul was gone and his body was burned to ashes. The Great Elder had nothing to leave behind. Yi Tianyun didn't blame his grandfather as he understood that Yi Yuanlong couldn't help Yi Xingchen nor Zhao Linghe in the past due to the pressure from the faction. Furthermore, Yi Xingchen could get away from Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in the first place was due to Yi Yuanlong's interference. Family Lord, thank you very much for your support, Yi Tianyun said calmly. He knew that if Suo Kaifeng interfered with the deathmatch earlier, Yi Tianyun would have a difficult choice to make. There is a reason for everything, and their action in the past was something unforgivable. The choice to conduct a deathmatch was also a justified reason. Thus, agreeing with one means that both sides are willing to give up their lives. Suo Kaifeng said calmly. Everyone was startled by Family Lord's word. They thought Suo Kaifeng wouldn't agree with Yi Tianyun's way of doing things as he tortured the Great Elder and the Third Elder, but to their surprise, he didn't seem to mind. As a result, everyone began to rethink their feelings about all this. Clearly, they couldn't take the Family Lord's word immediately, as it really pained them seeing their Great Elder being tortured earlier. Yi Tianyun nodded his head. He understood what Suo Kaifeng was thinking here. It would be better to give up the two elders if Yi Tianyun were willing to join the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, or at least willing to fill in the gap. My family, you all have worked hard so far, and now we are hurting ourselves out of stubbornness to preserve our bloodline. The power within our family is already weakened. Thus it no longer has a valid value. This is our mistake, and we should correct it for the future generation, so they didn't make the same mistake that we did. Suo Kaifeng said solemnly to all of his faction members. As for Yi Tianyun, you still have the blood of Sealing Heaven Divine King within you. If you are willing to come back to Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, I would be forever grateful, and I am sure your father would be happy too. To compensate for the past mistake that our elder had done to you, I am willing to provide the royal phoenix blood essence and the heavenly fragrant godgrass, Suo Kaifeng said solemnly to Yi Tianyun. Everyone was surprised as the family lord was willing to compensate such valuable resources just in real Yi Tianyun into sealing heaven divine nation. Yi Tianyun has already expected as much, for he already demonstrated his strength earlier that Suo Kaifeng knew that he must never let Yi Tianyun go. Sealing heaven divine nation has fallen. They no longer had the prodigy who could propel the faction's reputation back to compete with other factions. Yi Yuanlong on the side also looked at Yi Tianyun as he hoped that Yi Tianyun and Yi Xingchen could return to sealing heaven divine nation. After all, this was their home. Although they've gone through a horrible experience in the past, the fact that sealing heaven divine nation was their home would never change. Chapter 720. Chapter 720 Suo Kaifeng's offer for Yi Tianyun raised dissatisfaction among the faction, but they knew that sealing heaven divine nation would gain more glory and recognition if Yi Tianyun joined them. He already possessed a terrifying power that easily surpassed two of their best elders, so he would easily become the great elder once he joined. But it was frustrating for some part of them as Yi Tianyun was still a teenager. He wasn't even 20 years old yet, appearance-wise, but he had already reached Saint King stage. I can't decide anything until my father wakes up. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He didn't want to join sealing heaven divine nation as he didn't have a good impression of them. Moreover, he already had his hands full with Heavenly Cloud Empire, so he didn't think he could afford the time to join another faction. But still, Yi Tianyun needed to know what his father would think about all this before he decided. For sure, we must wake him up no matter what, Suo Kaifeng said as he walked towards the coffin and inspected Yi Shangchen on his own. This is indeed the bloodthirsty poison. In addition to its dreadful effect, it was also hard to detect, he said with a frown on his face. He couldn't believe the Great Elder and the Third Elder could find such poison on their own and even had it in them to use it on Yi Shangchen. This poison will burn the blood essence inside the victim body so rapidly that they would be dead in a matter of days once the bloodthirsty poison circulated in their body, and a small drop of this poison would be enough to do the trick. The poison has been ingrained inside his body. I believe it was from the attacker's blade at that time. We don't even know about the poisoning until we safely reach the desolate bone forest. The common antidote for blood essence ailments didn't work. I want to find a better antidote, but I couldn't as Yi Xingchen was no longer safe to be left behind alone, Zhao Linghe said coldly. She still hated the Third Elder and the Great Elder so much that their death wasn't quite enough for her. They left Sealing Heaven Divine Nation to start a family, but they never thought the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would treat them like a criminal and hunt them down. They even resorted to using such a vile poison against their own kin. They're not content with only poisoning Yi Xingchen that they even laid their hands on the newly born Yi Tianyun at that time. We are doing nothing wrong, and even we have done something wrong. We didn't deserve something like this, Zhao Linge said coldly. Everyone was silent as everything Zhao Linge had said wasn't wrong. The two elders were definitely too blinded by greed that their conscience allowed them to do that. This is my fault for my inability to manage my elders. But no matter, they are dead now, and it is time to heal Yi Xingchen back to health. But it was unfortunate that we didn't have any blood-drinking grass and royal phoenix blood essence with us. We only have the heavenly fragrant god grass, Suo Kaifeng said solemnly. I have got my hands on blood-drinking grass recently, Zhao Lingshe said as she took out the blood-drinking grass from her storage ring. We are in a predicament. Royal phoenix blood essence is hard to get. In the underworld, it's worth 3 high-grade sacred tool, but I don't think we can get it soon. The only other option is to trade with the Phoenix clan themselves, but the Royal Phoenix blood essence is so precious to them, and I don't know how much they would ask for that, Suo Kaifeng said with a frown on his face. If it's a Royal Phoenix blood essence, I have it on me, Yi Tianyun said casually while pulling out the Royal Phoenix blood essence from his storage ring. He used one before and saved another drop in case he needed it later, but he never expected to use it on his own father. It really is Royal Phoenix blood essence. How did you get it? Suo Kaifeng asked curiously with a surprised look on his face. Everyone else also showed the same expression as it really was valuable. I helped the Phoenix clan in the past, and they give me the Royal Phoenix blood essence as a reward, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone was confused as there was no way the Phoenix clan would reward anyone with Royal Phoenix blood essence simply for helping them. Even if it were the truth, the Phoenix clan must be in quite a situation to reward such a thing. Everyone began to think that Yi Tianyun must have a good relationship with the Phoenix clan. Zhao Linghe remembered the blue phoenix that Yi Tianyun summoned earlier and smiled to herself. The blue phoenix was the sign that her son had a good relationship with the Phoenix clan, but she didn't need to tell anyone about it. Great, so we can start pill refining right away, Yi Yuanlong said excitedly. He was surprised by his grandson's achievement, but Yi Xingchen still came first in his mind right now. Well, that is another problem. In order to refine the detoxification pill for bloodthirsty poison, we need an advanced level alchemist. However, considering we don't have any reserved resources, we need a master level alchemist to make sure that the refining process is successful, Suo Kaifeng said with a frown on his face. The refining process couldn't fail now as they only had one each of the material needed for the detoxification pill. If they fail, one of the material would be lost, and their chance to get their hands on the next one is slim. Canned all of the material to me. I will take it to Medicine Divine Valley and ask one of the pill refining masters there to refine it for me. Any of you can come to make sure everything is done right, Suo Kaifeng said solemnly. Wait a minute, Sealing Heaven Divine Nation didn't have pill refining Grand Master or a master? Yi Tianyun asked dumbfoundedly. The question embarrassed everyone in the hall as they really didn't have any pill refining master. Honestly, pill refining master is hard to come by. They didn't have a good cultivation level as they aren't very strong. If you are so troubled about it, why don't you refine it on your own? Someone said in the midst of people without revealing themselves. These people were the family of Great Elder. Obviously, they still bore some grudge against Yi Tianyun for torturing the Great Elder earlier. Yi Tianyun was annoyed and flashed towards the man's voice and slapped the man across the hall. If you have a problem with me, stand up and step forward. Stop talking behind my back, you coward. But all right, I'll refine it on my own. I am a pill refining Grand Master, after all, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Chapter 721. Chapter 721. Yi Tianyun wasn't the pill refining Grandmaster yet and still an advanced level alchemist. However, that was not a problem for Yi Tianyun as he could just level it up right now. Increase mastery of pill refinement, Yi Tianyun said, and immediately the crazy leveling system responded. Ding. Successfully leveled up pill refining mastery. Pill refining mastery is at Grandmaster level. Next rank requires 10 million mastery point. The level up process was easy as he had so many mastery point lying around. Yi Tianyun got it every time he leveled up, but he didn't want to use it instantly as he wanted to see what he needed first in the future. Since he needed it for pill refining, he spent it to increase his pill refining mastery. Yi Tianyun smiled a little as he was now a pill refining Grandmaster and Divine Rune Grandmaster, but pill refining Grandmaster is a little bit different as it was divided into 3 stages. It was Chi refinement stage, Spirit refinement stage, Soul refinement stage. These 3 levels made it hard to cultivate pill refinement mastery for ordinary people, but it wasn't a problem for Yi Tianyun. You are a pill refining Grandmaster? And Aether shouted as he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Yi Tianyun was too young to be a Grandmaster. Was it even possible for someone this young to achieve such a thing? Yes. Is there a problem? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I don't like people to interrupt as I speak. I am talking to the family lord now, not you. Yi Tianyun said to the elder, who was clearly on the side of Great Elder earlier. Yi Tianyun's arrogance made everyone else furious, but there was nothing they could do about it. Suo Kaifeng was ignoring his people as he was too ashamed of their rudeness. He could justify Yi Tianyun's arrogance as his men were being rude. Those who don't like what they see here is free to walk out, Suo Kaifeng said to the rest of the people in the room before he turned his attention to Yi Tianyun once again. Are you really a pill refining Grandmaster? He asked curiously. Suo Kaifeng wasn't the only curious one as Zhao Linghe were also curious about it. She thought Yi Tianyun was too young to achieve that. Did you think I would endanger my father's life? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone was startled by Yi Tianyun's answer as it was simple and effective to shut everyone up. Yi Xinchen here was Yi Tianyun's father, and there was no way Yi Tianyun would lie about being a pill-refining Grandmaster when his own father's life was on the line. Still, how was that even possible? Has Yi Tianyun begun cultivating inside his mother's womb? Shi Shuiyun was the only one who was still smiling as she has already seen Yi Tianyun's pill refining technique in the past. She also knew that Yi Tianyun had the right tools to do it, but she didn't know how Yi Tianyun achieved it even though she knew about it. She didn't want to ask too much as she trusted Yi Tianyun would tell her when he wanted to. I originally planned to observe the pill refinement process myself, but I didn't expect that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation didn't have any pill refinement Grandmaster here. If we go to Medicine Divine Valley, it would take a long time and surely spent too much effort. It'd be better if I do it on my own now, as it would be more credible and safer, Yi Tianyun said casually. Mother will always believe what you said. Zhao Linghe nodded as she decided to trust her son. Even if it was questionable as Yi Tianyun was too young, she would always believe her son. Yi Yuanlong also nodded as he decided to do the same. Suo Kaifeng stared at Yi Tianyun for a moment and then immediately ordered the 4th Elder to take the Heavenly God Grass from the faction warehouse. 4th Elder, fetch the Heavenly God Grass and bring it here. Yes, Family Lord, the 4th Elder said immediately and left to fetch the Heavenly God Grass. He returned shortly and gave it to Yi Tianyun. Zhao Ling also handed her blood-drinking grass to Yi Tianyun. Thus, all the material needed to refine the antidote for bloodthirsty poison is already in Yi Tianyun's hand. Yi Tianyun then pulled out the furnace to refine the pill, which surprised Suo Kaifeng. Alchemy furnace of sacred tool rank, Suo Kaifeng said as he knew how precious a furnace like that was. Other people also looked at Yi Tianyun in disbelief as they didn't understand how Yi Tianyun got his hands on so many precious treasures that was worth more than a divine nation. The sacred tool furnace itself was more precious than a divine tool rank weapon. I don't believe that kid like that can refine a 6th grade medicinal pill. If he turns out to be only a 5th grade alchemist, The ingredient would be wasted. An elder frowned on the side. Yes, if he actually fails, how does he plan to take responsibility? Another elder said mockingly. Shut it, he will erase you if he hears you. Another person reprimanded them from bad-mouthing Yi Tianyun. These elders saw the alchemy furnace, but they still didn't believe Yi Tianyun would succeed. They never heard anyone who could become a pill-refining grandmaster at such a young age, thus they believed Yi Tianyun might be just a fifth-grade alchemist. A fifth-grade alchemist could be considered pill-refining grandmaster, but it was still not enough to create the antidote for bloodthirsty poison, as it was a sixth-grade medicinal pill. Yi Tianyun ignored those elders even though he could hear them. He was just focused on the task at hand, which was to refine the antidote for his father. He immediately threw the immortal fire inside the furnace to start it off, and once again, Suo Kaifeng was surprised by the fire that Yi Tianyun used to refine the pill. Immortal fire? Suo Kaifeng said surprisedly. I didn't know the fire you used earlier on the Great Elder was the immortal fire. I know I have seen it somewhere, but this is remarkable, Suo Kaifeng said excitedly. He was so focused on the Great Elder's pained expression earlier that he failed to notice that the fire itself was the immortal fire. Now that Yi Tianyun used it to refine the antidote, he noticed it immediately. Immortal fire was a super rare fire that was stronger than Phoenix fire. The alchemist who had this fire was said to become the best alchemist in the world. Chapter 722. Chapter 722. There are many alchemists with heavenly flame among their ranks, but one with immortal fire was hard to find. Even Suo Kaifeng, who has lived for so long now, never truly saw any alchemist with said fire. With this new revelation from the family lord, others began to believe that Yi Tianyun really was a pill-refining grandmaster, capable of refining the antidote for bloodthirsty poison. With such amazing tools in Yi Tianyun's arsenal, no one in the hall was dumb enough to question Yi Tianyun anymore. But then again, Yi Tianyun didn't really care about what they thought of him. He immediately threw all ingredients inside the furnace to see what happened. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene as Yi Tianyun just threw everything at the same time. They believed that to make such a complicated and complex antidote, the alchemist should have done the refining process slowly and carefully. Everyone started to believe that the refining process has failed and the ingredients were wasted, thanks to Yi Tianyun's carelessness. All the ingredients were high-grade ingredients too, meaning that they wouldn't be able to procure another one anytime soon. Even Zhao Ling herself was dumbfounded as she never saw an alchemist did anything like this. This is awkward, ch601 said, since she didn't understand how Yi Tianyun worked, but she believed it was the best for the situation. Everyone thought the furnace would explode soon and immediately got away from the hall as high-grade ingredients would definitely create a huge and powerful explosion. Idiot, what pill-refining grandmaster is this? If we only lose spirit grass, everyone would be fine, but this is too much, an elder said with a frown on his face. Well, we gotta get away from here as soon as possible. The explosion wouldn't be pretty, another said as he was trying to get out of the hall. What a damn bullshit. He is surely not an alchemist, let alone a grandmaster. I am sure I will do a better job than him, another elder said, clearly in contempt. Everyone thought that Yi Tianyun's pill-refining technique was horrendous. Every advanced alchemist would do a better job than Yi Tianyun. Most alchemists would use a spirit medicine to stabilize the refining process, but instead of doing something to ease the refining process, Yi Tianyun just threw everything in without any consideration. But Yi Tianyun wasn't bothered at all. He paid no mind to those who doubted him. It'd be better for him to focus on finishing the refining process, as the immortal fire could be a fickle if not controlled carefully. Nonetheless, immortal fire would decrease the refining process by a lot. Although his skill was considered odd compared to other alchemists, he didn't make any mistake yet. The sizzling sound that everyone was hearing wasn't the sign that the ingredient would explode. Instead, it was the sign that the ingredient condensed into one, extracting the essence and removing the impurities. Everything was stable, and Yi Tianyun knew that he would succeed. Suo Kaifeng himself was standing beside Yi Tianyun with a frown on his face. He thought that everything would fail, but as he witnessed the refining process closely, he knew that the refining process was stable and everything was going perfectly smooth. But then again, he never saw any refining technique like this. Suo Kaifeng finally saw the condensation of the ingredient, meaning that the antidote would be done soon. He couldn't believe what he saw, as he has never seen anything like this before. He expected the process would take quite a while, as that was how it normally went when it came to refining such a difficult medicinal pill. But Yi Tianyun did it in a mere couple of hours. Impossible. How can you refine it so quickly? Suo Kaifeng said with astonishment in his voice. Everyone else was shocked by the family lord's word and began observing a little bit closer. They, too, were surprised upon realizing that Yi Tianyun was almost done. There is no way he would succeed, right? It's gotta be because the initial process was fairly easy, and it all comes down to the end process, right? An elder said with uncertainty in his voice. That might be the case. It's always difficult to assimilate the spiritual energy at the end. If the assimilation failed, everything would go down the drain, another elder said unsurely. Most of them still weren't convinced by Yi Tianyun's skill and still talked like Yi Tianyun would fail soon. It was a pity that their assumption was way off. With a slight movement of his fingers, the immortal fire on the furnace suddenly intensified, speeding the condensation process quickly. It is done, Yi Tianyun confidently said as he waved his hands and opened the lid of the furnace. He then took 2 medicinal pills inside the furnace, meaning he successfully refined the antidote. The pill was glowing red in color and kind of looked like a dragonfly. It was obviously stunning. 6th-grade medicinal pills with 5 refinement ranks? Suo Kaifeng gasped as the pill's quality was beyond his wildest imagination. Everyone was shocked by this revelation too, as they doubted Yi Tianyun's skill, but it turned out that he was really the genius alchemist all along. With 5 refinement ranks on the antidote, it meant that the effect would increase dramatically. At the very least, it would enhance the effect of the antidote by 8 times. But the most shocking thing was that Yi Tianyun managed to create 2 of them. Suo Kaifeng himself was excited to see this and saw Yi Tianyun with respect. He had been surprised by how strong Yi Tianyun was earlier, but now that he knew that Yi Tianyun also a pill-refining grandmaster, he couldn't help but think that Yi Tianyun had to be the most genius person in the whole world. This is all I can do for now. So, is there anyone who still thinks these medicinal pills have no effect? Yi Tianyun said coldly. He heard everything that everyone said earlier, but he decided to ignore it as he was concentrating on refining the medicinal pills. Now that he was done, he could see anyone eye to eye. If anyone wanted to complain about his ability and technique, they could complain straight to his face. Everyone was still too shocked to say anything, but surely, they now believed that Yi Tianyun was truly the pill-refining grandmaster. Chapter 723, Chapter 723, You don't have to worry about my alchemy, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Suo Kaifeng looked at the 2 medicinal pills and confirmed that it was the right antidote as they expected. It really was hard for him to believe that such a young man was able to refine such a high-grade antidote. Not only that, but he refined it way faster than it was supposed to be. For those who have no business here, please make way. My father has been waiting for too long, and I don't plan to make him wait any longer, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards the water crystal coffin where his father lied await. Pill refining has always been a little bit too easy for him, as it only demanded control over the fire. As he already had the perfect control over the immortal fire, he didn't have to worry about failing. I have to say that your alchemy level is way higher than the people on Medicine Divine Valley, Suo Kaifeng said as he shook his head. He really wanted Yi Tianyun to join Sealing Heaven Divine Nation right now, as Yi Tianyun alone would be worth more than all of their elders combined. Mother, give the antidote to father now. If it doesn't work, we still have another one, Yi Tianyun said as he handed over 1 antidote to Zhaolinga. She nodded and excitedly walked towards the water crystal coffin and pushed it open. The coffin's aura immediately seeped out as its cold aura started to freeze the air in the hall. It was to preserve whoever was put inside the coffin, as the cold aura would slow down any type of aura inside. This coffin was also commonly used for the old ancestor, as it could extend their life indefinitely until they could use their last breath to defend their faction. There were so many old ancestors who did that and even set up the coffin seal to open only on their command. Zhaolinga immediately gave Xingchen the antidote and used her spiritual energy to guide him to swallow the pill and assist him in absorbing the antidote. Soon enough, the antidote was absorbed successfully, and Zhaolinga was waiting worriedly for the antidote to kick in. Not long after, Yi Xingchen's pale complexion returned rosy, indicating that the antidote was starting to work, and the process was quite fast as Yi Tianyun could feel that the blood essence on his father's body was accumulating. This was the effect of his 5 refinement ranks antidote. It was way more potent than the normal rank antidote that Suo Kaifeng would get in Medicine Divine Valley. Zhaoling helped Yi Xingchen stabilize his blood essence, as he still couldn't do so at the moment. Yi Huanlong, on the side, looked nervous as he wanted to help his son, but he knew that the fewer people involved with the stabilization process, the better it was for Yi Xingchen. Moreover, Zhaoling He could do it herself, as her cultivation level was good. She was at 4th layer Spirit King stage, and she also knew him the best at the moment. For Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, Zhaoling was strong, but not enough, as their goal was to have the elders reach the Sant King stage rank. But as of now, most of the elders were stuck in Spirit King stage, as it was hard for them to cultivate in this stage. Most of them were too busy minding their bloodlines so much that they didn't even care about their cultivation level. As long as they had the powerful Sealing Heaven bloodline, they felt like they could win against anything. The Great Elder was the best example of this misleading idea that the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation adhered to right now. This type of corruption was hard to punish, as it didn't break any rule at all. It was just a habit that became an outspoken rule that every family member had to follow. Even the evil spirit race had the same kind of rules for their bloodkin, but maybe Sealing Heaven Divine Nation took it to another level. Yi Xingchen's condition immediately improved thanks to the antidote, and he eventually woke up as his eyelids started to move. Zhao Linghe and Yi Yuanlong were worried that there might be some change in Yi Xingchen's personality once he woke up, but there was no way to know until later. Father? Yi Xingchen hurriedly said, as the first one he saw was Yi Huanlong. He tried to sit back up immediately, but the dizziness was still there due to prolonged rest inside the water crystal coffin. He started to look around and realized that he was inside the sealing heaven divine nation and that the family lord was present. Family lord, he said surprisedly. He didn't know what to say to such a respectful man as he knew that he once escaped from the faction with Zhao Linghe. You just woke up, take your time, Suo Kaifeng said with a kind smile on his face that took Yi Xingchen aback a little. Linghe, just how long did I sleep? Did I miss anything? Yi Xingchen worriedly asked Zhao Linghe with a whisper. He was afraid that too much had changed, but he was most afraid of losing Zhao Linghe. Nothing is wrong. Everything has been dealt with single-handedly by our son, and you have to rest and recover your strength back, Zhao Ling said as she looked at Yi Tianyun with happiness and excitement on her face. Our son? Yi Xingchen said confusedly and looked at the young man that Zhao Ling he looked at. He was dumbfounded as he saw that the son that Zhao Ling he mentioned was already a young adult. You are my son? He asked Yi Tianyun curiously. Yes, this is your son, Yi Tianyun. He has grown up handsomely and helped us with our previous predicament, Zhao Linghe said with a prideful look on her face. She wanted to say that they didn't need the sealing heaven divine king's bloodline to become a super genius, as her son was the proof of it. Welcome back, father, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards Yi Xingchen's water crystal coffin. Yi Tianyun felt a little bit complicated and awkward about this whole situation, as he didn't know what kind of man his father was and what his father would think of him. I am so sorry, my son, Yi Xingchen said as he reached for Yi Tianyun and patted him on his shoulder. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised as he didn't understand why his father's first word was an apology like this. The truth was, Yi Xingchen realized that he must have owed a lot of things to Yi Tianyun as he already missed the entirety of his son's life. That was why the only thing that he could say to his son right away was an apology. Yi Tianyun immediately realized what his father meant by that apology and smiled kindly. It was nothing, father. It's all in the past, and I didn't blame you for what happened, Yi Tianyun warmly said. Despite how he felt in the past, after knowing the whole ordeal his parent were facing, he realized it wasn't their fault. Son, it must be hard for you too, Yi Yuanlong said as he saddened by his son's expression as soon as he woke up. Father, Yi Xingchen wanted to say something, but he was stopped by his guilt. He blamed himself for not being there for his son, and he also blamed himself for disappointing his father. As neither of them said anything, Zhao Linghe then explained everything that happened earlier, all the way to Yi Xingchen's antidote. Yi Xingchen was shocked and stared at Yi Tianyun disbelievingly. He couldn't believe what his wife just told him, as he didn't expect his son to become the super genius of the century. My son is that powerful? Yi Xingchen said, still with disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 724. Chapter 724, Yi Xingchen was saved and therefore proved that Yi Tianyun's antidote was a top-notch medicinal pill. Yi Xingchen gradually recovered beyond anyone's expectation as he looked so weak earlier, but now he was brimming with life. Yi Tianyun's antidote was equal to a divine tool weapons, so this level of effect was bound to happen. The blood essence contained within the antidote would dissolve into the patient's body steadily. It even boasted its effect to amplify the patient's blood essence in a blink of an eye. All the patient had to do now was cultivate, since Yi Xingche's cultivation should be regressing after spending such a long time inside the water crystal coffin. But Yi Tianyun predicted his father would be able to achieve his peak condition once again in just a year. Suo Kaifeng immediately rearranged Yi Tianyun and his family's accommodation in Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Although there might be so many people who still felt bitter towards Yi Tianyun, Suo Kaifeng didn't care at all. It was not like those people could do anything against Yi Tianyun now that they have realized how powerful he was. After a few days of rest, Suo Kaifeng invited Yi Tianyun to the hall once again. This time, Yi Xingchen already knew everything that happened to him and his son in the past, but he still had a hard time believing that his son was a powerful cultivator now and have exceeded even his power before all this happened. And of course, in these few days, Yi Xingchen has talked and shared moments of his life and asked for the same thing about his son's life, that they have developed quite a father and son bond that they never had before. Family Lord, Yi Xingchen said as he arrived at the hall. You are finally here, Suo Kaifeng said as he looked at Yi Xingchen and his family with a smile on his face. I believe that you can already guess what I wanted to say. That reason is to ask you wholeheartedly to return to Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. I know that we have made a lot of mistakes, but this is how our ancestors had drilled it in our heads in the form of custom. Then again, I believe we could change. With that said, I ask your help to claim a better future for our faction, Suo Kaifeng said respectfully to Yi Xingchen's family. With all of our joint effort, I assure you that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would change for the better. The future will be bright, and Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would definitely depend on you in the future as their next family lord, Suo Kaifeng said hopefully. Family lord, what do you mean? Yi Yuanlong said as he was surprised by Suo Kaifeng's word. I will pass the family lord title to you. That's what I've intended from the beginning. Great Elder and Third Elder are indeed great cultivators and ambitious, but you are clearly stronger than them. The only thing that holds you back is the lack of motivation to do better, Suo Kaifeng said with a smile on his face. I wished all of you have it in you to forgive Sealing Heaven Divine Nation and help improve the faction in the future. It's undeniable that I already saw what Yi Tianyun was capable of, and he can easily fill the empty elder's position with himself. This is an important factor, as Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was clearly weak right now, and other factions may take a chance at us in the near future, Suo Kai-feng said with a solemn face. It was a very honest approach, as Suo Kai-feng didn't want to go through a roundabout way to the people that he would trust the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's future on. But it all depends on my father's decision, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at his father. Thank you, son. And family lord, I think I will return and do my best for Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in the future. Although I know that there are so many people inside Sealing Heaven Divine Nation who still oppose my return, I want Zhao Linghe to come with me too. I understand that I already owe Sealing Heaven Divine Nation so much, and I have to make up for it. I believe that those who opposed us would gradually change their mind in the future. Wei Xingchen said respectfully, but there is another dilemma that makes me hesitate. My son, Yi Tianyun, has his own faction on Mortal World, and it's hard for him to give up on it. Thus, I will not force my decision on him and let him choose what is best for him, Yi Xingchen said with a smile to his son. Yi Tianyun smiled and looked at his father with pride. He already discussed this with his father earlier and came up with a decision. I am very sorry, but I can't join Sealing Heaven Divine Nation at the moment, but I will definitely help Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in the future if they are in any form of trouble, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Although the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation left a bad impression on him, his blood-related family is all here, so he couldn't ignore them. Suo Kai-feng looked a bit disappointed, but he was a bit relieved when he heard that Yi Tianyun would definitely help. He didn't have any power to pressure Yi Tianyun to join, so he let Yi Tianyun did whatever he wants. But I want to inform you about a predicament that would definitely happen in the future that needs our joint effort to take care of, Yi Tianyun said before he began explaining about the demon he encountered on Mortal World before he entered Heaven World. He also told them his prediction that the demon would definitely be able to break free in about 100 years' time. I've already read this before. The Ancestor has a record about this demonic creature that they fought on Mortal World and successfully sealed it 1,000 years ago. But I didn't think it would survive that long, Suo Kai-feng said with a surprised look on his face. The Ancestor grasped victory thanks to the presence of Divine King in the past, but now that they didn't have any Divine King, it would be hard to do the same thing. Yes, it was quite a peculiar case, as the demon itself wasn't weakened by the passage of time. In act, it actually got stronger. That is one of the reasons that I can't disband my faction in Mortal World, as I have to make sure that it properly connected the three realms, and when the time comes, I hope that it would become the heart that would unify the three realms to fight against that demon, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Suo Kai-feng pondered about it a little bit and finally made his decision. I didn't think I would last 100 years with my current power, but I will surely preserve myself by any means necessary to that day. I will rise and fight the demon with all of the cultivators later with all other old ancestors, Suo Kai-feng said confidently. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation still had their old ancestor, although all of them were being preserved inside the water crystal coffin. But when the time came, Suo Kai-feng was determined to wake them all up. Our current situation is a little bleak, as there is no Divine King cultivator in this world right now, Suo Kai-feng said as he realized the main difference between the past and the present. I will try my best to dig out any information about the Divine King later, Yi Tianyun said confidently. No, that's not the problem right now. I didn't think they still existed in the three realms. No one ever heard anything from them for hundreds of years, Suo Kai-feng said as he shakes his head. Well, if that was the only problem, it would be solved as soon as I become the next Divine King, Yi Tianyun said with a shrug on his shoulder. Once I become a Divine King, I would smash this demon once and for all, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Chapter 725. Chapter 725. Yi Tianyun's words shocked everyone in the hall. Suo Kai-feng laughed in response as he looked at Yi Tianyun. Youth is really something. Well, all I can say is I am looking forward to the day you become a Divine King, Suo Kai-feng said with a smile on his face. I know it's difficult to attain Divine King level, but I believe that you would achieve it in the future, Yi Xingchen said, encouraging Yi Tianyun. Everyone else also followed suit, but they were not 100% sure that Yi Tianyun could achieve such a feat. It surely wasn't impossible, as Yi Tianyun's cultivation was high enough. Still, Divine King was a demanding rank, and Yi Tianyun would have to achieve many requirements before he could attain it. Yi Tianyun knew what everyone else was thinking, and he didn't care. He already knew that Divine King was a difficult rank to attain from the beginning, but he knew that he could do it thanks to crazy leveling system. Now, he had to think of where the Divine King disappeared, as he never heard any information regarding their whereabouts. There were some cultivators who were stuck at St. King Peak stage without any way to break through to the Divine King realm. They said that their cultivation was at a bottleneck for some reason, and they couldn't break through with their own power. Don't worry, Tianyun, I will always believe in you, Shi Shuiyun said as she walked towards Yi Tianyun and held his hands with a smile on her face. Yi Tianyun smiled, and all unnecessary thoughts that crossed his mind earlier disappeared. He knew that he need not concern himself with all that as of now. He needed to do whatever he could. 100 years is not a long time. With that in mind, I will go back to Ghost World and check another faction that another divine king created. I have to find a good amount of people to work together to defeat the demon when the time comes. Maybe I can win against the demon that has been sealed, but I have a hunch that it wouldn't be the only demon in this world, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. They looked at each other with anxiety in their eyes. When you think about a demon that even divine kings have a hard time dealing with, they knew that they wouldn't be able to hold a candle against them in the future. Son, you are taking a heavy responsibility here. Since you didn't want to stay in our faction, I suggest you take control over the Mortal World faction first. But before you leave, I would like you to come with me to Ancestors' Inheritance, Suo Kaifeng said with a sigh. Family Lord? Yi Yuanlong was shocked to hear Suo Kaifeng's words. He knew about the Ancestors' Inheritance, and it was supposed to be the Family Lord's treasure and no one else. Would he really give it to Yi Tianyun, who had no intention to stay in Sealing Heaven Divine Nation? I know what you were thinking, but Yi Tianyun is the descendant of the ancestor, and he has the right to the inheritance as any of us. I know that the Divine King bloodline was getting scarcer over the year, but it was still better than nothing. As for others, we will not shackle them, and they were free to stay with whomever they want, Suo Kaifeng said with a smile as he looked at Yi Tianyun. I understand, Family Lord. Besides, I know so many people would oppose me taking the elder's seat, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Suo Kaifeng's generosity. Well, if that is your reason to reject my offer, you don't have to worry. I will make sure that your position can't be questioned forever. But as I already know that you have many other things to do, why don't we go to the Ancestors' Inheritance right away? Suo Kaifeng said casually. Sure, if that's okay. Xianyun smiled. He didn't have any intention to reject the offer as the Family Lord didn't have any demands for it. He was also curious about the Sealing Heaven bloodline as his own bloodline was thin to begin with. Maybe he could awaken the bloodline by accepting this inheritance. With Suo Kaifeng leading the way, they went straight to the summit of Sealed Heaven God Mountain. There were guards all around the corner of this mountain, which showed that this place was a sacred place for Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. These guards ranged around Void Spirit Stage Cultivation Base, and once they saw the Family Lord coming, they made way for him and showed their utmost respect. Family Lord. A shout was heard from behind, and Yi Tianyun saw that it was a group of elite disciples. These people were the backbone of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation for the future. What happened? Suo Kaifeng asked as he looked at them with curious eyes. Family Lord, are you going to the Sealed Heaven God Monument on top? Fifth Elder asked as he walked toward Suo Kaifeng since he was the one leading the elite disciple group. Yes, is there a problem? Suo Kaifeng asked curiously. None, Family Lord. I am heading there myself to give an inheritance to our elite disciple. So, who are you going to give an inheritance for, Family Lord? The Fifth Elder asked curiously. I will give one to him, Suo Kaifeng said as he pointed his finger at Yi Tianyun. What? That is impossible, Family Lord. He didn't even join the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation yet. You know that only an elder or above deserve to receive it, Fifth Elder said as he frowned at the Family Lord. The elite disciple was confused by the Family Lord's choice, but they said nothing, as it wasn't their place to say anything about it. I want to officially announce that he would become the second elder later, replacing the previous second elder that would take the Family Lord's position and Yi Xingchen as the Great Elder. Since you are asking right now, well, there you go, Suo Kaifeng said with a frown on his face. Family Lord's words shocked everyone at the scene. Not only the second elder's position, even the Family Lord and Great Elder's seat would be given to Yi Tianyun and his family. It could be said that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would fall under the rule of Yi Tianyun's family. Thus, no one inside the faction would be able to question anything their family's authority in the future. They were a little bit worried about what would happen to the faction in the future. Chapter 726, Suo Kaifeng made a huge uproar. No one expected something like this to happen. If Yi family controlled the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, would there still be a place for them here? Yi Tianyun was also surprised by Suo Kaifeng's word. He was bold enough to name Yi Yuanlong to become the next Family Lord and Yi Xingchen and Yi Tianyun as the next highest position elder. Yi Xingchen might be once a Sealing Heaven Divine Nation disciple, but escaping the faction with his wife was something questionable nonetheless. Family Lord, this is absolute madness. I'd agree if the second elder becomes the next Family Lord, but Yi Xingchen and his son is nobody here. They contributed nothing, and they have no prestige in this faction. It will create chaos among the disciples and elders, the fifth elder said confidently. He really thought that the Family Lords wasn't on his right mind to suggest something like this. Yi Tianyun already expected that the fifth elder wouldn't like the idea. Even Yi Xingchen also knew this would happen, as he himself thought that he shouldn't become an elder. He still would stay in Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, but he expected to work his way up the ranking. It has been decided that Yi Xingchen would serve as an elder a long time ago. We've made this decision, and everyone agreed to it. This is only a change of circumstance. Had it not because of the former Great Elder and Third Elder's misdeeds, he would have become an elder by now. Am I wrong? The former Great Elder and Third Elder only got to their position because of their deceit, Suo Kaifeng said coldly. The Fifth Elder immediately fell silent as he had no words to argue with that. Based on what Suo Kaifeng said, even if the former Great Elder and Third Elder were still alive, Yi Yuanlong would still become the next family lord, and Yi Xingchen would become an elder without any question. And provided Yi Tianyun's strength, it would be no problem for him to become an elder. Yi Tianyun looked at the fifth elder and Suo Kaifeng. He knew what Suo Kaifeng was thinking and how frustrating it would be for the fifth elder, but at the end of the day, it was all about strength. Some people would spin the situation to achieve their goals, but no one would be stupid enough to reject a chance that was already right in front of them. Everyone looked at each other, and they seemed to think that they had to make things right. Although they know that they weren't responsible for what the Great Elder and Third Elder did, their Great Elder and Third Elder's misdeed did make everything complicated. Even if that's the case, it still won't work, a young man said as he stood in front of Yi Tianyun. His cultivation might be strong, but you must have a good amount of bloodline for you to receive the inheritance, the young man said coldly. This young man is Yi Feilong, the one with the title of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation #1 Genius after Yi Xingchen's disappearance. He seemed extremely furious to find out that his position was easily given to other people. From that look alone, Yi Tianyun knew that this young man should have a good relationship with the Great Elder and the Third Elder in the past. Yi Tianyun observed Yi Feilong with his appraisal eye and noticed that his cultivation base was at the 7th layer Void Spirit stage. It clearly wasn't bad for a young man at his age, but compared to Yi Tianyun, he wasn't even worth mentioning. Yi Tianyun walked forward and slapped Yi Feilong in the face. "Do you see the difference between us now?" Yi Tianyun said coldly. Hadn't his grandfather become the next family lord, he would have killed Yi Feilong, but he refrained from doing so. "How dare you hit me? This is why I didn't support you to become an elder in our faction." "You are clearly too cruel and likes to pressure people unnecessarily," Yi Feilong said coldly. Yi Tianyun took another step and slapped Yi Feilong once more. Yi Feilong fell to the ground with his mouth full of blood. "You still didn't understand anything, did you? Are you going to talk to your enemy about cruelty? In this world full of martial artists, does anybody care about your reason? In this world, the one with power and strength would win, and the winner would always become the hero." Yi Tianyun said coldly, "I have power and strength, but I still have mercy and reasons behind my action. If I want to, I can kill anyone I want. Now, I don't mind showing mercy to those who submit to me. It is simple mercy, as I wouldn't think of them as a threat. But all my enemies will be destroyed to dust," Yi Tianyun said threateningly. "Many people think they are great and all, but they've never really been on the real battlefield. How many places have you visited in your life? Did you ever enter a dangerous zone before? How many life and death situation have you been in before? But I guess you've never been in one, huh? I mean, why would you even go to such a place when you can cultivate freely without any intrusion here? But hear me out. If the enemy ever attacked Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, people like you won't last long. Hadn't my grandfather become the next family lord, I would do the faction a favor and kill you right here and now," Yi Tianyun said menacingly. Yi Tianyun's word resonated powerfully among the rest of the disciples. They knew that they didn't have any real enemies right now because the name Sealing Heaven Divine Nation protected them. But once the enemy learned their current power, there was no doubt that they would easily take Sealing Heaven Divine Nation down. Many of these disciples didn't have any royal blood like Yi Feilong, so they have been into a dangerous zone and enter a real battlefield to hone their cultivation and take a chance to get better equipment. They were silent as they began to contemplate Yi Tianyun's every word. They understood that they were complacent, and now they were like flowers inside a greenhouse that couldn't withstand the wind and rain outside of their comfortable little house of protection. Once they ventured outside, the enemy would easily claim their life. Chapter 727, Chapter 727. Almost everyone agreed with Yi Tianyun's word, especially Suo Kaifeng. The most important thing in this world was power and cultivation. With power, you could just do whatever you want. The disciples knew that Yi Tianyun's word was the basic rules of how the world worked, but they never truly thought about it up until now. Now, with that in mind, why am I not qualified to get the inheritance myself? Even if my bloodline is lacking or non-existent at all, I can do whatever I want because I am much stronger than you," Yi Tianyun said coldly to Yi Feilong. "If the enemy comes attacking your rear and started to pillage the inheritance, would you still able to hold them off by saying they didn't have an ample bloodline? Stop being stupid and get out of my way, weakling," Yi Tianyun said coldly once again. Yi Feilong fell silent as he didn't have anything else to say in this matter. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation surely was weaker than they were in the past. There you go. That is my reason to make him an elder. After all, even if his bloodline is lacking, he still has Sealing Heaven Divine King's bloodline on his blood. It's better to give him the inheritance than giving it to any outsider. We ought to keep the image of our divine nation strong. Otherwise, the enemy would start noticing that we aren't as strong as we boasted and start attacking. If that ever happens, I doubt that we will be able to defend ourselves against a stronger divine nation," Suo Kaifeng said in a confident and calculated manner. "Family Lord," the disciples shouted as they were shocked to hear Suo Kaifeng's word. They didn't know what to say as they realized that it was their own shortcoming and their lifestyle up until now where they were too comfortable that made them too lazy to cultivate harder. Now, I would like to clarify. The truth is, I have my own empire, and I believe that my empire would turn into divine nations soon. I don't really care about sealing Heaven Divine Nation, for I didn't see any need to get any resources or power from this faction. I don't really have any interest with the sealing Heaven Divine King's inheritance either, for I already got the inheritance of Heaven Creating Divine King, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone was clearly surprised as they knew who Heaven Creating Divine King was. He was a powerful Divine King in the past, in fact, more powerful than sealing Heaven Divine King. If Yi Tianyun had Heaven Creating Divine King's inheritance, he wouldn't need sealing Heaven Divine King's inheritance at all. Furthermore, they were shocked to hear that Yi Tianyun already had his own empire. Although an empire couldn't be compared to a divine nation, it was still an amazing feat to have an empire at such a young age. They were beginning to feel ashamed of what they previously thought. It was even more frustrating for them as they knew that their age gap with Yi Tianyun wasn't that big, but it seemed Yi Tianyun had achieved way more, dwarfing any of their own achievement. It was clear that all of Yi Tianyun's previous action was intended for the sake of Yi Yuanlong and Yi Xingchen. The inheritance that I am about to receive is more like a compensation here. As for what kind of compensation it was, is for you to think on your own, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun and his father had to go through so much because of the previous Great Elder and Third Elder. Although sealing Heaven Divine Nation has given him heavenly fragrant god grass to heal his father, it wasn't enough. Everyone there understood what Yi Tianyun was talking about and therefore couldn't say anything else. Even the Fifth Elder was silent as he knew that there is nothing wrong with Yi Tianyun's claim. The Fifth Elder now understood that it would benefit sealing Heaven Divine Nation in the long run if they gave Yi Tianyun an inheritance. Staying on good terms with such a strong cultivator was important after all. Yi Tianyun could help them in the future, but he obviously wouldn't do that if he were treated poorly. Suo Kaifeng resumed walking, and no one complained this time, but surely some of them still felt animosity towards Yi Tianyun, for he easily got the inheritance while his bloodline was so lacking. They knew that with a lackluster bloodline, the inheritance wouldn't be absorbed efficiently, thus it would be such a waste to give to Yi Tianyun. Soon enough, all of them arrived at the top of the mountain. There was a stone tablet on the side, engraved with a lot of divine rune. Bloodline Divine Tablet, Yi Tianyun said, as he immediately knew what the stone tablet was for. It was to detect the concentration of bloodline power. Wait a minute, a voice came from behind, stopping them from walking towards the stone tablet. It was another group of disciples and a few elders. Family Lord, what happened? Why are you up here? The sixth elder said curiously. I am here to give the second elder his inheritance. Is there any problem with that? Suo Kaifeng said indifferently. As a matter of fact, yes, my lord, I do have a problem with that. His bloodline is lacking. Even if he received the inheritance, it wouldn't be efficient on him as the inheritance wouldn't be effective. You will waste the inheritance at this rate, sixth elder said with a frown on his face. Did you think that slipped through my mind? It doesn't matter whether or not it would be effective or not, it would always be worth it in the end. Now stop complaining as I am still the family lord. Everything is up to my decision, Suo Kaifeng said coldly. It was clear that family lord was the one who had a say in every matter here. Therefore, it was useless to complain. Chapter 728. Chapter 728. No, family lord, we can't do that. The inheritance is already scarce right now. We can't keep this up for long. We have to save up and give the inheritance when it was absolutely necessary. The sixth elder said nervously. Everyone else nodded as they shared the same opinion as the sixth elder. But the people from fifth elder's group didn't say anything as they were already on Yi Tianyun's side. Yi Tianyun smirked as he noticed that there was no need to do anything special to earn the loyalty of the people in sealing Heaven Divine Nation, as apparently his word alone could do the trick. But of course, there would be some people who were against the idea of Yi Tianyun staying there. It seems that you didn't respect my decision as a family lord, Suo Kaifeng menacingly said as he released his aura. No, that's not what I mean, family lord. I just want you to reconsider it, as the inheritance isn't something that we could replenish. Once it's exhausted, that's it. I am just asking you to think about the future, the sixth elder said while slamming his head on the ground. You don't have to worry about such a thing. Just follow my word without question, Suo Kaifeng said annoyedly. All he could give Yi Tianyun to persuade him to stay and help sealing Heaven Divine Nation was only this inheritance stone tablet. This inheritance was uncertain, as somebody could get something as high as a divine tool worth of martial arts, or it could be as useless as earth-level martial arts. Let me test my bloodline concentration first. I am considering sixth elder's thoughtfulness right now, and if my bloodline was really lacking and unqualified, I don't mind giving up this inheritance, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. He agreed with the sixth elder as the inheritance itself wasn't really necessary for him right now. If the stone tablet were destroyed because it has lost all of the inheritance, it would be such a waste. Everyone was surprised by Yi Tianyun's word. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun was such a thoughtful guy. He was willing to give up the sealing Heaven Divine King's inheritance if he wasn't qualified. With that word alone, sealing Heaven Divine Nation's disciples' favorability towards him rose exponentially. He didn't really care about favorability points for so long as he didn't have any intention to conquer sealing Heaven Divine Nation, but it seems it still increased even though he didn't really try these days. Thank you for the understanding, second elder, sixth elder said with a smile on his face. He didn't bear any ill intent towards Yi Tianyun. He simply wanted to preserve what was left of Sealing Heaven Divine King's past glory as long as he could, and that was not wrong either. He didn't have any problem with Yi Tianyun or even his father and grandfather leading Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, as it was for the best right now. All right, I understand your concern. Thus, let the test begin, Suo Kaifeng said with a slight frown on his face. Those who still bore some kind of animosity towards Yi Tianyun shook their head as they thought that Yi Tianyun would fail to qualify and embarrass himself. They all knew that Yi Tianyun's bloodline would be lacking as he was a victim of bloodthirsty poison in the past. Therefore, no matter how many times Yi Tianyun took the test, the result would always be the same. However, there was still a trace of uneasiness in their heart as Yi Tianyun walked towards the stone tablet with a confident stride. Yi Tianyun himself smirked as soon as he arrived at the stone tablet. Who said that his bloodline was lacking? He already developed his bloodline significantly in the past years. He got Dragon God bloodline, Royal Phoenix bloodline, and other bloodlines that he rarely used. As for Sealing Heaven Divine King's bloodline, he might have it before he got crazy leveling system, but it didn't really matter now. Just how bad would it be even if he didn't have a shred of the Sealing Heaven Divine King's bloodline? Immediately, Yi Tianyun put his hands on Bloodline Stone Tablet, and the stone tablet began to glow in a dazzling color that towered to the sky. As the light towered into the sky, a star appeared in the air, and these stars were the measurement to see whether Yi Tianyun would be credible to have the inheritance or not. As one star appeared, another came, then the third one. Everyone gasped as they saw that 3 stars light up. Everyone knew that you only needed to light up 1 star in order to receive the inheritance. But not only did Yi Tianyun pass the minimum requirement, he even went the extra mile and lit up 3 stars. He lit up 3 stars. Our son's bloodline isn't weak at all. Zhao Linghe excitedly shouted as she cried along with her excitement. Yeah, he is surely potent, Yi Xingchen said with a nod of his head. He knew that the stone tablet couldn't be tempered as it purely reacted to one's bloodline. Others were even more surprised as they saw the 4th stars now lit up after the 3rd one. There was a total of 9 stars in the air, and it seemed Yi Tianyun would light up half of it. There is no way he would light up more than 5, right? The 5th elder said with awe on his face. In the past, the geniuses of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has lit up to 5 stars, as that was the case for Yi Xingchen and Yi Yuanlong. No one could light up more than that in more than 100 years. After a moment, the 5th stars light up. Now everyone realized that Yi Tianyun's bloodline was comparable to his father and grandfather. The sky shone brightly, but everyone still seemed to be too shocked to say anything. However, it was far from over. After the 5th star light up, the 6th star followed suit. At this point, some of them even began to wipe their eyes and pinch their own cheek to see if this was a dream, but it wasn't the case at all. Everyone began looking at Yi Tianyun with prideful eyes as if seeing the return of a god. Chapter 729 Yi Tianyun got 6 stars. It has been so many years since anyone got that much star. The only one who got 6 stars in the past and still alive now was barely breathing, as it was the old ancestor that was now sleeping until he was needed again. This isn't a dream, is it? No, I saw the same thing. Who said his bloodline was lacking? He totally has the best bloodline in the entire faction. The Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's disciples immediately blew out the story about Yi Tianyun's 6 stars bloodline. They finally knew that Yi Tianyun really was a genius and a powerful cultivator too. Most disciples couldn't go to the summit of Sealing Heaven Mountain, but they still got the news thanks to the disciples who witnessed the phenomenal event. Suo Kaifeng himself was shocked as he wanted to cover Yi Tianyun in case his bloodline really was lacking, but seeing what happened, it surely wouldn't be necessary. Most people now believe that Yi Tianyun was an absolute cultivator that couldn't be compared to anyone. He is 1 star away from perfection, Suo Kaifeng said amazedly. That must be the effect of bloodthirsty poison. If he wasn't poisoned, he might attain the 7-star bloodline right now, Zhao Ling has said with a frown on his face. He was poisoned? Suo Kaifeng said with shock on his face. Is that why the previous great elder poisoned him? Because they know Yi Tianyun would definitely threaten their status, Suo Kaifeng said coldly. Now he felt hatred towards the previous great elder and 3rd elder for what they have done. It's possible. They might not be able to kill at that time, but poisoning is much easier, Yi Yuanlong said coldly. He partly blamed himself for what happened in the past as he didn't notice anything that the great elder and 3rd elder had done to his son's family. If only he caught on to their scheme, the situation wouldn't be like this. The feeling of guilt and disappointment would lead nowhere as the great elder and 3rd elder have been eliminated. Yi Tianyun himself had lived for 20 years this year, so it was already too late to do anything significant to earn his favor. Yi Xingchen and Zhao Linghe proved themselves to be superior matrimony as their offspring was such a genius. Looking back at Sealing Heaven's delusion to preserve the bloodline was all clearly a waste of effort. From now on, nobody is allowed to bring up our past mistake. It was an embarrassment and stupid. I thought the rest of you would have a hard time accepting Yi Tianyun, but that doesn't seem to be a problem anymore, Suo Kaifeng said while laughing out loud. He now knew that it didn't really matter to preserve the bloodline as it would always be there, But the crucial thing that everyone had to think of was their partner's innate ability. If their partner had a strong innate ability, it might amplify the bloodline's power. Yi Tianyun himself smirked as he liked how things turned out. He knew that Royal Phoenix bloodline and Dragon God bloodline was the reason that his bloodline reading became this high. Although the bloodline stone didn't detect the Royal Phoenix and Dragon God bloodline, it served as the foundation of the Sealing Heaven bloodline hidden within him. Yi Tianyun knew that he didn't gain anything from his Sealing Heaven bloodline yet, as it hasn't shown any effect, but he hoped that with the inheritance that he was about to receive, the bloodline could awaken and shows its worth. But not long after, the seventh star lit up like a neon light. Everyone was out of their mind this time. The realization that such genius almost got killed by two of their past elders were baffling, and they didn't know what to say. But that was not where it ended. People thought that 7-star was the reading limit, but an 8th star that people didn't know even existed before lit up. This has never happened in 1,000 years before. Yi Tianyun might just be the person whose bloodline closely resembled that of the Sealing Heaven Divine Kings. People from another faction that happened to be at Sealing Heaven Divine Nation were surprised too. It was akin to a miracle, and that was not a good sign for the other factions. If a genius like this were allowed to develop, other divine nations could lose their position in the faction ranking. If Yi Tianyun really were a genius like Sealing Heaven said he was, then Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would likely re-enter the race to the summit. This person has to be killed before he becomes stronger, the people from other divine nations said coldly. They have been spying inside Sealing Heaven Divine Nation for a long time, and now that they obtained the information that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation had such a genius, they couldn't stand still any longer. But they didn't know that Yi Tianyun was already powerful to begin with. Originally, they only wanted to keep an eye on Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, but Sealing Heaven Divine Nation kept falling off the rank, and now that it has already fallen far, they didn't want to see Sealing Heaven Divine Nation rose back in power. Chapter 730. Chapter 730. When the 8th star lit up, everyone was shocked as it was completely beyond everyone's expectation that something so otherworldly would happen today. That was not the end as the 9th star started to light up as well. If the Great Elder and the Third Elder were still alive, they would be terrified by this situation as showed how inferior they really were. Great Elder, may you never be born again, the disciples said in awe as they looked at the 8th star that shone on the sky. The person before them was truly blessed by God. They genuinely hoped that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would be reformed and step forward to become the strongest divine nation in Heaven World later. Almost instantly, Yi Tianyun's favorability point skyrocketed. Instead of harboring hatred toward Yi Tianyun, most people from Sealing Heaven Divine Nation now worshipped him. Even though some of them were the Great Elder's direct disciples, after seeing something this spectacular, they know that the Great Elder was truly diabolical. Nevertheless, some of them still didn't want to admit Yi Tianyun's greatness. Regardless of that, Yi Tianyun successfully became the only one alive who could light up the most number of stars. ch601 stared at Yi Tianyun's back with a smile on her face. She would be lying if she said that the scene didn't surprise her, but compared to other things that Yi Tianyun had done before, this was a mild one. He actually lights up the 9th star. This is impossible. This is not the descendant of the bloodline. It might be fair to say that he is the reincarnation of Sealing Heaven Divine King himself, a disciple said in awe as the 9th star lit up in the sky. You might be right. Is there any story about reincarnation in the past? This might be one of the so-called reincarnations, right? Another said with a gaze full of awe. Everyone was shocked by the scene unfolding in front of their eyes. The stars brightly shone as if mocking everyone else's bloodline, but none of them felt hatred or any negative emotion towards Yi Tianyun right now. They knew that the divine nation in Heaven World might have caught wind of this event, as spying another faction wasn't something uncommon in Heaven World, but they knew that not all faction in Heaven World would know about this immediately. Even so, the thought of other divine nation knowing what was happening right now arose some worry. Everyone was excited as Yi Tianyun seemed to be the second coming of Sealing Heaven Divine King himself. But when they thought that everything was over, the 9 stars exploded and a huge star appeared behind all of them. This star was so different from the other 9 that it was apparent to a naked eye even from the foot of the mountain itself. It was the 10th star. This scene had never happened before as no one ever saw the outline of the 10th star. Yi Tianyun himself was excited as well. He has been building up his bloodline's strength with the power within his body to reap the best result of this test. With every power he drew from within his body, the bloodline stone tablet shone more dazzlingly, resulting in another star lighting up in the sky. But as the 10th star light up in the sky, Yi Tianyun himself was shrouded with a dazzling light and disappeared from everyone's sight. The people who have been watching the whole scene was left stunned as they saw Yi Tianyun disappeared. The light that shrouded the bloodline stone tablet disappeared, and the 10 stars that shone brightly in the sky immediately dimmed and covered by the cloud once again. Hey, what just happened? Where did he go? Why did he disappear all of a sudden? The disciples were confused by what just happened. This was the first time they ever saw the 10th star. Therefore, this was their first time seeing somebody disappeared from the sight. Suo Kaifeng, Yi Xingchen, and Yi Yuanlong began to panic as they didn't know what happened themselves. Yi Tianyun was the ray of hope that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation needed in such a long time. Moreover, Yi Tianyun was a family that they never had the chance to bond with either. Everything happened so suddenly that they really panicked beyond their mind. I am taking him here to gift him an inheritance. But it seems the ancestor might have something else in mind, but I really hoped that he would pass any trial that they gave him. Now, we have to pray for his safety, as we can't afford to lose him. He was our beacon of hope, our guide to the future, Suo Kaifeng said worriedly. The elders and disciples on the site bowed their heads to show their utmost respect. They understood why Suo Kaifeng seemed to be worried and panicked, as Yi Tianyun never even cultivated inside Sealing Heaven Divine Nation at all, so the ancestor might treat Yi Tianyun as an invader or worse. At the same time, the divine nations across the heaven world was in an uproar. The 10th star? Are you sure? Are you sure you're not seeing things? Just quick. We need to have the information about the person that successfully lit up the 10th star. We have to know everything about that person. We have to know everything about that child. We can't let this child live any longer. Otherwise, our future may be in danger. All the leader of each divine nation was in a panic as they started to demand information about Yi Tianyun. They thought that the bloodline stone tablet would end after the 6th or 7th star, but it lit up further into the 10th star. Now, all divine nations were trying to come up with a way to get rid of Yi Tianyun from the world. Chapter 731. Chapter 731. The people from other factions immediately speculated on who was the rising genius of Sealing Heaven Divine Tool would be. However, they couldn't seem to figure it out, as Yi Tianyun was never on their radar. At the same time, at the peak of Sealing Heaven Mountain, Suo Kaifeng and the rest of the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's disciples were wondering where the Bloodline Stone Tablet took Yi Tianyun. Where was he teleported? Suo Kaifeng said gloomily while looking at the sky. He was as curious as he was nervous. He wouldn't be able to stand it if Yi Tianyun was hurt or, even in the worst case, died after receiving such a blessing. He is incredible. He lights up all the stars, Yi Xingchen said as he hugged Jiaolinga excitedly. Yes, he's truly remarkable, Jiaolinga said as she tried to hide her excitement. She was afraid that she would burst into tears of joy if she let her emotion take over. She still felt a little bit guilty for taking Yi Xingchen away from Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in the past. She knew that if it were not for her, Yi Xingchen wouldn't leave Sealing Heaven Divine Nation behind, but after her son made everything right, she could breathe more easily. She felt terrible guilt when Yi Tianyun was born, as she couldn't sense the Sealing Heaven Divine King's bloodline in him, but now, that was surely not the case. At the same time, Yi Tianyun arrived in a unique room in an instant. He saw the vast expanse of space in front of him with nothing on it. When he looked up into the sky, he found that the continents were floating around him. When he looked back, he saw a cliff behind him, stopping him from going backwards. What is this place? Is this the place to receive the 10 stars inheritance? Yi Tianyun said curiously, but alas, he wasn't surprised by all this. When he lighted up the 10th star, he was immediately teleported by the light from the Bloodline Stone Tablet. He looked under the cliff and immediately knew that he was indeed on the 10th star that lighted up earlier, as he could saw the 5 holy mountains of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation from where he stood. This area clearly wasn't easy to reach, and it seemed the only premise to enter this place is to light up the 10th star itself. But everyone was wrong. This is not a star at all. This is the 10 treasure divine tool, Yi Tianyun said with a slight surprise in his tone. He really thought the shining stars above the Bloodline Stone Tablet were actual stars, but it was divine tools all along. The divine runes on the Bloodline Stone Tablet earlier were peculiar, so Yi Tianyun realized that it was the heaven-creating Divine King's doing. But even though it was the stone tablet used by Sealing Heaven Divine King, it was completely fine for heaven-creating Divine King to create it for him. It was really unfortunate that the Sealing Heaven Divine King left the 10 divine tool here unattended after losing his descendant that he loved so much. The inheritance of Sealing Heaven Divine King was unique, as the power that the cultivator received was influenced by these divine tools. Now Yi Tianyun understood why the Great Elder's power exponentially increased when he fought against him earlier. It was all due to the power from these divine tools. The power that the divine tools granted varied according to the number of stars that the inheritor lighted up. Because the Great Elder lighted up 5 stars when he received his inheritance, he gained the power of 5 divine tools. Yi Tianyun had to admit that he was impressed by Sealing Heaven Divine King's cunningness. With these divine tools that he left behind, it could be said that the whole heaven world was his playground. In order to make sure that the future generation could further develop their power well, he left behind these inheritance shenanigans. Well, these divine tools only work in heaven world, it seems, Yi Tianyun said as he looked around the flat plain. He started to walk forward to see what he could do there. But as Yi Tianyun moved several steps forward, a spirit suddenly appeared, giving him respect. "Welcome, new owner," the spirit said respectfully. "Did I become the new master by lighting up the 10th star?" Yi Tianyun asked amusedly. "Yes, the old master has stated that the cultivator who could ignite the 10th star shall become the new owner." The tool spirit that looked like a young boy said gracefully to Yi Tianyun. "Is the other 9 would also show themselves as a tool spirit?" Yi Tianyun asked curiously. No, the other 9 stars are also my own. The old owner wanted to create a high-grade divine tool, but he failed, and thus the 10 of us were born. But in the end, the 10 of us are one, the tool spirit said gracefully. Yi Tianyun was surprised. Sealing Heaven Divine King failed to create high-grade divine tools, but instead of losing all of his materials and ingredient, he salvaged the project and created 9 low-grade divine tools and 1 middle-grade divine tool. Yi Tianyun knew that Sealing Heaven Divine King was a powerful blacksmith who could even create divine tools to assist him in his works. The 10 divine tools was actually 1. That fact alone made Yi Tianyun sigh as he now realized just how powerful Sealing Heaven Divine King in the past was. So, what else did my ancestor left behind? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He was a direct descendant of Sealing Heaven Divine King. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to come up here as he needed the trace of Sealing Heaven Divine King's bloodline to activate the Bloodline Stone tablet. For the start, in addition to becoming the new owner of this place, you have me to guide you if you need any kind of help and that you have the responsibility to protect the entire Heaven World. The Tool Spirit said honestly. Protecting the Heaven World? What do you mean? Yi Tianyun asked with a startled expression. Heaven World was a big place, and he already had his hands full with the obligation to protect Sealing Heaven Divine Nation as it was. Chapter 732 Yi Tianyun was extremely confused as he thought he only had to protect Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. But why did Sealing Heaven Divine King want him to protect the Heaven World instead? Did it mean Yi Tianyun had to protect other divine nations in Heaven World as well? Does it mean I have to protect the Heaven World from the demon invasion? Yi Tianyun asked as he remembered that Sealing Heaven Divine King was another Divine King who helped Heaven Creating Divine King to seal the demon. It seems the new master has already known about the demon monster, which saves us the time for the explanation. The old master has left the 10 divine tools largely to protect the Heaven World from being invaded by the demon, but he also knew that it wouldn't suffice without any master to wield it. Thus he created the system where the person that could light up all the stars would immediately become the new master. The Tool Spirit said emotionlessly, So, in order to give you a perfect understanding of this place, I shall teach you everything you need to control 10 divine tools to protect the entire Heaven World from the demon invasion. Tool Spirit said excitedly. A question. Can I use these divine tools for other things? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, although its main purpose is to halt the demon invasion, as long as the invasion doesn't take place just yet, you are free to use it as you wish, the Tool Spirit said indifferently. That's great. So, does the mortal world and ghost world also has the same defensive mechanism from the demon invasion? Yi Tianyun asked once again. Yes, mortal world has the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, and it would probably be the best divine tool to defend against the demon. However, Heaven Ascending Divine Altar is also present in Ghost World and Heaven World, the Tool Spirit said indifferently. Heaven Ascending Divine Altar on mortal world? Why have I never heard of it? Yi Tianyun wondered. Heaven Ascending Divine Altar that he saw in Ghost World and Heaven World was such a huge monastery-like place that would attract a huge number of cultivators. Heaven Ascending Divine Altar in mortal world is underwater on Devil Cloud Island. A huge battle once took place there that resulted in Heaven Ascending Divine Altar sinking into the bottom of the sea. It was a battle right before the 3 Divine Kings successfully sealed the demon. In addition to being so powerful, Heaven Creating Divine King was also a charming leader. The Tool Spirit said with adoring expression as it described the Heaven Creating Divine King. Ah, so that is why I had mixed feelings when I was there, Yi Tianyun said as he remembered the weird vibes he got during his time on the island. If he could excavate the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar in mortal world, he would be able to teleport between the world as he liked it. He thought the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar only connected Heaven World and Ghost World, but as he remembered that Heaven Creating Divine King was the protector of mortal world, he should have known that mortal world should have Heaven Ascending Divine Altar as well. Is there any other divine tool that I need to know about? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, mortal world has the Heavenly Rock Suppressing Ancient Tablet that suppresses the strongest demon. The strongest demon's cultivation is at 8th layer Divine King stage. The Tool Spirit answered indifferently. Yi Tianyun immediately frowned as he heard that the strongest demon in the past was at the 8th layer Divine King stage. He knew that he wouldn't be able to fight such a powerhouse in his current state, but as he knew that the seal on the demon would at least last another 100 years before it broke, slightly put him at ease as he had the leeway to level up further in the meantime. What else did you know? Yi Tianyun asked the Tool Spirit once more. That is basically all the mortal world has for the defense against the demon world. Heaven World has 10 divine tools and Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, while Ghost World should have something under the Heavenly Netherworld area and also another Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. However, all I know is that you have to find the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King, the Tool Spirit said as he tried to remember everything about the other divine tools to defend against the demon. I see. I understand what I need to do later, Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head. His next step would be finding the descendant of the ancient Netherworld Divine King. So, what else do I need to do over here in the meantime? Yi Tianyun asked. For now, all you need is to do one little favor for the 10 divine tools. You just have to hold this jade pendant and repair the inheritance stone tablet that everyone calls Bloodstone Stone Tablet now. As of now, the inheritance stone tablet is on the verge of breaking, and it couldn't give the intended inheritance for you. The tool spirit said as it placed a small jade pendant on Yi Tianyun's hand. Yi Tianyun nodded as he realized that he could gain more prestige points as he repaired the inheritance stone tablet. He now realized the real reason why the sixth elder was so adamant about not wasting the inheritance on Yi Tianyun. The sixth elder didn't know that it wasn't that the inheritance was almost depleted, but the inheritance stone tablet itself was on the verge of breaking. So I have to use the stone tablet if I want to come here again? Yi Tianyun asked further. No, you have become the new owner of this place. Thus you are free to come here as long as you will it. The tool spirit said casually. Would it be that easy? Yi Tianyun asked surprisedly. Yes, the tool spirit said indifferently. Yi Tianyun nodded before he flew down towards Ceiling Heaven Mountain Peak. From now on, he had another base in Heaven World, and he could freely use it to control anyone. By controlling the 10 divine tools, Yi Tianyun basically controlled Heaven World. On the same time, everyone on Ceiling Heaven Mountain Peak was still shocked by the event and wondered where Yi Tianyun might be. But they eventually noticed a figure was flying in the sky, slowly descending towards them. Look, someone is heading this way, someone shouted loudly, directing everyone else's attention towards the flying figure. Everyone slowly realized that the figure was Yi Tianyun, and they fell silent as they didn't know what to say to that. Especially those who opposed Yi Tianyun in the past now realized how amazing Yi Tianyun is so much they planned to serve under him. Yi Tianyun looked over to everyone as he landed steadily on the mountain peak, and he saw that the favorability of those who stood increased by more than 100. Yi Tianyun didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Chapter 733. Chapter 733. Yi Tianyun felt awkward as it wasn't like he was trying to build a friendly relationship with Ceiling Heaven Divine Nation, but it wasn't so bad. Ceiling Heaven Divine Nation did give him a bad impression, but he knew that it shouldn't stay that way as his father and grandfather would be staying there. You have returned. What happened? Suo Kaifeng asked curiously. I will tell you about it later. For now, I have to see the inheritance stone tablet, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Of course, Suo Kaifeng nodded. The disciples on Ceiling Heaven Mountain Peak was disappointed by Yi Tianyun's response as they were also curious to hear Yi Tianyun's experience after he got teleported, but clearly they wouldn't be able to hear it firsthand. Suo Kaifeng led Yi Tianyun towards the inheritance stone tablet, and Yi Tianyun felt a majestic aura coming off from it. Divine rune was engraved around the stone tablet that Yi Tianyun started to notice as he came closer. There was so much crack on the stone tablet that it looked like it was already broken. The damage of this inheritance stone tablet is quite severe, Yi Tianyun said as he observed the inheritance stone tablet from up close. It wasn't a damage from an attack and more like a crack caused by erosion as the stone itself was slowly breaking apart. At this rate, the amount of the inheritance would get less and less in the near future and probably destroyed before the demon even broke free. The inheritance of Ceiling Heaven Divine King was one of the strongest inheritance anyone could get. Still, Yi Tianyun knew that with the current state of inheritance stone tablet, it wouldn't be able to give any proper inheritance. The inheritance is almost depleted, and we think that the most it can give now are just 10 inheritances, Suo Kaifeng said as he sighed disappointedly. Ceiling Heaven Divine Nation has given out the inheritance like water in the past as anyone with exceptional innate ability would receive one. When they realized that the inheritance stone tablet had its own limit, it was already too late. The people that questioned Yi Tianyun's right to receive the inheritance earlier didn't say anything now as Yi Tianyun had lighted up 10 stars. If there were anyone who deserved the inheritance, that would be none other than Yi Tianyun. 10 times? Yi Tianyun was surprised that the amount of inheritance was far lower than what he expected, but he nodded and threw a jade pendant into the air. The pendant suddenly turned into a green light that started to fix the inheritance stone tablet. Everyone was startled by what Yi Tianyun did. They thought it was impossible to repair the inheritance stone tablet, but that was no longer the case now. How could he repair that? Suo Kaifeng said in shock. Yi Yuanlong beside him was also shocked to see what Yi Tianyun was doing, but he chose to stay quiet for now. The inheritance stone tablet was restored to its original state in no time. Inheritance stone tablet has been fixed. Now, you can give inheritance to those who deserve it, but keep it in moderation unless you want it to be damaged like earlier, Yi Tianyun said casually. It seems Ceiling Heaven Divine King has predicted that the inheritance stone tablet would be exhausted and had prepared a countermeasure to rejuvenate it. Thank you very much for your help. If you didn't fix it, the inheritance stone tablet would be destroyed, Suo Kaifeng said gratefully. He always felt constrained about the inheritance stone tablet, but now that it was fixed, he could be more relaxed every time he gave an inheritance to the new disciple. Thank you very much for your generosity, Second Elder. We are very sorry for our rude behavior in the past, a disciple said before bowing down to Yi Tianyun. He recognized Yi Tianyun's capability and kindness. He has never seen such a man who was willing to help even after being treated improperly. That was why Yi Tianyun's favorability in Ceiling Heaven Divine Nation rose through the roof. Stand up. You didn't have to bow down over such a trivial matter, Yi Tianyun casually said as he waved his hands to the disciple. Thank you very much, second elder. The disciple stood up and bowed a little bit out of respect. Yi Yuanlong felt relieved as he thought that Yi Tianyun would have a long time to be acknowledged as one of the elders in Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, as he didn't have any prestige inside Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. Now, I will get my own inheritance, Yi Tianyun said as he reached out and touched the inheritance stone tablet. The stone suddenly glowed in golden light, and he was once again teleported to somewhere else. What? Is he going inside the inheritance stone tablet now? Did inheritance stone tablet have such mechanism to begin with? The people on the scene were once again surprised by the turn of events involving Yi Tianyun. They had never seen anything like this for as long as they joined Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Finally, someone worthy. A heavy voice was heard as Yi Tianyun opened his eyes and found himself in an unfamiliar place. He saw a kind-hearted middle-aged man in front of him. Yi Tianyun was confused and looked around as he realized that he was inside a hut. The middle-aged man smiled and slowly sat down on a chair while kindly gestured for Yi Tianyun to sit down in front of him. Ancestor, Yi Tianyun said as he realized who this middle-aged man really was. He immediately kneeled down as to show his respect for the man. It was no doubt that the middle-aged man in front of him right now was the Sealing Heaven Divine King himself. Chapter 734. Chapter 734. Your cultivation level is amazing. Such a young man, yet already reached first layer Saint King stage. How did you cultivate so fast? When I am about your age, I think I've only reached Spirit Core at best, but you already reached Saint King stage. This is enchanting. Sealing Heaven Divine King said in awe. Many experts could be called a genius, but almost none could reach a Saint King level at Yi Tianyun's age. The ancestor praised me too much. I am just a little bit lucky, that's all, Yi Tianyun said modestly. Luck is also one strength needed to cultivate. No one could succeed if they didn't have luck on their side. Then again, without hard work, you wouldn't be able to achieve success, Sealing Heaven Divine King said with a smile on his face. His words struck home as he relied only on his strength to overcome everything. Undeniably, he had done that with the help of the system, but it was all his effort to finish all those quests and gained all these crazy points to level up his cultivations and martial arts. With that in mind, Yi Tianyun only smiled at Sealing Heaven Divine King without saying anything. Ancestor, may I ask why you brought me here? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, there is something that I need to tell you. I know that the war has not yet begun. Otherwise, I won't be able to summon you here, Sealing Heaven Divine King said solemnly. War? Is the war that the ancestor talking about have something to do with the sealed demon on mortal world? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He thought about what war would be other than that, but he didn't see anything else that mattered. It seems that you're already informed about the demons. Yes, the problem started with the sealing of that demon. A long time ago, the demon suddenly popped out of nowhere and began killing people. Nobody knew the details about that creature, and we don't have any means to communicate with it as it relentlessly attacked any living creature in its sight. Sealing Heaven Divine King said as he waved his hands to create a phantom shadow. Evil spirit race? Yi Tianyun said in surprise as he remembered the feature of evil spirit race, which resembled the phantom shadow that Sealing Heaven Divine King created. Did you already know about the evil spirit race? Sealing Heaven Divine King asked surprisedly. Yes, they are a race that I have dealt with once in the past, Yi Tianyun said honestly. Did the demon's appearance resemble the evil spirit race? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. It was a possible scenario that the evil spirit race itself was the descendant of the demon. I am afraid that the demon race has been quietly biding their time to dominate the three worlds. When we learn about them, the three of us divine kings searched every nook and cranny in the three worlds but never found anything about the demon, Sealing Heaven Divine King said disappointedly. Ancestor, is there anything that you didn't tell me about? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Do you mean their possible descendants? Sealing Heaven Divine King asked with a hint of fear and worry on his face. Yes. I mean, there must be a reason why you show me the evil spirit race earlier. Does the phantom shadow you show me earlier resemble the demon? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. I am afraid so. After the demon was sealed, the evil spirit race's power suddenly manifested in several races. I am afraid the number has multiplied, but it shouldn't be that many, Sealing Heaven Divine King said with a worried expression. Yi Tianyun now understood why the evil spirit race was constantly searching for treasures. Their real objective was to find and free their ancestor from the seal, not the treasure. I didn't expect the demon to have such a trick up their sleeve. The evil spirit race has many appearances as they often blend with other races. Therefore, it was not that unusual to see one in human appearance. We overlooked this information in the past, and now they had clearly taken their roots in the three worlds, Sealing Heaven Divine King said with a sad expression on his face. So, what is your plan, ancestor? Yi Tianyun asked. For now, the best move is to obtain all the inheritance and collect lots of divine runes. There must be a way to weaken them somehow, and you have to find that way to win the war, Sealing Heaven Divine King said with a solemn expression. But their influence isn't particularly strong, and I already killed one of them. I don't know if there are other evil spirit races out there, but I don't think they would pose a problem for me right now, Yi Tianyun said as he tried to recall whether he has ever seen any other evil spirit race out there. But more importantly, where had the three divine kings of the past gone to? There seemed to be no record about the whereabouts of you three. The three of us left to find a way to break through to a stronger cultivation level or to find a better cultivation site. With the resources in these worlds, it is impossible for us to break through. It was impossible for us to defeat the demon without sealing it. Therefore, our only choice is to find a way to break through and kill it once we build you enough strength. Sealing Heaven Divine King said solemnly. But it was already taking too long. There is no record saying any of you has returned. Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. I don't really know what happened after that. I am just a trace of Sealing Heaven Divine King's divine sense. I only have the memory of Sealing Heaven Divine King before he left Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. There is a possibility that the Divine Kings has died outside, as the world outside the three worlds is uncharted, and nobody knows the danger it possesses. Is there any other world other than the three realms? Yi Tianyun curiously asked, as this was his first time hearing kind of information. Of course, if your cultivation base is too low, there is no way for you to go out there. But once you reach the Divine King level, you will be able to leave anytime you want. That is why the three of us choose to leave and find a better place to break through. Sealing Heaven Divine King said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood what was going on with the Divine Kings. There was another world waiting outside the three realms for those who have reached the Divine Kings, and that was where the Divine Kings had gone to. They were not dead somewhere in the three realms, but instead seeking prospects in the other world. But it seemed they were stuck in some kind of problem that prevented them from coming back and dealt with the demon. Chapter 735. Chapter 735. Since you let me in, you must have something else to say. Yi Tianyun said as he changed the topic. Yes, the demon has to break the seal to escape, but it wouldn't go the way it wants. Our power resides in the three realms, and as long as you use our power, the demon can be sealed once again. Now, in Heaven World, you have the 10 divine tools, or star circle, which stores my power. Once you used up all the power stored inside the star circle, my power would materialize and unleash the strongest attack towards the demon, Sealing Heaven Divine King said carefully. Wouldn't the divine tools break after such an extreme use? Yi Tianyun asked with a frown on his face. Yes, you are correct, but it has to be done in order to get the most out of it, Sealing Heaven Divine King said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood what Sealing Heaven Divine King was saying, but he planned to use it as a last resort. At the very least, he wouldn't want such amazing divine tools to be destroyed. What about the other realms? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Heaven Creating Divine King's power was stored in Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, and you can use it once you have become its master. But that doesn't have to be the case. As long as you have a friendly term with the inheritor, I am sure that they would help you, as it was the will of their ancestor too. Sealing Heaven Divine King said solemnly. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. I already become the inheritor of Heaven Creating Divine King, Yi Tianyun said honestly. Well, if that's the case, you have to maintain the Heavenly Ascending Divine Altar cautiously. Heaven Creating Divine King didn't leave behind as much resource as we did. If you didn't maintain it to your earnest, it could be depleted without any means to restore it. Now, for the last part, is the power of Ancient Netherworld Divine King that rests under Heavenly Netherworld, Sealing Heaven Divine King said solemnly. Power of Ancient Netherworld Divine King? The Tool Spirit earlier said that I have to find his descendant. Is that still the case? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, the power that I said earlier would have to be granted by the Ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant that may still rest under Heavenly Netherworld. If our power was used simultaneously, the entire three realms would be covered by Divine Barrier, which will pressure the demon and prevent it from escaping, Sealing Heaven Divine King said solemnly. It's so powerful. Last time I checked, I think the demon's power was at the Divine King peak stage. Are you sure the resources left behind by the three Divine Kings would be sufficient? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. It's fine. As long as it's still on Divine King cultivation level, we should be able to handle it. The first time we sealed the demon, its cultivation was higher than that, Sealing Heaven Divine King said solemnly. So, all I need to do now is collect the resources that the three of you left behind and activate it when the demon successfully escapes and seal it back. Yi Tianyun asked to confirm things. It was not that he wasn't sure about the mission right now, but their line of thoughts matched. Sealing Heaven Divine King nodded to confirm Yi Tianyun's word and sighed in relief. He knew that killing the demon was an impossible task. Therefore, it was reassuring knowing that someone would seal the demon once again in the future. I know this is hard for you, Ancestor. Most people don't even know the price you are paying to do all this. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head to the obliviousness of other cultivators. We don't really care about it. We never really pay attention to our own reputation. After all, that is not what's important for us. Can reputation shield us from the demon? No, I don't think they would care either, Sealing Heaven Divine King said indifferently. Now, I think that is enough chit-chat for today as my energy is starting to deplete. Instead, I will give you my memory, detailing things that you need to do. Sealing Heaven Divine King said as he reached out and pulled out a strand of memory and implanted it to Yi Tianyun's head. Yi Tianyun absorbed the memory without resisting and got far more detailed information compared to the memory given by Heavenly Rock suppressing Ancient Tablet. In addition, Sealing Heaven Divine King's inheritance was also mixed in with the memory, which made it complete. I will leave everything in your hands, young man. I know you'll have to walk a thorny path, but I hope you find courage and willpower to pass it all. Sealing Heaven Divine King said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun nodded. He knew that he had to deal with the demon one way or another, as he must protect his loved ones from the demon. Thank you, Ancestor. I will do the best I can, Yi Tianyun said as he felt motivation swirling his body. He wouldn't stop at just sealing the demon, as he wanted to kill it to get rid of its influences once and for all. Well said. Now use the knowledge that I gave earlier to find what you need. I suggest you find people to aid you, Sealing Heaven Divine King said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded and immediately returned to Sealing Heaven Mountain Peak once again. Is the inheritance finished? Suo Kaifeng asked curiously. Yes, and now it is time for me to leave, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Everyone's expression suddenly changed as they heard that Yi Tianyun wanted to leave. Second Elder, can't you stay? We know that we have done a lot of wrongdoings in the past, but we sincerely beg for your forgiveness and stay here to lead Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, the disciple said with a sad expression on their face. They begged for Yi Tianyun to stay, as Yi Tianyun's presence was so needed that they couldn't easily let Yi Tianyun go. Chapter 736. Chapter 736. When Yi Tianyun was about to leave, everyone begged him to stay. They have seen what Yi Tianyun was capable of, and they couldn't just let him go if they wanted Sealing Heaven Divine Nation to prosper. The world has always respected the strong, and now that they have seen Yi Tianyun's power, their favorability increased exponentially. They all hope you can stay, Suo Kaifeng said calmly, but in his mind, he was cheering for his disciple to beg Yi Tianyun to stay. Although he wanted Yi Tianyun to stay, it wasn't for preparing war against another divine nation to expand Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's territory. It was more about defense, as Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was often attacked by others. Yi Yuanlong also wanted to say something, but Zhao Linga stopped him from doing so. She knew that if Yi Yuanlong persuaded Yi Tianyun to stay, Yi Tianyun would relent and decide to stay. Although it was a shame that her family just reunited, she knew that Yi Tianyun had another responsibility to take care of. Shi Shuiyun stood by and said nothing while smiling towards Yi Tianyun. She knew what Yi Tianyun was thinking, and therefore felt no need to say anything to change it. I appreciate your feelings, but I still have a lot of things that I need to take care of. Not only do I have my own faction, but we still have an impending crisis that I need to solve, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Everyone felt dejected, and they realized that there was nothing they could say that could change Yi Tianyun's mind. They blamed themselves as they thought that the impression they gave earlier made it hard for Yi Tianyun to stay. But don't you worry, I will rush here whenever danger is approaching, Yi Tianyun said assuringly. Yi Tianyun's words were said sincerely. He still has his parents and his grandfather here. Therefore, he still had an obligation to return here to look after them. The people nodded, as it was the best thing that they could have right now. Suo Kaifeng immediately took Yi Tianyun back to the Great Hall, while the rest of the disciples had no choice but to return to their post. After Yi Tianyun arrived at the Great Hall, he explained what happened after he lighted up the 10th star. Everyone was surprised to hear that the stars in the sky that they thought was the grade for their bloodline level turned out to be divine tools all along. But there was nothing they could do about it, as the 10 divine tools was already set in place. Unless someone with a cultivation base above Sealing Heaven Divine King came, it wouldn't change. I thought it was only the power of the stone tablet, but it turns out to be the power of divine tools, Suo Kaifeng said, as he never realized that the stars that lighted up every time someone tried to test out their bloodline level were divine tools. Yes, unfortunately, the situation isn't so good right now. I have to check on the situation of other divine tools that the 3 divine kings left behind in the past. Otherwise, we might not have the means to fight against the demon later, Yi Tianyun said worriedly, which was followed by everyone nodding in understanding. They didn't understand how important Yi Tianyun's task before was, but now they know that the task he was handling wasn't something that a teenager should shoulder. My son, you have such a difficult task ahead of you, Zhao Linghe said worriedly. If you can't stand it anymore, come here and take a rest. Mother would always comfort you and take care of you, for I don't want you to be hurt out there, Zhao Linghe said as she hugged Yi Tianyun lovingly. Don't worry, Mother, I am not only protecting the 3 realms, but also my loved ones, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled warmly towards Zhao Linghe and the rest of his family and took Shi Shuiyun's hands. His goal from the beginning was to protect his loved ones, not the 3 realms. Hey, as a father, I am very sorry for unable to help you even after everything that happened, my son, Yi Xingchen said with a sad expression on his face. He felt very upset that he wasn't there for his son in his early life, and now he didn't even have what it took to help his son complete his task. It was all because their cultivation was too far apart right now. The best help that you can give me right now is to help Sealing Heaven Divine Nation and unite the power of Heaven World together. In the end, I won't be able to fight against the demon on my own, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. In the memory that he got from sealing Heaven Divine King, he knew that the demons would be pouring in after the sealed demon in Mortal World escaped. No problem, we will do everything we can. When the demons strike, we will help you fight them with everything we got. Yi Chen said confidently. Thank you very much, Father. I am sure you can do it. Now, it is time that I return to Mortal World, Yi Tianyun said with a warm smile on his face. But when he said it, a guard rushed inside the Great Hall. Family Lord, there is an army coming. It seems that up to 7 or 8 divine nations have banded together and prepared to attack us. They're right in front of our door, the guard said nervously. What? Suo Kaifeng's complexion changed. He didn't expect this many divine nation would come and attack them this sudden. Why would they do something like this? Are they out of their mind? Suo Kaifeng said worriedly. I guess the news about Yi Tianyun's bloodline test shocked them and hastened their plan. They clearly have no intention to let a genius like Yi Tianyun being with us even though they didn't know who the genius is, Yi Yuanlong said solemnly. Well, it wasn't something uncommon. They clearly have forgotten who it was that used to protect Heavenworld in the past. With that said, I will be the one to destroy them. I will let them know the power and intention of our ancestor. I will let them know who the Heavenworld originally belongs to, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. He wasn't upset by this sudden attack. In fact, he was happy as he could develop further thanks to this attack. The opportunity to level up wasn't something that Yi Tianyun would ever be upset about. I haven't leveled up in a long time. It is time for me to take care of myself, Yi Tianyun said to himself with a gaze full of killing intent. Chapter 737. Chapter 737. The one thing that Yi Tianyun hated the most is a swarm of locusts that tried to take what they weren't supposed to. There went his trust towards the old ancestor of any divine nation, as they weren't as old as they said they were. Most of them didn't even know about the demon invasion in the past. Now, sealing Heaven Divine Nation was surrounded by the top divine nations in Heaven World. Yi Tianyun knew that they should have a good inheritance of old ancestors since they could surpass sealing Heaven Divine Nation in the past. It was clearly ironic seeing that their ancestors were able to build a divine nation in the first place thanks to sealing Heaven Divine King and the other 2 divine kings that managed to seal the demon before it could cause irreparable damage. But now, they were trying to attack sealing Heaven Divine Nation. This was a disgusting crime that had to be eradicated. There were 7 to 8 divine nations that made their way toward him, which made Yi Tianyun happy as he would receive so many XP and CPs. However, at the same time, he was a little bit upset that such divine nations failed to realize that they managed to last this long thanks to sealing Heaven Divine King. Yi Tianyun and Suo Kaifeng, along with a few other elders, flew towards the gate to defend the sealing Heaven Divine Nation, while the rest at the mountain peak immediately rushed towards the gate through the ground because they couldn't fly just yet. The cultivators that could fly were only the elders' rank and above. None of them has reached the cultivation base that allowed them to fly aside from the elder ranks or above. When Yi Tianyun and the others reached the gate, they were greeted by a large number of cultivators with a high cultivation base. Thankfully, Sealing Heaven Divine Nation had a great array that prevented everyone aside from the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's elder rank and above from flying inside Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's territory. Unless they were a cultivator of Divine King ranks, they wouldn't be able to override the great array's effect. However, a cultivator at Saint King stage could force their way to fly for a short distance under the Great Array's effect, but it would cause a considerable amount of pressure on themselves. It seems that the divine nations that want to crop Sealing Heaven Divine King's growth have gathered here today. I am a little bit disappointed there was this many of you, Yi Tianyun said as he observed the horde of cultivators outside Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's gate. Yi Tianyun realized that the divine nations that gathered there today have allied themselves and dispatched more than half of their men to destroy Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. It seems that they realized that they couldn't attack Sealing Heaven Divine Nation half-assedly. Well, no matter how much of you there is, you will become my XP. Yi Tianyun smirked to himself. He was frustrated earlier that he couldn't get rid of the scum who stood behind the Great Elder and Third Elder after he killed both of them. This divine nation was where his parents and grandfather would live from now on, so he couldn't weaken the divine nation like that. But now, it was an opportunity to gain a level. He placed ch601 on the edge of the city wall, where the city guards were standing by, while he immediately advanced forward to hold off the invasion. The guard was shocked to see Yi Tianyun suddenly showed up, but they knew that only the elder rank or above could fly inside Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's territory. When they saw that Suo Kaifeng was following Yi Tianyun, they immediately returned to their post. Divine Nation's people. If you come to us as a guest, I will be very happy to welcome you all, but if you come here with this many people, I couldn't help but feel a little bit agitated. So, what do you come here for? Suo Kaifeng asked in front of so many enemy cultivators. Suo Kaifeng might sound calm, but he was actually worried as there were so many cultivators with a high cultivation base here that he doubted Sealing Heaven Divine Nation could fend off. Moreover, 8 divine nations joined forces in this attack, so Suo Kaifeng knew that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's relationship with them was over. The case where someone provoked so many divine nation at the same time didn't happen that often, but now, they marched willingly towards Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's gate. Oh, family Lord Suo, we came here with a simple goal in mind. We know that you have a peerless genius among you who could light up 10 stars on your bloodline stone tablet. We are here to celebrate with you and congratulate you for giving birth to such talent. Is it better for us to sit down together? Turbid Divine Nation's Holy King ch601 said emotionlessly. Yes, we came here just to see such genius up close. We thought that it would be such a disrespectful act not to congratulate you personally on such occasion. Heaven Buddha Divine Nation's Holy King, Heavenly Silkworm, said with a smile on his face. Their face and words were really harmless, but once you believed what they were saying, that'd be the time that you would be brought to hell. If they really came here to congratulate Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, they wouldn't have to bring so many cultivators with them. If Sealing Heaven Divine Nation wasn't protected by a great array, they would have been destroyed by now. Well, if that being the case, we would have to ask the respective Divine Nation's Lord to come in alone. I am sorry, but we don't have enough accommodation for so many cultivators here, Suo Kaifeng said indifferently. He didn't really care about what they thought, as he just wanted them to leave Sealing Heaven Divine Nation alone. But Yi Tianyun shook his head as Suo Kaifeng's words sounded weak. If it were the Sealing Heaven Divine King himself, he wouldn't waste his time on words and attacked all of these people mercilessly. Chapter 738. Chapter 738. The Divine Nation's leaders smiled, but their smiles quickly turned into a sneer. Okay, now that you aren't so easy to fool, we will give you two choices. Either we destroy your nation, or you give up all the inheritances and the genius earlier. Heavenly Silkworm Holy King said with a sly look on his face. Other Divine Nations leaders also had the same expression on their faces. It was clear that they had been blinded by greed. They couldn't allow the birth of the second Sealing Heaven Divine King, who might suppress their growth, and with that in mind, they had to put off the genius as soon as possible. How dare you, Suo Kaifeng said furiously. Yi Tianyun, on the side, was still observing the enemies apathetically as he already expected as much from them. Don't test our patience here, Lord Suo. You need to hurry up and make a choice. Don't you ever think that your gate would be able to hold us here? Even if it was difficult to break, with these many cultivators, it would be eventually broken down, Shi-Huotian said with a smirk on his face. Shi-Huoyan and Heavenly Silkworm Holy King spoke on behalf of the Divine Nation Alliance because they had the strongest cultivation base out of all the Alliance members. Nevertheless, the people from Sealing Heaven Divine Nation were trembling, fearing what would happen to them. It seems that you have been spying on us for quite some time. You have to know that we still have our hidden trump card, Suo Kaifeng said coldly. Don't you know that you have become a weak old man? We are here not to kill you, but to take your inheritance away. What good does the inheritance for you anyway? But afraid not, we will exchange some spirit medicine and martial arts for them, Heavenly Silkworm Holy King said with a smirk on his face. Well, all he said was true, but he wouldn't exchange the inheritance fairly. He would just give Sealing Heaven Divine Nation low-level martial arts and ordinary medicinal pills. But already anticipated Yi Tianyun that much, as he understood if the other Divine Nation just wanted to trade, they wouldn't bring such a massive army with them. A group of leechers wants to take advantage of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation? I don't know how many of you are here, but if you're not planning to join the defense against the demon with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, then you can die here right now, Yi Tianyun said as he stood up. You damn brat, silence yourself when your elder is speaking. Family Lord Suo, it seems you didn't teach manners to your disciples. How can a brat interrupt us like that? Shi Huochen said coldly. Suo Kaifeng remained silent as he didn't know what Yi Tianyun wanted to do here. I am asking you on behalf of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation here. Otherwise, you are already dead. Now, you can either return to wherever you come from or die here. You must know that your Divine Nation stands tall right now is all because of Sealing Heaven Divine King's mercy. You are clearly unable to repay his kindness. Moreover, you tried to bite the hands that offered you help in the past. This is not a tolerable behavior, Yi Tianyun said coldly. It was clear that his word would affect them somehow. Everyone looked at each other and started to laugh at Yi Tianyun. They clearly didn't take him seriously. Kid, you are still too young to understand this world. What happens in the past stays in the past. We have no business with what happened in the past. All that matters is the thing we had right now, Shi Huotian said while laughing out loud. Yes, you are clearly delusional, kid. If Sealing Heaven Divine King was here, sure, we will respect him and leave Sealing Heaven Divine Nation alone, but he wasn't here right now. You guys have already fallen in rank, and we hate to say it, but you guys are the weakest Divine Nation around, and you are quite arrogant for your age. Well, if Sealing Heaven Divine Nation wants to survive here today, your life would be included on the pact. Heavenly Silkworm Holy King said coldly. Well, it is no wonder Sealing Heaven Divine King said that asking to repay one's debts wasn't a good thing. It's proven to be such a waste of time. Well, this is great. So, on behalf of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, I will kill all of you without leaving anyone behind, Yi Tianyun coldly said while starting to fly forward towards the enemy line. Hey, no wonder you can talk arrogantly. Apparently, you hold one of the flying tokens. Well, you're doing us a favor as you will be killed first, Heavenly Silkworm Holy King said as he pointed his fingers, and a cold light suddenly burst out towards Yi Tianyun. Die, you bastard, Heavenly Silkworm Holy King shouted excitedly. Yi Tianyun pulled out the evil spirit divine sword as he saw the attack aimed at him and swung it towards Heavenly Silkworm Holy King, which summoned a dark light that clashed with the cold light that Heavenly Silkworm Holy King fired and overpowered it instantly, forcing its way towards Heavenly Silkworm Holy King himself. The dark light hit him head on and he was cut in half, but that is not all. The dark light immediately started burning his body. Heavenly Silkworm Holy King didn't have the time to dodge the dark light, and now he was screaming out of pain as his body was cut in half and started burning at a terrifying speed. Everyone was shocked as Heavenly Silkworm Holy King, who was at 6th-layer Saint King stage, was overpowered in a second. What? How can a kid be so powerful? ch601 said with shock evident on his face. He might believe it if Yi Tianyun was an old man, as there was a possibility that such an old cultivator was hiding his power, but for a really young kid to do such a thing, he just couldn't believe it. I forgot to tell you that I am the genius that you all wanted to kill. Well, good for you that the killing is already started. So, let the killing begin. Yi Tianyun said while setting loose a powerful killing intent. Chapter 739. Numerous Divine Nation leaders had speculated what role Yi Tianyun played in sealing Heaven Divine Nation, and Yi Tianyun's word himself already confirmed it. Now, the genius of sealing Heaven Divine Nation that was able to light up 10 stars was there in front of them. Not only that, but the boy was capable of killing Heavenly Silk Holy King with only a sword aura. How could this be possible? Didn't you only test out your bloodline power recently? How can you already have such monstrous cultivation? ch601 said surprisedly. In fact, all other people were also surprised, as it didn't make any sense for some boy to be able to kill Heavenly Silkworm Holy King. But suddenly, a shriek was heard from someone asking for help. Everyone looked toward the direction of the sound, and it turned out the Heavenly Silkworm Holy King wasn't dead just yet. He was still burning, and the shriek turned out to be him screaming out of terror and asking for help. Several Spirit King cultivators immediately came to the rescue, but as soon as they came close to Heavenly Silkworm Holy King's burning body, the fire immediately jumped at them. Ah, get it off of me, the Spirit King cultivators shouted in horror as the fire started to burn their clothes. But the fire wasn't something easy to get rid of. The cultivators tried putting off the fire by rolling on the ground, quenching it with water, and any other method, but it was all useless. Eventually, they came up with the answer that the best way to get rid of the fire was to cut off the burning part itself. But they realized this too late as their body was already burning, and now there was no way to cut off their body to get rid of the flame. Not too long after, several Spirit King cultivators that tried to help Heavenly Silkworm Holy King was burned alive. On the other hand, the Heavenly Silkworm Holy King was still burning but still very much alive. It was not because of his high cultivation level, but because Yi Tianyun deliberately let him suffer. The other cultivators that saw the scene with their own eyes were shocked beyond belief. Several Spirit King cultivators who almost reached the Saint King expert were killed without the enemy lifting a hand. ch601 began to worry as Heavenly Silkworm Holy King was defeated in an instant with so little effort, making him shudder at the fact of what would happen to others that were clearly weaker than Heavenly Silkworm Holy King. Was his idea to get rid of sealing Heaven Divine Nation only an illusion right now? You are too full of yourself, kid. How can you defeat so many people at once? You may be powerful, but you wouldn't be able to handle all of us at once. ch601 said coldly at Yi Tianyun. Now, charge forward, my men. Kill them all without leaving anyone behind. ch601 shouted his war cry. The Divine Nations Alliance immediately roared in excitement and rushed forward while pulling out their best weapon to attack the wall and breached sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Starting the defensive Great Array, Suo Kaifeng said with a cold expression. He was already determined to fight the invading enemies, and this was what he could do for now. The Great Array immediately activated, and a thick shield immediately pushed out cultivators that tried to climb up the walls. The shield exuded a powerful aura that pressured the enemies. We're prepared for the shield, ch601 coldly said as he gathered the remaining Divine Nation leaders and a few dozen Saint King cultivators and started to combine their power into one. Spiritual power burst out on the air, and a terrifying sword aura floated on the air that rushed forward and slammed against the shield. The hard shield immediately cracked after taking the attack of ch601's combined force. The sealing Heaven Divine Nation's guards were even sent off the wall and received a couple of injuries from the impact of the attack. Suo Kaifeng gritted his teeth as he knew that at this rate the shield would be shattered in no time. You indeed came prepared. It seems you have planned this for quite a while. You even have a martial art specifically to destroy our shield, Suo Kaifeng said with a frown on his face. Now, you still think that you would be safe there? Our sword would destroy your defenses in a moment, and you would be killed along with your entire Divine Nation, ch601 said with a smirk on his face. His army of Spirit King cultivators was also trying their best to attack the shield, causing a lot of pressure towards sealing Heaven Divine Nation's people. Many people started to panic as they saw the shield starting to crack. If the shield was broken, there was no way they could fend off the horde of enemies in front of them. Is this the extent of your abilities? Yi Tianyun coldly said as he threw his looks at ch601's attack with a bored expression. Look here, kid, I know that you are quite a powerful person, but in the face of so many enemies, do you think you have sealing Heaven Divine King's power? You might survive our attack, but sealing Heaven Divine Nation is done for, Shi Huotian said furiously. All the other enemies smirked and nodded to Shi Huotian's word. The reason they joined hands with the Divine Nation Alliance was that their own Divine Nation stopped growing. They wanted to attack Sealing Heaven Divine Nation to receive new treasures for their Divine Nation to grow. I may not be the Sealing Heaven Divine King, but I am his descendant, Yi Tianyun coldly said as he reached out his hands to the sky, and suddenly, the 10 stars shone in the sky, and a terrifying beam of light immediately engulfed the Divine Nation Alliance forces. Yi Tianyun deliberately let Shi Huotian live for now, as he wanted to deal with him with his own power. The light that shrouded the Divine Nation Alliance forces immediately dissipated and left a huge hollow land with no corpse left. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianyun has decimated more than half of the enemy forces. Chapter 740. Chapter 740. There was no trace left behind. Not even a scream could be heard when the light hit the ground. Ding. Successfully killed first layer Spirit King stage intruder. Reward 600 million XP 25W00 CPs. Ding. Successfully killed 5th layer Spirit King stage intruder. Reward 900 million XP 33W00 CP zeros. Ding. Successfully, a large number of Spirit King stage cultivators were killed instantly. The remaining Spirit King stage cultivators on the battleground turned pale as they realized that they didn't stand a chance against Yi Tianyun. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 2nd layer Saint King stage. He finally leveled up. It was partly thanks to the 810x EXP card that he got from the roulette in the past. After stacking so many EXP amplifiers, he got a total of 1112x EXP for this battle. The XP he got from killing a Spirit King cultivator wasn't much, but as it was multiplied by 1112 times, the amount of XP he got was ridiculous. Yi Tianyun used all of his XP cards as he saw the number of opponents this time was too many, fit to go all in to grow his power once more. A lot of opponent meant a large number of XP. With the attack from the 10 divine tools, he could cover a wide area and decimate them cleanly, thus increasing the effectiveness of the XP card. Unfortunately, the crazy point that he got was abysmal to XP as he didn't have any crazy point card for now. While he got hundreds of millions of experience points, his crazy points only increased by thousands. Well, I had to live with what I got. Killing these scums alone gave me quite a lot of XP already, Yi Tianyun said to himself. He hated a group of greedy opportunists the most. The war against the demon hasn't even started just yet, but these scums were already keen on killing each other like a fool. Especially the word from Heavenly Silkworm Holy King earlier when he stated that he didn't care about the demon. Was he really all right in the head by saying that? If Sealing Heaven Divine King were here, he would instantly kill these people without even batting an eye. Everyone was scared of what just unfolded in front of them. A large number of Spirit King cultivators was gone, like a vapor. The Divine Nation leaders that were still standing looked at Yi Tianyun dreadfully, and they started to look up and saw that the 10 stars were shining in the sky. What is this power? Is this the inheritance that Sealing Heaven Divine King left behind? One of the Divine Nation leaders said in horror. It must be. This power is too amazing to be his own, another Divine Nation leader said anxiously. That's it. I surrender. There is no way I can win against such an overbearing power. Another said while holding his hands up. They didn't want to die just yet, so they left behind their banners and stopped their attacks. Suo Kaifeng was also shocked as he never saw such monstrous power. Although he had the great array to use the star power himself, it was never to this extent. Surrender. Did you think it would be that easy? Yi Tianyun said coldly to the Divine Nation's leaders. They wanted to surrender to keep their lives as soon as Yi Tianyun demonstrated such an extraordinary power before them, but why would Yi Tianyun give them such mercy? No, stop saying nonsense. I believe that he can only launch an attack of that scale once. He is definitely scaring us to surrender. We have to stay strong and fight back, Shi Huotian said desperately. Moreover, he already killed many of our elders. It wasn't something that could be forgiven. We have to avenge them as the king of a divine nation. Shi Huotian's words were true. As a king of divine nation, he couldn't just retreat like that as it would show weakness and at the same time shaming their respective divine nations. But most of the divine nations leaders gave up partly because they didn't think that they could destroy Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's shield anymore with their current number. Are you certain that I can only do it once? Did you really think I would use my one-time chance just to kill a bunch of Spirit King cultivators instead of the leader? I wonder why something like that didn't even cross your mind, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He didn't care what they wanted to do as he felt like he was observing a group of ants trying to climb up into his house. He didn't use the full potential of the 10 divine tools, as just a small portion of its power was enough to kill the Spirit King cultivators. This was the power of Divine King. Those at Saint King level or below wouldn't be able to defend against this power. The divine nation's leaders, who were swayed by Shi Huoshan's word earlier, began to surrender once again as they believed that Yi Tianyun's word was more believable. No, don't listen to his gibberish. We have to continue attacking. Shi Huoshan tried to sway the leaders once again. He was frustrated to keep the morale of the joined forces as he was so eager to destroy Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Don't worry, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. You all will die here today. Yi Tianyun coldly said as he reached up to the sky once more, and the 10 stars that shone in the sky began to flicker once again. A terrifying spiritual power began to condense, and this time it was more powerful than the one before. The joined forces army began to scatter, trying to get away from the attack. Shi Huotian was no exception, as he was the first to run with everything he got. He ran faster than anyone else despite his plea to keep attacking earlier. Well, you won't be able to escape this, Yi Tianyun said coldly. This attack that he was about to unleash covered a huge amount of ground that no matter how far Shi Huoshan ran, he would still be inside the attack range. Finally, Yi Tianyun released his attack. The light blasted the ground once more, covering the entire Saint King cultivators and the divine nation's leaders. Chapter 741. Chapter 741. Yi Tianyun's attack this time was far more powerful than the previous one. The only thing different this time was Yi Tianyun directed the attack towards the Saint King cultivators on the scene. The light covered everyone from the enemy alliances, and everything just disappeared, leaving not even a scream behind. Everyone was surprised as they realized this time Yi Tianyun's light of death was stronger than before. They were trembling on their feet as they realized that they wouldn't survive if they were the target. The power of the stars is too strong, an elder said from above the wall as he witnessed Yi Tianyun's strength. Yeah, I have never seen the stars being used for something like this before, another elder said with a frown on his face. Thank God he isn't our enemy now. It's really fortunate for us to be able to ally ourselves with such a powerhouse, another said excitedly. The look from Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's cultivators was filled with awe. Some people already knew that Yi Tianyun was the one who lighted up all 10 stars, but some of them still didn't know about this information. But most of them definitely didn't know that the 10 stars lighting up in the sky were divine tools. Ding. Successfully killed Yudian Holy King. Reward, 83 billion XP, 250 W0 CPs, 30 WN XPs. Ding. Successfully killed Yudian Imperial Preceptor. Reward, 8 billion XP, 240 W00 CPs, 28 W00 Cs. Ding. Successfully. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for breaking through to 3rd layer Saint King stage. Holy Kings and Imperial Preceptor were being killed without a chance of resisting. Not only the people watching, but even Yi Tianyun himself was also shocked by the scene in front of him. His combat power rose and reached 40 billion points. Even a Saint King Peak cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand Yi Tianyun's power, but as the light faded, a few Holy Kings were still left standing. They had divine tools that shielded them from the light, but unfortunately, their divine tools were completely useless now as they broke after taking the attack head-on. Shi Huotian was one of the survivors this time, and his eyes were full of horror. Even with the strongest treasure in their possession, they couldn't even defend themselves completely as they still sustained injuries here and there. Well, I'm surprised that you can survive my attack, Yi Tianyun indifferently said as he shook his head. He could have leveled up once more if these people died. Too bad they could defend themselves earlier. It was no wonder that the world didn't have any divine kings since the disappearance of the 3 divine kings of the past. It was thought to raise even 1 level of Saint King stage. Without the help of the XP card that he got from the roulette, he wouldn't even be able to level up once even after dealing with so many enemies. You are clearly cheating here. You are using the divine tools left by Sealing Heaven Divine Kings, aren't you? I bet that you can't deal with us with your own power, Shi Huoshan said tauntingly. He taunted Yi Tianyun as he thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to do anything without Sealing Heaven Divine King's power. Yes, come down here and fight us yourself. You are just a coward that hides behind the ancestors' treasures, aren't you? Another divine nation's leader shouted as he realized what Shi Huotian was trying to do. Don't listen to what they said. They're just afraid of the star's power, Suo Kaifeng said worriedly to Yi Tianyun. Suo Kaifeng himself didn't think that Yi Tianyun would be able to deal with several Saint King experts at the same time, so he didn't want Yi Tianyun to respond to their provocation. Yi Yuanlong also looked at Yi Tianyun with worry. He knew how easy it was to provoke a young man like Yi Tianyun, as a young man his age often bit into the provocation without really thinking of the consequences. But Shi Shuiyun didn't say anything as she knew that there was no way Yi Tianyun would lose. Yi Tianyun just smiled and jumped onto the battlefield, while the stars in the sky were immediately covered by the clouds. It was clear to everyone that Yi Tianyun was provoked and sealed the star's power. Great, he is just another idiot. Albeit his ability is good, he's still too green to think rationally. We have to join forces and kill him quickly, Shi Huotian said to the rest of the Divine Nation's leaders as he smirked triumphantly. Second Elder, stop. Don't fall for their provocation. Suo Kaifeng tried to persuade Yi Tianyun to listen to his word. He also jumped forward, preventing Yi Tianyun from advancing any further. I understand that you are worried, family lord, but I am stronger than them. That fact I can assure you. So please, don't worry about me, Yi Tianyun said with confidence. Yi Tianyun wasn't a fool. He already assessed the power of each divine nation's leader on the battlefield and reached the conclusion that he would be able to win. He had to prove himself in front of everyone that he was a force to be reckoned with, whether with or without sealing heaven divine king's inheritance. Chapter 742. Chapter 742. Suo Kaifeng was nervous as he failed to dissuade Yi Tianyun from going down to the battlefield. If Yi Tianyun died here today, sealing heaven divine nation would be as good as finished, and that's not just of speech, as the sealing heaven divine nation would be immediately destroyed by the other divine nation as soon as Yi Tianyun was killed. The scene earlier still shocked everyone, as it was possibly the strongest attack that anyone on Heavenworld has ever seen. Even if Sealing Heaven Divine King's successor never appeared, no one would dare to stand against Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, as the star's power was enough to destroy a divine nation by itself. Although some hidden faction somewhere in Heavenworld might have a stronger divine weapon or cultivators, it doesn't matter, as no one would really want to make an enemy out of Yi Tianyun. Listen to me, Yi Tianyun, don't go over there. They're not the people we can take lightly, and you should have known this. If you get overpowered, you will die. Suo Kaifeng shouted desperately. That's a fact, kid. You better come down here and come at us with your own power instead of hiding behind Sealing Heaven Divine King's power. Be a man for once, Shi Huoqian said with a smirk on his face. He planned to provoke Yi Tianyun until the end, as he thought it would be easier to deal with Yi Tianyun once he lost his cool. Family Lord, don't worry, I have my own plan, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Suo Kaifeng saw the determination in Yi Tianyun's eyes and fell silent for a while as he started to believe Yi Tianyun might just be able to deal with the allied forces alone. Suo Kaifeng then nodded his head and returned to the top of the wall, but once he got to the top of the wall, he felt a little bit disappointed at himself for letting Yi Tianyun go. Yi Tianyun's word really got to him, and he ended up letting him go. This is all because of Yi Tianyun's high command point, which made his word turned into a command for those who believed in him. That was also why many disciples obeyed Yi Tianyun's word without any question. What happened, family lord? Why did you let him go alone? An elder asked Suo Kaifeng in astonishment. He is our genius. If you let him die, how can we survive in the future? Another elder said surprisedly. Stop him, damn it. If I can fly, I will rush there and stop him myself, a disciple said nervously. Many disciples and elders felt that Yi Tianyun was clearly powerful, but not powerful enough to deal with so many enemies at once. But the enemy, especially Shi Huoqian, was very excited as he saw a ray of hope to win this battle. Good kid, act like a real man and come here, Shi Huoqian said to Yi Tianyun provocatively. The allied forces almost cheered up as they saw how easy it was to provoke Yi Tianyun. A moment after, Yi Tianyun landed on the ground with the evil spirit divine sword in his hand. Yi Tianyun walked in with a calm demeanor without any concern showing. With a step forward, the allied forces were preparing themselves to attack Yi Tianyun. It seems that you are really confident in your power. But don't worry, you will not be the first cultivator I know who was so confident, only to die the next moment, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. In my opinion, cultivators tend to act around several circumstances. It is either their unwavering belief that they are a genius and surely can destroy everything on their path, a belief that they can do anything once they break through in cultivation, or the belief that they were so strong that they could kill anyone. And obviously, you are the last type, Yi Tianyun said while shaking his head. Nonsense. It is as simple as to see who is right and wrong through a head-on battle, Shi Huoqian said coldly. Well, if that the case, good for you. Although it doesn't matter what belief that you have once you stood in front of me, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards the edge of the barrier that was created to protect the wall earlier. What? Shi Huoqian was perplexed as he didn't understand where Yi Tianyun's confidence was coming from, but he suddenly felt extreme pressure coming out from Yi Tianyun. It is already too late, Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he suddenly disappeared from his spot and appeared behind the enemy line. Yi Tianyun slashed the enemy gently, but the evil spirit divine sword still cut the enemy like butter. His first victim was the imperial preceptor of some divine nation, and cut him in two with a single slash. Ding! Successfully killed Lu Yun's imperial preceptor. Reward, 83 billion XP, 200 000 CPs, 13 000 CPs. He continued his assault, killing one cultivator or more with a single slash of his sword. His speed was so fast that the allied forces couldn't react. He killed Saint King cultivators with ease that it was absurd. In the end, only 3 people left standing. Wha, is this his real strength? The people on top of the wall started to wonder. He is too strong. Even without the ancestors' power, he would easily annihilate anyone, another elder said with awe on his face. They are just observers of this battle, but they felt immense joy to witness Yi Tianyun's real power. Yi Tianyun's reputation raised through the roof in an instant as everyone from Sealing Heaven Divine Nation immediately revered him. Well, look at that. I become popular because of you, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk towards Shi Huoqian. He knew that it was best for him to deal with the enemies by himself. If he relied on Sealing Heaven Divine Nation to deal with them and wait, It would take a long time with a risk of losing. In the end, his choice to deal with the enemies himself was the best. Chapter 743. Chapter 743. Yi Tianyun's power shocked everyone. It was obvious that everyone realized that Yi Tianyun was already a force to be reckoned with, even without sealing Heaven Divine King's inheritance. Yi Tianyun's reputation rose once again. He had proved himself to be a capable cultivator. In fact, he was far stronger than any of the elders right now. Everyone saw Yi Tianyun as the second elder without questioning that decision anymore. In fact, people wouldn't mind if he got the position of the great elder for himself. In this cultivation world, strength equaled respect. Thus, a person with stronger cultivation would be more respected. But Yi Tianyun didn't mind the second elder status. He wanted his father and grandfather to establish their position as the great elder and the family lord. Everyone who knew that Yi Tianyun was related by blood to the great elder and the new family lord felt a sense of awe. They now realized that the sealing Heaven Divine Nation was in good hands, as no one would dare to turn hostile against Yi Tianyun. "Escape," Shi Huotian shouted as he realized that it was meaningless to attack sealing Heaven Divine Nation with Yi Tianyun present. But he felt desperate right now as he couldn't see Yi Tianyun's movement, meaning that Yi Tianyun was so much faster than himself. The three remaining cultivators, including Shi Huoshan, began to flee in a different direction. They fled as fast as they could, but for Yi Tianyun, their speed was all useless. Yi Tianyun swung the evil spirit divine sword towards the fleeing cultivators, and a wave of sword aura slashed through the air. Yi Tianyun's expression was still filled with indifference as he really didn't care about these people. If a cultivator were slashed in two by a normal weapon, they might live for a short while, but those who fell victim to the evil spirit divine sword would have their soul consumed. The black fire would burn their bodies away while the soul was being absorbed into the sword. Because of this effect, it was impossible to completely resist it. Even if the sword failed to consume the victim's soul, the fire would still scorch the designated area. 1. Yi Tianyun said indifferently as the first one fell to the ground. Then, he quickly flashed towards the next cultivators that tried to escape. "Please don't kill me. I surrender and willing to become sealing Heaven Divine Nation's vassal," the cultivator said nervously. "There is no need," Yi Tianyun coldly said as he slashed down the cultivator without showing any expression. He didn't care about those who already gave up, as there was no point trusting one who easily defected to enemy when their life was in danger. "That's two," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun disappeared again and reappeared in front of Shi Huotian. He was the only one left as everyone else was already dead. "Where did you want to go to?" Yi Tianyun indifferently asked as he blocked Shi Huotian's path. "Damn you," Shi Huotian said as he was startled and fell to the ground. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun's power to exceed their combined power. When he saw Yi Tianyun killed Heavenly Silkworm Holy King so easily, he thought it was because of sealing Heaven Divine King's inheritance. He taunted Yi Tianyun to get out of sealing Heaven Divine Nation's Great Array's range, as he thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be as strong as he was inside sealing Heaven Divine Nation. "What are you going to say now?" Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. "No, it shouldn't be this way. How can you be this powerful? Are you the incarnation of sealing Heaven Divine King?" Shi Huotian asked in panic and fear. He couldn't believe such a young cultivator would be this overwhelmingly strong. "Incarnation of sealing Heaven Divine King? How can I become his incarnation when he wasn't even dead?" Yi Tianyun said indifferently. "Sealing Heaven Divine King isn't dead?" "How is that possible?" Shi Huotian said surprisedly. He knew that the three great divine kings had disappeared for a long time, so it couldn't be helped if he thought that they must have died somewhere. In honesty, Yi Tianyun didn't really know if the three divine kings were still alive or not, but he believed that such powerful cultivators wouldn't die that easily. "Well, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not, but I want to thank you," Yi Tianyun said as he raised his evil spirit divine sword. What are you thanking me for?" Shi Huotian curiously asked as he hoped that Yi Tianyun would let him go. "Well, I thank you for bringing me so much food for my growth." Yi Tianyun smiled coldly toward Shi Huotian. Shi Huotian immediately shuddered from the killing intent that Yi Tianyun let out. He immediately stood back up and burned his blood essence to enhance his strength. Numerous silver light from Shi Huotian surrounded Yi Tianyun, leaving him with no path to escape. The silver light condensed into the heaven-holding giant sword that Shi Huotian was holding, and he immediately slashed Yi Tianyun with it. "Die, you bastard!" Shi Huotian shouted gloriously. He knew that he would be alive as long as Yi Tianyun was dead, thus killing Yi Tianyun was his only chance to survive. But for Yi Tianyun, Shi Huotian's attack was still not enough to worry him. He blocked the attack with his evil spirit divine sword. Once the heaven-holding divine sword collided with the evil spirit divine sword, the silver light was devoured, and a black light rose to the sky, covering the area with it. The day has turned into the night from the intensity of the black light. Everyone was shocked by what was happening, but the black light gradually dissipated, turning the night back into day. Everyone saw Yi Tianyun was still standing where he stood last time, but Shi Huotian was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 744, Chapter 744, Ding, successfully killed Shi Huotian. Reward, 10 billion XP, 500,000 CPs, 50-00 CPS, Heavenly Stone Secret Art, Crystal Body Divine Art, Stone Heavenly Axe, Tianyun Stone, 20x XP card. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 4th layer St. King stage. Yi Tianyun successfully breakthrough after killing Shi Huoxian. Yi Tianyun was very well satisfied as he managed to level up 3 times from this battle alone. It was unfortunate that he only got a little Crazy Points as he didn't have the Crazy Points card. The price of the Crazy Points card in Crazy Shop was far already too expensive that it'd be inefficient if he purchased it. Is it over? Someone said on top of the wall. Everyone saw that Yi Tianyun was the only one standing on the battlefield. Shi Huotian was nowhere to be seen. Everyone was surprised that Yi Tianyun was really able to kill all of his enemies without leaving anyone behind. Everyone's heart beat so fast out of excitement as they thought of the future where Yi Tianyun would lead them to, since Yi Tianyun had light 10 stars during his bloodline test, and so powerful that he easily mowed down several divine nations alone. He is too strong. His power is that of the old ancestor's rank, one elder said with awe in his eyes. It doesn't matter. What matters right now is that our sealing heaven divine nation has conquered these divine nations, and we stand even stronger than before, another elder said excitedly. As expected of Family Lord, it was obvious the second elder is our secret weapon now. He actually hid such a cultivator from us all and successfully beat down the enemy's effort to trample us, a disciple said proudly. Most of the disciples still didn't know the truth about Yi Tianyun. As far as they knew, Yi Tianyun has always been one of sealing heaven divine nation's cultivators. The ones who knew Yi Tianyun's story were ashamed of themselves as they realized now that Yi Tianyun was the strongest person in the entire faction. People began to chant, "Hero," as not everyone knew Yi Tianyun's name, but surely they still could praise Yi Tianyun for what he was, a hero. Yi Tianyun immediately looked up and frowned as he heard people started chanting the word hero. He inspected his status and realized that his reputation skyrocketed, and sealing heaven divine nation's favorability toward him was close to maximum. Ding. Successfully acquired a title. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda. Prestige point increased by 300 zeros. After hearing the notification, Yi Tianyun was startled. He didn't think what he did was considered as saving them as he was keen to do it for himself. But after he gave it another thought, he did end up saving these people as the enemy would surely slaughter them all if Yi Tianyun weren't here. But still, the enemy attacked sealing heaven divine nation because he lighted up 10 stars in the first place. Nevertheless, it wouldn't change anything. The enemy would attack sealing heaven divine nation in the end, whether or not Yi Tianyun was there. The only difference would be the Great Elder and the Third Elder would still be there, munching down on sealing heaven divine nation's resources. Well, it was a huge amount of prestige points from this battle alone, Yi Tianyun said with surprise in his eyes. Yi Tianyun then flew to the top of the wall and observed the people that worshipped him. It was clear to him that almost all sealing heaven divine nation's disciples considered him as a hero. But Suo Kaifeng just helplessly sighed as he knew that no matter how much the disciples worshipped Yi Tianyun, he set on leaving. Can you perhaps consider staying a bit longer? Suo Kaifeng asked curiously while still hoping that Yi Tianyun would really stay. Thank you very much for your consideration, Family Lord. I do consider staying, but I believe sealing heaven divine nation should be out of the wood now. Now, I wasn't needed here, but if any of the divine nation still comes here to exact their revenge, I will return and help, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. If you say so. Suo Kaifeng said with a sad frown on his face. Suo Kaifeng didn't persuade Yi Tianyun any further as he knew that Yi Tianyun has his own mission to do. Family Lord, we shouldn't ask Yi Tianyun to do things for us. After all, it is us that owed him, Yi Yuanlong said as he looked at Yi Tianyun with a smile. But this will always be your home, so you are welcome to come back anytime you want, Yi Yuanlong said to Yi Tianyun with a big smile on his face. Don't worry, grandfather, I will be back, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Then he turned his attention to Yi Xingchen and Zhao Linghe. I will be gone for a while, but if there is anything I can help you with, I will come back any time, Yi Tianyun said as he hugged his mother and shook his father's hands. Zhao Linghe's eyes were red as she tried her best to contain her emotion. She wanted to help Yi Tianyun on his mission, but she knew that she would just become dead weight to him. So she let Yi Tianyun go. After that, Yi Tianyun immediately left with Shi Shuiyun. The disciples that were in a festive mood became puzzled as they saw Yi Tianyun, the one they hailed, was leaving. Our child has grown into a responsible young man. We don't have to worry about anything. What we need to do now is to strengthen sealing heaven divine nation so that no one dares to threaten us in the future, Yi Xingchen said confidently. Yes, you are right, Zhao Lingshe said with a sad frown on her face. She was still sad that Yi Tianyun had to leave before they could catch up with each other, but she knew that she had to show Yi Tianyun that she would do her best. Chapter 745. Chapter 745, Yi Tianyun had killed 8 divine nations' lords and their imperial preceptors without any difficulties. This news quickly spread throughout the heavenly world and shocked everyone. The rest of the divine nations in heaven world immediately made sure that they didn't become sealing heaven divine nations' enemy. Although the 8 divine nations that attacked Sealing Heaven Divine Nation wasn't the best divine nations in Heaven World, but the thought of having that many people attack without any solid reason would catch any divine nation off guard. For Yi Tianyun himself, he didn't want to prolong this matter anymore. He knew that he could thoroughly purge the divine nations that tried to attack Sealing Heaven Divine Nation for extra treasures and experience, but he didn't see the need to do that. He knew that after killing the divine nations' lords and imperial preceptors, the alliance of divine nations was practically over. If he attacked the shaken-up divine nations further, he would be seen as a villain and would negatively affect Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. They were teaming up against Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, which wasn't something to be proud of. However, if Sealing Heaven Divine Nation thoroughly destroyed these divine nations, everyone else would think that the alliance might be right. "I can finally relax a little now," Yi Tianyun said as he relaxed on top of the blue phoenix. "Aren't you glad to finally see your parent after such a long time?" ch601 said, comforting Yi Tianyun as she thought that Yi Tianyun was having a hard time leaving his parent. "Yes, it won't be easy to get used to the fact that I have my parent now, but I think time would change it in the future," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He had never met his parent before this, so it was normal if it took some time to mend their relationship. "Well, if anyone started to tell you're wrong, believe in yourself. Because I will always believe in you. I will always stand by your side no matter what your choice is," ch601 said as she leaned her head to Yi Tianyun's shoulder. Yi Tianyun was moved by ch601's words. He leaned closer and kissed her gently. Ding. Successfully completed the main quest Healing the Father. Reward 500 million XP, 100,000 CPs, X2 roulette tickets. Ding. Successfully took a new main quest Find Mortal World's Heaven, creating Divine King's Palace and took control. Reward on completion 20 billion XP, 50,000 CPs. The new main quest presented itself, and now he knew what he needed to do first. It was in line with his intention to return to Mortal World 2. He wanted to find the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar on Mortal World to make travel between worlds easier. Logically speaking, Yi Tianyun should level himself up quickly to reach the Divine King stage so that he could prepare himself for the battle against the demon. However, there was no enemy that he could take advantage of for the moment, and it'd be hard to find another source of XP aside from killing other cultivators. Yi Tianyun wouldn't make a new enemy for his own good. He was set on not making new enemies on purpose. He would only kill a cultivator if they wronged him. Otherwise, Yi Tianyun couldn't consider them an enemy. Another way to gain XP was to kill demon beasts, but finding a powerful demon beast would also take a lot of effort. The best way for now was to complete the quest that he had, and now, his main quest was the only quest he had and could complete. "We're about to enter Mortal World now," Yi Tianyun said as he looked at ch601 at his side. "Aren't you too strong to return to Mortal World now?" "Are you going to be okay?" ch601 asked worriedly. As far as she knew, a cultivator with high cultivation would be impossible to pass through the Channel of World, as the passage would give them a more difficult test to pass. Now, the passage from Heaven World to Mortal World was a waterfall. The passage was simple. The cultivation current of the waterfall would be stronger according to the level of one's cultivation. No, it would be like everyone else. Yi Tianyun smiled and took ch601 directly to the bottom of the waterfall. Some cultivators were surprised as soon as they saw a giant phoenix flying down with a young man and a beautiful woman on top of it. "That brat is asking for trouble. He has the gall to fly here and try to cross over," a cultivator that was standing near the waterfall said with a frown on his face. "Yeah, that brat is too brave for his own good. That beautiful woman is there just for show, right?" another cultivator said while shaking his head. "Well, it would be fun to see them drown, so let's keep watching them from afar," another cultivator smirked. But complete to their surprise, Yi Tianyun just flew while holding ch601 in his hands through the waterfall. The water opened up and let him in without any obstruction. "What the hell? What just happened?" the cultivator shouted as he couldn't believe what he just saw. He immediately tried to fly, following Yi Tianyun's action, but to his dismay, the pressure on the air brought him down immediately. Everyone looked at each other and shrugged, as they really couldn't think of how the young man flew through the waterfall like that. The guardian of the passage title that Yi Tianyun had allowed him to freely use any passage created by the Divine Kings without any obstruction. In a short moment, Yi Tianyun has arrived at Mortal World with ch601 and immediately returned to Heavenly Cloud's empire. Everyone immediately welcomed Yi Tianyun and ch601 especially, as everyone was worried that she wouldn't return. "ch601, Heavenly Cloud's empire couldn't live without you. You are everyone's empress," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. "Tianyun, I swear I won't leave again. This place is my home. Wherever you are will be my real home," ch601 said with a tear on her face. When everyone saw that Yi Tianyun and ch601 were holding hands together, they were quite surprised. "Great Emperor, when will the wedding date be?" someone asked curiously. "Not until we unified all 3 realms," Yi Tianyun answered with confidence and a slick smirk on his face. Chapter 746. Yi Tianyun's words shocked everyone as it was such a far-fetched goal for them. Unifying the mortal world itself was already a big goal for them, let alone unifying the 3 realms. Furthermore, they knew that there were so many divine nations in the heaven world and ghost world that it would be foolish for the people here in mortal world to fight against them. There was another hurdle, which was the two-way to go to the other realms itself. Did you think it would be hard? Yi Tianyun said as he looked at everyone's expression. We don't doubt the Emperor's strength, but we are certain that the preparation would take a lot of time, and wouldn't Palace Lord Shi have to wait for a long time for that? One elder said meekly. She felt that it would take at the very least 10 years for Heavenly Cloud's empire to achieve the Emperor's goal, if not hundreds of years. In the past, not even the great divine kings were able to unify the three realms, so Yi Tianyun's goal seemed to be almost impossible to do right now. Don't you worry about it. I just want to use the unification of the three realms as my betrothal gift to my Empress. The thought of gifting her the unification of mortal worlds seems to be lacking for me, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. ch601 was moved by Yi Tianyun's word. She didn't really want any betrothal gift from Yi Tianyun, as she would be happy as long as she was with Yi Tianyun. The feeling of Yi Tianyun claiming her to be his empress alone made her happier than she could be at this moment. The thought of claiming someone in front of a large group meant the importance of that person in his heart. But the thought of gifting the unification of the three realms as the betrothal gift to become the empress of the three realms obviously came off as a shock. It wouldn't matter whether Yi Tianyun succeeded or not, as the thought was the only thing that counted for ch601. Nevertheless, ch601 believed that Yi Tianyun would succeed without a hiccup. Yi Yue and the other girls were envious of ch601, as they wanted to be in her position too. But sadly, they could only watch from the side, as it wasn't up to them to decide who would stand beside Yi Tianyun. Even so, they were happy for ch601 and cheered for her to be able to always make Yi Tianyun happy. They already felt grateful that Yi Tianyun had given them a role on this faction. I know that many of you think that my goal is too far-fetched, but that is understandable. From today onward, I will create an alliance that would spread around the mortal world's empires, and of course, with our Heavenly Cloud's empire, will be holding the helm of this alliance, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun didn't pace himself too quick. He knew that to realize his goal, he must conquer the mortal world first before planning on taking other realms. An alliance? We aren't going to destroy the faction like before? One of the disciples asked curiously. They've already witnessed Yi Tianyun destroying empires in the past, that the thought of conquering the mortal world peacefully didn't cross their mind. No, while the past may seem to beg to differ, I am not a mass murderer. Unification of the mortal world doesn't require any extreme measures. We only have to prove that we are the strongest, and they will follow our instructions without any discomfort. If I try to rule by fear, they would only retaliate against me in the end. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. That is a great plan, Master, but what would you do if they don't want to listen to your idea? Some factions can be pretty stubborn. Should we destroy them if they don't want to cooperate with us? Yi Yue asked curiously. No, we only have to persuade them by negotiation. We need an alliance that's ruled by hope and trust. We don't need to brew any vile mood from anyone. If push comes to shove, the only thing that we can do is offer them a lot of martial arts and weapons to persuade them to agree to our terms. One Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun threw out a few rings to the disciple on the front. Use this to tempt them to join the alliance. Is this really enough to tempt them to join our cause? A disciple frowned. Mortal world had so many factions that they must persuade to join alliances with Heavenly Cloud's empire, but the Emperor only handed out several storage rings. You just have to take a look at the content of those rings. Just make sure that you negotiate accordingly. For example, is it normal to persuade a second-grade faction with heaven-level martial arts? This is certainly unheard of, Yi Tianyun said calmly. Of course, my liege, we will do everything you said to perfection. But I have to ask, what do we have to do if that faction bears hostility toward us and attacks out of nowhere? Yi Yue asked again calmly. If they return our negotiation with violence, then we have no choice but to subdue their faction with power too. Tell them that I don't need their power constantly. They don't have to obey my words as long as they lend me their power when it matters. An alliance isn't slavery. They can do as they please until the time comes where their power was needed to save the realms. Yi Tianyun said commandingly. Yi Tianyun's goal to unify the three realms wasn't for his own benefit. It was all for the sake of defeating the demon that was sealed once it broke its seal. He only needed their power in a battle against the demon. From the memory that Yi Tianyun received from sealing Heaven Divine King, he knew that the demon wasn't alone. He would need all capable cultivators to join in and repel the demon's invasion as best as they could. Yi Tianyun wasn't still quite sure that the demon would truly invade the three realms, but there was no harm in preparing for the worst in advance. Defeating the sealed demon wasn't what really mattered right now, as the most dreadful thing was to stop and repel the possible demon race invasion. I know that some of you are still struggling to understand the concept of alliance that I developed, but don't worry, I don't mind explaining it to you in private later, Yi Tianyun said confidently. All of this was necessary for Yi Tianyun to create an alliance that could stand against hardship in the future. Chapter 747. Chapter 747. Yi Tianyun then explained about the demon that would break out in 100 years to his men. They were startled that such a major event was happening under their noses, but there was no record about it, Great Emperor. We should announce this information to the rest of the mortal world, an elder said worriedly. Others nodded along as they agreed to the elder's suggestion. How many people would believe us when we told them that such a dangerous creature lived in mortal world? Yi Tianyun asked with a frown on his face. Everyone was startled once again as they never thought of it that way. They believed in Yi Tianyun's word as he was their leader, but they realized now that Yi Tianyun's word was a little bit unbelievable from a stranger's perspective. The problem for this matter was no record about this. Demon had been passed down. Furthermore, how could mortal world factions deal with something that the divine kings had a hard time dealing with? Mortal world faction might be huge in quantity, but lack quality as many Spirit King stage cultivators chose to go to Heaven World or Ghost World to find a better environment for them to cultivate. Heaven's top mansion was the best example. In the past, Xuan Tian Spirit King was the backbone of this mansion, and once he died, Heaven's top mansion had a hard time recovering. Meanwhile, Heaven World and Ghost World were a little bit different as they had a good environment to cultivate and good resources for their faction. Most factions in Heaven World and Ghost World still had their old ancestor, meaning that they could actually do something. In that case, what could Mortal World faction do against such an overwhelmingly strong monster? Heavenly Cloud's Empire's people started to think about it, and they certainly don't like their odds. That is why I gave you so many resources to persuade them to join the Alliance. Once they joined the Alliance, everything would be easy from then on. Wei Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone began to nod as they understood what their emperor was saying. They didn't need to tell other factions about the demon as it would be pointless anyway. Tianyun, I want to help the best I can too, ch601 said as she looked Yi Tianyun in the eyes. No, I have said that you don't have to do anything. You are the Empress. You already have so many things to worry about, and this is not something that you should do, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He really meant it as ch601 would be busy managing the faction as a whole when Yi Tianyun wasn't there. Okay, I understand. I promise you I will help you manage the faction, ch601 said as she immediately went inside the palace to see what she could do to help. A group of ch601's close attendants in the past immediately followed her after bowing their heads to Yi Tianyun. They didn't know their status now, but they surely would help ch601 if they could. Now that Heavenly Cloud's Empire was the most famous faction in the mortal world, building an alliance with Heavenly Cloud's Empire at the top should be no problem at all. No faction would question Heavenly Cloud's Empire's authority as they would be scared to upset Yi Tianyun. After trampling so many empires in mortal world, Yi Tianyun have made a name for himself. There was a reason why Yi Tianyun wanted to create this alliance so bad, as he wanted to use it to make sure that the three realms, especially mortal world, could prepare for the invasion of the demon to come. Great Emperor, don't you know that you are literally paying for the safety of the entire mortal world? In the end, the people in mortal world might even abandon you when the time is near, Julingyun said worriedly. It is fine by me. I just want to have the possibility of unity when the enemy comes. I don't mind if they choose to run away by then. It is better than getting killed foolishly by the demon, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He intended to benefit everyone with the alliance, not just himself. He didn't need their gratitude as he only wanted his loved ones to be safe. He wanted everyone to be able to live without the possibility of dying at the hands of the demon. Being able to do anything for the Emperor's sake was the greatest blessing for this little Jew, Julingyun said as she bowed out of respect for Yi Tianyun. Well, go get busy now. Do your business like usual and increase your cultivation level. I want you to be able to protect yourself if by any chance I didn't get the chance to do so, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled towards Julingyun. Yi Tianyun then quickly headed towards Devil Cloud Island after bidding farewell to ch601. It is quite unfortunate that an island like this was the first place that caught my eye in the past. Yi Tianyun shook his head as he remembered when he had to deal with Xiao Wu and He Rongkun. He arrived at the island, and he saw that there was no longer magic clouds gathering on top of the island. It was completely normal right now, but the only difference now was that the island was civilized. Yi Tianyun was quite surprised to see that the island had a small city and people running around doing their business here. It seems someone come over and choose to live here after I cleared the demon beast's nest, Yi Tianyun said as he observed the small city. Yi Tianyun began to wonder, where could the heaven-creating divine palace be? Was it under the seabed? Chapter 748. Chapter 748 Yi Tianyun immediately plunged into the sea around Devil Cloud Island. Although he was surprised to see a striving city on Devil Cloud Island, that was not what he was here for. He immediately used his appraisal eye to see inside the water clearly and explored the seabed thoroughly. Yi Tianyun was quite surprised that a lot of caves could be seen on the seabed that wasn't formed naturally. If he had to guess, it was the mark of the battle from 1,000 years ago. Many wreckages could be seen too, but Yi Tianyun doubted it was from 1,000 years ago as it should be buried by now. I think it should be around here. The trace of battle was so clear around here. Yi Tianyun said to himself as he continued to explore the seabed. Heaven creating divine kings. Heaven ascending divine altar was built with a concentration of spiritual energy. As mortal world was located in the middle of the three realms, heaven ascending divine altar in mortal world should be concentrated with spiritual energy. That might be the reason why the demon attacked the heaven-ascending divine altar in mortal world, as it would sever the connection between the other two heaven-ascending divine altars to some degree. That was probably why the heaven-ascending divine altar on both demon world and heaven world had been deactivated for so long. Heaven-creating divine king was the one who set up the heaven-ascending divine altar like this. Certainly, he had his reasons. There was no way he would create something out of a whim. But heaven-creating divine king was a quick thinker. He might be building the altar specifically to counter the demon, as he could teleport through the realm with ease and summoned reinforcements very quickly. I don't know what happened to heaven-ascending divine altar here, but can I re-establish the connection once again? Yi Tianyun frowned, as that doesn't seem to be the case. Could it be because the altar was underwater that it lost its ability to connect with the other two altars, he wondered? After thinking for a while, Yi Tianyun didn't seem to reach any conclusion. It was unlikely that the altar was that weak. Why would heaven-creating divine king build an altar that was weak to seawater in the middle of the sea? But that might not be the case in the past too. These parts of the sea might be formed after a huge attack destroyed the land and dropped the altar under the sea. Yi Tianyun looked again and noticed a big cave that apparently had the same size as heaven-ascending divine altar. Yi Tianyun knew that the altar had the same size from observing the heaven-ascending divine altar on heaven world and ghost world. Thus, the one on mortal world should be the same size as well. Yi Tianyun immediately knew that the cave was where the heaven-ascending divine altar should have been in the past, but as he looked inside, he couldn't see the heaven-ascending divine altar anywhere. What happened here? Where is heaven-ascending divine altar? I don't see it anywhere, Yi Tianyun said with a shock on his face. The only thing he saw there was a huge pitfall roughly the same size as the heaven-ascending divine altar. Yi Tianyun immediately swam around at an incredible speed. His appraisal eye covered a large amount of ground now, and he planned to utilize it to its utmost limit. But no matter how far he went, he failed to see anything out of place aside from the lurking demon beast. He couldn't even find any trace of the heaven-ascending divine altar anywhere. What is going on? Is it possible that the heaven-ascending divine altar to be up and disappear just like that? Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. He knew that there was still a possibility of the heaven-ascending divine altar on this place being transferred elsewhere instead of completely destroyed without a trace. But what baffled Yi Tianyun was because he knew that there is no such structure on mortal world. If such a structure existed, the faction that controlled it would have reigned on top of the mortal world as heaven-ascending divine altar had a powerful spiritual energy that could haste the speed of cultivation better than anywhere else on mortal world. No wonder that the quest gave quite a heavy amount of rewards. Finding the heaven-ascending divine altar itself was already a massive hurdle, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. The reward that he got from the quest corresponded with the quest's difficulty. With that said, the harder the quest would be, the better the reward from that quest. But now, the quest simply ordered Yi Tianyun to find heaven-ascending divine altar, meaning that the difficulty of the quest depended solely on the possibility of Yi Tianyun finding the heaven-ascending divine altar itself. The amount of XP that Yi Tianyun would get as he completed this quest was 30 billion points. The amount of XP that he got from killing a Saint King expert was roughly 10 million points, and at best around 100 million points. In other words, the quest would have the same amount of difficulty as killing 300 Saint King expert. It seems that heaven-ascending divine altar is no longer around here. Now, I have two options to complete this quest. Either I spend my hard-earned crazy points to buy a soul guide or explore the area until I find some clues, Yi Tianyun said as he frowned upon the thought of having to buy another soul guide. He had bought it before, which meant that the price would increase. It would be such a waste to buy a soul guide when he didn't have that many crazy points to begin with. Well, I have to calm down for a moment. It'd be best to return to the city on Devil Cloud Island first. I may be able to find a clue about heaven-ascending divine altar up there too, Yi Tianyun said hopefully. He could ask the people in the city for any kind of information. Who knew if they had some kind of information about any places with similar characteristics as heaven-ascending divine altar? Yi Tianyun decided to save his points for now, as it was best to search thoroughly before using an item hastily. He then quickly swam and resurfaced while trying to think of any place with the same characteristic as heaven-ascending divine altar. But suddenly, Yi Tianyun heard a shout from the side. Hey, look, there is someone floating on the water there. Hurry, we have to save him, a voice said worriedly. He immediately told his friend to steer the boat towards Yi Tianyun that floated on the surface while thinking. Yi Tianyun just watched them silently and let the man approach him without doing anything. Yi Tianyun knew at that moment that a hunter like these guys might know something that he didn't know about. It was especially true for a demon beast hunter like them. A demon hunter must learn any information about the demon beast on the area, as they knew that a simple slip-up could cost them their life. Chapter 749. Chapter 749. Yi Tianyun was quickly hauled onto a boat. The cultivator who thought they were saving someone wasn't strong per se. His cultivation was only at core condensation stage, and several others' cultivator on the boat was also around the same stage if not lower. But one big man was clearly stronger than the other, at first layer spirit core stage, but it was normal on mortal world as having someone stronger than void spirit stage was very rare, and these cultivators at Devil Cloud's Island were rogue cultivators. They belonged to core condensation stage and didn't fear the demon beast that lurked around the island. Thus, they could make a city on the island. Furthermore, hunting demon beast was a good source of income as demon beast material always sold. But then again, Yi Tianyun was intrigued to infiltrate the city without revealing himself, which was why he let the cultivator save him. Thank you very much, Yi Tianyun said gratefully. He wasn't really in danger, but it didn't matter right now. He was quite relieved that there were some good-natured people living on the island. He knew that not everyone would be nice. Nevertheless, it was good to see one. What are you doing there in the water? Is your ship attacked? Lin Sheng asked while observing Yi Tianyun. They were quite far away from the Devil Cloud Island that it was really curious-inducing to find someone floating on these waters. I swim, but thank you for rescuing me, Yi Tianyun said honestly. He was swimming in the sea to search for heaven-ascending divine altar. The people in the boat clearly didn't believe Yi Tianyun's story as they knew that they were so far from the mainland that it was a death wish to swim here. Boss, why did you save someone so suspicious? This brat is not right in the head. How can anyone swim to such a dangerous place? One of the crews said worriedly. Yeah, a likely scenario is that he was abandoned by whoever it is that he was with. I am sure that they were up to something unspeakable, another crew said worriedly. Although they were trying to talk among themselves, Yi Tianyun could hear them clearly. He only smirked and sat idly without saying anything. This was a normal reaction and behavior as they were in the demon beast's territory. The boat that Yi Tianyun rowed was quite special, as it was made with a special material that could avoid the attention of the demon beast in the water, allowing them to travel safely. There is nothing to worry about. We are already done and ready to return. Saving a life is always a good thing anyway. Lin Sheng said solemnly. Boss, have you forgotten the bad thing that happened in the past? The brat you saved the last time stole our hard-earned demon beast materials. Just remembering that brat drives me crazy every time, the crew said angrily. Okay, but not everyone is that bad. I have been saved before, and if they didn't save me that time, I wouldn't be here. Saving people doesn't always lead to bad things, Lin Sheng said solemnly. I am sorry for what my brothers are saying. I hope you can turn a blind eye to their rudeness, Lin Sheng said as he walks towards Yi Tianyun. It is fine. I can understand your feelings. Yi Tianyun smiled lightly. Well, if that's the case, we are about to return to Devil Cloud Island. Get a rest. I will wake you up when we are there, Lin Sheng said with a smile on his face. Despite the word of assurance from Lin Sheng, the other two crews who were against saving Yi Tianyun earlier still watched him vigilantly. I don't know what is going on here recently, but I haven't been here for a long time. So, can you tell me what happened around here? Yi Tianyun asked Lin Sheng. What do you want to know? I've been here for a long time and involved with the establishment of Devil Cloud City myself, Lin Sheng asked curiously. I want to know what happened below the water around the island recently, Yi Tianyun asked curiously. If Lin Sheng were here from the day the city was established, he should have known what happened. Below the water? I remember that roughly a year ago, a sudden surge happened in the water. We thought it was just a simple rainstorm, but we saw a palace was slowly moving inside the water towards the north. We were shocked by what we saw, but there is nothing we can do, Lin Sheng said with a surprised tone. Some of our people tried to see whether we can use that palace for cultivation, but they were killed by the sea monster. So we have to abandon it and let it go, Lin Sheng said solemnly. The sea monster that protected that underwater palace was half man and half fish. We had never seen such demon beast before, but it was clearly more intelligent than normal demon beasts, Lin Sheng said solemnly. Yi Tianyun was quite surprised. He didn't expect a group of monsters would make the heaven-ascending divine altar their home. But more importantly, this was a new type of demon beast that was clearly different from the usual demon beast. Nevertheless, the sea is a vast place, and people were bound to see something that they had never seen before. Any other noticeable things happened aside from that? Yi Tianyun asked. Yeah, after that palace is gone, the magic clouds that surrounded Devil Cloud Island disappeared. But even when I first got here, that magic cloud was already so thin that it seemed like it was about to disappear anyway, Lin Sheng said while shaking his head. Chapter 750. Chapter 750. A group of sea monsters came out of the palace and protected the palace as it was their own. I should have looked carefully for a nest, but I think they have gone far away from the island, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he wondered where to find the heaven-ascending divine palace. He wasn't concerned about the demon beast as even they were no match for him, but it was a little bit unfortunate that he wasn't at divine king rank. Otherwise, he could search for the palace a lot faster and more efficient. He wondered about what the three divine kings had gone in the past in order to find the demon's remains. They searched the three realms up and down, and it still took them a few months to do so. In the end, they finally knew that it was impossible for them to thoroughly destroy the demon's descendants as they realized there was no practical way to differentiate them from the normal cultivator. They knew that the evil spirit race was the descendant of the demon, but there were too many of them, and they closely resembled a normal human. Many of them stayed at Ghost World as they realized that it was the best place for them to survive. Brother, are you a first-timer here on the island? Lin Sheng said, snapping Yi Tianyun from his thought. I have been here before, but it was before the city was established. Yi Tianyun said honestly. He indeed was here long ago to hunt demon beasts, and his word wasn't a lie. Sure it was. This place has changed so much since then. The most important change is that the black cloud that surrounded the island was gone. Although the island no longer looked like a devil nest, it's hard to change the name that was inseparable to this place. Lin Xiang said while nodding his head. Yi Tianyun asked a few more questions, and Lin Xiang answered all of them honestly, as he didn't think Yi Tianyun was a bad guy. This saved Yi Tianyun a lot of time, as he didn't have to waste his time in the city trying to find the information he needed. Big brother, this brat actually comes here without knowing anything, one of the crews said while shaking his head. They were a little less suspicious of Yi Tianyun, but they remained vigilant. Brat, I want to ask you something. How did you come here? Did your companion abandon you? Another crew asked. I told you already that I swam here and then got saved by your boss. Yi Tianyun said indifferently before walking away. Yi Tianyun wanted to search for the palace now, as he thought there was no need to go to the city anymore. We didn't expect that you would lie to us even after we went through the trouble to save you. Well, once we are in the city, you're no longer our trouble, so don't expect us to babysit you, one of the crews said with a frown on his face. He was slightly on guard because he didn't believe Yi Tianyun's words. Chen Liang, Lin Xiang reprimanded the crew named Chen Liang while frowning. Chen Liang immediately shut his mouth, as he knew that Lin Xiang didn't like his tone. I apologize for my brother's word. We were once tricked, so pardon me if they can't trust a stranger, Lin Xiang said as he shook his head. It is fine. It is time for me to leave anyway, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards the side of the boat, but suddenly the tide swept, followed by several demon beasts popping out of the sea. The demon beasts rammed the side of the boat, and one cultivator fell into the sea. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too low to fly, so he was helpless when he fell into the sea. Heaven Water Beast, Lin Xiang shouted. He was startled by the sudden emergence of the demon beast. Quick, we have to get out of here, Lin Xiang shouted hurriedly. The three of them immediately tried to drive the boat away from the demon beast. Little friend, can you help us mend the sail? We will die here if we dawdle around for too long, Lin Xiang said to Yi Tianyun. Heaven Water Beast? That's an advanced level demon beast. Apparently, this place indeed went through drastic change, Yi Tianyun said as he observed the demon beast. They soon saw another boat in their peripheral vision. However, they noticed that boat was turning around, probably because its passenger noticed the Heaven Water Beast that attacked Lin Xiang's boat. Heaven Water Beast roared and rammed the boat continuously. Their attack was fast, and they clearly tried to throw off everyone into the sea. We are doomed, Lin Xiang shouted in horror as he noticed an attack directed to the deck. Quick, into the water. We can still fight them, and if we're lucky, we may be able to catch them off guard. Lin Xiang ordered his crews as he realized that it was no use trying to get away when they were already surrounded. You don't have to do that. Just stay here and let me deal with them, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Needless to say, everyone was surprised that a young man said that he'd deal with the Heaven Water Beast on his own. Chen Liang and other crews thought that Yi Tianyun was stupid and out of his mind. But as soon as he said that, Yi Tianyun waved his hand, and a sound wave appeared, shocking the Heaven Water Beast and forced them to retreat underwater. At the same time, the sound wave spread to affected everything around and below the boat. After a while, a bunch of demon beasts floated to the surface. They were all dead, including the Heaven Water Beast that the people on the boat were so afraid of. Everyone was clearly shocked by what happened, as they couldn't tell what Yi Tianyun has done. Moreover, in their mind, the Heaven Water Beast was not a demon beast that they could handle. Lin Xiang was the most surprised one out of the three of them. He saw Yi Tianyun flick his hands, and a giant palm appeared, shaking the sea. He began to wonder what kind of power that Yi Tianyun used.